In the vastness of the cosmos, amidst an infinite expanse of starlit skies, darkness reigns, cold and desolate. In the Kuiper belt of the solar system, this chilling void suddenly yields, a rift tearing through the fabric of space that a flicker of pale blue light manifests, coalescing into a colossal ring. Silently, a gargantuan unidentified object emerges from this luminous halo, stretching 300 kilometers. It appears boundless from the human perspective, yet in the grand tapestry of the universe, it is but a speck of dust. Its elongated form resembles a sharp blade, its exterior akin to the rocky crust of a planet, resembling a mosaic of scales when viewed from a distance. This behemoth glides forward, traversing the star-studded cosmos, aiming directly for the blue planet of the solar system. As it moves, its shell unfurls, revealing for creatures, each several dozen meters in length, that crawl from this vessel resembling a spacecraft, attaching themselves to the rocky exterior. These beings bear a resemblance to serpents, yet also evoke images of elongated worms that lie in the abyss of space. As the craft advances, their bodies shift and multiply, rapidly transforming into colossal entities measuring several dozen kilometers long, reminiscent of ancient dragons. Cloaked in deep black, they shimmer ominously, their crimson eyes radiating an aura of cold ferocity. Death and destruction, as the vessel speeds through the void. The red glow of their eyes stretches into a long, haunting trail. The dragon-like heads, immense in stature, are adorned with numerous feelers and long whiskers that float gracefully in the cosmic expanse. Fearless of the profound, cold, and omnipresent radiation of space, they manifest a terrifying grandeur amidst the icy void. In the realm of outer space, a human spacecraft glides through the stars. The cameras aboard seem to capture an extraordinary scene. The life detection instruments emit frantic alarms, generating data that is swiftly transmitted back to the blue planet. The mysterious flying object zips past the probe at incredible speed, and in an instant, the human spacecraft is torn apart by an unknown force, disintegrating into countless particles of light. Thus, the probe, which had journeyed 70 billion kilometers into the Kuiper belt, becomes a relic of history. 10 hours later, on the blue planet, the probe administration receives data transmitted from the spacecraft. Within minutes, a series of images appears before the astounded staff. Each observer is struck with profound disbelief. The images depict scenes that far exceed their comprehension of the cosmos. Incredible, one exclaims. Is this extraterrestrial life? Another queries. Has life truly emerged beyond humanity? This is a monumental discovery, an alien civilization. Humanity is no longer alone. Oh God, report this immediately. The probe administration is not a highly confidential entity. Within 10 minutes, these images and analytical reports find their way into the inboxes of media journalists. The reporters who receive these images are ecstatic. This is the greatest discovery in human space history. Extraterrestrial civilization has emerged. Are you prepared to welcome aliens? Aliens resembling dragons? A flurry of sensational news headlines bursts forth across major media platforms, with images of the four dragons clinging to the craft captivating countless viewers. Are you certain today is not April Fool's Day? The initial reaction of many is skepticism. Humanity's exploration of space has never ceased, and there has always been speculation about the existence of life and civilizations beyond the solar system. Countless probes and numerous telescopes have sought to unveil the mysteries of life in the universe. Yet since humanity's foray into space exploration, nothing has been found. Many once believed that humanity was alone in the cosmos. The emergence of life on Earth, the formation of the planet, is steeped in improbability and coincidence. In the human realm, few took the existence of aliens seriously. Yet now, they are suddenly informed of the arrival of extraterrestrials, and astonishingly, these beings bear a striking resemblance to the legendary dragons of the East. This must be an elaborate prank by Easterners. Most dismiss it with a laugh. However, astronomy enthusiasts become fervently engaged, igniting debates across the internet. Doomsayers proliferate online, warning humanity of impending doom. In stark contrast to the public's reaction, the United States government is on high alert. They are acutely aware of whether these images are authentic or fabricated. The entire aviation authority is mobilized, and numerous probes are recalibrated to track the flying object. Merely gazing at the images instills an overwhelming sense of cold and destruction, sending chills racing up the spine, as if one is plunged into a frozen abyss. The dragon's eyes, devoid of emotion, radiate a chilling indifference, resembling an emotionless machine of slaughter. These alien visitors exude an aura of hostility. As data flows in, a somber atmosphere envelopes everyone. The craft's speed exceeds 0.5 times the speed of light. Truly a sub-light speed vessel, with dimensions that astoundingly surpass 300 kilometers. At this velocity, it will reach the blue planet within a day. The revelation sends the United States into a frenzy as the realization dawns that an extraterrestrial civilization approaches with alarming intent, wielding technology far beyond human comprehension. Notify all nations this is a challenge that humanity must confront together. Within just 1 hour, world leaders convene in an emergency online meeting. The data presented renders each leader speechless that if it arrives with malevolent intent, it will spell disaster for the blue planet. Let us do our utmost. If it seeks peace, we welcome it. If it brings destruction, we will resist with all our might, no matter how small we are. Let the public know the truth. They have the right to be informed. The leaders' meeting concludes, and a joint announcement is made by the 5 permanent members of the United Nations, sending shockwaves through the world. What a joke! Why would extraterrestrial life resemble Easter dragons? Gazing at the images, the sight of the 4 colossal dragons astounds everyone. Nations with intercontinental strike capabilities enter a state of war readiness. 6 hours later, a probe orbiting Mars captures the enormous flying object once more. The 4 dragons cling to the exterior of the craft, emanating an aura of chilling menace as they gaze toward the blue planet. The range traversed by this flying object has resulted in all nearby probes being disintegrated by an unknown force. The constant interruptions in communication cause alarm among those who dare to hope for peace. The distance between Mars and the blue planet is such that, at its current speed, it could arrive in half an hour. In cities worldwide, enormous billboards display the image of the craft with the 4 dragons, captivating the attention of countless onlookers, many of whom clasp their hands in prayer. The outcome remains uncertain. Cease all activities, stay with your families and loved ones. The announcement reverberates through the air. On the streets, everyone rushes home. As time elapses, billions of humans gaze up at the night sky. When the colossal flying object appears in the vicinity of the moon, numerous telescopes can clearly observe the overwhelming presence of this gargantuan craft. The 4 colossal dragons above exhibited an extraordinarily fierce demeanor, exuding an aura of wrath as they ferociously crawled upon the exterior of the flying vessel. They were poised for action, seemingly yearning to leap from the craft and descend upon the blue planet. This massive flying entity had come to a halt between the blue planet and its moon. In the very instant it ceased its movement, the 4 extraterrestrial dragons sprang into action, launching themselves from the vessel with a menacing fervor toward the blue planet. Meanwhile, the craft, resembling a stony shell, shimmered with an ethereal glow. It fragmented into thousands of pieces, dispersing throughout the cosmos, and reassembled into an immense circle. With a roar, the 4 dragons surged forward at an unimaginable velocity, piercing through the atmosphere within moments. Their excessive speed ignited their bodies, producing a radiant glow from the friction, visible even in the daylight. Intercontinental missiles, already aimed skyward, ascended in unison at that very moment. The sky erupted in a cacophony of explosions. What left humanity astounded was that these 4 dragons, undeterred by the tremendous blasts, effortlessly navigated through the smoke and flames, entering the very depths of the blue planet. Their formidable physiques caused every observer to pale in shock, utterly redefining human comprehension of biological entities. Once inside the blue planet, the dragons, each spanning dozens of kilometers, coiled high in the atmosphere, mouths agape, unleashing earth-shattering roars that reverberated through the air, instilling fear in all who heard them. Ubiquitous drones and various cameras captured this astonishing spectacle. In an instant, the roaring dragons transformed into a swirling black mist, dissipating into the air. A portion of the intercontinental missiles veered towards space, targeting the components that were assembling into a circle. At this moment, between the blue planet and its moon, the circular formation composed of the flying vessel's fragments was completed, emanating a dazzling light. Its diameter reached an astonishing 1,000 kilometers, radiating a brilliance surpassing that of the moon, resembling a star emitting a cold, blue-white glow. As the intercontinental missiles approached, they silently disintegrated into particles of light that resembled a superluminal interstellar portal, releasing immense energy that even affected the interior of the blue planet. A resounding clang echoed within the blue planet, unsettling the minds of its inhabitants. The interstellar portal erupted in an even more blinding radiance, as the white-blue light within morphed into billions of elongated beams, akin to countless stars scattering across the night sky, descending upon the blue planet. In every corner of the blue planet, the fabric of space appeared to tear, as innumerable shadows imbued with death and fury instantaneously manifested upon its surface, following the trails of light. Chapter 2. The Semi-Beast Realm in the year 2125, on Blue Star, a century into the age of evolution, in the city of Benhai. Class 8 of the Senior 3 gathered. Su Ziyuan stood at the podium, hands resting on the lectern, a smile illuminating his face. I am your gene evolution instructor. Su Ziyuan. The students below erupted in excitement at the prospect of delving into the realm of gene evolution. A robust boy raised his fist, brimming with enthusiasm. With my strength, once I absorb the evolution gene, I will undoubtedly become a super evolution prodigy. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. My aspiration is to evolve into the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon, which is incredibly impressive, declared another student with conviction. A girl, somewhat shy, added, my evolution target is the resplendent 9-tailed fox. What are your goals compared to mine? My ambition is to become the king of braggarts. Laughter resonated throughout the classroom. Lu Hong nudged Yi Li, raising an eyebrow. What about you, Ali? Yi Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. It depends on compatibility. Have you forgotten the knowledge from our textbooks? Gene evolution also hinges on the compatibility between your genes and those of the ferocious beasts. Indeed, Lu Hong remarked. Excitement fading into contemplation. Su Ziyuan paused briefly, allowing the students to settle before continuing. It is commendable to have such aspirations. It is precisely due to ambitious individuals like you that humanity can withstand the relentless onslaught of ferocious beasts and grow ever stronger in defense of our homeland. However, his tone shifted. Yet, mere ambition is insufficient. One must possess a tenacious heart capable of enduring countless trials. He smiled but chose not to elaborate further, unwilling to dampen the student's spirits. The path to becoming an evolver is fraught with challenges. Growth is an arduous journey. This is a perilous road, where one must navigate through the realms of bone refinement, blood condensation, beastification, semi-beast, and beast form. Each evolutionary stage presents formidable hurdles. Beneath each stage, there are subdivisions represented by percentages. Only upon achieving a 100 absorption of the ferocious beast genes can one ascend to the next stage. The process of breakthrough for an evolver can be both simple and complex. It involves hunting ferocious beasts, acquiring their genes, seeking those that resonate with one's own, and continuously absorbing these genes to complete one's genetic chain. A more complete genetic chain yields greater power. Each completed segment of the genetic chain signifies a breakthrough into the next phase. Humanity's research on genetic chains remains far from exhaustive. Speculations suggest that those who unlock and complete all genetic chains possess strength comparable to deities. Teacher, what stage are you currently at? A bold boy called out. Another chimed in. Teacher, may we see? The gaze of the students converged eagerly on Su Ziyuan. He did not decline, nodding slightly. The students and Oppos' eyes gleamed with fervor. A senior 3 gene evolution teacher is mandated to be at least at the beastification stage, a level of considerable strength, capable of immense power and agility. Su Ziyuan extended his hand, initially pale, but in an instant, his skin transformed into a grayish hue, coalescing into scales. His fingers thickened and elongated, nails morphing into sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm underwent beastification, evolving into a massive claw covered in scales, radiating explosive power. The claw's tips glimmered ominously, resembling a giant's axe, disproportionately large compared to his human form. The students collectively gasped in awe. Su Ziyuan smiled, retracting his claws and effortlessly waving his arm, devoid of any clumsiness. He extended the central claw gently across a steel plate. The harsh sound of metal scraping echoed as a deep mark appeared on the composite steel. In the next moment, he exerted force with his claws. Tearing the steel plate asunder, 5 gaping fissures etched into its surface, twisting the metal into a spiral. But that was not the end. Su Ziyuan rotated his neck. The sound of bones shifting resonating as scales cascaded across his neck, enveloping his head. In a heartbeat, his head transformed into that of a massive wolf. His entire upper body assumed a wolf-like form, with long, powerful arms and claws, not furred but covered in scales. The fearsome wolf head emanated an aura of menace, its razor-sharp white fangs and piercing eyes instilling a sense of impending doom among the students seated in the classroom. In that moment, Su Ziyuan had achieved the semi-beast state, embodying the extraordinary power of this evolutionary realm. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Su Ziyuan gathered his materials and departed, leaving the students buzzing with excitement, discussing their teacher's recent transformation. "Ali, let's go," Lu Hong cheerfully greeted, dashing out of the classroom. Yi Li, carrying his backpack, stepped outside, casting a lingering glance at the classroom where he had spent 3 years. Graduation was just around the corner. He smiled faintly and followed Lu Hong. "Ali, did you see how incredible Teacher Su's beastification was? That steel plate was composite steel, yet he tore it apart effortlessly. No wonder firearms are ineffective against more advanced ferocious beasts. The strength and speed of a wolf's form are terrifying. Its biting force can even crush steel." Lu Hong's eyes shone with admiration and envy. Yi Li, too, bore a hint of astonishment on his face. "Previously, we thought the textbooks exaggerated these claims. But now we see the truth. When will we become individuals like Teacher Su?" Lu Hong expressed his eagerness. He chuckled, "But Ali, you certainly have a chance. You are one of the geniuses in our school. Your neural reaction speed has remained unchallenged since you enrolled." Yi Li smiled gently. "Teacher Su is an evolver at the beastification level. Bone refinement, blood condensation, and then beastification. Don't be deceived by the fact that it's only the 3rd stage. It is not easily attained. The Federation has long mandated that individuals under 18 are prohibited from consuming gene liquid. Since the dawn of the age of evolution, humanity has endured great tribulations, sacrificing countless predecessors to establish the stable civilization we enjoy today. One of the lessons learned over the past century is that consuming gene liquid before the age of 18 can lead to catastrophic failures in one's genetic chain. The consequences of such failures are dire. Mild cases can result in lifelong paralysis, while severe cases may lead to a complete genetic collapse, reducing one to mere sludge. Thus, the Federation has instituted 11 years of education, from elementary to high school. During these 11 years, students not only acquire knowledge but also undergo rigorous training, strengthening their bodies, honing marksmanship, and mastering combat techniques. In this age of evolution, every individual is robust and powerful, having been tempered through relentless training. All of this is preparation for the group evolution that occurs after turning 18. Marksmanship remains applicable even after reaching the 4th stage, the semi-beast level. As for the neural reaction speed that Lu Hong mentioned, Yi Li has possessed this ability since childhood. His reflexes are keen. During the entrance examination for high school, he achieved a reaction time 3 seconds faster than the previous record holder, establishing a new benchmark at Benhai High School. This remarkable performance brought him immediate recognition. Yi Li, however, did not bask in pride. He acknowledged that while he was quick in reaction, he still lagged behind others in terms of strength and physical prowess, especially compared to Zhao Tianlei, who held the title of the strongest. He was a monstrous young man, not yet 18, possessing an astonishing strength of 500 kilograms in a single punch. "Come on, let us head to the training ground for some extra practice before we go home." Yi Li insisted, tugging at Lu Hong's arm and dragging him toward the training facility. "Hey, let go of me. I want to go home." Lu Hong protested, Yet he made no effort to resist, allowing Yi Li to pull him along. Having shared a desk for 3 years, their bond surpassed that of their peers. Yi Li understood Lu Hong well. Although he appeared carefree, he harbored the heart of a warrior and held grand aspirations. Nearly every time Yi Li practiced extra hours, Lu Hong silently followed suit. When they concluded their training, both were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through, revealing rippling muscles. From a young age, they had undergone rigorous training, with the Federation investing heavily to ensure their nutrition kept pace, resulting in their impressive physiques. After a quick shower and a change of clothes, Yi Li clapped Lu Hong on the shoulder, eliciting a peculiar laugh from him. The two engaged in playful banter as they boarded the light rail transit. The train was mostly filled with workers returning home, with few students like Yi Li and Lu Hong, as not everyone possessed the same determination to strive as Yi Li did. Finding 2 vacant seats, Yi Li and Lu Hong settled in. Ali, soon you'll be able to absorb beast genes. Are you worried? Lu Hong inquired. Yi Li gazed out the window at the towering skyscrapers of Binhai City. To maximize the effectiveness of the defensive energy shield, human cities had predominantly been constructed with towering buildings. The population was vast, yet the city itself was not overly expansive. Rather, residences were densely packed. Responding to Lu Hong's question, Yi Li chuckled lightly. Is worrying of any use? Whether I become a battle evolver or a civilization evolver, I will accept it with open arms. Upon absorbing the beast genes, the genetic chain would activate, granting power. However, not everyone would ascend to the status of a battle evolver. Some would become civilization evolvers, wielding lesser strength and combat ability. This group, however, possessed exceptional memory, leading them to specialize as researchers or to enter various professions, contributing to industry and logistics. The life of a battle evolver was perilous, engaging in combat with fierce beasts, with the constant risk of death. Conversely, civilization evolvers represented the choice of many, allowing them to remain within the safety of walled cities. Yet Lu Hong remained skeptical, chuckling. All right, stop pretending. I know you well enough. If you truly became a civilization evolver, you'd be in tears. Yi Li merely smiled in response. The light rail was a federal benefit, offering free rides, gliding silently between buildings. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the city, causing it to tremble. Even the light rail shook slightly. The passengers, however, remained remarkably composed, casting their gazes toward the windows. Yi Li's demeanor shifted. He spoke gravely. They're deploying the beasts again. Outside the city, numerous colossal machines activated, resembling a super-scientific cannon aimed at the heavens. A piercing sound erupted as thick blue energy beams shot into the sky, connecting to form a vast energy shield that enveloped Binhai City, providing its protection. In the sky, a portal with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers hung above the Earth, radiating brilliant energy day and night. The portal shimmered with light. Following the formation of the energy shield, countless flickering lights appeared in the sky, resembling elongated particles or slender beams cascading down. Everyone in the age of evolution knew this was the portal releasing a new batch of ferocious beasts to Blue Star. A monthly occurrence. These creatures, entangled in the luminous beams, would revert to their savage forms upon arrival. During such times, humanity would enter a defensive phase. Having witnessed this since childhood and studied it in textbooks, Yi Li and his companions were unfazed. In their worldview, this scene was merely a normal occurrence. Each deployment of beasts represented both a catastrophe and an opportunity for humanity. The energy shield is truly remarkable, Lu Hong marveled. As the brilliant lights struck the energy shield, they were repelled, preventing the beasts from descending upon the city. Once the deployment concluded, the energy cannons ceased firing and the energy shield dissipated. At that moment, dozens of figures appeared in the sky. With a resounding roar, a massive avian predator, wings spanning several meters, surged forth from the dark silhouettes, accelerating toward the city's outskirts. Their speed generated sonic booms, tearing through the sky with an ear-splitting sound, a terrifying spectacle. It was a formidable entity of the beastly realm. Chapter 3. Grandfather's expectations. In every human city, there exists a stronghold of formidable individuals. When ferocious beasts descend, It is these guardians who expel or vanquish the monstrous threats surrounding the city. As Yili gazed upward, watching them vanish into the heavens, he found himself lost in thought. The city, recently shaken by the arrival of these beasts, swiftly returned to normalcy. Those who lived in the era of evolution had long since acclimated to these occurrences that transpired several days each month. For those born in this age, the reality of such events was a given. Lu Hong, suppressing his envy, mused, "Ali, do you think we could soar like them? Transform into flying beasts and freely glide through the skies, becoming heroes of this city or even the entire Federation?" Yili responded solemnly, "Indeed, we will." On the bus, conversations buzzed around them, mostly speculating on the casualties resulting from the latest beast incursion and the impact on crops outside the city. Naturally, every sacrifice yields its rewards. Slaying these beasts would provide materials from their bodies, including their genetic essence, thus empowering the evolutionists further. Yili listened intently, his brow furrowing. "Ding! Nanshan Station has arrived," announced the bus's automated voice. Lu Hong nudged Yili. "Ali, we're here." After disembarking, the two parted ways. Although Lu Hong resided in the same vicinity, they were separated by 3 floors. With a wave and a smile, Yili strolled towards one of the towering skyscrapers, Building 5 of Taiha Community. This magnificent edifice boasted 128 stories, rising dramatically into the sky. Before the era of evolution, ordinary individuals had little chance of residing in such towers. However, the roles had reversed. Now, common folk inhabited these skyscrapers, while the affluent and powerful resided in the low-rise apartments. Entering Building 5, Yili encountered a multitude of elevators, all bustling with commuters during the peak hours. Room 10203 was his home, on the 102nd floor. The swift elevator carried him upward, stopping intermittently, taking approximately 7 or 8 minutes to reach his destination. "Mom and Dad, I'm home," Yili called as he pushed the door open. The apartment, a 3-bedroom layout, bore the marks of its 50 years of existence. A middle-aged couple occupied the sofa. The man, with a square face and bushy brows, donned a light blue shirt and was engrossed in news projected on a screen. The woman, of considerable height, was scrolling through her tablet, seemingly searching for the day's special dishes. They were Yi Li's parents, his father, Yi Minghui, and his mother, Zhou Ningjing. Both were civilized evolutionists, his father an electrical engineer of modest standing, earning a fixed salary, while his mother managed the household. Upon hearing Yi Li's voice, Zhou Ningjing promptly stood, Ali's back. "You must be hungry. Wash your hands and come to eat." Yi Minghui smiled faintly, turning off the projection. His gaze softened as he looked at his son. "Ali, have you been practicing after school again?" After hanging up his backpack, Yili nodded, "Just a bit." He washed his hands, and the family gathered around the dining table. "Wow, is that golden rabbit meat?" Yili exclaimed in surprise at the dish before him. The golden rabbit, a wild variant resulting from the genetic mutations on Blue Star, was not a beast, but rather a rare and expensive delicacy, almost unheard of in an ordinary household like theirs. Curiously, he asked, "Mom, is there a special occasion today?" Zhou Ningjing exchanged a glance with her husband and replied with a gentle smile, "There's no special occasion. Your father's company completed a military project ahead of schedule, and this is a reward for every employee. We're just fortunate to benefit from it." Yi Minghui chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his nose. Yili regarded his father with newfound respect, recognizing that while civilized evolutionists possessed impressive memories, success also hinged upon innate talent. Those with higher gifts achieved greater accomplishments, while the less fortunate remained ordinary employees. For his father, entering the Tianka company in Benhai City was already a considerable achievement. With the golden rabbit meat elevating the meal, the family savored their time together, basking in happiness. After dinner, Zhou Ningjing began clearing the table while the father and son settled onto the sofa, brewing a pot of tea. Yi Minghui's expression grew serious as he held his cup, momentarily lost in thought, the warmth of their earlier joy dissipating. "Ali, your grandfather is going to the battlefield again." Yili stiffened, his demeanor shifting as he sipped his tea. His grandfather, Yi Qingda, was a battle evolutionist. Yi Minghui continued in a subdued tone, The front lines in the northern frontier have been tumultuous lately. The ferocity and numbers of the beasts have escalated, posing a significant threat to the northern city. The Federation has resolved to inflict a heavy blow to eliminate this menace and ensure the city's safety. Yili was aware of Northern City, a colossal human bastion, even larger than Binhai City, housing an astonishing population of 100 million, an essential city for the Federation. But Dad, Yili interjected, his words rushing forth in urgency. Even if Northern City needs to eradicate the beasts in the northern frontier, Grandpa doesn't he need to go to battle, does he? He is already 120 years old, well past the age where he should be exempt from combat. Upon becoming an evolutionist, one's lifespan extended, and longevity became commonplace. Yi Minghui shook his head with a bitter smile. You still don't grasp your grandfather's character. He is of the generation that witnessed the alien invasion during his youth. He endured immense suffering through humanity's darkest times. Your grandfather lost his father, mother, and sister to the beasts. His hatred for them is profound and personal. He joined the military, proving himself daring and relentless, eventually being selected as an evolutionist. Yi Qingde had spent his life battling these beasts, a true veteran who had experienced the full scope of the evolution era. Yet, he remained restless. Initially stationed in Binhai City, after Yi Minghui came of age, he sought deployment to the perilous northern frontier, returning only once to witness his son's marriage. The transportation during the evolution era was notoriously inadequate, and the distance between Binhai City and Northern City was vast, making travel not only arduous but also perilous due to the extensive beast territories one had to traverse. Only with a strong evolutionist accompanying him on an aircraft could one hope to return safely. Nevertheless, Yi Qingde held a special affection for his grandson, visiting every 2 to 3 years without fail. The northern frontier concealed countless hidden beasts, its vastness rendering it exceptionally dangerous. This time, more battle evolutionists would be requisitioned. In truth, it was not a matter of conscription for Yi Qingde. He had volunteered to go to the battlefield. A bittersweet expression crossed Yi Minghui's face, recounting how his father had instilled fear in him throughout his life. When he was 18 and failed to become a battle evolutionist, his father had berated him as a useless coward, merely hiding in the rear. Yili felt a swell of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Respecting and feeling pain for his grandfather, Yili wore a worried expression on his face. Dad, today the fierce beast has just descended. Yi Minghui sighed, helplessly stroking his teacup. This is exactly what I fear. With new fierce beasts emerging, the northern frontier battlefield becomes increasingly perilous. I wonder about your grandfather. But he is resilient. He will certainly be fine. Yili patted his father's hand reassuringly. Don't worry, Grandpa is blessed. A whispering sound echoed, indistinct and dreamlike, as if a bizarre, enormous shadow was calling out. Yili was abruptly jolted awake from his dream, sitting up in bed, drenched in sweat and pale-faced. Seemingly accustomed to such awakenings, he shook his head and lay back down. Since he could remember, this voice had manifested in his dreams, appearing once a month without fail. This whispering sound resembled a murmur. However, for over a decade, no matter how hard he tried, Yili could never discern what was being whispered or see the source. This recurring dream had long troubled him. In earlier years, he consulted numerous doctors, yet to no avail. They merely classified it as a form of auditory hallucination. No one could assist Yili. Fortunately, he possessed strong self-regulation abilities. Gradually, as he grew older, he adapted to this dream. Oddly enough, after each dream, his mental acuity seemed to sharpen slightly, making him more sensitive to subtle details. In times of crisis, he exhibited an extraordinary awareness, with his neural response speed increasing. These changes led Yili to perceive the peculiar whispers in his dreams as not entirely negative. Yili glanced at the time, 5 o'clock in the morning. Awakened and unable to fall back asleep, he decided to rise. After a brief wash and changing his clothes, he found his parents still asleep. He ventured into the kitchen and heated a few slices of bread for himself. Returning to his room, he activated the light projector, and a virtual screen materialized before him. As he ate, he navigated the screen with his hands. The graduation season was approaching, heralding the awakening of genetic evolution. Yili aimed to absorb as much knowledge as possible. Since the invasion of Blue Star by alien dragons a century ago and the emergence of space portals, humanity had endured a tremendous catastrophe, leaving less than 20% of the population. After approximately 6 months of chaos, humans discovered the existence of fierce beast genes from the creatures they had slain. Following another 6 months of research, these genes were assimilated by humans, giving rise to a new class known as evolvers. Their emergence ultimately granted humanity a fleeting chance at survival, leading to the establishment of the current societal structure with high walls. Blue Star formed a unified federation comprising 98 cities. Yili had only seen the other cities besides Binhai City through videos and images. He wondered what they were truly like. With a gesture, he flipped through historical texts on the virtual screen, familiar knowledge every child encountered growing up. He came across the hero list, his eyes lighting up as he focused on it. Evolvers protected the cities, driving away and slaying fierce beasts. They were the guardians of humanity, thus enjoying elevated status in the society of the evolutionary era. The hero list served as the highest acknowledgement of their valor, immortalizing their names and earning them the admiration of all humankind. Each individual on that list was a formidable figure, among the strongest of humanity. Yili read the names: Luo Zhangxiong, Chen Lingheng, Zhao Buiying, Wang Feng, and felt a surge of excitement, a fire igniting within his chest as he clenched his fists silently. Regrettably, while his grandfather had achievements, his evolutionary level was not high. He was merely a conventional evolver on the battlefield. The nation's resources were limited and prioritized for those with exceptional talents. Such evolvers were indeed great, but could not enter the hero list. Yili pondered what type of fierce beast he would resonate with during the forthcoming genetic awakening. Filled with anticipation, he secretly wished to be a combat evolver. Yesterday, after school, Lu Hong had asked him about his concerns. Yili had claimed not to worry, but that was far from the truth. There was nothing wrong with being a civilizational evolver, but it was not his aspiration. Since childhood, he had dreamed of fighting alongside his grandfather, the two of them slaying fierce beasts together. Human evolvers could be divided into two categories: combat evolvers and civilizational evolvers, each with distinct roles. Combat evolvers served in warfare, acting as the primary force against fierce beasts, while civilizational evolvers focused on becoming more intelligent, often as scientists, advancing human technology. Upon becoming an evolver, combat and civilizational paths diverged entirely. Combat evolvers would immediately engage in battles against fierce beasts, while civilizational evolvers would continue their studies. In terms of human education from a century ago, combat evolvers resembled soldiers, while civilizational evolvers were akin to students with advanced qualifications. If he were to become a civilizational evolver, his grandfather would likely be disappointed. Thinking of his grandfather, who was heading to the battlefield, specifically the most perilous northern frontier battlefield, filled Yili with melancholy. "Grandpa, you said your life is resilient. You will surely be fine." Before he knew it, 6 o'clock had arrived. The dawn broke. Yili closed the virtual screen. Whether he would become a combat or civilizational evolver after assimilating the fierce beast genes was a choice dictated by the genetic chain, beyond his personal control. Worrying was futile. That day would soon arrive. "Mom, Dad, I'm off to school," Yili called out as he picked up his backpack and bid farewell to his parents before stepping out the door. Chapter 4. Neural Response at the Northern City. The North Gate. The morning is filled with a cacophony. An endless procession of various armored vehicles, supercars, and heavy transport trucks forms a seemingly infinite convoy. A colossal tide of laser tanks is departing from the North Gate. The sky reverberates with the roar of hundreds of armed aircraft soaring through the heavens, vanishing into the embrace of the rising sun. The war machines are mobilizing. An aura of bloodlust pervades the air. Yi Qingde, his hair white as snow, meticulously polishes an oversized heavy sniper rifle. The barrel, as thick as an arm, transcends the mere classification of a gun. It is more akin to an artillery piece. This is standard equipment for ordinary evolved beings. Against ferocious beasts, only heavy weaponry proves effective. ordinary rifles and submachine guns are utterly useless. Those at the semi-beast realm possess sufficient strength to wield this heavy sniper rifle with unwavering steadiness. Old ye, not to criticize, but with your age, why still scramble to enlist on the battlefield? Does Northern City truly need an old man like you? A mocking voice interjects from beside him. Yi Chengde does not lift his gaze, already aware of the speaker's identity. Old Lu, you've lost all your hair and can hardly chew meat anymore. Aren't you afraid of meeting your end on the battlefield? The derisive voice erupts in a laughter. Ha ha ha. Old Yi, my life is undoubtedly tougher than yours. At that, the two share a knowing smile. Surrounding them are hundreds of seasoned evolved beings, their spirits undaunted, showing no signs of twilight. On the contrary, they exude a palpable aura of lethal intent. These are veteran soldiers, forged through a lifetime of combat against ferocious beasts, their presence markedly different from ordinary folk. Everyone is preparing their gear, ready to march into battle, yet none exhibit anxiety or heaviness of heart. It is a rare occasion for them to gather, reminiscent of their exhilarating days fighting side by side against the beasts. Old Li didn't he even leave a corpse behind last year. They say he was swallowed whole by a giant dragon beast. Remember little Winter Melon? He was trampled into the ground by a several-ton sky-piercing beast. At least he found peace in his grave. Old Zhao, Old Wang, and that rascal, Old Zhou, all have no regrets, having perished on the battlefield. In this solemn reminiscence, a wave of nostalgia washes over everyone. Despite their many encounters with the battlefield's brutality, they still harbor a lingering dread. In the face of formidable beasts, evolved beings of lower realms are but cannon fodder. The comrades nearby may be laughing today, yet tomorrow they might become a meal for the monsters. They fear not death. At their age, they willingly embrace the notion of dying in battle. Ha ha ha. Old Yi, it seems I still have the upper hand. Old Lu, clad in heavy armor, with a sniper rifle matching Yi Chengde's slung across his chest and a long weapon strapped to his back, boasts. My son is a combat-evolved being, and both my grandsons are as well. What do you call that? A lineage of valor. His face beams with pride as he mentions his family's martial prowess. Yi Chengde smirks. Showing off, are we? Old Yi, you're envious. Old Lu chuckles. Envious of you? Dream on. My son may be a bit of a coward, but my grandson is a fine lad. He will surely become a combat-evolved being. He glances sideways at Old Lu, declaring, You too, with your mediocre talents, could never compare to my grandson. Do you understand? It's easy to find soldiers, but a general is hard to come by. Bah, Old Yi, with your sharp tongue, I cannot argue with you. But don't be surprised if your grandson ends up a civilized evolved being and you are the one jumping up and down, crying like a child. Old Lu settles beside Yi Chengde. Yi Chengde sheaths his long knife and gazes southward, murmuring, Rest assured, he will definitely be a combat-evolved being. At that moment, not far away, a sound pierces the air. A thick tail, adorned with barbs and scales, lashes through the atmosphere, tearing it apart with lightning speed. Roar, a burly man growls softly, his form swiftly transforming into a massive battle bear. Almost as soon as he completes his metamorphosis, the dark, scaled tail strikes the bear, causing a resounding thud as the creature withstands the blow, half its body embedded in the earth. Good job, Li. Force that iron bull into the ground. Let him taste the soil. Haha, I told you Li is a bit stronger, didn't I? Iron bull, has your muscle been drained by the women? Cheers erupt from the surrounding, evolved soldiers. A giant crocodile shifts, reverting to a middle-aged man, while the battle bear transforms back into a robust figure. The two share hearty laughter, clasping hands in camaraderie, having merely engaged in friendly sparring. Yi Chengde casts a fleeting glance before redirecting his attention. Such exchanges are commonplace among comrades. Minutes later, everyone assembles. Depart, let us move. The captain's voice rings out, invigorating the troops. They are bound for the battlefield. Yi Chengde retracts his gaze from the south, murmuring to himself, This time, even if I must risk my life, I shall achieve another feat. I hope that after my passing, I can leave a legacy for your descendants, ensuring they live without worry. The building is too tall. Despite several elevators at peak hours, they remain insufficient. Downstairs, Yili finally emerges from the elevator, where Lu Hong awaits. Let us run to school today. Really? Run to school? If you have an issue, take the bus. If not, keep up. Yili, with his backpack in hand, dashes out. Lu Hong grimaces. Fine, I'll run, okay? He chases after him, asking, Ali, have you been triggered by something? Running is a form of training. The instructor always said, those who learn to run live longer. Yili moves swiftly, his agility allowing him to weave through the sidewalk effortlessly. His neural response is rapid, evading obstacles with ease. More effort yields greater rewards. Do you understand? Yili smiles, breath steady. As he speaks, he leaps, lightly touching the trunk of a tree, ricocheting past a breakfast cart. Upon landing, he dashes forward like a leopard. The dream from last night has heightened his mental acuity, sharpening his perception of the street's minutiae. He can sense the breaths of those around him and hear their hearts beating. He instinctively predicts their next moves. It is a curious sensation, as if this newfound mental clarity bestows him with an entirely different experience. Lu Hong quickly catches up, exclaiming, "You're just cramming at the last minute." Yili chuckles, beckoning, "Come on. Hey, Ali, watch my kick." Lu Hong, unceremonious, leaps high while running. His leg descends like a whip. Yili adeptly sidesteps, evading Lu Hong's strike. Lu Hong misses, landing on the ground, and immediately sweeps his leg towards Yili. Two individuals sprinted down the sidewalk, exchanging strikes with one another. Having honed their combat skills since childhood, both displayed remarkable prowess. To Cold's eyes, it resembled a duel between masters. Numerous onlookers populated the sidewalk, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle, calmly observing as Yili and Lu Hong fought and moved further away. Humanity continually requires the emergence of stronger champions to combat the ferocious beasts that threaten them. The new generation embodies the hope of successive eras. Here, Yili and Lu Hong displayed a breathtaking agility akin to leaping from rooftops. Passing a breakfast shop, Yili vaulted over a steamer, with Lu Hong following closely behind. "Hey, you two rascals, take it easy. Watch out for my eggs," the shop owner scolded. Yili landed, turned back, and stuck out his tongue, sharing a knowing smile with Lu Hong. At Binhai High School, within the training hall, Yili's brow furrowed as he spotted Zhao Tianlei at the entrance. Standing just over 6 feet tall, Zhao possessed explosive musculature, his punching power unrivaled throughout Binhai High School. A true human beast. Even without the infusion of ferocious beast genes, he was already a force to be reckoned with. Once he assimilated those genes and embarked on his evolutionary journey, his achievements would be unimaginable. Many foresaw Zhao Tianlei's ascendance, a genuine super genius. With such anticipated potential, it was no surprise that he was a prominent figure in the school, surrounded by countless admirers. When Zhao Tianlei noticed Yili, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Both were super geniuses. However, Yili remained unperturbed, while Zhao Tianlei, who held himself in high regard, looked down upon Yili. In their sophomore year, they had fought, and utilizing his exceptional reflexes, Yili had managed to topple Zhao Tianlei with a slight edge, employing a technique that turned the tables. Since then, their paths had become intertwined with animosity. While Yili remained magnanimous, Zhao Tianlei regarded the defeat as a significant disgrace. After all, he was the most lauded super genius, potentially on the verge of breaking new evolutionary heights. Being bested by Yili in their second year would forever stain his reputation. How could Zhao Tianlei not harbor resentment toward Yili? A throng of sycophants glared at Yili with ill intentions. "Yili, do you dare to fight again?" Zhao Tianlei called out. Yili, maintaining an air of indifference, merely walked past him without acknowledging the challenge. A brutish fighter like Zhao did not warrant his attention. Seeing Yili's disregard, Zhao Tianlei clenched his fists, sneering, "Yili, with your pathetic demeanor, I wager you will never become a battle evolver. A civilized evolver is more suited for you." Following his taunt, he erupted into raucous laughter, joined by his entourage. Yili abruptly halted, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon Zhao Tianlei. Suppressing his irritation, he entered the training hall. With the activation of his gene chain imminent the following day, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. The training hall was divided into several specialized areas for strength and speed training. In the speed zone, Yi was greeted warmly as he stepped inside. "Senior Yi, Li Gu, have you arrived?" Numerous students called out to him as he entered. Yi smiled and nodded. As a super genius who had shattered records for neural reaction speed, he was well known in this area. The swiftest in martial arts cannot be broken. An age-old adage that held true. Once Yi became an evolver, particularly a battle evolver, he would harness his speed to become immensely powerful. Against an opponent who could outpace you, one would find themselves utterly helpless. Thus, Yi stood poised to become a super evolver, a formidable force in the human realm. Stimulated by the vivid dreams of the previous night, Yi sensed an enhancement in his mental acuity and was eager to test how much his neural reaction speed had improved. Approaching the neural reaction machine, he noticed several individuals training and quickly registered. Yi, number 11. The instructor managing the machines handed him a number. Yi accepted it and approached machine number 11. Aware that Yi was about to undergo neural reaction training, the others paused their exercises and gathered around him. "Do you think Senior Yi can break his previous record this time?" One student mused. "A time of 1 minute and 47 seconds is truly astounding. No matter how hard I train, I can't even clock in under 30 seconds. Compared to Senior Yi, I'm nothing." The students marveled in awe. Yi simply smiled, affixing his number card to the machine as it powered on. Skillfully, he donned a virtual headset, closing his eyes as the neural connections engaged and the test commenced. Chapter 5. Breaking Records. Testing neural reaction speed is a straightforward endeavor. For a designated period, spheres will continuously collide with you, and your task is to evade these incoming projectiles. As time progresses, the number and speed of the spheres intensify, becoming increasingly formidable. The longer you endure, the more it attests to your heightened neural reflexes. This phenomenon is independent of one's physical capabilities, as the connection to this neural response apparatus immerses you in a virtual realm. The swifter your reactions, the quicker your evasions. 30 seconds is the benchmark for passing. 40 seconds signifies commendable performance, and 50 seconds denotes excellence. Those who can sustain their performance for a full minute are deemed outstanding. Anyone surpassing 1 minute and 10 seconds is rightly considered a genius. It is evident how astonishing Yi's record of 1 minute and 47 seconds truly is. At this moment, Yi felt a slight distortion of consciousness as he entered the training's virtual space. The training commenced. A voice resonated. Before Yi, an array of erratically moving spheres surged towards him. While an ordinary individual might succumb to panic, Yi remained composed, deftly evading the projectiles. For him, their quantity and speed were still too slow. Incredible. Another record shattered. Good heavens, 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Truly extraordinary. Senior Yi has made remarkable progress. Amidst a chorus of astonished exclamations, Yi halted the test and removed the virtual helmet. He shook his head, slightly dizzy. The intense focus had left him fatigued. He was certain he had surpassed his previous record, but did not anticipate such a significant improvement, an entire 15 seconds. Enhancing neural reaction speed becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. Every second represents a monumental leap. Yet, Yi was astonished at his 15-second advancement, leaving him momentarily speechless. Elation surged within him, although his physical strength was merely average. Overshadowed by muscle-bound individuals like Zhao Tianlei, he still surpassed many. His greatly enhanced neural reaction speed would prove immensely beneficial. The first realm of evolution is bone refinement. This stage enhances strength and reaction speed, but does not approach the level of beast transformation. However, one must not underestimate the bone refinement stage, as the increase in strength is exponential. The striking power of an ordinary person rarely exceeds 250 kilograms. In the era of evolution, an average individual, through early training, can achieve striking power of approximately 400 kilograms. Yet, upon activating the gene chain, one can easily surpass 800 kilograms. In terms of speed, covering 100 meters in about 8 seconds would guarantee a world championship in the pre-evolution era of Blue Star. Regardless, the first two realms still confine one to the limits of the physical body. Bone refinement and blood condensation still favor conventional weaponry. With Yi Li's remarkable neural reaction speed, he is poised to become an exceptional marksman, establishing an advantage within the first realm. This advantage will enable him to hunt more ferocious beasts and acquire additional beast genes. Amassing sufficient beast genes, akin to accumulating experience, will facilitate a swift ascension to the next realm. Yi Li is impressive. A boy who appeared slightly older than Yi Li approached, playfully punching Yi Li on the shoulder, his face radiating joy. Luo Yushu? Yi Li did not take offense at the playful jab. Luo Yushu, a formidable talent in neural reactions, had trailed Yi Li by merely 12 seconds during the entrance examination. Moreover, this individual possessed a remarkable affinity for firearms. In terms of marksmanship, he was only marginally inferior to Yi Li. Yi Li, you're extraordinary. In such a short time, your neural reaction speed has improved again. I suspect your brain functions are superhuman. It seems your shooting skills have also advanced. Tomorrow, you will activate your gene chain. Once you become a combat evolutionist, you will certainly gain recognition from the higher-ups and soar to new heights. Luo Yushu, embracing Yi Li, shared a camaraderie forged by mutual talent. He could not suppress his envy of Yi Li. The prospect of being favored by the authorities, with resources pouring in, would undoubtedly propel him to greater heights. Yi Li smiled and gestured towards the shooting training facility. Shall we compete? Absolutely. Luo Yushu readily agreed. Upon arriving at the shooting range, they found it bustling with students in training, the thunderous sounds of high-caliber sniper rifles resonating through the air. Conventional weapons had little effect on ferocious beasts. Their formidable kinetic energy, when faced with the beast's extraordinary defenses, resulted only in minor injuries. Only heavy weaponry could inflict significant damage or slay these beasts. Of course, even heavy weapons could only take down lower-tier beasts. In the early stages of evolution, humans lacked the strength and speed to match beasts, relying predominantly on firearms. From a young age, students underwent shooting training, honing their marksmanship to a remarkable degree, often hitting within the 5-ring target area. The two selected adjacent positions and requested ammunition from the supervising instructor. Yi Li, let us begin, Luo Yushu said with a grin. Yi Li nodded, taking a moment to adjust his breathing to maintain composure as he lifted the heavy sniper rifle. Following the standard protocol, the fast-moving target was activated. 2 targets, positioned 2,000 meters away, began to advance towards them. As they drew nearer, their erratic lateral movements increased in speed and amplitude, making them difficult to track. Suddenly, Yi Li pulled the trigger. The rapid-fire sniper rifle allowed him to discharge 10 rounds in quick succession. Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, he ceased fire. Having emptied the magazine, Luo Yushu was not far behind, stopping approximately 2 seconds later. Soon after, the results flashed before them. Impressive. You've made remarkable progress again, Luo Yushu exclaimed, staring in awe at the score of 97 rings. This was achieved at a distance of 1,500 meters against moving targets. Yi Li's previous score had only reached 95 rings. In comparison, Luo Yushu scored 93 rings, a noticeable margin. This time, he was genuinely impressed. The subsequent training with combat knives was no less intense, as both displayed their lightning-fast reflexes. The sound of wooden swords clashing reverberated throughout the training facility, drawing the attention of all present. That night, Yi Li was too exhilarated to sleep. Tomorrow marked the activation of the gene chain, a pivotal moment determining the heights of one's achievements. Each individual had been trained since childhood for this day, to leap into greatness. It was likely that countless peers across Blue Star were equally restless. At Binhai High School, early morning brought a throng of people. Many parents accompanied their children, for this was an important moment. The activation of the gene chain took place right at the school, eliminating the need for external examination. The concept of college entrance exams had been supplanted by the gene chain activation. Completing the activation signified the end of high school life. It would determine whether one would become a combat evolutionist, embarking on a path of battling ferocious beasts, or a civilized evolutionist, pursuing further academic studies to eventually become a researcher. All decisions would be made on this day. Humanity faced immense survival pressure from the beasts, with no room for leniency. Once designated as a combat evolutionist, one must unconditionally become a warrior tasked with slaying beasts. Civilized evolutionists could also choose to enter the battlefield, but combat evolutionists were not permitted to retreat, as this decision would impact the future of humanity. This is a battle for survival. Little Kai Tuan, do not worry. You are undoubtedly a civilizational evolutionist. Zhou Qishan, be a man and become a combat evolutionist. Do not falter. Face those ferocious beasts head-on. Son, give it your all. Regardless of the outcome, we shall accept it with grace. In front of the school gates, parents displayed a myriad of emotions. Not everyone wishes for their children to enter the battlefield, for the survival rate among combat evolutionists is alarmingly low. Out of 10, only 5 or 6 may ascend to the realm of the half-beast. Among these 5 or 6, perhaps only 1 or 2 will reach the beast form. The journey is fraught with unseen dangers. Those with limited talent may find themselves unable to evolve. More severely, some may become mere prey in their struggle against the ferocious beasts, whose child is not a treasured jewel. Yet, for the sake of humanity's continuity, the Federation has stringent regulations. One cannot simply evade their fate. Yi Mingwei specifically took half a day off to accompany his son Yi Li to the school gate alongside his wife. Son, do not carry a psychological burden. Regardless of the situation, your grandfather will not blame you, for the choice is not yours to make. Yi Minghui reassured Yi Li. Zhou Ningjing added, Son, give it your all. Yi Li nodded and replied, Mom, Dad, you may head back. Many will activate their genetic chains today, and I do not know when my turn will come. Besides, I am already 18. I am considered an adult now. Can I not handle this minor matter? Yi Mingwei, with a sense of resolve, said, All right, just take care of yourself. Your mother and I will return home. With that, he gently pulled the somewhat reluctant Zhou Ningjing away. In the midst of the throng, they quickly vanished from sight. Yi Li smiled and confidently walked through the school gates. Meanwhile, above the campus, a hovering aircraft arrived and descended vertically. The ferocious beast gene liquid has arrived. Chapter 6. The activation of the gene chain each year. The activation of the gene chain marks the pivotal examination for high school students. The emergence of prodigies hinges on this crucial event, which is regarded with utmost seriousness by the authorities. A significant presence of city police surrounds Binhai High School to ensure its security. Even the military has deployed a unit comprised of 20 evolved soldiers in beast form within the campus. Yi Li was permitted entry only after verifying his identity. Ollie, over here. Lu Hong waved from a short distance. Yi Li smiled and approached him. Nearby stood a robust, indifferent middle-aged man, exuding an aura that deterred any unwelcome approach. The military truly values our presence, Lu Hong remarked with excitement, though he lowered his voice suddenly. Do you think that on such an important day, the traitors might make a move? At the mention of traitors, Yi Li's brow furrowed slightly. Those who betray humanity, aligning themselves with ferocious beasts and sabotaging human interests, are labeled as traitors by the Federation. Their numbers are not insignificant. Each is a desperate outlaw, devoid of morality, embodying chaos and violence. Many of these traitors are former murderers, lacking any semblance of compassion, and are notorious for their brutality. Their ultimate goal is the annihilation of humanity, believing it to be a divine punishment. 3 decades ago, during the activation of the gene chain for 13,000 graduating seniors in the ancient city, a massive, premeditated attack by traitors resulted in the deaths of over 5,000 students, shocking the Federation. Since then, strong guards have been stationed during the annual activation. Within the high walls, the populace harbors intense resentment towards the traitors, yet they dare not act. Yi Li contemplated, with the advancement of technology, identity verification is required for entry into the city. It won't be so easy for the traitors to infiltrate, especially with formidable forces present. Lu Hong nodded in agreement, his worries alleviated. The middle-aged man standing at a distance suddenly smiled and nodded towards Yi Li and Lu Hong, which left Yi Li feeling somewhat embarrassed. The evolved soldiers possess keen hearing and must have caught that exchange. The man's gesture was reassuring, prompting Yi Li to smile back before departing with Lu Hong. The annual activation of the gene chain is a well-rehearsed affair for the school, with arrangements typically executed flawlessly. under the guidance of their homeroom teachers. Each class entered the designated area, lining up orderly. This year, there are 20 activation stations, ensuring a swift process. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as students chattered animatedly, their faces alight with anticipation. My striking power is only 200 kilograms. I'm sure to be a civilized evolver. I just want to avoid those beasts. Huh. A true man consumes copious amounts of food and drink. I yearn to battle fierce beasts, so I hope to be a combat evolver. Wong Bin, with your physique, you are undoubtedly a combat evolver. I just want to know my evolutionary direction. It's so exciting. I wish to soar through the skies, hoping to evolve into a bird. Be careful flying high. A fall can be fatal. Bah, Zhou Xiaoming, your foul mouth. Just wait until I tear you apart. The students remained light-hearted, having been raised in an environment steeped in evolutionary knowledge, their fears long since dissipated. Suddenly, a teacher in charge called for silence, his voice cutting through the chatter with piercing clarity. The once boisterous students fell silent. Shortly thereafter, the principal appeared, accompanied by a cadre of administrative officials, alongside several military personnel adorned with gleaming insignia, signifying their high rank. Not only them, but many municipal leaders from Binhai City were also present. Upon encountering these seldom-seen dignitaries, the students grew tense, scarcely daring to breathe. Yili observed that the municipal leaders were led by a deputy mayor. The military personnel were unfamiliar to him, but one among them bore a star on his shoulder, indicating a rank of at least colonel. Clearly, they regarded this activation of the gene chain with considerable importance. In the Federation's streamlined governance, lengthy speeches from leaders before the age of evolution have become a rarity. As the assembled officials took their seats, the principal, without any introductions, simply pressed his hand down and declared, "Let us commence." It was a straightforward approach. The first student in line received a vial of blue gene liquid, the essence of ferocious beast genes. Lacking any distinctive traits, it resembled a blank canvas. Humans must consume it, allowing it to merge with their own genes, forming a new gene chain. This process is entirely random. The students, upon receiving the gene liquid, proceeded to the other side to consume it under the guidance of their teachers, engulfed in a wave of inexplicable excitement. Once the gene chain is activated, they will no longer be ordinary individuals, but evolved beings, who wouldn't desire unparalleled strength. Yili clenched his fists, pondering the imminent activation of the gene chain. Would he emerge as a civilized evolver or a combat evolver? It is said that those with formidable mental strength tend to lean towards becoming civilized evolvers. It won't be that simple. Yili reassured himself with a deep breath. This is not a foregone conclusion. I still have a chance. I must not disappoint my grandfather. With the students now having consumed the gene liquid under the teacher's supervision, the intense pain of gene recombination ensued, leading to cries of agony. They began to radiate bursts of light as their new gene chains formed, manifesting the shapes of various ferocious beasts. Some remained eerily calm. Haha, I am the Earth War Bear. Oh heavens, I love you. I am evolving towards avian form. I'm doomed. I've become an iron claw reptile. This defies logic. Why, with such strength, am I a civilized evolver? Within the playground, students expressed a range of emotions, some rejoicing, others lamenting. Some felt fortunate to be civilized evolvers, spared from confronting ferocious beasts. The distinction between combat and civilized evolvers is starkly visible. Those who exhibit beast forms upon completing the gene chain are combat evolvers, while those who do not manifest any reaction are civilized evolvers. Among this group, the outcomes were nearly evenly split, with half becoming combat evolvers and the other half civilized evolvers. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the playground. A five-clawed black dragon materialized, coiling through the air with an aura of supremacy. When the beast soul appeared upon completion of the gene chain, everyone around was momentarily stunned. The principal and military personnel stood up abruptly, visibly moved. A dragon-shaped beast evolver. If all evolvers initially held equal potential, the subsequent beast form they manifested would dictate the pace and strength of their evolution. A being evolving in the direction of an insectoid beast could never hope to rival that of a dragon-shaped beast evolver. As the parties progressed deeper into their endeavors, they inevitably began to establish an overwhelming advantage, even achieving a form of dimensionality reduction in their competitive edge. The emergence of dragon-shaped fierce beast evolutionists is rare, yet each instance heralds a potential superpower of the future. One must ask, who would remain unmoved by this prospect? Principal Dong, congratulations. It appears your school is poised to stand unrivaled among the myriad of high schools. Indeed, congratulations are in order. A dragon-shaped fierce beast evolutionist may not manifest even once a year. Principal Dong, you ought to host a grand celebration. All the prominent figures present extended their heartfelt congratulations to Principal Dong, whose visage radiated joy as he repeatedly assured, "Not a problem. This is easily arranged." A broad smile graced his face, stretching from ear to ear. Upon the revelation that Zhao Tianlei was the individual in question, Principal Dong's delight intensified. He had always suspected Zhao Tianlei's extraordinary potential, but he had not anticipated that he would embark upon the path of dragon-shaped fierce beast evolution. Truly, he is a prodigy of strength. Meanwhile, on the playground, Zhao Tianlei was also exhilarated, raising his fists in triumph and releasing a triumphant roar into the heavens. He was overwhelmed with excitement, proclaiming, "I am on the path of dragon-shaped fierce beast evolution. I am destined to be a superpower of the future." He raised his arms high, reveling in the envious and admiring gazes of those around him. The air was filled with the astonished exclamations of fellow students. "Incredible! Is it possible that a future magnate will emerge from among us?" News of this momentous event spread beyond the school gates, igniting waves of astonishment among the throngs of parents awaiting their children. The information reached the ears of students still queuing, and the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Each individual was brimming with envy and admiration. Lu Hong, standing just ahead of Yi Li in line, could not help but turn and exclaim, "Ali, Zhao Tianlei is simply riding a wave of fortune with this dragon-shaped fierce beast evolution. I am utterly envious." Yi Li was equally astonished by the sheer strength of Zhao Tianlei's genetic lineage. While one might attribute it to luck, it was more a testament to his formidable capabilities. Admittedly, Yi Li felt a twinge of envy himself. However, upon observing Lu Hong's despondent demeanor, he offered, "Let us not underestimate ourselves. Who can predict what the future holds?" Lu Hong paused, a bittersweet smile crossing his face as he replied, "My talents certainly cannot compare." After a brief moment, he quickly added, "But you, Ali, are different. You possess the fastest reflexes and have even bested Zhao Tianlei in combat. You are certainly not inferior to him." He chuckled, "Forgive my unguarded words, but you are undoubtedly superior to Zhao Tianlei." Inspired by Lu Hong's encouragement, Yi Li felt a surge of determination and instinctively clenched his fists. A few minutes later, it was finally Yi Li's turn. He accepted a small vial of genetic fluid from the distributing teacher. "What might my genetic lineage reveal?" Chapter 7. The God of War, Wang Feng, in the Swallowing Zone. The area was teeming with people, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Numerous teachers and combat evolutionist police were diligently maintaining order. At the very center, a host of notable figures surrounded Zhao Tianlei, whose dragon-shaped gene naturally drew extra attention. Rarely does a genius emerge, let alone a super genius, prompting these influential individuals to entertain ulterior motives. Each year's activation of the gene chain is a grand contest for talent, with various factions dispatching representatives to schools in search of students capable of awakening advanced beast genes for recruitment. With the emergence of such a talent as Zhao Tianlei, they would not let this opportunity slip by. Yi Li, holding a vial of beast gene liquid, followed the teacher's instructions into the Swallowing Zone. Every student must partake in this process here, accompanied by teachers to ensure no mishaps occur. The ingestion of beast genes requires extensive verification, a procedure Yi Li was already well acquainted with. After over a decade of arduous study, was this not the moment he had long awaited? Yi Li's heart surged with excitement. Since childhood, he had been imbued with the knowledge of his era, and now the anticipation reached its zenith. The Swallowing Zone showcased a spectrum of human emotions. Some were ecstatic, others despondent, while many wept openly. The activated gene chains would determine each individual's fate. Ali. Over here. Lu Hong, who had entered the area before Yili, called out. Yili smiled and approached, asking, "How did it go?" Lu Hong's face beamed with joy as he replied. The result was good. I awakened the Iron Claw Eagle Beast, a formidable avian creature. The Iron Claw Eagle Beast is incredibly powerful, with claws capable of cutting through gold and iron. Its feathers are virtually indestructible, impervious even to artillery fire. It is a fierce creature with wings that can span several meters. Awakening such a beast heralds a promising future. Congratulations, Ahong. Yili genuinely rejoiced for his desk mate. Lu Hong laughed heartily. My father will surely be thrilled. He'll celebrate extravagantly. Even a mediocre avian gene chain is considered rare, and the Iron Claw Eagle Beast is even more exceptional. It's akin to being accepted into a prestigious university before the evolution era. Any celebration would be warranted. With such a high-level beast gene awakened, Lu Hong would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. Civilized evolutionists attend university, while combat evolutionists, upon graduating high school, enter combat-oriented military units or organizations. Both military and factions provide systematic growth paths to nurture every newly awakened gene chain. The future evolution route of the Iron Claw Eagle Beast will certainly be prioritized, especially by the military, which will strive to secure it. Avian evolutionists possess innate flying attributes, giving them a distinct advantage in combat. Lu Hong is destined for a bright future. I heard that Zhao Tianlei has caught the eye of Wang Feng, Lu Hong remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. Wang Feng, ranked among the top 10 on the hero list, possesses significant influence within the Federation. His company, the God of War Corporation, wields power comparable to that of a military force. Yili was also taken aback. It seems the dragon-shaped gene is even more highly regarded than anticipated. To be favored by Wang Feng means resources will undoubtedly be allocated, ensuring Zhao Tianlei's future success. It is no wonder so many were flocking around him, eager to curry favor. Suddenly, the roar of a flying vehicle engine echoed from the sky. A large, silver aircraft appeared, hovering above the school, adorned with a double-crossed sword emblem, the insignia of the God of War. Wang Feng himself had arrived. The fact that Zhao Tianlei's dragon-shaped gene chain had attracted the attention of the God of War was unexpected. Wang Feng, ranked 7th, with the God of War Corporation holding the 10th position in overall strength, commands such influence that the very ground trembles at his presence. Zhao Tianlei was now the center of attention, his future seemingly limitless. How fortunate to witness the God of War in person. Just yesterday, Yili had watched a video of Wang Feng's latest battle, where he effortlessly dispatched a 7th-form tying beast with a single strike. Everyone, both within and outside the school, gazed up at the aircraft in awe. Under the sun, it shimmered with radiant silver light. The crowd regarded the hovering vehicle with reverence. There are fewer than 50 individuals globally who hold the title of God of War, each a true super-evolutionist endowed with unimaginable strength and immense influence. With a soft hiss, the aircraft's hatch opened, and a middle-aged man emerged, floating gracefully in the air. It was Wang Feng, the God of War. Instantly, the crowd erupted with excitement, waving their hands frantically. The atmosphere was electric. The school principal, along with various military leaders and city officials, all looked up with expressions of respect and reverence. Without the need for beast transformation, he effortlessly walked upon the air. Such is the power of the God of War. Zhao Tianlei's face flushed with excitement, his fists clenched, his gaze fixed intently on the sky. Wang Feng had come for him. From this moment on, he would be renowned throughout Binhai City. Sooner or later, I shall become a God of War, towering above all, surveying the world with pride, Zhao Tianlei silently vowed. Wang Feng stood with his hands behind his back, a smile gracing his face. After what felt like an eternity, he descended from the sky. The crowd parted, creating a space for him. With a thud, he landed. Welcome, God of War. The principal and the assembled leaders greeted him warmly. Yi Li and the other students, however, had no privilege to approach. Wang Feng's arrival necessitated a halt in the gene chain activation process. It was not until several minutes later that Wang Feng soared back into the aircraft. With a swift motion, the silver vehicle disappeared from sight. Once the god of war departed, order was finally restored. Students, please consume the gene liquid under the guidance of your teachers. An announcement echoed through the swallowing zone. Those who had received their vials formed a line and began to swallow the gene liquid as instructed. Yili glanced at the number on his vial and made his way to the instructor labeled 32. A few people were already in line, following the guidance to consume their liquids. For combat evolutionists, various beasts manifested above their heads. The process was quick for most, except for one individual who was a civilized evolutionist. The others were all combat evolutionists with rather ordinary qualifications. Next, the instructor called out. It was Yi Li's turn. Ali, you can do this. Good luck. Lu Hong encouraged, patting Yi Li on the shoulder. Yi Li smiled and nodded. Well. Isn't this our school as prodigy of reflexes? A voice interjected. It was Zhao Tianlei, strutting over with an air of superiority, his mocking gaze fixated on Yi Li. His disdain unmistakable. Defeated by Yi Li in the past, he had long harbored this as a personal humiliation. Now, with the dragon-shaped gene awakened and Wang Feng's favor, Zhao Tianlei's emotions surged. Seeing Yi Li, he naturally felt compelled to flaunt his newfound status. With Zhao Tianlei were his entourage, all bursting into laughter. Brother Lei, how could he possibly compare to you? One chimed in. Exactly. Brother Lei, you possess a dragon-shaped gene chain, a rarity that appears only once in a decade. What can he possibly match against you? Another added. Yi Li, why don't you come over and greet Brother Lei? It would be wise to flatter him. Perhaps he might even offer you a job, they taunted. The voices of Zhao Tianlei's classmates were jarring. In comparison to Brother Lei, Yi Li naturally sided with him. Step aside, Yi Li furrowed his brow. Zhao Tianlei laughed heartily, moving aside. If you want me to step aside, so be it. I'm eager to see what you can unleash. He brimmed with confidence, believing that this year in Bihai City, no one could surpass him. Zhao Tianlei considered himself the strongest high school student. His radiance drew countless curious onlookers, resulting in a throng gathering around. Those who understood the enmity between Zhao Tianlei and Yi Li wore expressions of anticipation, eager for the spectacle to unfold. The supervising teacher first reviewed Yi Li's information, confirming there were no issues before pointing to the gene liquid. Twist open the cap and drink it down. Rest assured, there will be no danger once you turn 18. Yi Li nodded and twisted open the vial of the beast gene liquid. It was a bottle of azure liquid, emanating a faint meaty aroma intermingled with a hint of creaminess. Its scent and color stirred an appetite for consumption. Under the watchful gaze of so many, Yi Li felt a twinge of anxiety, aware that they were all there to witness his performance. He silently urged himself, do not falter. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a calm demeanor. With a deep breath, Yi Li tilted his head back and consumed the beast gene liquid. The taste was sweet, but it lasted only a few seconds before a surge of heat erupted from his stomach, spreading through his limbs. In an instant, every cell felt as if it were ablaze. The gene chain was transformed and generated by an overwhelming and mysterious force. Under this enigmatic influence, Yi Li's skin felt as if it were being seared by fire, and his mind was struck with a deafening force, as if his consciousness were violently torn apart. His vision darkened, and he staggered, nearly collapsing. Above Yi Li's head, a shadowy beast took form. Chapter 8. The gene chain of insect beasts. As the most brilliant student in the school, renowned for his exceptional neural response, Yi Li has always been the focus of attention from various quarters, including the school authorities. The speed of one's neural response plays a decisive role in combat. The quicker the reaction, the faster the evasion, and the swifter the awareness. Provided that muscle training keeps pace, the speed of strikes during battle will correspondingly increase. It was this edge that allowed Yi Li to initially defeat Zhao Tianlei. With Zhao Tianlei as a benchmark, everyone was eager to discover the nature of the gene chain Yi Li had unlocked. All eyes were fixed upon him as the beast form materialized. It was an evolutionary combatant, yet what emerged was a black, worm-like creature, an insect beast gene, regarded as the most inferior of gene chains. Yi Li, once hailed as the top genius, was now deemed a failure. Laughter erupted, mocking his plight. Zhao Tianlei nearly lost his balance from laughter. Above Yi Li, the beast form twisted and writhed, resembling an oversized earthworm. A cry of anguish escaped Yi Li as he felt his consciousness being stripped away, a pain so intense it clouded his vision. A deafening roar echoed in his mind, akin to a mighty force hammering down. In the next moment, Yi Li collapsed, unconscious. The writhing beast form above him shattered and vanished in an instant. No one noticed that the surface of the worm-like figure had developed a layer of scales, undergoing a transformation that was abruptly interrupted by Yi Li's fainting. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the swallowing area. Some students had fainted. Please evacuate, students. Your information has been recorded, the school's announcement echoed. Students who had activated their gene chains hurriedly departed. The bustling activation day came to an end. Outside the school, parents who had waited all day craned their necks to catch a glimpse within the gates. Son, how did it go? Are you a combat evolutionist or a civilization evolutionist? What gene chain did you unlock? Daughter, quickly tell me, are you a civilization evolutionist? Dad, it's a low-talent gene chain. Don't worry, Mom, I did well. I unlocked the avian gene chain. Thank heavens, a civilization evolutionist. No need for dangerous ventures. At the school gate, parents received their answers, some elated, others disheartened. Regardless of the outcome, the gene chain activation was irreversible, and they could only accept their fates. Moments later, the once lively school gate grew desolate. In the school infirmary, Yi Li opened his eyes, his head throbbing and his body feeling as if it were boiling. The strong scent of disinfectant filled his nostrils. Nevertheless, he mustered a smile. Dad, Mom, look, I'm perfectly fine. You needn't worry, I'm all right. Grandfather will surely be pleased. I'm a combat evolutionist. He chuckled softly, struggling to sit up and patting his chest to reassure them that he was indeed unscathed. Before Yi Minghui could speak, Zhou Ningjing's eyes were already red-rimmed as she embraced Yi Li, tears welling up. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. You're a man. Even if your starting point is low, you can still contribute to society. Yi Minghui fell silent for a moment, placing a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. Upon receiving news of Yi Li's fainting, they rushed over immediately. Having heard that their son had fainted due to the shock of unlocking a low-level beast gene chain. Some individuals possess a lower tolerance for pressure and cannot cope with such stimuli. Yi Minghui believed that his son, Yi Li, had momentarily succumbed to the impact of this revelation. Yi Li had always been intelligent and spirited. They had always believed he would surely unlock a commendable gene chain. Yet the reality of an insect gene chain was a devastating blow, especially for someone who excelled in the school's neural response tests. When they first heard the news, it felt like a thunderclap. However, the activation of the gene chain was irreversible. No matter how difficult it was to accept, they could only choose to embrace it calmly. No matter how poor the gene chain, it remained their son's. What the outside world thought mattered little, for they would not cast him aside. In response to his parents' concern, Yi Li nodded with a smile. Internally, he felt a bittersweet mixture of disappointment and unwillingness, yet the gene chain had already formed. And there was no turning back. Acceptance was all he could do. Ali, do not dwell on it. Every beast form gene chain has its champions. You may not be the worst. Lu Hong had not departed with the other students, remaining by Yi Li's side in the infirmary. Yi Li felt a surge of gratitude and nodded. Among all his classmates, only Lu Hong's attitude towards him remained unchanged. The others likely distanced themselves upon learning that he had unlocked the lowest tier insect gene chain, a natural human reaction given Yi Li's now seemingly bleak future. Lu Hong, what about you? Yi Li inquired. Lu Hong's avian beast gene chain was considered high quality, a sought-after asset among various factions. I chose the Tianying Mercenary Company. Lu Hong replied with a hint of a smile. Their offer is excellent. They promise to protect me all the way to the semi-beast stage and provide the gene fluid I need to advance. Congratulations. Yi Li felt genuinely happy for his deskmate. The Tianying Mercenary Company was formidable, ranking 13th in the federal region, though not as powerful as Wang Feng's Wushan Company. After unlocking their gene chains, various companies and factions would select graduates based on merit. The remaining graduates would be directly enlisted by the military. Ordinary combat evolutionists would typically join the military as a means of service. The resources available to these combat evolutionists would naturally be scarce, without guidance from strong mentors or practical training. Even the gene fluid required for evolution would have to be obtained through hunting beasts or earning money to purchase it, resulting in slow progress. Yili, despite being a genius, had now fallen from grace, overshadowed by the unlocking of an insect-beast gene chain, rendering him overlooked and marginalized. The inevitable outcome was that he would be packed off to a military unit. Once Yili had sufficiently recovered, he left the school accompanied by his parents and returned home. To soothe her son's despondent spirits, Zhou Ningjing prepared a lavish feast. After dinner, Yili's bedroom door was firmly shut, and he sat on his bed with his eyes closed. In truth, Yili had not been entirely unresponsive. After his fainting spell, his mind had been filled with new revelations. Chapter 9. Divine Genes Within the Vast Sea of Consciousness in Yili's Mind. A radiant orb of light materialized, an unprecedented phenomenon. This orb emanated a warmth that enveloped each cell in his body, invigorating his spirit to an unparalleled degree, sharpening his perception to extraordinary clarity. Every cell within him seemed to breathe in unison. As he gazed intently at the light, he discerned a gene chain emerging at its core. This gene chain appeared to possess a life of its own, drifting like an enigmatic sigil within the luminescent sphere. In the next moment, the gene chain transformed into countless fine filaments, intricately linking every cell and nerve in Yili's body. A surge of immense power welled up within him. At that instant, Yili began to hear a cacophony of sounds, the distant murmur of neighbors watching television, conversations, the clatter of pots and pans, the reprimands directed at unruly children, and their cries. Moreover, the dialogue between his parents, Yiming Hui and Zhou Ningjing, resonated as if they were whispering directly into his ears. How could these sounds become so pronounced? Yili opened his eyes, and rather than dissipating, the sounds grew more distinct. It was not that the volume had increased. Rather, his auditory perception had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Elated, he closed his eyes again, and scenes from the sea of consciousness resurfaced. The gene chain within the orb remained, its myriad rays of light connecting to every cell in his being. Upon opening his eyes once more, a powerful impulse surged within him. He extended his hand, and a layer of dark scales manifested along his arm. His fingernails hardened and sharpened, subtly resembling the claws of some fearsome beast. This revelation astonished Yili. In the hierarchy of evolution, the first realm involved bone refinement. The second pertained to blood coagulation, and only the third represented the beastly transformation. Yet here he was, only having achieved bone refinement, yet capable of beastification? As his entire arm became scaled, Yili felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him, the kind of power that could fell a bull with a single punch. His razor-sharp claws glinted ominously in the light. His gaze fell upon the bedside table, and he could not resist extending a finger to graze its surface. With a swift motion, he carved a deep gash into the wood, the sharpness of his claws eliciting an involuntary gasp. This could not be the gene chain of an insectoid beast. Yili was certain of that. His extensive study of gene chains had made him well-versed in their nature, and he understood that activating a gene chain would not yield such results as he was witnessing now. Clearly, something extraordinary was occurring within him, an unprecedented transformation. Moreover, Yili's mind raced as he focused on a thick book on his desk. An imperceptible force surged forth, akin to an invisible hand, lifting the tome into the air. This unseen power emanated from his mind, leaving him astounded. Such a force had never been documented among human evolvers. What was this? It felt like a manifestation of mental prowess. Could he truly wield such power? As he contemplated the floating book, it glided towards him, hovering before his eyes. He reached out to grasp it, confirming it was not some prank. Surveying his surroundings, he was astonished to witness that every object capable of being lifted had detached from the floor. Desk, bedside table, chair, and even the heavy bed, all floated as if liberated from gravity. Controlling so many items filled Yili with exhilaration, and aside from a slight headache, he felt no discomfort. The objects began to move in sync with his thoughts. A pen, propelled by his mental command, shot forth with explosive force, embedding itself into the wall and creating a hole the width of a finger, splattering ink across the surface. Even the chair responded to his will, splintering under the strain of his mental energy, sending wooden shards into the air, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. Yili was taken aback by his newfound abilities. First, he activated the gene chain, granting him beast-like qualities. Now, he could manipulate physical objects with mental force. This was astonishing. Instinctively, he relaxed his focus, and the levitating items clattered back to the floor with a resounding crash, creating chaos in the room. "Son, what's wrong? Open the door. Don't scare your mother." Yi Minghui and Zhou Ningjing's worried voices pierced through the noise, their concern palpable. They rushed to Yi Li's door, knocking frantically, fearing he might be in distress. Zhou Ningjing was even on the verge of tears. Yi Li stood there, dumbfounded, caught between laughter and despair, observing the disarray around him. He slapped his forehead and called out, "Mom, Dad, I'm fine. There's no need to worry. I'm just adjusting to my powers and accidentally knocked over some furniture." With the activation of the gene chain, an evolver's strength surged. This power required acclimatization. Hearing his son's calm voice, Yi Minghui and Zhou Ningjing sighed in relief. After restoring order to the room, Yi Li and Apos' gaze settled on 3 pencils on the desk. With a flicker of concentration, the pencils levitated, their wooden surfaces splintering. With a sharp crack, they transformed into lethal projectiles. "Go," he commanded mentally, and the pencils shot forth like lightning, penetrating the thick wall and bursting into the night sky beyond. Yi Li was left speechless, staring at the smooth hole through which he could glimpse the stars. The power he wielded rivaled that of a sniper rifle. If he could direct such force against foes or beasts, his heart raced with excitement. Weak beasts could be dispatched by firearms. If his mental control over the pencils yielded such potency, how much more formidable would they be if fashioned from metal? After temporarily sealing the holes with paper, Yi Li lay on his bed, pondering the extraordinary events of the day. Today, he had activated the gene chain, unlocking unfathomable abilities. This transformation must be linked to the gene chain he had awakened. The insectoid beast gene chain could not have produced such effects. With narrowed eyes, Yi Li contemplated the events unfolding within him. Surely, the radiant orb and the gene chain within his mind were interconnected. The question lingered. Which beast's gene chain had he activated today? Could the dreams that I have always experienced be connected to my ability to harness mental power? Chapter 10. The Federal Martial Arts Academy. That evening, Yi Li once again found himself enveloped in the dream that had been persistently calling to him. The dream suddenly crystallized, revealing itself to be an extension of Yi Li's consciousness. Glowing orbs of light and floating gene chains danced before him, but there was an additional peculiar shadow. This figure bore little resemblance to a human, merely adopting a humanoid shape. It appeared trapped within the luminous sphere, striving to break free, yet utterly powerless to do so. Yi Li could see its mouth moving, emitting the very whispers of that beckoning sound. He endeavored to draw closer for a clearer view, but in the next instant, the entire dream fragmented. With a gasp, Yi Li awoke. This time, the dream had progressed significantly compared to before. The details were sharper, the sensations more vivid. Closing his eyes, he sank into his thoughts, finding the glowing orbs and gene chains still present in his mind, yet devoid of that strange shadow as seen in the dream. This was likely connected to his awakening of the gene chain. After this awakening, Yi Li sensed a transformation within himself. There was a possibility that to unravel the mysteries of his dreams, he must continuously strengthen himself and empower his gene chain. As dawn broke, Yi Li had breakfast and exchanged brief pleasantries with his parents before departing. He made his way to the Martial Arts Academy in Binhai City, a space governed by the Federation and accessible to the first individuals who had awakened their gene chains. Verification of possessing a gene chain permitted unrestricted entry and exit. The previous day in Binhai City, at least 50,000 individuals had awakened their gene chains. With a month remaining before registration, no one wished to squander this precious time. All were diligently pursuing knowledge. Civilizational evolvers absorbed knowledge from textbooks, while combat evolvers engaged with authentic martial arts, an entirely different realm from what was taught in schools. Upon arriving at the academy, Yili was met with a sea of people. The vast premises were teeming with young individuals, predominantly those of ordinary aptitude. The genius-level combat evolvers, sought after by various powerful factions, would not be found here. They instead gravitated towards the headquarters of these companies, where conditions were superior, and strong mentors awaited. Yili could not help but smile wryly at his own status, marked in his graduation record merely as having a low-level insect-type beast gene chain. Such qualifications were exceedingly mundane. Looking around, he surmised that 9 out of 10 individuals here were likely stronger than he. Taking a deep breath, Yili stepped into the academy. He bypassed the first floor, heading directly to the fifth. The fifth floor was equally bustling with people. Despite the crowd, there was a remarkable silence. Each person was engrossed in their reading. Yili sought out a relatively empty space, his fingers gliding over the spines of the books. The shelves were arranged into several categories: knife techniques, sword techniques, gun techniques, and finally, the more obscure categories such as halberds, forks, and spears. Before the era of evolution, the Federal Asian region was renowned for its rich martial arts heritage, particularly that of Huaxia, which boasted countless styles unmatched globally. During the Evolution era, the Asian region consistently exhibited the strongest combat prowess. Following the establishment of the Federation and the onset of globalization, various martial arts underwent unified reform, culminating in the current federal martial arts system. This system is tailored for effective learning, with the substantial enhancement of strength and speed that comes from awakening the gene chain. Martial arts have become increasingly vital. The Federation imposes no restrictions on the types of martial arts learned. It is entirely a matter of personal preference. Yili withdrew a book from the knife section. The advancement of technology had transformed the material of books into electronic paper. As he flipped through the pages, it felt akin to watching a video. The book contained intricate training methods, practical battle footage against fierce beasts, and insights from various masters regarding this particular knife technique, the Thunderblade technique. Just the name suggested its ferocity in application. It was powerful and swift, making it one of the most popular introductory martial arts within the Federation. Every combat evolver must refine and adapt their martial arts through continuous combat, ultimately cultivating a style that resonates with their individual habits and preferences. Thus, martial arts are not static. As Yili perused the content, he was captivated by a practical video showcasing a master battling a formidable beast. The strikes were as swift as thunder. Each slash left deep, visible wounds on the beast, whose thick scales could withstand missiles but were easily torn apart by the blade. The video concluded with the master executing a lightning-fast strike that severed the beast's head. This simple yet thrilling footage ignited a fervor within Yili. The essence of this knife technique lay in its speed. If his reflexes were quick enough, and his strikes swift enough, it would suit him perfectly. With a faint smile, he made up his mind. He scanned the entry code of the Thunderblade technique using the personal smart terminal on his wrist. A beep resonated as all the content was transmitted to his device, allowing him to study it at his convenience. After returning the book to its place, Yili continued forward. The Martial Arts Academy featured various zones, each dedicated to different styles. He soon arrived at the sword section. While knives emphasized power, swords embodied grace and agility, two distinct styles. Yili selected a book titled Return to Origin Sword Technique. He silently recited the name, recognizing it as a highly esteemed form of swordsmanship, particularly well known in this era where martial arts were embraced by all. The Return to Origin Sword Technique could be deemed an introductory martial art, featuring explanations of the technique, training methods, practical videos against fierce beasts, and insights from various masters. There were no limitations on learning styles within the Federation, and since the transmission was free, Yili decided to download the Return to Origin Sword Technique onto his personal smart terminal. Not only sword techniques, but also gun techniques and staff techniques. He transmitted them all. He intended to practice each one until he found the one that resonated with him the most. Just then, a mocking voice interrupted his thoughts. Well, if it isn't the genius Yili from our school. A young man, approximately 6 feet tall, approached him with a smirk, flanked by several muscular companions. They subtly surrounded Yi Li, and he furrowed his brow. It was Su Tiannan, an acquaintance from a different class, a sycophant of Zhao Tianlei. Now that Zhao Tianlei's status had risen, Su Tiannan and his group naturally assumed a sense of superiority. Perhaps you are unaware that he awakened an insect-type beast gene chain. Ha ha ha, little bug, how frightening. Su Tiannan's laughter echoed with malice. Everyone in the school knew of the animosity between Yi Li and Zhao Tianlei, who had recently ascended to a prominent position. Meanwhile, Yi Li was perceived as having been cast into a quagmire of misfortune. Su Tiannan's taunts served to curry favor with Zhao Tianlei by belittling Yi Li. His voice was loud enough for those nearby to hear, drawing curious glances toward Yi Li. The insect-type beast gene chain was indeed not well regarded. Transforming into a bug during battle was an unappealing image. Yi Li's expression turned cold. A dog. Su Tiannan's face stiffened, his eyes blazing with rage. However, he soon relaxed his demeanor, breaking into a smile as he remarked, "You may be envious, but let me inform you that, under the recommendation of Brother Lei, I have also secured a position at the Martial God Company, TSK. Unlike certain individuals who remain unnoticed and are relegated to some obscure corner, becoming insignificant characters whose demise may go unremarked. Countless ordinary combat evolvers perish each year, either falling victim to fierce beasts during their training or succumbing in battles against the beastly horde mobilized by the military." A smile lingered on Su Tiannan's face, as if he could already envision Yi Li's fate. Here, loud outbursts are prohibited. The martial arts hall's administrator approached, visibly displeased. Su Tiannan cast a cold glance at Yi Li before departing with his entourage. Yi Li watched them fade away from the martial arts hall, took a deep breath, and proceeded to another area, the Flying Dagger Zone. On the shelves, Yi Li discovered a plethora of diverse tomes, essentials of the flying dagger, selecting materials for flying daggers, 36 styles of flying daggers, cold light flying dagger technique, and more. Chapter 11. Cases of failure. Yi Li possessed the remarkable ability to manipulate mental energy, making the flying dagger his weapon of choice. Upon removing the cold light flying dagger technique, the initial scene that unfolded was one of blinding brilliance, followed by a slow-motion depiction of a dagger spiraling forward. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through the air like a beam of cold light, traversing a distance of over 100 meters. Thud! The dagger struck the eye of a ferocious beast with a terrifying force, obliterating it and embedding itself deep into the socket. As the camera zoomed out, a combat evolutionist retrieved another flying dagger from his waist, taking a swift step before launching it once more. This dagger appeared to possess a will of its own, tumbling through the air before, in the blink of an eye, it shattered the beast and Oppo's other eye. It felt as though, with a flash of cold light, the beast was rendered sightless. The flying dagger technique required a seamless integration of mind and hand. Those who sought to master it needed exceptional calculation and predictive abilities, as well as remarkable wrist flexibility and immense arm strength. Yi Li furrowed his brow, aware of the high demands associated with mastering the flying dagger technique. For others, this might warrant considerable contemplation, but for him, these challenges were inconsequential. His method of control was distinctly different. A smile graced Yi Li's face. Under the influence of his mental control, the stringent requirements for the flying dagger would be rendered moot. His daggers would manifest as extensions of his will and intention. In essence, he would not need to adhere to the conventional training methods for daggers. What he sought was the combat techniques associated with flying daggers and the selection of materials for their construction. In the Martial Arts Academy's growth zone, this area was the most sought after. The growth zone pertained to the evolutionary conditions of the genetic chain, serving as the core of all power, regardless of one's martial prowess. If the genetic chain's evolution level was low, combat effectiveness would similarly be diminished. The key was to rapidly enhance the genetic chain's level and ascend to greater heights. As combat skills, genetic chain enhancement, and evolution to higher realms were all interlinked. Yi Li perused the shelves and selected a tome titled Guide to Enhancing the Genetic Chain. Upon activating the genetic chain, one would enter the realm of bone refinement. To progress from bone refinement to blood condensation, It was necessary to elevate the cultivation percentage to 100. There was only one method to enhance the genetic chain: the continued consumption of genetic fluid from ferocious beasts. As Ely flipped through the pages, he found detailed explanations. The genetic fluid from ferocious beasts could not be consumed indiscriminately. It had to be of the same type and grade as the beast itself. The genetic fluid could be categorized into 20 levels based on different percentages, each representing a 1 evolution rate, from 1 to 20. Higher-grade genetic fluids were increasingly difficult to obtain and commanded exorbitant prices. In the realm of bone refinement, one could only consume genetic fluid from beasts of the same level. Exceeding this level posed a significant risk of damaging the genetic chain. There were several documented instances of genetic chain damage. Case 1. Cellular collapse. Ely watched the gruesome aftermath of genetic chain damage in a video, his brow furrowing in distress. These cases were unfiltered and gruesomely explicit, serving as a warning to future generations against reckless consumption of genetic fluids beyond their level. Following cellular collapse, a person would be reduced to a puddle of flesh, bleeding from every orifice, a process taking half a month. Medical interventions could not remedy this form of genetic chain collapse. Even advanced human technology could not intervene at this genetic level. In short, if one wished to avoid death, it was imperative not to recklessly consume genetic fluids from ferocious beasts beyond their level. The open genetic chain was inherently incomplete. It required gradual repair rather than violent methods to achieve evolutionary conditions. Merely the first case was enough to instill fear in Ely. He continued to examine the growth guide. Case 2. Genetic mutation. This form of mutation was equally terrifying, as it led to uncontrollable changes in the genetic structure. In mild cases, it resulted in bizarre mutations, while severe cases could lead to a complete loss of intellect, transforming individuals into mindless killing machines. The cases included several videos depicting grotesque mutations that were unrecognizable as human. These abominations, devoid of reason, were far more savage than the beasts themselves. Upon discovery of such mutations, humanity would dispatch combat evolutionists to eradicate them. Ely felt a chill run down his spine as he observed these monstrous transformations. Anyone witnessing such aberrations would be deterred from recklessly consuming genetic fluids beyond their level. Although these cases did not guarantee failure, there was a mere 20% chance of achieving the desired evolutionary enhancement, which would certainly dissuade any attempts to consume genetic fluids beyond one's capacity. After exploring numerous cases of genetic chain collapse, he finally reached the section on growth explanations. The term genetic fluid from ferocious beasts inherently revealed its origin. Beasts that descended upon Blue Star had a certain probability of generating a liquid containing evolutionary factors. This liquid could be extracted post-hunt. The genetic chain was remarkable. It required fluids from similar beasts to facilitate evolution, which meant not all genetic fluids were beneficial to evolutionists. Often, the extracted genetic fluids could only be traded or sold. Upon consuming sufficient genetic fluids from similar beasts, once the evolution rate reached 100, the genetic chain would automatically evolve. Achieving the blood condensation realm would significantly enhance both power and speed, allowing for better utilization of the genetic chain's capabilities. This indicated that individuals of wealth and influence, despite sharing the same starting age of 18, possessed inherently different beginnings. Ely shook his head slightly, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Those of wealth and power could easily purchase the requisite genetic fluids from others to facilitate their evolution. For them, creating a high-level combat evolutionist was a straightforward endeavor. In contrast, those from ordinary families, upon activating their genetic chains, had to engage in fierce battles with ferocious beasts, gradually enhancing themselves. This illustrated the critical importance of resources. Why did the most gifted individuals gravitate towards powerful factions and corporations? The answer lay in the targeted resource allocation that these factions provided. Conversely, military resources were exceedingly limited, leading to a considerably slower growth rate. A combat evolutionist not only needed to invest heavily in ferocious beast genetic fluids, but also in equipment. The quality of one's equipment directly influenced combat capabilities and could not be overlooked. Over a century, The Federation had established a comprehensive equipment system tailored for combat evolutionists, encompassing a myriad of varied gear. Yi transferred the guide to enhancing the genetic chain into his personal smart terminal, replaced the book on the shelf, and approached the consultation desk. The survival of humanity relied heavily on combat evolutionists, prompting substantial Federation investment. The consultation desk at the Martial Arts Academy employed hundreds of advisors to assist each combat evolutionist with their queries. "Excuse me," Yi smiled and inquired. "Could you inform me of the approximate price for genetic fluid from ferocious beasts at one evolution rate?" The advisor before him appeared to be in their 30s. A civilization evolutionist. Such individuals possessed remarkable memory capabilities and mental acuity, often surpassing the knowledge of combat evolutionists. The transaction price yesterday was 12,000 Federation coins. The advisor replied with a smile. Upon hearing this price, Yi's facial muscles twitched. It was more expensive than he had anticipated. At 12,000 Federation coins for a mere 1 evolution rate, it followed that to surpass bone refinement and interblood condensation, one would require at least 2 million Federation coins. Calculating based on his father Yi Minghui's salary, an electrical engineer earning only 8,000 Federation coins per month, the disparity became glaringly apparent. "My mother is a full-time homemaker with no significant income. After accounting for household expenses, the 8,000 federal coins will leave at most 4,000. In a year, saving less than 50,000 is quite unlikely. Under normal circumstances, without any unexpected financial windfall, it would take 2 decades for Yi to transcend the bone refinement stage. The genetic liquid of ferocious beasts is indeed exorbitant. It is no wonder that combat evolvers incur substantial expenses. However, once they have grown, they become immensely wealthy, a stark contrast to the civilization evolvers. This illustrates the principle that the greater the investment, the more substantial the returns. How much does a set of basic federal equipment cost? Yi pondered for a moment and inquired further. "I recommend purchasing the Federal Dawn Basic Equipment Set, which costs only 80,000 federal coins. It includes a standard combat knife, a bulletproof vest, a tactical shield, an alloy steel helmet, as well as arm and leg guards, extremely practical." The consultant provided this information with a smile, adding, "Of course, if the budget allows. It would be best to invest in a high-level set, as it significantly enhances defensive capabilities. However, the high-level set requires 300,000 federal coins. Naturally, if funds are not an issue, it is advisable to opt for elite models, as they prove invaluable in critical moments." The thought of expenditures reaching hundreds of thousands left Yi feeling a pang of bitterness. Chapter 12. The Evolver Mall. The books in the martial arts library were merely skimmed through. To delve deeper, one must rely on personal intelligent terminals. The establishment of the Federation and the emergence of evolvers were both aimed at securing a sustainable existence for humanity. Consequently, the martial arts library harbored no secrets. The Federation exerted every effort to enhance human strength to combat the monstrous beasts. These extraterrestrial beasts descended upon Blue Star once a month, and their numbers were steadily accumulating. Most regions of Blue Star were occupied by these beasts, rendering them no-go zones for humans. To reclaim living space, humanity needed to continually deploy evolvers to diminish the beast population. At this stage, however, humanity remained predominantly defensive, enduring sporadic assaults from these creatures. The age of evolution was marked by the relentless struggle between humanity and extraterrestrial beasts. Both humans and the Federation required strong individuals to rise to the occasion. Many battles were often decided by the emergence of formidable warriors. The Federation spared no resources in nurturing those with talent, thereby cultivating numerous young champions. In the afternoon, Yi returned home. His father had left for work, and his mother, Zhou Ningjing, was not present. The kitchen held warm meals, bringing comfort to Yi's heart. After dining, he retreated to his room. Connecting his personal intelligent terminal to a light screen, he immersed himself in his studies. Before he knew it, evening had arrived. After the family had dinner, father and son settled onto the sofa. Yi Minghui activated his personal intelligent terminal and transferred all his savings from the past years into Yi Li's account. Ping. You have received 350,000 Federation coins. Yi Li paused at the sound of the notification. Dad. Yi Minghui patted Yi Li's shoulder, saying, Take it. This is all I can do to help. Your father is of little use, merely a civil evolver earning a meager salary. The road ahead is solely yours. Stay calm in the face of challenges. Assess the situation wisely and protect yourself. Always remember that in Binhai City, your parents are waiting for your safe return. His father's counsel brought a slight mist to Yi Li's eyes. I understand, Dad. The life of a combat evolver is fraught with peril. It is a path laden with danger. No combat evolver can evade this fate, as the Federation mandates that they engage in the struggle for humanity's survival. The compulsion to become a combat evolver is akin to conscription. However, the distinction lies in the greater freedom afforded to combat evolvers. For instance, they are only required to periodically eradicate a certain number of beasts without further restrictions. In the ensuing days, Yi Li devoted himself to his studies. During his leisure time, he practiced controlling his mental energy in his room. One evening, after dinner, Yi Minghui and Zhou Ningjing went for a walk. Yi Li turned on the television. The programming was vastly different from the pre-evolution era, predominantly showcasing battle videos of combat evolvers or news from various regions, with scant entertainment content. I wonder how Grandpa is doing. Yi Li thought as he searched for news from Northern City. While switching channels, he stumbled upon a report. Yesterday, Camp No. 5 in Jiangnan City was attacked by heretics. The 3rd Legion deployed elite troops for reinforcement, successfully eliminating over 1,600 heretics. The screen displayed a harrowing scene filled with corpses, some humanoid and others monstrous. These beings, having undergone genetic mutations, retained a semblance of intelligence but were driven by a savage nature, indistinguishable from beasts. They were referred to as heretics, posing a significant threat to humanity, regarded as traitors and scum. Yi Li's expression darkened with indignation. The Federation's education instilled a deep-seated disdain for these heretics in him. There was no sympathy, only a fervent desire for extermination. After all, these heretics had brought this upon themselves, hastily seeking power or undergoing genetic modifications that rendered them abominations. They deserved their fate. The news failed to elucidate the reasons behind the attack on the camp, which was irrelevant to Yi Li. After switching several channels, he found little news concerning Northern City. Grandpa will be fine, Yi Li reassured himself. Yi Qingde, his grandfather, had spent a lifetime battling beasts. Though limited by his innate talent, his combat experience was unparalleled. Having survived countless bloody encounters, he would undoubtedly be safe. The conflict in Northern City involved a vast mobilization of evolvers and advanced weaponry, posing minimal risk. However, battles against the beasts often extended over prolonged periods. With the monthly arrival of these creatures, the challenges would only escalate. On August 1st, Yi Li received his assignment. 9th Army, 11th New Soldier Training Camp in Binhai City. Please report within 10 days of receiving this notice. This would be Yi Li's next destination. As anticipated, the records he maintained pertained solely to insectoid beast genetic chains and would be randomly assigned by the system in the absence of inquiries. On this day, tens of thousands of high school graduates aspiring to be combat evolvers received their notifications, accompanied by a grant of 100,000 Federation coins directly deposited into each account. This subsidy served as initial capital for every combat evolver, enabling them to purchase equipment and supplies. Upon receiving the notification, Yi Minghui remained composed. But Zhou Ningjing appeared lost in thought, often wiping away tears, worried for her son facing the unknown dangers ahead. Mom, you need not worry. I will take good care of myself, Yi Li comforted her. 3 days swiftly passed. On August 4th, Yi Li journeyed to the Evolver Mall in Binhai City. The mall, situated adjacent to towering walls, was a federal institution dedicated to serving evolvers. Yi Li arrived via public transport. As he looked up, a towering wall loomed over Binhai City, its surface adorned with energy devices. Waves of energy radiated outward, casting a stunning azure hue across the high walls. Having grown up witnessing the grandeur of these walls, They had become an integral part of his world. Nothing remarkable. Truly magnificent, Yili mused. Upon disembarking from the bus, he found throngs of individuals with similar intentions, all congregating to explore equipment. The reliance on gear was significant for evolvers at the bone refining and half-beast stages, less so beyond that. At the bone refining and blood condensation stages, success in slaying beasts largely depended on their equipment. The Evolver Mall was expansive, situated not far from the base of the high wall. However, amidst Binhai City's myriad skyscrapers, it appeared rather diminutive. The mall was divided into 3 levels: hot weapons, cold weapons, and growth. The first level featured hot weaponry, the second cold weapons, and the third was dedicated to growth. As Yili entered the mall, he was greeted by a bustling crowd. The first level displayed an array of firearms, from handguns to heavy sniper rifles, showcasing a plethora of weaponry. Beyond these firearms, there were formidable weapons such as flamethrowers and laser guns. The most powerful of these was undoubtedly the laser cannon, which was generally designed for team use rather than individual combat. The size of the laser cannon made it impractical for personal transport. The majority of those lingering in the hot weapons area were this year's high school graduates, newly initiated combat evolvers. On the faces of the youthful patrons, a fervent excitement was evident. Firearms possess an irresistible allure for any man. At the counter, each sales associate, expertly trained in customer service, greeted inquiries with a warm smile, elucidating the merits and drawbacks of various weapons. "Sir, what can I assist you with?" a saleswoman inquired politely as Yili approached an available counter. "Please show me the @007 model heavy sniper rifle exported by the Warfire Metal Company." "Certainly, just a moment." The saleswoman glanced at Yili before turning to retrieve the @007 from the wall of firearms behind the counter. "Sir, your taste is commendable. This is a remarkably excellent heavy sniper rifle. For those newly embarking on their journey as gene-linked evolvers, it is an exceptional choice. Equipped with specially designed ammunition from Warfire Metal Company that boasts superior penetration capability." Yili accepted the sniper rifle, taking a moment to aim and test its weight. "Quite impressive. What is the price?" The @007 is eligible for a federal subsidy and, after the discount, is priced at only 50,000 federal coins. The saleswoman responded swiftly. "We include a complimentary 100 rounds of ammunition. Of course, if you seek something more advanced, you might consider the elite model of the @007. Its metal components incorporate materials from high-tier beasts, resulting in enhanced energy release and an astonishing increase in lethality, surpassing 1.5 times the standard model. The materials from elite beasts are rare, not native to Blue Star. Through a meticulous refining process, these materials can be infused into metals, resulting in superior enhancements for both ranged and melee weapons. Thus, the distinction between standard and elite models arises." Yili hesitated for a moment before asking, "What is the price for the elite model?" "The elite model is priced at 300,000 federal coins," the saleswoman explained with a smile. "This price is quite reasonable, as it is crafted from the feathers of the diamond bird beast. Each creature yields only 10 usable feathers, and hunting one is no small feat. Only avian evolvers possess the capability to slay them. Acquiring the diamond feathers is just the beginning. It requires extensive research to find a compatible metal for fusion, followed by the intricate process of crafting gun components. The enhanced lethality is one advantage, but it also renders the sniper rifle lighter and reduces recoil." What she said held merit. Acquiring the feathers from the diamond bird beast is no trivial task. Indeed, the price seemed justifiable. "I will take the standard model," Yili decided, shaking his head. It was not that he could not utilize it. Rather, the price of 300,000 coins was beyond his means. What appeared inexpensive to the wealthy felt exorbitantly overpriced to the less fortunate. "Very well," the saleswoman replied without further commentary, promptly presenting the payment code. Yili completed the transaction using his personal smart terminal. "Your equipment information has been recorded. Please present the payment code at the equipment storage facility upon departing the city," the saleswoman reminded him. Yili nodded in acknowledgement. Regulations dictate that firearms cannot be carried into the city and must be stored at the designated facility at the city gate. In contrast, cold weapons are exempt from this regulation. Chapter 13. Beginner Equipment. Cold weapon section of the Evolver Mall. Entering this area is nothing short of dazzling. As the precursor to the Huaxia Federation region, it undoubtedly stands as the birthplace of cold weapons. The sheer variety of weaponry is overwhelming, impossible to remember in its entirety. Upon stepping into the cold weapons section, Yili felt his eyes were insufficient to take it all in. Bows, crossbows, guns, staffs, knives, swords, spears, shields, axes, halberds, tridents, whips, flails, hammers, forks, sabers, and these constitute the 18 traditional weapons. Major weapon companies have dedicated their efforts to perfecting these 18 types of arms. The designs can be classified into several categories: the simple type, which emphasizes practicality, and the flamboyant type, featuring exaggerated and dazzling weapon designs reminiscent of those found in online games, showcasing bold and avant-garde aesthetics. Cold weapons occupy a crucial role after reaching the beast transformation realm. Hot weapons largely lose their efficacy against evolvers. Only cold weapons can truly harness the powers of these evolvers. Metals transformed from fierce beast materials can withstand the formidable strength of evolvers, possessing a sufficient combination of hardness and force to tear through the scales of ferocious beasts. Truly top-tier weapons, however, will not be found in this mall. The arms sold here are primarily aimed at evolvers below the beast transformation realm. Yili's objective was clear: a battle knife from the King Kong series. While still in high school, Yili had familiarized himself with various weapons in preparation for his future. The King Kong system of cold weapons encompasses 18 categories, with knives, swords, and long spears being the most renowned. "Show me the King Kong Tang knife," he requested at a counter, pointing to the myriad weapons hanging on the rack. Unlike other counters, the majority of the sales staff here were male. Handling cold weapons was no simple task. An unassuming battle knife could weigh as much as 100 pounds. The male employee behind the counter nodded without further inquiry and turned to retrieve the Tang knife Yili requested from the rack. A slight tremor in his arm indicated that the knife was not light. The employee placed the Tang knife on the counter and smiled. "This Tang knife measures 1 meters in length, with an 80-centimeter blade, crafted from the teeth of a King Kong wolf. It is not only hard but also exceptionally sharp. Its weight is 31 kilograms, which is recommended for use by those at the blood condensation realm. Once the fierce beast gene chain is activated, strength will increase, making wielding a weapon of several dozen pounds a trivial matter." Yili picked up the Tang knife. Light. It felt remarkably light. His first impression was one of weightlessness. Yili's eyes sparkled. It seemed his activated gene chain was anything but that of insect-type beasts, as such a significant boost in strength would not be possible otherwise. His transformation appeared to differ from that of others. Considering his ability to beastify his arm, Yili was increasingly convinced that his gene chain was extraordinary. However, he still did not know the specific type of fierce beast gene he had activated, which could only be determined through compatibility with fierce beast gene fluid. The gratifying changes in his body brought a smile to Yili's face. He could now feel at ease. The insect-type fierce beast gene chain did not signify an inability to become powerful, but rather a slim chance of doing so. It was clear that he did not possess the insect-type gene chain, and there was no need for pessimism. The 31-kilogram Tang knife felt trivial in his hands. It was not heavy but rather light. A weapon's value lies not in its weight, but in how comfortably it can be wielded, allowing one to unleash their full potential. Yili had previously struggled to swing this Tang knife before activating his gene chain, but now, he drew the Tang knife, feeling the cold light radiating from its blade. It was indeed an exceptional weapon. The Tang knife, being narrow and elongated, was optimal for thrusting. With a slight motion of his wrist, he performed a flourish, and a flash of cold light flickered. The Tang knife, which he had previously managed to wield with effort, now felt effortless. Yili shook his head. "It's too light. Let me try the Type 2. He returned the Tang knife to the counter. The male employee stared at Yili in astonishment. It was clear he was barely 18 and had just activated his gene lock. For an evolver at the bone refinement realm to wield this tang knife so effortlessly? Perhaps for one at the blood condensation realm. But as a salesperson trained not to question customers, he dutifully retrieved the Type 2. The weight of the Type 2 was noticeably different. The male employee struggled to lift it with one hand, unlike the previous ease. The King Kong series Tang knife Type 2 was made from different materials. The length remained the same, but the weight had doubled to 65 kilograms. Yili took hold of the Type 2, feeling its heft. It was no longer as light as before. This weight seems just right for me. Yili grasped the handle and slowly drew the Tang knife from its sheath. The moment it left the sheath, he felt an imposing cold light, as if it sought to pierce his skin. Just a glance confirmed it was a fine blade. With a hum, Yili executed a single-handed strike, stepping forward to perform a thrust, then retracting smoothly. The fluidity was indescribable, devoid of any clumsiness. After merely a few swings, Yili realized that this Tang knife was exceptionally suited to him. The male employee watched in awe, recognizing that this young man wielded the Tang knife with remarkable ease, indicating his strength was indeed sufficient. Surely, he must be a genius. The activated gene chain must be extraordinary, possibly paving the way for him to become a formidable power in the future. The employee was left in a whirlwind of speculation about Yili. Yili felt exhilarated. After activating his gene chain, he truly felt different. His physical attributes had improved, with strength being the most apparent change. An ordinary person would struggle to wield a 70-kilogram Tang knife with one hand, let alone even 10 kilograms. Yili merely felt comfortable wielding it, yet he was unaware of the limits of his own strength. "I'll take this Tang knife," he declared. 180,000 federal coins. "Please scan to pay," the male employee replied with a smile. Yili winced. He knew it was expensive, but had not anticipated it would be this costly. A Tang knife priced at 180,000 federal coins? Who would believe such a claim? Yet, Yili knew it was worth every coin, given the exceptional materials used in its construction. Despite the pain of spending such a large sum, he made the purchase without hesitation. At the moment of payment, his heart felt heavy. His father could save a maximum of 5,000 coins per month, meaning it would take 3 years to afford this Tang knife. Handing over more than half of the 350,000 he had, Yili reflected on how the weapon company had undoubtedly profited immensely, acting as unscrupulous merchants. No wonder these companies were so formidable. They had the means to cultivate powerful individuals and slay fierce beasts for materials, creating a virtuous cycle. Why wasn't the Federation intervening? Yili lamented. After completing the payment, Yili now possessed the Tang knife, its blade no longer radiating cold light. The scabbard exuded an ancient aura and appeared exquisite. Holding his own weapon ignited a fire within Yili's heart. The male employee then suggested, "Sir, I recommend you also acquire a dagger. It is exceptionally practical for both battling fierce beasts and daily use, such as cutting beast meat or processing their pelts." "That suggestion seems quite reasonable," Yili replied. Once reported, he would need to leave the city and venture into the wilderness, where convenience was not as readily available. "Do you have any good recommendations?" he inquired. "This one," the employee pointed out, "is reasonably priced at 50,000 federal coins and features scales from an iron armored beast." Yili fell silent. Did the employee think he was from a wealthy family? A dagger costing 50,000 federal coins? Why not just rob a bank? Yili felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. As an evolver from a humble background, he was at a significant disadvantage when it came to equipment. Starting from a position of profound inequality, acquiring wealth to make purchases is undeniably a commendable idea. However, the dilemma lies in the multitude of expenses that Yili must contend with. There are armors to procure, along with various medicinal supplies. Spending 50,000 on a dagger would be an act of folly. Certainly, the dagger must possess exceptional quality, appealing to the affluent who are inclined to invest in the finest and most expensive options available. The disparity between the rich and the poor is infuriating. What recourse do the impoverished have? Yili rolled his eyes and declared his departure. With that, he grasped the Tang Dao and turned away. Ultimately, he spent 50 federal coins on a standard dagger at a nearby counter. Yet, On this visit, he sought to acquire a weapon of significant importance, flying knives. Counter 4213 specializes in niche weaponry. A collection of gleaming flying knives adorn the display. Weapons like the axe also fall into the niche category, showcasing a variety of models. In this era of evolution, the Federation has perfected the use of cold weapons. A colossal screen at the counter exhibited a video demonstrating the use of flying knives. A combat evolver encountered a powerful bullhorned beast in the wilderness. The beast, formidable in stature with thick skin and long, sharp horns, posed a significant challenge. The evolver struck first, retrieving 2 flying knives from his thigh. As he charged towards the beast, his arm morphed, transforming into a tentacle-like appendage, muscles rippling with explosive power. With a swift motion, he hurled the flying knives, which glimmered with deadly intent, striking the beast squarely in the head. The knives penetrated deeply, piercing the beast's hide. The impact sent the bullhorned creature crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The visual spectacle was reminiscent of a martial arts epic, stirring the heart with excitement. The footage captivated Yili, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Flying knives, a form of concealed weaponry, perfectly suited his exceptional reflexes and mastery over mental attacks. Their stealthy nature would exponentially enhance his offensive capabilities. Whether confronting humans or ferocious beasts, he could orchestrate surprise assaults with the flying knives under his mental command, making evasions and attacks virtually unnoticeable. The thought of such finesse thrilled Yili. He glanced at the price tags. The materials used for the flying knives were relatively inexpensive. The most costly knife was priced at a mere 200,000. Yet, the more common flying knives, not classified as elite, generally ranged from 1 to 2,000 each, with the better options exceeding 10,000. Unfortunately, he had no contribution points to his name. Contribution points are a reward system established by the Federation, granted to evolvers upon defeating ferocious beasts. These points hold great value. They can be used to offset costs or purchase items. Most weapons utilized after reaching the beast transformation stage must be acquired with contribution points, which are not something wealth alone can procure. The gap to obtain these points felt insurmountable, making it a concern for another day. After contemplating for a moment, Yili pointed to a flying knife priced at 1,000 and requested to inspect it. The salesperson, thrilled by the interest, promptly presented the item along with a refreshing glass of water. "Sir, this is the Shaoli Flying Knife Type 1, crafted from standard alloy, with limited lethality. To effectively harm a beast at the bone refining stage, a striking force of at least 700 kilograms is required," the salesperson explained. He then gestured towards another knife, recommending, "I suggest this Type 3 flying knife. Its material represents a significant upgrade, with the same striking force. This model can easily penetrate the scales of beasts at the bone refining stage, if your strength is greater. It could even slay creatures at the blood stage or the half-beast stage. Priced at only 5,000 federal coins, it is quite reasonable." Upon hearing this, Yili felt the allure of the 1,000 coin knife diminish. A superior flying knife, when propelled by his mental strength, would wield far greater power. There is wisdom in the cost of quality. This investment is essential. When facing ferocious beasts, it is imperative to strike decisively before they draw near. Taking the Type 3 flying knife into his hand, Yili immediately recognized the substantial difference in quality. Its feel was worlds apart from the 1,000 coin variant. In a struggle against beasts, the weapon's importance cannot be overstated. Though he possessed great strength, inadequate weaponry would render him incapable of penetrating the beast's scales and hide, leaving him vulnerable to their attacks. The higher the beast's rank, the more formidable its defenses. Ordinary weapons struggle to inflict harm, let alone slay them. Beasts beyond the half-beast stage can withstand even heavy sniper fire without sustaining damage, highlighting the extraordinary resilience of their scales. Thus, weapons capable of harming them must be of exceptional quality, which naturally drives up their price. "Provide me with 5, Yili declared, gritting his teeth as he spent another 25,000 federal coins. As he secured the 5 flying knives to his thigh, a wry smile crept across his face. In the blink of an eye, he had expended a total of 255,000 federal coins, a stark reminder of how quickly wealth can dissipate. Thus far, He had only acquired 3 categories of weapons, yet the list of needed equipment remained extensive. Protective armor and battle shields were still on his agenda. Money, it seems, is always in short supply. The affluent can indulge freely, often boasting equipment worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Investing in sufficient beast gene liquid to elevate their standing is a mere afterthought. For the impoverished, such aspirations are but a distant dream. In stark contrast, Yili, with the collective resources of his family, barely managed to assemble a basic set of equipment. Chapter 14. The ingestion of the beast gene liquid father provided 350,000, and the federal subsidy amounted to 100,000. Yili calculated, leaving him with less than 200,000. Acquiring superior protective armor and battle shields appeared nearly impossible. Yili felt a twinge of frustration. Both armor and shields held equal importance. When battling alien beasts, a shield must possess sufficient strength to withstand the piercing claws of these creatures. The same holds true for protective armor. High-quality armor can prove life-saving at critical moments, making it an expense he could not afford to overlook. The Panlong armor series undoubtedly offered adequate defense before coagulation, yet the cheapest model, Type A, commanded a price of 150,000 federal credits, exceeding his budget. Yili ambled past numerous counters adorned with an array of armor and shields, some of which were so exquisite they made his mouth water. However, his empty pockets rendered him devoid of the courage even to inquire. Yili was well acquainted with protective gear. Prior to unlocking the gene chain, he had extensively studied various types of armor. The Rhino armor series was out of the question, with its lowest model starting at 1,000,000 credits. The Spike Dragon armor series began at 30 million federal credits, while the Heavenly armor series commenced at a staggering 100 million. Regrettably, such top-tier armor was not available in this locale. After several laps around the market, Yili finally spotted a commendable piece of armor, the Tiger Beast armor, crafted from the hide of a coagulation-level tiger beast. Its defensive capabilities were commendable, primarily due to its lightweight nature. The price, a mere 50,000 federal credits, seemed quite reasonable. "Please show me that Tiger Beast armor," he requested. "Certainly." The shop assistant presented the Tiger Beast armor. Yili assessed its weight, estimating it to be around 10 pounds. The material exhibited a perfect balance of firmness and flexibility, resembling a vest, while the thickness of the tiger hide suggested impressive defensive qualities. Upon trying it on, it fit him perfectly. Yili wielded his tang sword, testing its mobility. The vest style did not hinder his arm movements in the slightest. Although it offered reduced coverage compared to full-body armor, it did not impede agility. There were pros and cons to consider. Given Yili's swift movement and striking speed, cumbersome armor would only serve to restrict him. In contrast, the Tiger Beast armor liberated his limbs, making it ideal for someone with exceptional agility. "Please wrap it up for me." After careful consideration, Yili did not hesitate. The price of 50,000 federal credits remained within his budget. "Sir, may I suggest a tactical backpack? It is ergonomically designed, taking into account the movements required in combat. Crafted from beast hide, it guarantees durability and can be used as a shield in critical moments. Additionally, this Tiger Beast armor can be conveniently folded into the backpack." The assistant smiled as she made her recommendation. Yili paused. He had not previously considered the necessity of a backpack, but the assistant's suggestion illuminated its importance. "How much for the backpack?" "It depends on your requirements. Given the amount of beast hide used, the starting price for a military tactical backpack is 20,000 federal credits." Yili felt a pang of regret. A backpack costing at least 20,000 seemed extravagant. Yet, these items were indispensable, no matter how frugally he tried to manage. He could not skimp on essential equipment. With a determined resolve, he declared, "I'll take one." After completing the payment, the Tiger Beast armor was folded into the backpack, which he donned immediately. Nearby was a weapons shop specializing in shields, its walls adorned with an array of shield types: round, diamond, triangular, rectangular. Dozens of options dazzled the eye. This time, Yili did not waver. He opted for a small arm shield, which was not overly large but had a diamond shape. His requirement was simple, a means to deflect a beast's attack in critical moments. Given his agility-focused approach, wielding a tall shield was impractical, and thus he did not factor that into his decision. Though small, the arm shield was constructed from premium materials, reflecting its steep price. A shield merely the size of a few palms cost Yili 50,000 federal credits. Indeed, when it comes to equipment, price is not dictated by size, but rather by the quality of materials. After these purchases, Yili found himself with a little over 70,000 credits remaining. He harbored a hypothesis regarding the impact of the beast gene liquid on himself. The dream he experienced seemed to grow clearer after unlocking the gene chain. Would consuming more gene liquid enhance its clarity further? This dream, which had haunted him for over a decade, intrigued Yili, and he yearned to unravel its mystery. The beast gene liquid was exclusively available in the Growth District. Compared to the Weapons District, the Growth District was considerably quieter. Those who ventured here typically possessed wealth, seeking rapid enhancement of their abilities. Undoubtedly, purchasing and ingesting beast gene liquid represented the most expedient route to such enhancement. In the Growth District, only gene liquids from beast realms below half-beast could be procured. Higher-tier liquids were often traded privately or through specific channels. Prices varied according to the realm of the beast. 4 bone-refining realm liquids, each one of evolutionary progress, cost 12,000 federal credits. In contrast, coagulation realm liquids were 3 times that price. Various malls and companies would buy back gene liquids. While it appeared that evolutionists spent money with reckless abandon, once they hunted formidable beasts, their earnings could be significantly greater. Numerous companies invest heavily in talented evolutionists, hoping that their development will yield substantial returns. Should a few of these gifted evolutionists emerge as powerful figures, the companies would recoup their investments manifold. With his funds dwindling and the need for everyday essentials, Yili resolved to purchase only a 5 evolutionary progress liquid. He realized his finances were indeed inadequate. Casual purchases had swiftly depleted his 450,000 federal credits. At the beast gene liquid counter, various gene liquids were displayed, each labeled with its evolutionary progress and type. "Sir, are you in need of gene liquid? We offer a range from 1 to 20 evolutionary progress, with a wide variety available." The saleswoman greeted Yili with professional warmth as he approached. Yili paused. "Do you have instruments to test gene types? I'm uncertain about my own gene chain type." "Certainly." The saleswoman nodded eagerly. She produced a compact gene type testing device and added, "We'll need to prick your finger for a blood sample. Is that acceptable?" Yili extended his hand without hesitation. The device extracted a droplet of blood with a tiny needle. Quickly, the saleswoman gasped in surprise, her eyes widening as she examined the device, looking puzzled. Yili's heart raced. "Is there a problem?" "I'm afraid the testing device seems to be malfunctioning. It indicates some confusion regarding your gene type." The saleswoman chuckled nervously, admitting it was her first encounter with such a situation. Dragon gene, avian gene, also beast gene and insect gene. The readings displayed left her utterly perplexed. Human gene chain types are fixed and singular. This anomaly could only be attributed to a faulty device. Yili was equally bewildered. He had learned that upon unlocking the gene chain, it determined one's evolutionary trajectory, like a dragon-shaped genetic chain. Evolution can only be achieved by consuming the genetic fluid of ferocious beasts of the dragon category. Ingesting other types of genetic fluids proves futile. It is akin to a dragon-shaped genetic chain consuming the fluid of terrestrial beasts, akin to merely sipping a glass of milk, offering no enhancement to the genetic chain. A thought crossed Yili's mind as he pondered the peculiarities of his own transformation, leading him to a conjecture. "I shall procure 1 portion of each of these 5 ferocious beast genetic fluids, each with a 1 evolution rate." "Are you certain, sir?" the female salesperson inquired with a bemused expression. "Indeed," Yili affirmed with a nod. "Let it be so." "Very well," she replied. It was evident that dragon-shaped genetic fluid was not available for sale. Such rare genetic fluids were exorbitantly priced, far surpassing ordinary genetic liquids. The cost for a single portion of avian genetic fluid with a 1 evolution rate reached 20,000. Soon, 5 vials of azure genetic fluid were presented before Yili. The total amounted to 72,000 Federation coins. The price caused Yili to furrow his brow. While insect-type ferocious beast genetic fluid could indeed be acquired for 12,000 for a 1 evolution rate, other categories were slightly pricier by 1 or 2,000. At this moment, he found himself utterly impoverished. It was no wonder that the growth zone was not a place for the children of the less fortunate. One required 1,000,000 to ascend a single realm. How many families could amass such a sum? Yili's father had saved for over 20 years, accumulating only 350,000, still far from 1,000,000. After completing the payment, he glanced at his remaining balance of 3,000 with a wry smile. Holding the 5 distinct vials of ferocious beast genetic fluid, Yili departed from the growth zone. He dared not linger any longer. Upon returning to the towering building where his home resided via bus, he took the elevator up to his apartment. He placed the equipment in the living room. Inside his room, Yili scrutinized the 5 vials of ferocious beast genetic fluid. His brow furrowed in contemplation. He remained uncertain whether his conjecture held any truth. Regardless, consuming other types of ferocious beast genetic fluids bore no side effects. It could be likened to drinking a bottle of milk, so what was there to fear? The worst outcome would merely be a few tens of thousands of Federation coins wasted. With determination, Yili seized a vial of terrestrial beast genetic fluid, twisted open the cap, tilted his head back, and poured the liquid into his mouth. Gulp. He swallowed it in one swift motion. Chapter 15. Unconstrained evolution. How would one describe the taste of the beast gene liquid? It is sweet, reminiscent of fresh milk. Yili vigorously shook the glass vial and licked it clean. This substance does not come cheap. This small vial costs 12,000 Federation coins, making waste out of the question. After swallowing, Yili placed the glass tube on the table. This was a vial of terrestrial beast gene liquid, the most common type of beast gene liquid. The majority of combat evolutionists possess this kind of gene chain. Its demand is substantial, and so is its production. Within a minute of ingestion, a warm sensation began to form in his stomach, spreading through his veins to his entire body, accompanied by a slight tingling. Yili's eyes sparkled. The presence of sensation indicated that this gene liquid was indeed effective for him. If the gene liquid were useless, he would feel nothing, akin to merely drinking a glass of milk, only sensing its sweetness. Yili closed his eyes, manifesting his consciousness within the sea of awareness in his mind. A luminous orb flickered with brilliant light, and within it, a segment of the gene chain had evolved by 1%. This small segment, if not for Yili's ability to perceive the gene chain in his mind, would be nearly imperceptible. The change in the gene chain immediately manifested as a slight increase in his strength. The warmth was comforting. After a moment, this sensation faded, indicating that the gene liquid had been entirely consumed and could no longer facilitate the evolution of the gene chain. Having ingested the terrestrial beast gene liquid, not only had he experienced no adverse effects, but he had also increased his evolutionary degree and enhanced his strength. Yili picked up the glass vial from the table. Indeed, it was the terrestrial beast gene liquid. Could it be that I possessed the terrestrial beast gene chain? To accurately determine the type of beast gene chain and which beast it evolved from, only a few cities in the Federation offer such testing. Coastal City does not provide this service. Yili's body did not reject the terrestrial beast gene liquid. By all accounts, he should possess the terrestrial beast gene chain. He set aside the consumed terrestrial gene liquid and took up a vial of avian beast gene liquid. Rather than speculate, it would be better to drink another vial and ascertain the truth. A human's gene chain can only possess a single attribute. Upon activation, the type of gene chain is irrevocably determined. If one can absorb terrestrial beast gene liquid, they cannot absorb others. According to this principle, Yili only needed to test it to find out. However, the consumption of beast gene liquid is limited to 1 vial per day, though there is no restriction on the evolutionary degree of that particular vial. Exceeding the daily limit could lead to negative repercussions, and in severe cases, it might cause mutations in the beast gene chain, rendering it uncontrollable. Perhaps I shall wait until tomorrow to drink again. Yili resisted this temptation and set down the beast gene liquid. The following day, Yili arose early. After washing up, He eagerly seized the vial of avian beast gene liquid and tilted his head back to consume it. The experience was unremarkable. Within a minute, a similar warm sensation surged from his stomach, swiftly spreading to his limbs. A powerful force surged forth, so distinctly felt. Yuli's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be effective? Was it not said that the type of activated gene chain could only be evolved through that specific type of beast gene liquid? Now, not only was the terrestrial gene liquid effective, but the avian one as well. Had there been a mistake? Yili examined the glass vial in his hand. It was indeed marked as avian beast gene liquid. When he focused his consciousness on the gene chain, the evolutionary degree had risen to 2%, and the gene chain had become more complete. The luminous orb seemed to shine even brighter. Could it be that they had mislabeled the vials, and in fact, both contained terrestrial beast gene liquid? Yili dared to speculate. Yet, such errors were nearly impossible. Each vial undergoes numerous tests to ensure accurate labeling. If the labeling is correct, then only one possibility remains. Yili's gene chain appears to be capable of assimilating any type of gene liquid, enhancing its evolutionary degree regardless of the source. How could this be? Having extensively studied the literature on evolutionists, Yili was well-versed in the subject and had never encountered an account of anyone able to absorb all types of gene liquids. Am I an anomaly? As this thought crossed his mind, Yili's breath quickened. He longed to verify this phenomenon, but time was against him, for he had already ingested beast gene liquid today. With a sigh of resignation, Yili shook his head. The next phase was training. He repeatedly practiced his punches in his room. Upon awakening the beast gene chain, his strength was altogether different, necessitating thorough exploration. He delivered punch after punch, executing various forms of attacks. On the third day, following his routine, Yili again reached for another vial of beast gene liquid, this one labeled as insectoid beast gene liquid, priced at a minimum of 12,000 coins. If there were any chance of error in the previous vial, this one could not possibly be misidentified. To confirm his hypothesis, Yili uncapped the vial and drank deeply. The sweet gene liquid flowed down his throat into his stomach, and within seconds, he felt an immediate reaction. A fiery warmth surged as the gene liquid was absorbed by the gene chain. The overwhelming sensation of power returned, as though every cell had come to life. Yili's gene chain evolutionary degree had reached 3%. Is it truly possible to absorb this? Yili was astounded, unable to believe it. The power coursing through his limbs served as a reminder that this was indeed reality. He could disregard the type of beast gene liquid and consume it at will. An unprecedented occurrence was unfolding in Yili's life, instilling within him a sense of unease. Who could say whether this was a boon or a bane? However, upon deeper reflection, the implications shifted. The ability to absorb all types of beast gene liquid and the acceleration of his evolutionary degree could enable him to break through boundaries with greater ease than others. Though dragon-type gene varieties are formidable, advancing in rank is no simple feat. One must align with their specific gene liquid. Yet, given the scarcity of dragon-type beasts, hunting them is no trivial task. What terrifying potential lies within if he faces no restrictions on types? If my evolutionary degree knows no bounds, then my rate of advancement will be remarkably swift. Yili was filled with exhilaration. What does this signify? It signifies that his pace of enhancement will be accelerated, and evolution will become increasingly effortless. Could it be that my beastification is also no longer restricted by type? Yili's mind raced with this revelation, startling even himself. This notion was utterly audacious. For over a century, the era of evolution has flourished, and humanity has dedicated extensive research to the beast gene chain. After a century of study, humanity has established a sophisticated understanding of gene chains. Gene chains possess uniqueness, and there has never been a report of an individual able to beastify without constraints. Could it be that an unknown mutation has occurred within me? Yili's heart raced with anticipation and trepidation. The changes unfolding within him were shrouded in uncertainty, leaving him hesitant to act recklessly. However, there exists no documented evidence of such a transformation. Yili merely cast a fleeting glance at the remaining 2 vials of ferocious beast gene fluid before activating his personal smart terminal, to seek answers regarding unrestricted evolution online. The internet was rife with inquiries and conjectures concerning this subject, yet all lacked any substantive foundation. After half an hour of fruitless searching, Yeely ultimately conceded defeat. His mind began to race with possibilities. A glimmer of hope sparked within him. Perhaps this could be a fortuitous opportunity for swift growth and evolution. His mental prowess, along with a more formidable source of power, was likely connected to the mysterious gene chain he had activated. Setting aside any potential drawbacks, the benefits were undeniably apparent. Should he explore mental control? After consuming 3 vials of 1 evolution fluid, his evolution level increased by 3, a noticeable enhancement. Yeely retrieved a throwing knife he had purchased earlier that day. Gazing intently at the knife, it began to levitate in midair. Suddenly, it sprang into motion, swirling gracefully. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a radiant flash. With a soft thud, it pierced through the wall, creating a hole. This time, Yeely sensed little resistance as the knife effortlessly penetrated the thick barrier. The knife soared out of the high-rise, yet Yeely maintained his mental control over it. In an instant, it returned, not destroying the wall, but instead gliding back through the open window. Yeely examined the smooth, mirror-like surface of the wall. It was evident that the knife's power under his mental command was formidable. Inspecting the knife, he noted with satisfaction that, despite its cost of 5,000, it bore no signs of damage. Shall I attempt with 2 knives? Yeely retrieved a second throwing knife, and immediately, both knives floated in the air. He felt a strain. Controlling 2 simultaneously proved to be a challenge. His current mental capacity could barely manage the 2 knives. The materials differed, and though the smaller knife was compact, it possessed considerable weight. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock reached his ears. Yeely's expression froze as he realized that his parents had returned. Swiftly, he grasped the 2 airborne knives and returned them to their sheaths, hastily covering the hole with a tissue. One day, he would need to repair all these breaches. Yeely chastised himself with a slap. Truly, he was inviting trouble upon himself. Chapter 16, Exceptional Achievements, August 6th. The weather was splendid. Only 4 days remained until the registration. At the training hall in Binhai City, I arranged for 5 hours of training time. Early in the morning, Yeely arrived at the training facility. The receptionist efficiently activated his 5-hour training slot. Although Binhai City offered free training venues, the equipment was outdated and the crowd crowded onto the playground, rendering the training experience subpar. This venue charged fees, yet the services provided were incomparable to those that were free. There were private rooms and a variety of weapons available. Moreover, for those willing to pay, combat evolutionists of varying levels could serve as instructors. Yeely had spent lavishly over the past few days and was now nearly broke. Hiring a coach was out of the question, and even renting a private training room felt like a painful expense. He entered room 5 on the 4th floor, designated for cold weapon training, and promptly closed the door behind him. The training room was not small, approximately 50 square meters, and it was equipped with weapon racks that housed an array of 18 types of weapons. Yeely selected a battle knife. With a sharp sound, the blade was drawn, releasing a chilling aura. It was the 9-fold battle knife, a testament to the training hall's investment. Yeely marveled at the weapon in his hand. Priced at 80,000 federal coins, it was quite costly, yet here it was available for training, a true display of generosity. The total worth of the weapons on the rack exceeded $1 million. Weighing 37 kilograms, the 9-fold battle knife felt slightly light in Yeely's grip, but it did not hinder his use. He swung the knife, and with a whoosh, it sliced through the air with remarkable speed, far superior to his previous strength and velocity. Yeely felt exhilarated. However, he was not merely there to play with knives. After returning the 9-fold battle knife to the rack, he approached the strength testing machine. Having activated his gene chain, Yeely had yet to measure the extent of his strength enhancement. He only knew it had increased significantly, but lacked specific figures. Particularly, his gene chain seemed unusual, and the mysterious light in his mind hinted at a greater impact on his strength. Typically, an ordinary person's punch impact can reach between 100 to 150 kilograms. Even after training, it is rare for them to exceed 200 kilograms. Only those with exceptional talent, like heavyweight champions, can elevate their impact to 250 kilograms. In the evolution era, where scientific training began at a young age, an adult's punch force could surpass 400 kilograms. Before the Federation, everyone was akin to a heavyweight champion. However, after activating the gene chain, the scenario altered drastically. An evolutionist at the bone refinement level, upon activating their gene chain, could achieve a punch impact exceeding 800 kilograms, truly terrifying. Some evolutionists, particularly those with a talent for strength and a gene chain aligned with powerful beasts, could even surpass 1,000 kilograms. Such strength could effortlessly crush a bull. Before activating his gene chain, Yili's impact was recorded at 420 kilograms, which fell within the normal range. Now, how much would it be? The strength testing machine was active as Yili positioned himself before it. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. His arm muscles contracted sharply as he unleashed a powerful punch against the testing machine. The numbers on the device fluctuated wildly. A chime echoed, 1,360 kilograms. Upon seeing this figure, Yili was momentarily stunned. For the bone refinement level, this value was extraordinary. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, a jubilant expression overtook his face. He was certain that the gene chain he had activated was far from ordinary, bestowing upon him remarkable strength. Beyond sheer power, the key was the bone refinement level. Yili discovered he could even beastify his arm, a phenomenon unheard of, with no records in the Federation's database. Regardless, he was eager to test the strength of his beastified arm. The power surged within him, a warm sensation enveloping his arm as the gene chain in his mind burst forth with brilliant light, as if activating his cells. In mere milliseconds, his arm was adorned with scales, his fingers transformed into sharp claws, curved and lethal. Observing the claws reminiscent of some ferocious beast, Yili clenched his fist, exhaling sharply as he unleashed a punch. With a resounding impact, the strength testing machine braced against the force, the numbers wildly fluctuating. After 3 seconds, they stabilized at 2,017 kilograms. Yili was astounded. This level of strength was scarcely achievable even at the blood condensation stage. According to the Federation's records, the punch impact at the blood condensation stage was merely 1,500 kilograms. The final test measured neural reaction speed. Yili was filled with anticipation as he approached the neural reaction speed testing machine. He donned a virtual helmet and pressed the start button. In an instant, his consciousness materialized in a corridor-like expanse. Ahead, a multi-barrel cannon awaited. Instead of firing bullets, it launched test spheres. The countdown timer began. As it reached 0, the cannon whirled and unleashed a barrage of spheres hurtling towards Yili. The speed was impressive, and their numbers were substantial. This time, however, Yili felt as though the spheres were moving slower, a testament to his accelerated neural reaction speed. He deftly dodged the incoming projectiles. As he discerned their trajectories, evasion became second nature. Soon, the first round of testing concluded, yielding delightful results. In 1 minute, 120 spheres were released, all successfully evaded by Yili. This achievement was nearly unattainable at the bone refinement level. If the outside world were to learn of it, it would undoubtedly be astonishing. The second round of tests involved virtual beast attacks. Yili had come to the training hall specifically for this feature, accessible only through the most advanced neural reaction testing machines. After a brief 3-minute intermission, the test commenced. Yili found himself in a virtual plaza 50 meters in diameter, with stone slabs underfoot, exuding an ancient martial arts ambience. As he surveyed the surroundings, a virtual clawed beast materialized before him. The countdown commenced. A signal indicated the virtual beast lunged at him with a roar. The ingenuity of the civilized evolutionists was evident. The realism of the virtual technology was impressive, achieving at least 70 authenticity. Yili marveled at the simulation. The testing was akin to a life-or-death struggle against a ferocious beast. The clawed beast charged forward, its sharp claws leaving marks on the stone plaza as it swiftly closed the distance to Yili. He locked onto the beast, pivoting just as its claws swept toward his chest. The claws grazed past him harmlessly. As the beast circled back like a tiger, it pounced and slashed with its claws. Time ticked by. Yili exerted every ounce of strength he had, barely managing to keep up. The test lasted a full minute. At last, the clawed beast vanished, and Yili was forcibly ejected from the virtual testing space. Breathing heavily, he removed the virtual helmet. In that minute, sweat drenched his body, and the encounter with the clawed beast had been perilously thrilling. Neglecting to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, Yili gazed at his results. With 177 successful evasions, untouched by the claws of the beast, he achieved an outstanding score. Upon reading this line, Yili clenched his fist tightly and swung it with vigor. Excellent. This accomplishment signified that Yili possessed the strength to contend with the ferocious beasts of the bone refinement realm. For reasons unknown, he already looked forward to the report. His initial prowess was formidable. How swiftly would his growth accelerate once true training commenced? From August 6th to August 9th, Yili immersed himself in the training facility, engaging in combat simulations with ferocious beasts. On the morning of August 10th, he meticulously packed his belongings. Yi Minghui and Zhou Ningjing silently watched as Yili boarded the bus heading towards the city gates. Their son had finally embarked on the path of a combat evolver. From this moment forth, Yili was a true combat evolver, destined to face countless unknown ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Son, may you be blessed with safety always. Zhou Ningjing's eyes brimmed with tears, large droplets cascading down her cheeks. Yi Minghui gently patted his wife's back, whispering, "This is our son's destiny, as well as a necessity for humanity. He will be fine. You should feel proud of him, for he is a combat evolver, humanity's steadfast guardian." Chapter 17. The intricate federal forces on the public transport, a multitude of young individuals burdened with luggage boarded. They shared a common trait. Each bore various cold weapons. Their expressions a blend of anxiety and excitement. All were new recruits, fresh battle evolvers. Some were accompanied by parents who offered constant reminders. 2 hours later, the bus arrived at its final destination, the South City Gate Station. Binhai City boasts 4 grand gates. Yili was headed to the 9th Army's 11th new recruit training camp, stationed in the southern direction. Upon disembarking, thousands of new battle evolvers were undergoing checks at the South City Gate. In the era of evolution, the high walls of civilization mandated that all individuals entering or exiting the city undergo inspection. Yili joined the queue. After a 20-minute wait, it was his turn. The inspection was straightforward, akin to the process of entering a high-speed rail station before the era of evolution. Devices scanned as individuals passed through. The civilization of evolvers dedicated itself to technology, resulting in a highly advanced technological level among humanity beneath the high walls. The machine displayed Yi Li's equipment, including its model. A beep resonated, and the staff member gestured for Yi Li to proceed. Acknowledging with a nod, Yi Li walked past the checkpoint. The high walls loomed thickly, creating the sensation of traversing a long tunnel. Upon exiting the city gate, the view was not of desolation, but rather a landscape filled with numerous buildings. This area lay beyond the high walls, yet most structures near the walls were low, the tallest reaching only 3 stories. Adjacent to the city gate stood the renowned equipment storage facility, which resembled a suspended train station. In front of the station, numerous soldiers held electronic signs displaying the names of various legions. It was evident these soldiers were there to welcome the new evolvers to the military camp. Several officers were announcing through loudspeakers, "Greetings, evolvers. I am Zheng Lianqing from the 9th Legion, 11th Camp. If you have weapons to store, please proceed to the equipment storage facility to collect your gear and gather here afterward." A middle-aged officer continued to speak into the microphone. Hearing this, many evolvers without weapons sought out their respective destinations. Yili identified the location of the 11th camp and headed towards the storage facility. The area was bustling, with a considerable number of evolvers storing and retrieving their weapons. This year marked the influx of new recruits. Each year, this month proved to be the busiest. Many new evolvers had just unlocked their genetic chains, relying heavily on firearms for combat. Upon entering the equipment storage facility, Yili located his storage code on his personal smart terminal. Following the prompts, he soon arrived at counter number 12, where another line of evolvers awaited. Excitement flickered across their faces, some engaging in conversation. Minutes later, it was Yi Li's turn. "Please scan the retrieval code," the staff member intoned monotonously. Having repeated this procedure countless times, Yi Li smiled at him and scanned his personal terminal. A chime echoed. The scan was successful. After confirming the details, the staff member retrieved a heavy sniper rifle, model at 007, along with 100 rounds of ammunition from a nearby cabinet. "Please take care. The next one, please," he announced. Yi Li accepted the rifle, inspected it for any issues, and confidently stepped out of the equipment storage facility, the benefits of the sniper rifle evident. With an extensive shooting range and formidable power, a well-aimed shot could easily take down a beast at the bone refinement stage. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that nearly everyone wielded sniper rifles, with only a few opting for heavy machine guns. Having already confirmed the location of the 11th camp, Yi Li quickly found it. New recruits of the 11th camp? Zhang Lianxing, the officer with the loudspeaker, glanced at Yi Li and inquired. Upon receiving a nod, he gestured behind him. "Please scan your registration code with your smart terminal and wait here. Once everyone has arrived, we shall depart." Yi Li nodded, scanned the registration code with his terminal, and moved to stand behind him. Around 10 other evolvers were already waiting, strangers to one another, yet soon to be comrades within the same military camp. Thus they regarded one another with curiosity. Yi Li smiled and noted the gender ratio, approximately 2-to-1. After waiting for about an hour, more than 10 additional recruits arrived. "All right, all recruits of the 9th Legion, 11th Camp, are present. Now, follow me to the train," Zhang Lianxing instructed. He verified the number and details of the registrants before leading the group to the train station. This journey would only transport 57 new evolvers to the military camp, with Zhang Lianxing being the sole representative sent from the camp. Binhai City had tens of thousands of battle evolvers awaiting assignment. Yet with 7 major legions and over 100 camps, the distribution left few recruits for each camp. It was essential to remember that various factions and companies were competing for these individuals. The number of evolvers waiting for assignment was minimal. This situation had not always existed. In the early days of the Evolution era, the government and military held predominant power. However, as stability emerged, ancient families with powerful evolvers began to assert their influence. And the reforms within the Federation naturally favored these families. These families, possessing vast resources and immense power, offered irresistible conditions to evolvers, promising abundant resources in exchange for their allegiance. Over time, the strength of these ancient families grew, and their resources, acquired from slaying beasts, multiplied. Under favorable circumstances, these families and companies became increasingly powerful, their allure to talented evolvers intensifying. The Federation recognized the dangers of this rise, understanding that the emergence of these families would undermine its authority and control. Yet, with numerous factions within the Federation keeping each other in check, meaningful change proved elusive. Today, these families and companies were deeply entrenched, virtually untouchable. They belonged to the Federation, yet operated on their own terms. Presently, the military could only absorb the evolvers that these families or companies had overlooked. The moment an individual unlocked their genetic chain, their potential was effectively determined. Those evolvers deemed unworthy by the powerful families were merely ordinary, with limited potential, leading to a vicious cycle where some families even surpassed the combat capabilities of an entire legion. In the 7th car of the suspended train, the 57 members of the 11th camp settled in. A soft hum signaled the train's departure. The scenery outside the windows rapidly receded, growing faster with each passing moment. The Legion's location lay 120 kilometers from Binhai City, connected by the suspended train. The initial restraint among the group dissipated as the train sped along. Inside, a vast virtual screen displayed edited military footage showcasing battles against beasts, inspiring fervor and excitement among the recruits. This served as the military's promotional material. What a pity. My gene is that of the hard-shelled beast. While impressive, it still falls short of attracting the attention of major companies, sighed a boy sitting across from Yi Li. The hard-shelled beast is already formidable. Once you evolve to the beastification stage, you'll be as secure as a tank. Yili reassured him. Alas, I find myself in a lamentable situation. I am bound by the genetic chain of the moose beast, with a rather limited potential. This thought weighs heavily upon me. Another young man, his brow creased into a furrow of despair, displayed a countenance devoid of hope. The moose beast, Yili, is a creature I am somewhat familiar with, classified among the lesser ferocious beasts. Embarking on such a genetic chain indeed imposes constraints on one's potential. However, this perspective is merely a probabilistic assumption. On a less likely note, any given ferocious beast's genetic chain, through persistent evolution, may transcend its own limitations and evolve into an entirely new genetic lineage, thus becoming a novel species of ferocious beast. The first to voice his thoughts, a classmate, exhibited a glint of envy in his eyes as he recounted. There is a student in our class who has activated the Phoenix Beast's genetic chain. She was immediately signed by the Tianying Company, which presented her with a villa and a startup fund of 10 million federal coins. It is rumored that within a month, she will ascend to the semi-beast realm. I must confess, I feel a pang of jealousy. Why am I not afforded such fortune? Indeed, why are we not blessed with such luck? It would be splendid if these companies took notice of us. At the very least, we would secure a spacious flat, with startup funds of no less than 5 million. Another young man nodded in agreement. The families and companies within the Federation indeed wield remarkable influence. The conditions they offer to prodigious evolutionists are utterly irresistible. Were Yi Li in their position, he too would not decline. Living cramped within a modest 2-bedroom apartment in a towering skyscraper is stifling. The absence of siblings, be it a brother or sister, is a consequence of our inadequate circumstances, ultimately rendering him an only child. Should any company extend an olive branch, offering villas and startup capital, he would unhesitatingly accept, envisioning an opportunity to enhance his parents' living conditions. While residing in a skyscraper may seem appealing, returning home during rush hour necessitates waiting half an hour for the elevator. Regrettably, Yi Li's activation of the genetic chain was subpar, placing him among the most mediocre of his peers. What company would ever take an interest in him? I shall carve my own destiny, he resolved silently, his gaze hardening with determination. For those of us with ordinary talents, it seems our fate is to become mere cannon fodder. The resources allocated by the military are dismally insufficient, which explains their lack of allure. Once I have matured, I too shall seek refuge within these companies. I have resolved to join the Evolutionists Alliance. Membership guarantees a minimum monthly salary of 30,000, alongside various benefits, leading to a prosperous life of marriage and family. With my current genetic chain, I wonder if I can even attain the semi-beast realm in a decade. Those who dream of joy must first realize that the Evolutionists Alliance requires at least the beastification realm. My immediate focus should be on breaking through to the bone refinement realm and subsequently advancing to the blood condensation realm. Within the carriage, the atmosphere grew lively as the group engaged in conversation. As fellow military recruits, they would soon become comrades, exchanging introductions. Yi Li offered a brief introduction of himself before falling silent. The discussions predominantly revolved around the various genetic chains activated by their peers and who had attracted the attention of which organizations. The name most frequently mentioned was Zhao Tianlei, as he was the sole individual in Binhai City personally invited by a martial god-level powerhouse. Wang Feng, a superlative martial god within the Federation, commanded immense attention with every action he took. Chapter 18, Legion Fortress. The speed of the maglev train was astonishing. Moments later, the announcement echoed, "Esteemed Evolvers, we will arrive in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourselves." The train began to decelerate, signaling its approach to the station. Excitement filled the carriage as passengers eagerly peered out the windows, catching sight of an expansive complex of structures that seemed to stretch endlessly. In the blink of an eye, the train glided through towering walls and into the heart of this vast military fortress, home to the 9th Legion. After 5 minutes, the maglev train came to a halt. Zheng Lianqing appeared at the door of the carriage. "Everyone, please disembark with me shortly," he instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the train doors whooshed open, and under Zheng Lianqing's guidance, the passengers began to gather their belongings and step off the train. The station was situated within the fortress itself. Humanity's primary adversaries were the ferocious beasts, with a unified front against them. Internal threats were scarce. Consequently, the fortress had relatively low levels of secrecy and defense concerning its personnel. This maglev train consisted of dozens of carriages, and as it came to a standstill, a multitude of evolvers emerged from each compartment, forming a bustling crowd at the station. This year's allocation to the 9th Legion comprised over 7,000 evolvers. "Look, are those laser artillery?" exclaimed an evolver, pointing towards 3 futuristic-looking laser cannons stationed not far from the train station, their barrels angled skyward. In the distance, more of these formidable weapons could be observed atop various buildings, meticulously distributed throughout the fortress. These weapons represented humanity's primary air defense system. The energy strikes from the laser cannons surpassed those of missile explosives. Following extensive research and development by humanity, they had been installed in Legion's fortresses and city fortifications to combat avian beasts. In fact, the maglev train itself was equipped with several small laser cannons. The newly evolved evolvers had been largely confined to the coastal city for 18 years, gaining their understanding of the outside world primarily through videos. Thus, the opportunity to witness the fortress firsthand sparked a sense of curiosity among them. Just as the group was bubbling with excitement, several of the towering laser cannons suddenly adjusted their angles. "Do not be alarmed. Radar has detected the presence of flying beasts near the fortress," Zheng Lianqing explained with a smile, standing beside Yi Li and the others. Humanity's technology had made significant strides over the past century, thanks to the efforts of civilized evolvers. The radar systems designed to detect beasts had been continuously updated, a far cry from the earlier decades of the evolutionary era when humanity often faced devastating surprise attacks. Yili gazed up at the azure sky. A sharp cry pierced the air moments later, and several dark specks appeared overhead. The laser cannons, having pre-locked onto the avian beasts, unleashed brilliant beams of light that shot into the sky. Multiple energy beams ascended majestically, striking the nearby flying beasts and transforming them into fiery explosions in the atmosphere. The spectacle elicited cheers from the evolvers, who were captivated by the scene before them. Zheng Lianqing chuckled softly, remarking, "These are merely low-level beasts, easily handled by the laser cannons, which is why the fortress has not sounded the air raid alarm. If higher-level beasts were to appear, you would need to scatter immediately upon hearing the alert, rather than huddle together. Such is the daily life here. You will gradually acclimate to it. Consider this your first lesson as evolvers." The group nodded in agreement. "Follow me. We will get you settled before regrouping. You are now soldiers and must hold yourselves to high standards. You have 30 minutes. Tardiness will incur penalties." The Federation has consistently elevated the societal status of combat evolvers, offering various benefits. The accommodations for evolvers were commendable, equipped with all necessary amenities, resembling luxurious hotel rooms. However, unlike hotels, each room was shared by 4 individuals, allocated based on registration numbers. Yili entered the assigned room and placed his belongings on one of the beds. The other 3 occupants, whom he already knew from the train, were Gao Jie, Su Hongwei, and Wang Peng. "Hurry up, or you'll get penalized," Gao Jie advised with a grin after unloading his luggage. Yili nodded in agreement, and without taking time to familiarize himself with the surroundings, the 4 of them dashed towards the training ground. Within half an hour, all 57 evolvers had assembled. Having attended a semi-military school since childhood, their discipline was commendably high, each standing with a posture akin to that of a javelin. Zheng Lianqing arrived and addressed them. "Excellent. None of you fell behind. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Zheng Lianqing, your instructor for the next 3 months of training. Having unlocked your genetic chains and become evolvers is merely the first step in your journey. The upcoming 3 months will be vastly different from your previous schooling. For evolvers below the beast transformation stage, firearms will be your primary weapons. Depending on your aptitude, you may need 3 to 10 years to master their use. It is only after reaching the beast transformation stage that you will abandon firearms in favor of melee weapons, as your combined strength and speed will yield greater efficacy with them. Furthermore, upon reaching this stage, you will be able to harness the abilities of ferocious beasts, resulting in a significant enhancement of your power. The Legion provides each individual with a basic set of equipment. If anyone requires it, please raise your hand. Not all evolvers came from affluent families. Many merely scraped by and had no savings. The Federation offered a subsidy of 100,000, but that was barely sufficient for purchasing equipment. The Legion was obliged to supply basic gear for those unable to afford it. These supplies, while not as superior as those available in the marketplace, were adequate for their needs. 11 individuals among the 57 raised their hands. Step forward to receive your gear. Zheng Lianqing instructed. The evolvers who raised their hands approached, and Zheng Lianqing distributed weapons, combat knives, shields, and protective armor to them as the Federation's standard-issue gear. It could not compete with commercial offerings, but it was still functional. Once the equipment distribution was complete, Zheng Lianqing added, "Now, calibrate your personal smart terminals. I will authorize your access to the Legion's network channel, enabling internal communication and location services. Please open your personal smart terminal ports." Yili complied, and soon a beep indicated that his terminal was updating. This signified the upgrade from a student version to a military version of the personal smart terminal, which boasted enhanced features. Once everyone had completed the calibration, Zheng Lianqing stated, "Today's tasks are concluded. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, we will reconvene here for a strength assessment." With that, he departed. The assembled group, now liberated from the formalities, erupted into excited chatter, curiously surveying their surroundings. "Show me the standard equipment." The standard equipment is not available in the marketplace and is rarely encountered in everyday life. It is not so much about the cost, but rather that it belongs to the military. A curious crowd gathered around those who had acquired the standard equipment. "So, Li Xiaodong, what weapon did you purchase?" "I acquired the G-17 sniper rifle from the Shadow series produced by Tianyin Company." "Impressive. That rifle costs 300,000 federal coins." "I hesitate to mention mine. A mere T-112 model sniper rifle costing only 30,000. "Luo Hao, did you spend 1 million on your armor? That's incredible. Even the ferocious beasts of the blood cannot tear through that armor. You must protect me and shield me from a fatal blow at a critical moment." "Don't be ridiculous. I won't be taking any damage for you." With $1 million armor, Luo Hao became the center of attention. Although his genetic lineage for the ferocious beasts isn't particularly high, his family's wealth speaks volumes. The total cost of his equipment exceeded 6 million, evoking envy among many. Several individuals showered Luo Hao with praise, and he basked in their admiration. Yili merely smiled faintly, choosing not to join the discussion, one of the few who refrained from flattery. Even with Zhao Tianlei's ostentatious demeanor, Yili did not indulge in sycophancy, let alone with Luo Hao. The evolvers, holding a deep respect for the military fortress, dared not wander aimlessly and instead opted to return to their dormitory rooms to rest. Soon, the night passed. The next morning, awakened by the piercing sound of a whistle, Yili opened his eyes, promptly tidied his bedding, and after a brief wash, donned the military uniform provided to them. He quickly ran out of the room with Gao Jie and the other two. Chapter 19. The overlooked genius evolver in the square. Zheng Lianqing stood erect in his military uniform, already awaiting the assembly. In the distance, instructors were equally poised for the gathering of the evolvers. From the moment the whistle sounded to the completion of the assembly, a total of 8 minutes elapsed, a duration that left me unsatisfied. "Next time, I hope to confine it within 5 minutes, Zheng Lianqing declared, surveying the immature faces before him. The semi-militarized group, led by Yili, stood rigidly, none daring to refute Zheng's words. The square was filled with ranks of standing teams. Over 7,000 evolvers congregated here. After a brief address, Zheng Lianqing gestured. "Now follow me, march at ease." 57 individuals trailed behind him in a light jog. In the testing area, capable of accommodating hundreds simultaneously, the latest testing machines were at hand. Each new generation was first deployed by the military. Upon their integration into the armed forces, newly activated evolvers underwent testing to ascertain their individual capabilities. The underlying aim was to redefine the talents of the evolvers, seeking to unearth exceptional individuals for further cultivation. Numerous soldiers were tasked with overseeing these evaluations, and several high-ranking officers were present. For the annual influx of new recruits was vital to the Legion's fresh blood, an opportunity they certainly valued. Discovering promising candidates would be a boon for the Ninth Legion. As Zheng Lianqing arrived, he found a considerable number already waiting in line for testing. After registering, he stated, "This testing does not signify much. It merely serves to confirm each of your talents. There are 3 metrics, which you should be well acquainted with. The first is strength. The degree of your strength directly influences your offensive capability. For instance, with the same weapon against identical ferocious beasts, possessing greater strength translates to significantly higher damage. The weaker individual might struggle to penetrate the beast's hide, while you could deliver the fatal blow. That is the distinction. The second metric is speed. Historically, strength and speed have been inseparable. The amalgamation of these 2 attributes represents the pinnacle of power. Is it not said that in martial arts, swiftness prevails? If your speed is sufficiently swift, you embody the essence of an assassin, capable of seizing opportunities to deliver a decisive strike to the beast. The third is the speed of neural response. Many may question why this is a critical metric. Every action performed by a person necessitates a neural response from the brain. One must possess quick reflexes to relay commands to the muscle tissues promptly, enabling a reaction. While it may be argued that muscle reflexes can sometimes be swifter, this is only partially accurate. Muscle reflexes pertain to instantaneous actions and do not guarantee that subsequent movements will elicit a similar response. True strength lies in possessing a sufficiently rapid neural response. The synergy of strength, speed, and neural response determines an individual's potential and serves as a passport to greatness. Upon concluding this explanation, Zheng Lianqing smiled faintly and paused. In educational institutions, each evolver had undergone testing previously. However, those results were not recognized by the military. The military demanded their own evaluations. Upon hearing Zheng Lianqing's words, the evolvers erupted in a cacophony of chatter. My strength, after activating the gene chain, barely meets the standard at 800 kilograms, lamented a boy with a gaunt face. In the strength test, I fear I will score the lowest. I possess excellent strength. Yet my speed is dismal, a mere 18 meters per second, tragic, remarked another muscular boy, his expression mirroring the first's despair. The 2 exchanged glances, embodying the sentiment of kindred spirits in adversity. For combat evolvers who had activated the ferocious beast gene chain, a passing speed of 20 meters per second was essential. Falling below this threshold was akin to moving at a snail's pace. Fortunately, my strength registered at 867 kilograms, with a speed of 22 meters per second, neither exceptional nor poor. A demure girl with a graceful appearance smiled faintly, seemingly satisfied with her abilities. Gao Jian nudged Yili. What about you, Yili? Your physique appears balanced. You seem neither strong nor swift. Wang Peng, you lanky fellow, your strength likely falters, yet I bet your speed is commendable. Before Yili could respond, Gao Jie turned his inquiry toward Wang Peng. Yili chuckled softly, refraining from providing a definitive answer. Wang Peng rubbed his hands together. Jie Gu, your insight is sharp. My strength does not even reach the passing line at 760 kilograms, but my speed is 24 meters per second. Goodness, Wang Peng, your disparity is striking. Su Hongwei exclaimed nearby. Your strength is below standard, yet your speed is exceptional. A classic case of if you can't win, just run away. My strength is 920 kilograms. With a speed of 21 meters per second, Gao Jie declared proudly. Such statistics distinguished him among the shorter individuals. Others exhibited a mix of joy and sorrow. However, the naturally selected evolvers, regardless of their remarkable achievements, could never attain overall excellence, or else they would have been chosen long ago. The crowd's chatter rendered the area reminiscent of a bustling market. Yi Li's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in a general's uniform. Adorned with a single star on his shoulder, a one-star general. His rank was not insignificant. Within the Legion, he was among the higher echelons. Yi Li understood that the Ninth Legion only had one-star general, Vice Commander Jiang Jincheng. Silence fell abruptly. What do you think this is? Have you forgotten even the semblance of military decorum? boomed a middle-aged man in military attire, his tone icy. As if instinctively, the crowd shrank back, their voices stilled. They were now soldiers, aware of the gravitas of military discipline within the fortress of the Legion. All right, it's time for our testing. Zheng Lianxing pointed toward a row of vacant testing machines, numbering over 20. Upon reaching the machines, Zheng Lianxing announced, "We will conduct the tests in 3 batches. These machines are the most advanced, capable of assessing strength, speed, and neural response. I will call out names for testing. Ma Qinggong, Yi Qian, Zhou Tianhua." One by one, the named evolvers stepped into the testing machines. Beep. Testing begins. The evolvers adjusted their postures, exerting every ounce of strength into their punches against the machines. The resounding thuds echoed throughout the area. After 5 minutes, they finally ceased. Next came the speed test. The evolvers sprinted with fervor. Upon completion, they initiated the neural response test, where a multi-barreled cannon within the machine dispensed rubber projectiles, calculating the number of shots fired, hits, and dodges to evaluate their neural response speed. 5 minutes later, this group completed their testing, dismounting the machines with varied expressions. Among the 20, the individual with the highest strength recorded 927 kilograms, deemed an excellent score. Others fell below the 800 kilogram mark. In terms of speed, the swiftest clocked in at 24 meters per second, while one individual barely reached 17 meters per second. Upon witnessing these results, Zheng Lianxing furrowed his brow. The quality of this cohort of evolvers seems to have diminished yet again, he mused with a bitter smile. The allure of the military is indeed lacking. All exceptional evolvers have been recruited by various factions, leaving the military to scavenge for the remnants. This situation has remained unchanged for years. Does the upper echelon of the military not realize that they should exert effort and offer generous conditions to attract these prodigious evolvers? As the next group of 20 was called to step forward for testing, Zheng Lianxing maintained a calm demeanor and spoke loudly. Soon, another 20 individuals underwent their assessments. 5 minutes later, the results were revealed. They were similar to the previous batch, with the best performer achieving an impact force of 951 kilograms. Still a significant distance from the genius benchmark of 1,000 kilograms, while the fastest reached a speed of 23 meters per second. Zheng Lianxing refrained from commenting and called out. Third batch, Yili, Su Qingfeng. One by one, the named individuals approached the testing machine. Sighing, he thought, "I feel that our team is doomed this time. It is entirely expected. We are merely naturally assigned evolvers, essentially mediocre individuals that no one desires. No matter how rigorous the testing, how much better can we possibly perform?" The results of the third round mirrored the previous ones. Who among the capable would be subjected to natural assignment? My hope of clinging to someone else's success has already extinguished. The tested evolvers exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude. In their eyes, those fortunate enough to be grouped together held little merit. Their results were hardly impressive. Yili stepped up to the number 9 testing machine. He exhaled softly. This test held great significance for him, serving as a potential springboard for his rapid ascent. He believed that once he demonstrated sufficient talent, the military could not afford to overlook him. A bias towards resource allocation was certain. This opportunity, I must seize it. Only through focused training can I gain more resources and enjoy greater privileges. Only then can I grow swiftly. Under the federal era, evolvers would enjoy numerous privileges, varying according to their ranks. Yili was confident that soon he could relocate his parents from their high-rise apartment to a villa, providing them with better jobs, alleviating their burdens. Su Qingfeng achieved a strength of 875 kilograms, a speed of 21 meters per second, with neural response accuracy hitting 177 times and successfully dodging 23 times. Quickly, others' results appeared on the testing machine. Observing these scores, the crowd maintained a calm demeanor. This was the normal level, comparable to their own, with little disparity. However, the neural response statistics were rather dismal. Jiang He recorded a strength of 902 kilograms, a speed of 21.7 meters per second, with neural response accuracy hitting 158 times and dodges successful 42 times. A dark-skinned young man stepped down from the testing machine. Glancing at his results, he clenched his fist. This was indeed his best performance in quite some time. Zheng Lianqing shook his head slightly. The third batch was indeed composed of ordinary evolvers, lacking any remarkable qualities. Yi Li, strength, 1,401 kilograms. Speed, 30 meters per second. Neural response accuracy, 19 hits, with 181 successful dodges. Chapter 20, Astonishing Achievements. No. When Yi Li's results were displayed, Zheng Lianqing's eyes widened in disbelief, and he desperately rubbed them, suspecting a misperception or a malfunction in the testing machine. What? Wow. What divine achievement is this? Surely, there must be an error. My heavens, is this a feat achievable by mere mortals? In the realm of compulsory education, how could one be so outstanding? Before Zheng Lianqing could fully comprehend the situation, the other evolved individuals were already in a frenzy. They gazed, dumbfounded, at the extraordinary scores displayed before them. The results were so outrageous that they evoked a sense of unreality. It is known that scores exceeding 1,000 kilograms are considered the hallmark of a genius-level evolved individual. A speed surpassing 25 meters per second is already deemed exceptional, yet Yi Li's speed exceeded 30 meters per second. It is understood that increasing speed is far more challenging than augmenting strength. Gaining even a single meter per second within a second is an arduous task. To achieve such a speed at the onset of the gene chain is simply unfathomable. How are others to compete? Even more astounding was the neural reaction speed. Yi Li evaded 181 out of 200 rubber bullets fired within a minute, sustaining only 19 hits. What does this signify? It indicates that Yi Li possesses not only rapid neural response, but also swift muscular processing. This score is undeniably extraordinary. The evolved individuals gasped in awe. Even those nearby, upon hearing the commotion, gravitated closer, regarding Yi Li with the eyes of one who beholds a monster. The numbers on the testing machine were simply too dazzling to believe. The uproar caught the attention of the generals nearby. Jiang Jinqing, curious about the disturbance, inquired, "What has transpired?" A soldier peered over and responded, "General, it appears someone has achieved remarkable results in the testing." From their distance, they could not discern the digits on the testing machine. Jiang Jinqing's interest piqued. "Let us go and investigate." The vice-regiment commander's words prompted no objections, and one by one, the others followed Jiang Jinqing toward the source of the excitement. Zheng Lianqing endeavored to calm himself. Upon a second glance at the numbers on the testing machine, his heart raced as he confirmed their accuracy. As a combat-evolved individual who had reached the beastification stage, he was acutely aware of the immense difficulty in achieving such values at the onset of the gene chain. Indeed, it was a feat of monumental proportions. Throughout a century of human evolution, few have attained such heights. The top 10 superiors on the hero list, when they first activated their gene chains, did not reach these figures. Could it be a malfunction of the machine? Otherwise, these figures defy reason. Zheng Lianqing was rendered utterly bewildered. His suspicions were not unfounded. He had scrutinized the profiles of all the evolved individuals assigned this time. He had noted Yi Li, whose pre-gene chain performance was commendable, moderate strength, excellent mobility, and the highest neural reaction speed in the school. Yet, he had an exceptionally low starting point, activating a low-tier insect-beast gene chain. Such a gene chain yields dismal achievements. In the annals of human evolution, insect-beast gene chains rarely produce powerhouses, often relegating their bearers to the role of mere cannon fodder. The records even indicated that Yi Li had fainted upon activating his gene chain. From a prodigy with immense promise, he had become a liability. No wonder no company sought to recruit him. Yet now, what accounts for these test results? As Yi Li stepped away from the testing machine, he surveyed his results with great satisfaction. Compared to his previous performance in the training hall, he had made significant progress. At that moment, Jiang Jinqing arrived with a contingent of generals. "What has occurred?" Jiang Jinqing inquired. Before he received an answer, he caught sight of a set of data on the testing machine. "Hiss! Whose results are these?" A look of excitement spread across Jiang Jinqing's face. This test was conducted for newly inducted evolved individuals, and the scores undoubtedly belonged to one of them. He recognized the astonishing nature of these results. Not merely astonishing. They were, in fact, extraordinary. However, Jiang Jinqing tempered his excitement, for these results could be a mere illusion of grandeur. It was not uncommon for some newly evolved individuals from affluent families to consume additional beast gene fluids prior to reporting, enhancing their prowess. Should these results stem from the coagulated blood stage or half-beast stage, they would hardly be deemed remarkable. Zheng Lianxing, with a look of reverence, promptly saluted, Vice Regiment Commander. Jiang Jincheng merely nodded slightly, gesturing toward the scores. These results belong to Yi Li, Zheng Lianxing exclaimed, beckoning to Yi Li with an animated smile. This testing result gave him the sensation of having stumbled upon a treasure. Yi Li approached, performing a military salute, and acknowledged the Vice Regiment Commander and the assembled leaders. His expression remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the results, as though they were nothing extraordinary. Jiang Jincheng regarded Yi Li with admiration. It was rare to find a young individual who could maintain such composure in the presence of esteemed generals. He then directed his gaze at Yi Li. Yi Li, what is your current stage? 5 evolution degree in the bone refinement stage, Yi Li replied without hesitation. Hiss, that is inconceivable. How could one at 5 evolution in the bone refinement stage possess such strength and speed? Even more absurd was the neural reaction speed. Could it truly be the bone refinement stage? No. Genuine prodigies would have been snatched up by prominent companies. How could one appear within our ranks? The generals inhaled sharply, their faces reflecting disbelief. If Yi Li's claims were accurate, it would be nothing short of remarkable. Such results are immensely extraordinary. They overlooked the 5 evolution degree. Even at 99 in the bone refinement stage, achieving such results would still classify one as a genius. Talents of this caliber would have been courted by influential families and companies the moment they activated their gene chains. These families and companies would leverage their influence to offer unimaginable conditions, ensnaring various prodigies. In the early days of the evolution era, the military managed to attract some talents. However, given the current landscape, it has become exceedingly challenging for the military to nurture geniuses. The best they could hope for were second-tier evolved individuals, with little chance of acquiring top-tier prodigies. Jiang Jincheng suppressed his excitement. Let us verify with the stage testing device, he instructed, pointing to a nearby apparatus. Understood, Vice Regiment Commander. Yi Li comprehended their intentions and, without hesitation, approached the stage testing device. Taking a deep breath, he placed his palm within the device. Chapter 21. The evolutionary monster of the recruit camp. The realm of a person is often inscrutable, leaving only room for conjecture. To ascertain one's true level, one must resort to the precision of machinery, conducting tests at the genetic level. At this moment, everyone was fixated on the realm testing device, eager to discern whether the individual before them was a genuine prodigy or merely a false one. His unwavering demeanor suggested honesty. Jiang Jincheng, a man well-versed in human nature, could discern much from a person's aura and expression. He was convinced that this young lad was truthful. Should it be confirmed that he indeed possessed the bone refinement realm, Jiang Jincheng felt his breath quicken, his fists clenched tightly. A super genius was of paramount importance to a legion. Typically, a legion comprises no fewer than 100,000 individuals, making any single person insignificant by comparison. Yet, the age of evolution has demonstrated that true power can eclipse an entire legion. It is not uncommon for one individual to overpower a legion. The emergence of a super strong individual from any legion brings immense benefits to the entire group, including its leaders. If Yi Li could indeed validate his capabilities, Jiang Jincheng would not hesitate to initiate the super genius cultivation program of the 9th Legion for him. He felt fortunate to be present at this moment, for it signified that Yi Li would be his own discovery. The Federation was vast, uniting the entirety of humanity on Blue Star. The 9th Legion was but a small entity within the Asian region, let alone in the broader context of Blue Star. Yi Li's potential to evolve into a super strong individual would not only elevate Jiang Jincheng's status, but also significantly enhance the 9th Legion's standing. Ding! The realm testing device swiftly provided its verdict. 5 evolution in the bone refinement realm. Upon seeing this result, every pair of eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Jincheng was so exhilarated that he struck his palms together, exclaiming, "Good, Good, good. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated our legion would welcome such a super genius. The implications of possessing such data at the bone refinement realm were evident. In the entirety of the Asian region, there would be no more than 5 individuals of this caliber. Not only Jiang Jinsheng was thrilled, but the other leaders shared in the excitement. A 5 evolution in the bone refinement realm equated to a strength of 1 for 100 kilograms, with a speed reaching 30 meters per second, an apparent new record. A middle-aged leader remarked, if I recall correctly, the previous record holder was Luo Tsongtian from 60 years ago. Indeed, he was the strongest in the Asian region, ranking 3rd globally. Luo Tsongtian's strength at the bone refinement realm was approximately 350 kilograms, with a speed of 28 meters per second. Has Yili truly surpassed Luo Tsongtian's record? The leaders were energized, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at Yili. He was the one who had broken Luo Tsongtian's record. Did this imply that his future achievements might eclipse those of Luo Tsongtian? As this record was pointed out, the crowd was momentarily stunned, gazing at Yili in disbelief. Such strength? Luo Tsongtian, the foremost powerhouse in the Asian region and 3rd globally. Yili had indeed shattered Luo Tsongtian's record? How could this be? Skeptical, the crowd quickly accessed their personal smart terminals. This record was easily verifiable, and upon confirming the details of Luo Tsongtian's achievements, their expressions shifted dramatically. He had indeed broken it. In an instant, every gaze was fixed on Yili, as if beholding a monster. Gao Jie and others felt the most profound impact. They had always presumed that individuals allocated to the Legion were of mediocre talent, engaging in discussions about their fates. Little did they know that the perpetually smiling and silent Yi Li was a concealed super genius. Many felt a sense of inferiority, realizing they barely possessed 700 or 800 kilograms of strength, nearly a 2-fold disparity. This was undoubtedly a future titan. Zhang Lianxing was so elated that he found himself at a loss for words. Yi Li's accomplishments had been validated, conferring substantial benefits upon him. His prospects for promotion would surely outpace his peers, given that Yi Li had been assigned to him first. In an era where strength reigns supreme, such advantages are invaluable. Zhang Lianxing could only perceive Yi Li as a monster-grade super genius. In the face of the crowd's astonished gazes, Yi Li remained composed. These were merely surface-level statistics, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Yi Li's true trump cards lay in his mental control and neural reaction speed. What significance does sheer punch power hold when compared to a flying knife? This was the very reason Yi Li was willing to present his achievements publicly. He had more aces up his sleeve. Jiang Jinsheng, observing Yi Li's calm demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the essence of a true powerhouse. Yi Li, welcome to the 9th Legion. Would you care to join me in my office? The surrounding leaders and fellow newly evolved individuals cast envious glances at Jiang Jinsheng's invitation. An evolutionary being invited by Jiang Jinsheng would undoubtedly experience a transformative shift in status. First and foremost, they would no longer reside in a common military camp. In Jiang Jinsheng's office, a spacious room spanning 200 square meters within a modest 5-story building, the atmosphere exuded a certain gravitas. He gestured for Yi Li to take a seat on the sofa, his excitement still palpable. Opening a cabinet, he retrieved a small jar of tea leaves and prepared a brew for Yi Li. The accompanying leaders, including Zhang Lianxing, were taken aback. Who was unaware that the vice commander's jar of tea was a rare and precious commodity, typically reserved for himself. Yet now he was offering it to Yi Li. Instantly, they were consumed with envy. Were they about to bask in Yi Li's glory and partake in the vice commander's exquisite tea? Jiang Jinsheng, with a smile, poured a delicate serving into a cup for Yi Li. After preparing it, he carefully returned the jar to the cabinet. Vice Commander, what about us? A middle-aged leader could not suppress his curiosity. The others nodded in agreement. Jiang Jinsheng's eyes glimmered with disdain. You lot, do you think you deserve this tea? Here, have this. He handed a bag of ordinary tea to the leader. With a chuckle, the group felt a mix of amusement and disbelief at the preferential treatment bestowed upon the genius. Jiang Jinsheng, beaming at Yi Li, remarked, Yi Li, this tea is exceptional. You must try it and tell me how it tastes. Yi Li nodded respectfully and took a measured sip. As he savored the tea, his expression brightened, prompting Jiang Jincheng to smile. After a moment's consideration, he added, "While you enjoy your tea, I will inform the Legion commander." With a few taps on his personal smart terminal, a communication link was established. The leaders present felt their hearts race. The Legion commander, as mentioned by the vice commander, was the true bastion of the Ninth Legion, the unwavering pillar that ensured the fortitude of their military stronghold. Instantly, admiration shone in their eyes. Moments later, a virtual screen materialized before Jiang Jincheng, revealing a spirited elder with black hair, appearing to be in his 60s. Chapter 22. The treatment of a genius. Is it Jincheng? Do you have something to discuss? The elderly man with dark hair stretched and set down his pen, smiling. Commander, our legion has a super genius. Jiang Jincheng, not daring to beat around the bush in front of the commander, spoke directly. During the recent testing at the recruit camp, his strength and speed shattered the record set by Luo Zhangqiang at 18 years of age when he activated his genetic chain, achieving a strength of 1401 kilograms and a speed of 30 meters per second. With these two metrics alone, he is already a top-tier genius. Upon hearing the test results, the previously calm dark-haired elder suddenly sprang to his feet. Are you serious? Jiang Jincheng nodded and added, moreover, his neural reaction speed has also broken the highest record for the bone refinement stage, achieving 181 successful evasions. Hiss. The sound of the elder inhaling was distinct, revealing his immense excitement. This reaction is entirely understandable. To break records in both strength and speed is already remarkable, and now, to have neural reaction speed also surpass the highest record, it is indeed extraordinary. The combination of these three attributes in a single individual creates an effect far beyond mere addition. It is more akin to multiplication. Such a genius cannot be assessed by the conventional standards of talent. It is not an exaggeration to say that it may take a decade to find an individual who surpasses two of these metrics, let alone three. The dark-haired elder, familiar with Jiang Jincheng's style, prioritized the situation at hand and shouted, "Wait for me in my office. I'll return immediately." With that, the screen went black, signaling the end of the communication. If such a genius truly exists, he must appear promptly to provide reassurance and to ensure the individual remains with them. Since the formation of the Ninth Legion, they had never encountered such a prodigious talent. In Binhai City, there are 4 major legions safeguarding the 4 cardinal directions, ensuring the city's security. As fellow federal legions, they naturally operate as close allies in times of war. However, in times of peace, a competitive dynamic exists among the 4 legions, particularly regarding which is the strongest. In previous years, the allocation of evolved beings yielded no substantial benefits for any of the legions. The most elite evolved beings assigned were merely second-tier geniuses, while the top tier had long been claimed by various families and companies. Now, hearing of a genius emerging, especially one of such extraordinary caliber, how could one not feel exhilarated? Jiang Jincheng ended the communication and joyfully took a seat beside Yili. Yili, what do you think of our Ninth Legion? While we await the commander, allow me to share some insights about the treatment afforded to genius evolved beings within our legion. Ordinary evolved beings undergo 2 months of virtual training at the recruit camp. However, you are different. Our Ninth Legion boasts a genius camp, where we compete annually with other families and companies to recruit some of the most gifted evolved beings. This cohort constitutes the genius camp. At this point, Jiang Jincheng displayed a wry smile. But as you know, the Legion's resources are limited, making it challenging to compete with these families and companies for top-tier evolved beings. While we may call it a genius camp, it still pales in comparison to theirs. Competing against a single family or company, we hold the upper hand, but the sheer number of families and companies in the Federation complicates matters. They often focus on 2 or 3 geniuses, rushing to claim them, dividing them amongst themselves. Many powerful companies direct their considerable resources toward just a few prodigies, making it difficult for the Legion to compete effectively. Although the Legion has ample resources, the number of recruits is substantial. The Ninth Legion boasts a force of 100,000, all of whom require resources. The remaining resources, therefore, are not extensive. Jiang Jincheng continued. The treatment in the genius camp is exceptional, as we allocate a significant amount of resources to it. For instance, based on your talent, you would be directly awarded a standalone villa. Additionally, all expenses incurred for your equipment can be reimbursed, and we will provide you with A5 level equipment for your exclusive use. Moreover, you will receive a reward of 10 million federal coins, and how you choose to spend it will be entirely up to you. Your rank will be directly elevated to lieutenant. Upon hearing Jiang Jinsheng's words, Zheng Liancheng, who had the fortune of entering the deputy commander's office, felt a sense of dismay. After 11 years in the military, he had only just attained the rank of lieutenant. Yet here was Yi Li, a mere recruit, sharing the same rank. What a farce! Listening to Jiang Jinsheng, Yi Li's eyes brightened. The treatment indeed appeared exceedingly generous, underscoring the Legion's commitment to nurturing genius-level evolved beings. Jiang Jinsheng smiled softly and remarked, "Of course, these incentives are forthcoming. The most crucial aspect is that we guarantee direct entry into the beast transformation stage." Upon hearing this, even the commanders expressed envy. Sigh. My aptitude was not poor by any means. At least I was of above-average caliber, yet it took me 6 years to reach the beast transformation stage. The struggles and hardships I faced during that time were nothing short of tears. One commander sighed in reminiscence. Another slightly older commander added, "You are fortunate. When I became an evolved being, there was no such thing as a genius camp. We were all thrown together to grow, and due to a lack of resources, much of the time was spent fumbling through the dark. How long did it take me to reach the beast transformation stage? To guarantee entry into the beast transformation stage means providing sufficient beast gene fluid, allowing the assured evolved beings to consume it continuously to elevate their stage. This assurance liberates the geniuses from the burden of hunting beasts to gather gene fluid, allowing them to focus on honing their combat skills. Otherwise, regardless of how talented one may be, relying solely on hunting beasts to enhance their evolution would require at least 2 to 3 years to achieve the beast transformation stage. Hearing these conditions, Yi Li could not help but be left speechless. Such a grand gesture. The evolution from bone refinement requires over 1 million, while reaching the blood condensation stage necessitates at least 3 to 4 million. The beast transformation stage approaches 10 million. It is evident that an immense investment is being made to attract a single genius. Seeing the intrigued expression on Yi Li's face, Jiang Jinsheng chuckled and continued, "Furthermore, beyond the beast transformation stage, when you require beast gene fluid for the half-beast stage, purchasing from our Legion will afford you a 30% discount. For the beast transformation stage, it is a 20% discount, and so forth. While this condition may seem trivial, upon reflection, once you reach these stages, the cost of beast gene fluid is exorbitant. The savings from these discounts could easily amount to over 100 million federal coins." Yi Li had to concede. The allure was indeed substantial. Chapter 23. A significant investment. What is visible on the surface is merely a fraction of the myriad benefits that lie hidden beneath. Jiang Jinsheng took a sip of tea to moisten his throat before speaking. With the 9th Legion backing you, you are now part of a family. At any moment, the Legion stands firmly behind you. By joining the Genius Camp, you will be taught by our Legion's most exceptional instructors, a cadre unmatched by any other family or corporation. Our Legion exists solely to combat the fierce beasts, fighting for the survival of humanity. Each soldier, an evolved being, possesses immense experience, having engaged in relentless battles with these beasts for years. Their wealth of knowledge far surpasses that of mere theorists. The frontline evolved soldiers have a deeper understanding of the subtle nuances of the beasts. Often, it is the details that determine success or failure. Approximately 5 minutes later, the sound of a landing aircraft echoed from the front of the office building. The Legion commander had arrived. Jiang Jinsheng stood, adjusting his military uniform slightly before leading a group of officers outside. The aircraft, comparable in size to a passenger plane from the pre-evolution era, was heavily armed, a combat aircraft equipped with formidable firepower for both aerial and ground assaults. As the hatch opened, the black-haired elder they had just seen on the virtual screen descended, his face alight with anticipation. Commander, Jiang Jinsheng and the other officers promptly saluted. With Yi Li following suit, Zheng Liancheng was particularly excited. As a mere lieutenant, he would ordinarily have no chance to meet the Legion commander. Yet here he was, part of the welcoming party for the commander, which filled him with exhilaration. All right. What about the genius you just mentioned? The black-haired elder inquired eagerly. In truth, he already had an inkling of who it was. The officers, all in their 30s or 40s, looked on, while Yi Li wore a bittersweet expression. The commander's gaze fell upon Yi Li. Yi Li, this is our Legion commander, He Qingshan, Jiang Jinqing quickly introduced. He Qingshan exuded an aura of authority, a natural presence derived from his high-level evolution. With just a glance, Yi Li felt an overwhelming urge to bow before him. Yet, inexplicably, there was a warmth in his mind that relaxed him, dissipating the pressure of the commander's presence. This allowed Yi Li to regain his composure, as though he were not standing before a leader of a formidable legion. Indeed, He Qingshan nodded slightly, impressed by the young man's ability to maintain his composure under such pressure, a rare trait. He extended his hand, and Yi Li shook it briefly, then released it. I have met the commander, he stated. He Qingshan, the assessments were conducted on our machines, Jiang Jinqing interjected. The other officers echoed his sentiment. Yi Li, I have reviewed your profile. You possess the fastest neural response speed in Binhai City's high school, with commendable strength and speed. He Qingshan, able to access Yi Li's records with a mere thought, had already perused his background while aboard the aircraft. Contemplating, he remarked, I find it perplexing that, given your caliber, you were not recruited by other companies. Why did you accept the natural assignment? Moreover, the beast gene chain you activated is that of an insect-type beast, which typically lacks such strength and speed. The activation of a beast gene chain, theoretically devoid of good or bad attributes, indeed bore different implications. Each category has its limits. Insect-type beasts have a defined growth ceiling, and surpassing the constraints of their genetic lineage remains beyond humanity's current capabilities. Yet Yi Li had managed to do so, even exhibiting strength surpassing that of dragon-type beasts. This enigma piqued the curiosity of the assembled officers. Yi Li chuckled wryly. You must be aware that I fainted during the activation of my gene chain. Many claim I collapsed from the overwhelming stimulation of the insect-type gene chain. Yet I suspect it was because the chain I activated was too powerful for me to handle at that moment. Perhaps what you see as an insect-type gene chain is merely an unformed beast spirit. This notion had long occupied Yi Li's thoughts. The luminous orb in his mind, the gene chain, and the shadow resembling a humanoid seemed to exert an influence over him. However, these contemplations would remain unspoken. That is quite possible, He Qingshan acknowledged, choosing not to delve deeper into the mystery. What mattered most was the power Yi Li exhibited in the present. Come, let me assess your strength. With a slight smile, He Qingshan stepped before Yi Li and stated, This time, we shall forego machine testing. Simply strike me with all your might. With that, He Qingshan transformed his fist into an open palm, preparing to receive Yi Li's blow as part of the evaluation. Yi Li nodded, understanding the necessity of this test. To He Qingshan, Yi Li's strength would feel like a gentle breeze, harmless. Without further ado, Yi Li clenched his fist, assuming a stable stance, adjusting his breathing. His muscles tensed, and the gene chain in his mind activated, unleashing a surge of vitality throughout his cells. Under his command, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Yi Li's strike was swift, crashing against He Qingshan's palm. The commander's hand remained as unyielding as stone, showing no sign of movement. Yet, after absorbing the impact of Yi Li's punch, a look of surprise crossed his face. The strength exhibited by this young man, given his age and realm, was truly extraordinary. No further tests are necessary, He Qingshan remarked, a smile gracing his lips. I never anticipated that such a talent would emerge from Binhai City. It is a fortune for the entire Asia region. Even more astonishing is that this genius has come to us, the 9th Legion. Ha! Jiang Jinqing laughed heartily. Commander, this simply proves that the 9th Legion is fated to have Yi Li. He Qingshan nodded, turning his gaze to Yi Li. Yi Li, would you be willing to join the genius camp? I can offer you a 30 increase in your base benefits, and your rank will be directly elevated to captain. Furthermore, I can assure you that upon reaching the half-beast realm, you will receive a set of A3 grade equipment and an armed aircraft. The others gasped at these terms, their eyes wide with envy. Many of them held general ranks, yet they still utilized A5 level equipment. A set of A3 grade gear would be valued at no less than 300 million, leaving them salivating. Equipment crafted from fierce beast materials is categorized into 9 grades, ranging from the lowly A9 to the esteemed A1. Each tier represents a qualitative leap in value, though A3 is not the highest. The cost of A3 equipment could easily exceed tenfold compared to its predecessors. A2 might demand tens of billions, and A1 would require no less than 100 billion. The commander was indeed making a significant investment. Chapter 24, The Thousand Stone Realm, I Am Willing. Yi Li pondered for a moment before finally revealing a smile of agreement. He was originally assigned to the 9th Legion. Whether he agreed or not, he belonged to the 9th Legion. The only difference lay in whether he would be included in the Genius Camp. The 9th Legion had invested substantial resources to recruit into the Genius Camp, rendering it anything but a mere formality. They would allocate significant resources, far superior to those of an ordinary recruit camp. Ha ha ha, splendid. Qishan laughed heartily and nodded, saying, General Su, I entrust Yi Li to you. The General Su, named by Qishan, stood up and replied, Yes, Commander. Qishan then gave Yi Li a slight nod, opened his personal intelligence terminal, established a contact relationship with Yi Li, and said, Young one, feel free to communicate with me whenever you need. I look forward to witnessing the rise of a supernova. With that, he patted Yi Li on the shoulder and departed. The group saw Qishan off. General Su, please take Yi Li to register at the Genius Camp. Jiang Jinsheng spoke up. General Su did not hesitate and led Yi Li out of the Vice Commander's office. Yi Li, you are the only one in many years to be personally recruited by the commander, and he even provided you with his personal number. It is clear how much he values you, General Su said, a hint of envy on his face. I will certainly not disappoint the commander's investment, Yi Li replied earnestly. You are now considered a prot-G of the commander, so you must strive to excel, General Su encouraged. After exiting the office, General Su drove a military vehicle, with Yi Li seated in the passenger seat. The Genius Camp was also located within the Fortress of the Legion, featuring an independent building and priority access to training grounds. This year, the Genius Camp had recruited a total of 17 individuals. As General Su drove, he introduced Yi Li. 13 are from Binhai City, 1 from Tianyan City, and 3 from Qingshan City. Their talents are quite impressive, slightly inferior to the top tier, but they are indeed rare genius-level evolvers. He smiled slightly, of course. Compared to you, they pale in comparison. Yi Li expressed surprise. General Su, Qingshan City is not close to us. How did you manage to recruit from there? In response, General Su beamed with pride. Our commander happens to have a close friend in Qingshan City. With his intervention, we secured 3 spots. It was indeed fortunate. Yet, it pales in comparison to the recruitment capacity of a corporation. Yi Li mused silently, reflecting on the formidable strength of certain families and companies. Haha, Yi Li. You should feel proud, General Su continued, chuckling. You are the first evolver personally recruited by the commander into the Genius Camp. Just this alone brings you immense benefits. Of course, it is also due to your potential that the commander deems it worthwhile to do so. In General Su's eyes, Yi Li indeed possessed such worth. After all, he had broken the record set by Luo Zhangqiong at the bone refinement stage. It was entirely reasonable for the commander to come personally. Once news of Yi Li's accomplishments spread, it would undoubtedly attract countless families and corporations eager to recruit him. The conditions offered by those families and companies would be exceedingly generous, far exceeding what the 9th Legion could provide. This was no exaggeration. Who was Luo Zhangqiong? The foremost expert in the Asian region, a top figure among the martial deities. Breaking Luo Zhangqiong's record was enough to entice countless families and companies to invest heavily in a gamble. Should another Luo Zhangqiong emerge, it would signify a qualitative change for those families and companies, propelling them to ascend as true superpowers. Yi Li smiled, fully aware of the vast potential he had displayed. Let me tell you about the benefits of the Genius Camp, General Su began. Upon joining the Genius Camp, in addition to what the commander mentioned, there are contribution points. both for the Legion and the Federation. Legion contribution points refer to a form of contribution within our Legion, convertible to Federation currency, and can be used to purchase beast gene liquids obtained by the Legion, as well as equipment manufactured by the Legion's arsenal. Federation contribution points are even more significant. They can only be redeemed when accumulated to a sufficient level, determining what type of equipment you can acquire from the Federation's marketplace. Equipment above A3 level can only be obtained through Federation contribution points. Even our commander does not have the qualification to redeem A1 level equipment, General Su remarked. From this, one could glean how challenging it was to obtain Federation contribution points. How does one acquire Legion contribution points and Federation contribution points? Yili asked, curious. As he had not encountered such information at school, it seemed there was much he remained unaware of within the Federation. Both types of contribution points can only be acquired through one means. General Su smiled slightly, and that is by hunting ferocious beasts. The human living space is exceedingly harsh. Each month, the alien portals transmit a new batch of ferocious beasts of varying numbers and levels to Blue Star, and we are constantly confronted with an endless tide of these beasts. Every inch of human living space is wrested from the jaws of ferocious beasts. The existence of the Federation government is to unify and coordinate human efforts, with the core objective being the hunting of ferocious beasts to diminish their numbers and threats. To earn contribution points, obtaining Legion contribution points is relatively straightforward. Any ferocious beast contributes points based on its type. Beasts at the bone refinement stage yield between 1 to 10 contribution points. Those at the blood condensation stage yield between 10 to 20 points. And those at the beast transformation stage yield between 20 to 30 points, and so forth. Federation contribution points are different. They only count for the elimination of ferocious beasts at the semi-beast stage or higher. Yili nodded. Simply put, the existence of contribution points serves as a reward mechanism for evolvers protecting humanity, elevating their social standing, and granting access to rewards beyond mere monetary value, such as equipment, beast gene liquids, and honor, among others. As they conversed, Yili felt a surge of curiosity about the commander. Being the highest-ranking officer of a legion, he must be a formidable evolver. Unable to contain himself, he asked, General Su, what realm is our commander in? General Su smiled slightly. He is in the Thousand Stone realm. The progression begins at the bone refinement stage, followed by blood condensation, beast transformation, semi-beast, and then the 6th realm, which is the evolution realm, where humans break through their limits to achieve a new level of evolution. The 7th realm is the Thousand Stone realm. An evolver in the Thousand Stone realm possesses strength surpassing 100,000 to several 100,000 pounds, exhibiting tremendous power. Humanity has categorized the realms of combat evolvers. Beyond the Thousand Stone realm lies the 10,000-pound realm. Combat evolvers at the 10,000-pound realm can unleash a punch capable of demolishing a skyscraper. The 9th realm, above the 10,000-pound realm, is the martial deity realm. The martial deity realm is truly terrifying. They can obliterate cities with a wave of their hand and divert rivers with a stomp, existing beyond the bounds of humanity. Their evolved strength and beastly forms far exceed the ordinary human imagination, representing the pinnacle of human power. Each of them could effortlessly annihilate an entire legion with just a few strikes, making them the apex of human combat prowess. Is the martial deity realm difficult to attain? Indeed, it is. Currently, there are fewer than 20 super-strong individuals globally who have reached the martial deity realm. Whether it be the 10,000-pound realm or the martial deity realm, they are worlds away from Yili. Yili was astonished by the commander's strength. This was the Thousand Stone realm. Attaining the evolution realm is enough to be called a strong individual, while the Thousand Stone realm is regarded as a mid-tier strongman. The 10,000-pound realm as a high-tier strongman, and the martial deity realm as a super strongman. Listening to the various levels of realms, Yili felt a sense of emotion. He had merely taken his first step, and the road ahead was still long. However, Yili was filled with confidence, for he possessed a mysterious genetic lineage and the ability to harness mental power. With these attributes, his growth and strength would be beyond anyone's conjecture, and he would undoubtedly become immensely powerful. Lost in thought, the car came to a halt. They had arrived at the genius camp. General Su stopped the vehicle and, after Yi Li exited, said, "Come, follow me inside." Chapter 25. The Genius Camp of the 9th Legion. The Genius Camp is expansive. A 6-member squad stands guard at the entrance. Haha, Shaoli, it has been some time since we last met. I sense your aura has become more substantial. It appears your evolution has progressed rapidly. General Su boomed with laughter. If my memory serves me correctly, you reached 90 evolution in the half-beast realm last year. But your current aura resembles that of the beast form realm. You must have made a breakthrough, haven't you? One muscular middle-aged soldier among the 6 smiled, acknowledging, "Greetings, General Su." A hint of pride adorned his face as he nodded. "You are correct, General. I just broke through to the beast form realm last month." The man's gaze was piercing, exuding an air of ferocity, and when his eyes swept across, it felt electrifying. "Indeed, you have made a breakthrough. In our legion, there are no more than 100 in the beast form realm. By regulation, you will soon command your own unit," General Su expressed with astonishment. After reaching the beast form realm, one could independently command a unit, devising their own combat strategies. In the absence of combat missions, one possessed autonomous operational authority. For instance, after formulating a battle plan against ferocious beasts, one merely needs to report it to the Legion without requiring further approval. Moreover, the spoils of independent operations entail only a minimal portion to be submitted to the Legion, allowing the rest to be distributed among the participating evolvers. This is the juncture at which an evolver can truly accumulate wealth, with income potentially soaring to 100 or 200 million annually. The middle-aged soldier smiled. "I might be reassigned from the Genius Camp next month. I truly feel reluctant to leave, having spent nearly a decade here." His gaze fell upon Yi Li, and he inquired with surprise, "General Su, is it still possible to recruit a genius evolver at this time?" General Su chuckled and introduced, "This is Yi Li, personally recruited by the Legion commander." "Yi Li, this is Li Hao." Li Hao's expression reflected astonishment. The introduction elevated the young man's status significantly. Yi Li rendered a military salute, smiling. All 6 members, including Li Hao, regarded Yi Li with curiosity, eager to discern what distinguished him to warrant the Legion commander's personal attention. Unfazed by their somewhat brazen scrutiny, Yi Li stood composed. "Let us proceed inside," General Su proclaimed, leading Yi Li into the genius camp. Upon entering, Yi Li felt a surge of excitement. Yet, as he surveyed the surroundings, the camp appeared sparse, nearly devoid of personnel. "Few are privileged enough to enter the genius camp," General Su explained. "Typically, after 2 months of virtual training, we engage in actual combat. The following period is predominantly focused on combat training. It is rare to encounter previous cohorts of evolvers in this vast camp. Such a large camp. And only 18 of us, including you?" Yi Li exclaimed in surprise. General Su nodded, a hint of bitterness gracing his expression. It truly felt rather meager. A camp of this magnitude with merely 18 talented evolvers, a moderately powerful family or corporation would likely recruit more, and of better quality, than the 9th Legion. Yet, he soon smiled as he regarded Yi Li. Fortunately, Yi Li's arrival this year was an unexpected delight. The potential he exhibited far surpassed that of over 100 talented evolvers combined. The Genius Camp boasted a considerable array of facilities, replete with numerous training rooms and an assortment of training equipment, along with various functional rooms, such as virtual combat rooms. Underground, there existed a shooting tunnel stretching 5 kilometers, specifically constructed for marksmanship training. The resources allocated to the Genius Camp by the Legion are undoubtedly the finest throughout the entire Legion. After a brief moment, General Su guided Yi Li to an office building. "Instructor Zhang, I have brought a new recruit," he announced. "Haha, welcome, welcome." A tall, imposing middle-aged man resembling an iron tower appeared immediately upon hearing General Su's voice. His sharp gaze fell upon Yi Li, as if attempting to see right through him. "Is this the one who has shattered Luo Sanxiong's record?" General Su nodded, stating, "Indeed, this is him. Yi Li, this is Instructor Zhang Fong. Do not let his size fool you. He is a swift-type evolver. Remarkably, he is currently pushing toward the evolution realm, having reached 95 evolution in the beast form realm. Advancement is imminent." Yi Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After the beast form realm comes the evolution realm, wherein one breaks through the genetic chain of humanity. Those who reach this realm are regarded as quasi-strong individuals, possessing formidable power. Evolvers at this stage hold significant social status and are respected wherever they go. It was unexpected to find such a strong instructor at the Genius Camp. Greetings, Instructor Zhang. Yi Li saluted respectfully. Zhang Fong appeared quite exhilarated. His gaze on Yi Li filled with fervor. By heavens, someone has indeed shattered Luo Sanqiong's record, and he has become my student? It feels as though fortune has arrived too swiftly. The growth of a student, especially into a powerful being, would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for him as the instructor. This is what one might call the bond between teacher and student. Excellent, excellent, Zhang Fong nodded, saying, come, follow me, let us get you settled in. General Su smiled. Announcing, I leave Yi Li in your capable hands. I must return to report to the Legion commander. He departed promptly. Zhang Fong led Yi Li first to the accommodations. The living quarters at the Genius Camp were lavish. Each individual enjoyed a suite, fully automated with top-tier appliances and amenities, far superior to the cramped quarters shared by ordinary evolvers. Yi Li, take a day to rest. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to the others for training. Now, I would like to present a new recruit. Zhang Fong announced loudly on the training field. The 17 young individuals stood at attention, their curious gazes directed toward Yi Li. The Genius Camp had already been in training for half a month. How could someone join now? Under the scrutiny of so many, Yi Li remained unperturbed. Smiling as he greeted, hello everyone, I am Yi Li. Zhang Fong chuckled. Yi Li, rejoin the ranks. Yi Li nodded and took his place at the back of the formation. The 18 stood rigidly, their training from a young age rendering them as straight as arrows. Chapter 26. The dragon-shaped beast soul above the head. After a day of training, Yi Li had become somewhat familiar with the others. After dinner, Zhang Fong approached Yi Li. Yi Li, since this is your first time receiving the beast gene fluid, allow me to escort you. Thank you, Instructor, Yi Li replied, rising to follow Zhang Fong as they departed. Within the Genius Camp, there existed a privilege of guaranteed advancement. The Legion here offered advancement to the beast transformation realm, which was the third level. Every day, each evolutionary in the Genius Camp could receive a vial of beast gene fluid to consume, thereby enhancing their evolution degree. Yi Li, the Legion commander has agreed to elevate your treatment by 30, so your guaranteed advancement will be to the semi-beast realm, Zhang Fong remarked. This is not merely a 30 increase. It is almost double. The expenses to reach the semi-beast realm are greater than the combined costs of the first 3 realms. The Legion commander has truly made a substantial investment in you. After a brief moment, the two arrived at the storeroom, overseen by a dedicated staff member, where the beast gene fluid for the Genius Camp's evolvers was stored. Old Luo, Zhang Fong greeted the person in charge. Old Luo looked up and smiled. We have new students joining us? Each new student was brought by Zhang Fong to familiarize themselves with the process. In the future, students would collect the beast gene fluid themselves daily, without needing Zhang Fong's assistance. Zhang Fong nodded with a smile. They just arrived today. Old Luo did not inquire about Yi Li's talents, but merely glanced at him and said, please register your beast type, so we can allocate the appropriate beast gene fluid for you. Zhang Fong guided Yi Li, who simply needed to input his personal information into a terminal, connecting it with the Genius Camp's database. Yi Li's information had already been entered into the 9th Legion's database, and after scanning, the entire process was completed smoothly. Old Luo, upon finishing the procedure, lifted his head to ask, what type of gene chain have you activated? It would be best to specify the exact beast type. This way, our allocation will be precise. Rest assured, our Legion possesses beast gene fluids of all forms and varieties. Yi Li furrowed his brow, still uncertain about what type of gene chain he had activated. Was it a terrestrial beast, an insect, or perhaps a bird? Aquatic? He truly could not ascertain. The beast gene fluid he had absorbed seemed to encompass all types, as if his gene chain were indiscriminate. Would it be possible to activate it? Yi Li gritted his teeth, stating that the testing apparatus here was the most advanced and would surely reveal the nature of his activated beast gene chain. All right. Old Luo was not surprised. He had encountered many students unsure of their activated beast gene chains before. Zhang Fong observed Yi Li with a peculiar expression, recalling that Yi Li's data indicated an insect gene chain. Old Luo promptly guided Yi Li to the gene chain detector, where several sensors adhered to Yi Li's skin, subsequently initiating stimulation. Yi Li felt a mild current coursing through his body, invigorating every cell as if they were awakening, filling him with a sense of fervor. However, atop his head, nothing manifested. No beast soul appeared. Is the detector malfunctioning? Old Luo mused, checking and confirming that everything was functioning normally, which left him perplexed. This was unusual. The detector was operational. Zhang Fong, equally bewildered, gazed at Yi Li, his eyes fixed on the detector. How could there be no beast soul? At that moment, Yi Li felt disoriented. How could he fail to activate a beast soul? This was incomprehensible. Under the right machine stimuli, the latent genetic power within an evolver's cells should manifest a beast soul. Yet, now, there was nothing. Yi Li felt a twinge of panic as he closed his eyes. The luminous orb in his mind continued to radiate brilliance, and within it, the myriad strands of the gene chain shimmered brilliantly. Strangely, he thought of Zhao Tianlei and his dragon-shaped beast gene chain, a colossal dragon soaring with a roar. At that moment, the gene chain within the orb began to transform, twisting and reshaping until it bore a resemblance to an eastern dragon. This, Yi Li could hardly believe it. His gene chain was capable of transformation? Overwhelmed with astonishment, he opened his eyes. At that instant, a spectral dragon formed above his head, erupting from his crown and taking shape just 20 centimeters above him. Manifesting as a roaring dragon, which coiled around his head, its eyes radiating a draconic majesty as it gazed ahead. It is a dragon-shaped beast gene chain, Old Luo exclaimed. Even Zhang Fong was taken aback, staring dumbfounded at the beast soul that had materialized above Yi Li. The dragon-shaped beast gene chain was the most powerful known to humanity. Heavens! No wonder the Legion commander personally sought out this super genius, a dragon-shaped beast gene chain. Zhang Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to conceive that one of his subordinates possessed such a caliber of talent. Compared to Yi Li, the other individuals in the genius camp paled in significance. The inherent advantages of the gene chain were beyond comparison, akin to some individuals standing atop a pyramid from the very beginning, unattainable by those in the lower tiers. Yi Li was precisely that individual, standing atop the pyramid from the outset. Zhang Fong was now eager to learn how the Legion commander had managed to recruit such an extraordinary talent into the Legion. Compared to other legions or prominent families and corporations, the Ninth Legion seemed minuscule. A talent like Yi Li would undoubtedly attract countless forces vying for him. Furthermore, upon activating his gene chain, he had directly broken Luo Sanqiong's record. Combined, the Ninth Legion lacked even the qualifications to compete. It was no exaggeration. On a global scale, the Ninth Legion could scarcely even make a name for itself. Zhang Fong found himself overwhelmed, his mind racing. Excitedly, he recognized what this anomaly signified. Yi Li was destined to become one of the top-tier powerhouses in the future. This is the pinnacle powerhouse I have nurtured, Zhang Fong thought, feeling his breath quicken and his hands tremble. Such credentials and honor would undoubtedly be remarkable enough for him to relish for a lifetime. In a fleeting moment, the colossal dragon beast soul hovering above Yi Li dissipated. Chapter 27. The extra beast shadow. This time, the commander was bound to have a headache. Upon learning that Yi Li was a dragon-shaped ferocious beast, Old Luo wore a smug expression. The gene liquid of such ferocious beasts is rare, not something as common as cabbage. Would the commander really be willing to provide resources for a half-beast realm? Once the commander received the news, he would surely feel a pang of anguish. Although there were numerous gene liquids for other ferocious beasts in the gene bank, there were less than 5 vials of dragon-shaped ferocious beast gene liquid. 3 vials had a 1 evolution rate, 1 had a 2 evolution rate, and 1 had a 5 evolution rate. According to the regulations of the talented camp, they were required to supply Yi Li with 1 vial of ferocious beast gene liquid each day. The gene bank could only provide for 5 days. To ensure Yi Li's continued strength enhancement, it was imperative to supplement him with sufficient gene liquid. The price of such gene liquids is exorbitant, far beyond the means of an ordinary person. Given the financial situation of the Ninth Legion, it seemed quite challenging. This is precisely why only significant powers can nurture certain super geniuses. Of course, these issues were a source of distress for the commander. After regaining his composure, Old Luo swiftly retrieved a vial of dragon-shaped ferocious beast gene liquid from the safe and handed it to Yi Li. "Young man, I have high hopes for you." In the dead of night, the other trainees had long since fallen asleep. In Yi Li's suite, he sat cross-legged on the bed, clad in loose pajamas, holding a vial of ferocious beast gene liquid. The pale blue liquid radiated a captivating sheen under the light. One corner of the glass vial bore the inscription of 5. To his surprise, Old Luo had given him the 5 evolution rate liquid. Was the Ninth Legion so affluent? A smile graced Yi Li's face. He was well aware of the exorbitant cost of dragon-shaped ferocious beast gene liquid. This vial with a 5 evolution rate would not fetch less than 300,000 federal coins on the market. The Ninth Legion affluent? If He Qingshan were to know Yi Li thought this way, he would certainly be taken aback. Yi Li chuckled softly before uncorking the vial and swallowing the dragon-shaped ferocious beast gene liquid in one go. Moments later, a warm sensation surged within him. Boom! Before Yi Li could fully savor this warmth, he felt a resounding roar emanating from the sea of consciousness. A sharp pain struck his head, and he felt as if he had entered a dream. Sizzle! Sizzle! The familiar call echoed once more. The surrounding dreamscape remained largely unchanged, situated within Yi Li's own sea of consciousness. The luminous orb continued to emit a dazzling glow, and Yi Li keenly sensed it had grown considerably larger, the brightness intensifying. The gene chains within the orb had also transformed, now possessing an additional segment, making them longer. Was this due to the additional 5 evolution rate? Yi Li furrowed his brow. After consuming the 5 evolution rate dragon-shaped ferocious beast gene liquid, his current evolution rate had reached 10. The changes in the orb were impacting Yi Li. He could feel his strength and speed increasing, and his neural responses becoming more acute. Not only that, but Yi Li also perceived a subtle difference within the orb, a faint dragon-shaped shadow lingering within. Upon closer examination, he discovered several other shadows as well, including one resembling a bug. What is this? Yi Li was bewildered, striving to discern the details, but these shadows were faint and indistinct. Only the dragon-shaped shadow was somewhat clearer, and it was this clarity that allowed Yi Li to notice the presence of these shadows within the orb. He was certain that the orb had not contained these entities before. How had they come to exist? Yi Li pondered deeply. During his time here, he had reviewed numerous materials, and the conclusion he arrived at was that no other evolver possessed the ability to introspect their own consciousness as he did. He wondered if the military's records contained any information regarding this aspect. The military had been battling ferocious beasts on the front lines for a century. They possessed knowledge of these beasts that was inaccessible to the outside world. Insect types, avian types, terrestrial creatures. Were these not the very categories of ferocious beasts from the gene liquids he had consumed? Yi Li was taken aback as he began to grasp something. It seemed that the type of ferocious beast gene liquid he consumed corresponded to the appearance of these shadows within the orb. Even the clarity of the shadows seemed to relate to the evolution rate consumed. The shadow of the insect-type ferocious beast currently only had a 1 evolution rate. Hence it was exceedingly faint, nearly negligible. The dragon-shaped ferocious beast shadow appeared clearer because its evolution rate had reached 5. The higher the evolution rate, the more distinct the shadow. However, these shadows remained quite vague, allowing only a rough categorization but failing to reveal the specific types of ferocious beasts they represented. Did the evolution rate signify clarity? Was it true that a 100 evolution rate would result in a shadow resembling a tangible entity? Yi Li speculated. Yet his brow remained furrowed, for he was uncertain whether these changes were beneficial or detrimental. He had no way of knowing how reaching a 100 evolution rate and becoming an entity would affect him. Everything felt like an enigma, shrouded in mystery. With a deep exhale, Yi Li pulled his consciousness back from his mind. He took a moment to gather himself. His will surged forth, and a flying knife that he had hung on the wall suddenly shot out, transforming into a streak of cold light aimed at Yi Li, yet it abruptly halted, hovering before him. With another mental command, a second flying knife similarly soared to Yi Li's front. The two flying knives danced around him like fleeting rays of light. Under Yi Li's mental control, they moved as if they were extensions of his own limbs, darting and hovering throughout the room. Testing the third flying knife. Yi Li's gaze fell upon the knife sheath. The third flying knife, under the influence of his mental power, took flight. Unlike the previous two, it wobbled precariously as it ascended, barely managing to reach Yi Li's presence before it flopped weakly. Still insufficient. Yi Li shook his head, extending his hand to grasp the flying knife, revealing a wry smile. However, compared to before, there was indeed progress. Prior to consuming the 5 ferocious beast gene liquid, Yi Li had been unable to make even the third knife lift off. Now, he had accomplished it. The transformation in mental power resulting from the evolution rate was truly significant. This marked a tremendous advancement. Yi Li was confident that with additional consumption of ferocious beast gene liquid, he would be able to control the third flying knife. The addition of another flying knife would exponentially enhance his combat capability. However, for now, Yi Li could only control 2 knives, and his focus needed to be on mastering their control, familiarizing himself with his own mental power. There were no reference materials available. Yi Li could only navigate through trial and error as he practiced. Buzz. The 2 flying knives transformed into streaks of light, ultimately hovering before Yi Li. He retrieved them and casually tossed them onto the bedside table. Tomorrow, he would encounter real ferocious beasts. He wondered if there would be any arrangements for practical combat. Yi Li felt a thrill of excitement at the thought of getting up close and personal with these formidable creatures. He decided to retire early, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. Chapter 28. The Beast Cage, August 15th. On the 3rd day of Yi Li's enrollment. In the early morning, all 18 students of the Genius Camp rose early, first engaging in muscle training, then standing in a row, hands clasped behind their backs, adopting the 8-diagram stance. Excellent, Zhang Fang remarked, observing the spirited 18 students before him. The efforts you invest today may very well save your lives when you confront ferocious beasts in the future. This is not an exaggeration. It is a lesson learned through bloodshed. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles. Thus, today I will introduce you to ferocious beasts, allowing you to experience their presence up close. Yi Li's eyes flickered with anticipation, mirrored by the excitement of the others. Previously, during school visits, they had only encountered the mildest of beasts. The ones captured by the military were undoubtedly far from ordinary. They had seen videos of the military capturing beasts of the beast formation realm. Yi Li recalled a video where the military even caught a massive earth war bear. It was enormous. Would they perhaps engage in battle with ferocious beasts today? You are overthinking it. We have only just become evolvers. Today's primary objective is to experience the aura of death that surrounds these creatures. Engaging in combat with ferocious beasts is a conversation for another day, after you have proven yourselves. While the students here are indeed talented, their youth still renders them curious, and discussions abound. Whether it be the military, prominent families, or corporations, each possesses its own training facilities. They also capture low-tier ferocious beasts for practical training. Only upon qualifying are students permitted to enter the wilderness. This is the safest and most rapid way to develop. Otherwise, being thrust into the wilderness to battle ferocious beasts would lead to certain death. Over 90% of individuals do not survive past a month. Due to the large number of low-talent evolvers allocated by the military, the training resources available are limited, allowing for at most 3 combat opportunities against ferocious beasts throughout the training period. In contrast, the Genius Camp offers a different experience. Students can apply to engage with ferocious beasts at any time if they so wish. The significance of resources is evident. The reason talented evolvers are drawn to various families and corporations is due to the enticing resources they control. Observing the students' enthusiasm, Zhang Fang smiled slightly and instructed, "Follow me." The Genius Camp encompasses a vast structure known as the Beast Cage. Within the Beast Cage, 3 zones are delineated: the bone refinement zone, the blood condensation zone, and the beast transformation zone, each corresponding to different tiers of ferocious beasts. These 3 areas house the beasts necessary for the training of the Genius Camp. A 10-member squad of half-beast soldiers is stationed here to ensure safety. They are prepared to suppress any abnormalities exhibited by the beasts. Their additional role is to protect the practicing evolvers. Old Zhu, Zhang Fong called from a distance. At the entrance of the beast cage, an officer awaited alongside 2 evolver soldiers. Upon hearing Zhang Fong's call, the officer smiled and saluted. "Greetings, Colonel." Zhang Fong lightly tapped his chest with a fist. "Enough with the formalities, Old Zhu. There's no need for that here. Are you ready?" Officer Zhu nodded, glancing at the 18 students accompanying Zhang Fong, and remarked, "You notified me last night. We've been prepared. Are these the talented individuals of this cohort?" Zhang Fong replied with a slight nod, gesturing for the students to enter. The beast cage is equipped with an advanced testing mechanism. Each entering student is automatically scanned by their personal intelligence terminals, their information already registered, allowing for seamless entry within the Genius Camp. As they stepped into the beast cage, the deep growls of the ferocious beasts echoed around them. A faint, pungent odor wafted through the air, signaling the distinct nature of the place, causing their nerves to tighten instinctively. In the bone refinement zone, 10 cages constructed of alloy metal stood, each measuring 30 meters by 30 meters, arranged in a formidable line. Roar! Upon their entrance, a fierce roar resonated from the first cage. A wolf-like ferocious beast, towering at 2 meters and measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, became agitated, assuming an aggressive posture. Its most notable features were its exposed teeth, sharp claws, and powerful limbs. Wow, it's a giant-toothed wolf, one of the peak combatants of the bone refinement realm. According to federal records, the giant-toothed wolf can reach speeds of 95 kilometers per hour, making it perilous for anyone unable to run faster than 26 meters per second. Thankfully, my speed is just adequate. I cannot rely on speed. I must rely on strength. Its bite force is terrifying, capable of easily slicing through ordinary metal. The students, well-versed in the knowledge of ferocious beasts, quickly recited the data on the giant-toothed wolf. Though seemingly straightforward, countless sacrifices were made to uncover every combat characteristic of the giant-toothed wolf. Indeed, the data concerning ferocious beasts is steeped in bloodshed. Encountering a peak-level ferocious beast of the bone refinement realm certainly imposed a certain pressure on everyone. Yili focused on the giant-toothed wolf, his mind racing to calculate how he would confront such a creature. With a strength of 1,400 kilograms and a combat knife, he could cleave through its hide. His speed of 30 meters per second would allow him to match its movements. As long as his speed was sufficient and his strength formidable, he could take it down. Yili felt a surge of determination. This was merely the surface. He had 2 aces up his sleeve. One was his mental control over 2 flying knives, and the other was his ability to beast transform his arms, boosting his strength to at least 2,000 kilograms, allowing him to effortlessly sever the giant-toothed wolf's head. As they walked past each cage, a ferocious beast was confined within each one. The weakest among them was the multi-legged insect beast, the least formidable in the bone refinement realm, known for its slow speed, making it ideal for novice evolvers. As evolvers, the first instinct upon encountering ferocious beasts is to assess how they would engage in battle. Thus, each student began discussing strategies on how to combat the ferocious beasts around them. Yili, how would you fare against the lightning cat beast, known for its speed? A tall boy named Su Tianwu inquired, playfully patting Yili's shoulder. He possessed a high-strength talent, having awakened the genes of the earth rhinoceros beast. Once he reached the beast transformation realm, he would wield immense power. Yili recalled the data on the lightning cat beast, which could reach speeds of 31 meters per second, making it one of the most formidable entities in the bone refinement realm. This speed posed significant challenges for new evolvers. I think I could manage, Yili pondered, feeling confident in his abilities. Chapter 29. The opportunity to challenge beasts. Who among you has ever faced a beast? Zhang Fong inquired with a smile after observing 10 formidable creatures at the bone refinement level. It is not uncommon for affluent individuals among the awakened evolutionary beings to have previously hunted beasts. The business surrounding these creatures holds significant importance within the Federation, particularly concerning the procurement of beast materials. Capturing live beasts for the training of evolutionary beings constitutes a vast industry as well. Many civilized evolutionary beings feel an irresistible urge to confront these beasts, yet they hesitate to venture into the wilderness for such endeavors. This is where martial arts academies recognize a lucrative opportunity. They either establish or collaborate with capture teams to retrieve lower-level beasts, providing individuals with a chance to engage in combat with them. The primary beneficiaries, however, remain the combat evolutionary beings who practice their skills. Many of them choose to hone their techniques within the academy, requiring beasts as opponents to simulate real combat, a method that significantly enhances their combat prowess. This form of training, while highly sought after, is exceedingly costly and not easily accessible to the average evolutionary family. Wealthy families, upon awakening their genetic chains, often allow their children to experience genuine confrontations with beasts, thus giving them a head start in their evolutionary journey. The Academy employs high-level evolutionary beings as sparring partners to ensure the safety of the trainees. Among the 18 students, 3 raised their hands. Instructor, I have faced a 6-horned bull beast, declared a fair-skinned student, pride evident on his face. The 6-horned bull beast. One of the most powerful creatures at the bone refinement level. I've seen it in the Academy, and the training session cost a staggering 100,000 Federation coins. It's extortionate, exclaimed another student, unable to maintain composure. The fair-skinned student basked in their astonishment. Such a price was beyond the means of ordinary families. Underscoring his own privileged background, I have fought the multi-legged worm beast thrice, and it was only in the 3rd encounter that I managed to slay it. My advantage lay in my speed. Hence, I opted for the lightning cat beast. But, had it not been for the higher-level evolutionary sparring partner, I might have had my throat slashed by its claws. The recollection of his sole encounter with a beast left a look of trepidation on his face. Upon hearing this, Zhangfang chuckled and gestured towards a cage behind him. It seems most of you have yet to encounter a beast. Today, I can offer you the opportunity to engage with one, allowing you to experience firsthand the challenge of facing these formidable creatures. The military's prowess in capturing these lower-level beasts is undoubtedly formidable. Wow! The students erupted with excitement at Zhangfang's words, their enthusiasm palpable. Long live the instructor! Ha ha ha! Finally, we can spar with a beast. The evolutionary students were all aflame with excitement. Here, they were not in the wilderness, but within a protective environment safeguarded by evolutionary soldiers, alleviating their concerns for safety. Observing their fervor, Zhangfang smiled slightly, well aware of their mindset from having guided previous cohorts of evolutionary students. Engaging with a beast is quite simple. You may choose from 10 creatures, provided you possess adequate knowledge about them. If you lack understanding, the risks are far too great. Although soldiers guard this area, injuries still occur frequently. Instructor, no problem. The students laughed heartily, confident in their knowledge of beasts acquired from their school years. Zhangfang wasted no time, pointing to one of the students. You, step forward. Select a beast and inform me of its key attributes. If you succeed, you may enter the arena to face it. The chosen student, of average height but well-proportioned, glanced at the cage before pointing to a large, boar-like beast. Instructor, I choose the violent tusk boar. It stands at 1.7 meters tall and measures 3 meters in length. It excels in death charges and possesses remarkable agility in turning. The information he provided about the violent tusk boar was straightforward. Being a beast of the bone refinement level, it was limited to basic attacking techniques. Once the student finished speaking, Zhangfang nodded approvingly. Well done. Proceed. With the instructor's permission, the student felt a surge of excitement. The cage was equipped with standard weaponry, and various arms were available. The academy staff quickly outfitted the student with a complete set of gear, a shield in his left hand and a combat knife in his right, his body shielded by protective armor. With a metallic clang, the cage's alloy door opened. A soldier, barehanded and clad in a white tank top, accompanied the student inside. His physique was muscular, resembling iron, demonstrating immense physical prowess. Against such a beast at the bone refinement level, this soldier could dispatch it with a single punch, rendering weapons unnecessary. Upon entering the cage, the student became increasingly anxious. Relax, you understand its strengths and weaknesses. It should be easy to handle. Zhang Fong encouraged from outside the cage. Yi Li, along with the other students, positioned themselves by the cage to watch the unfolding confrontation. The 30m by 30m cage provided ample space for combat. Beasts are termed as such due to their ferocity upon arrival on Earth. They become exceedingly violent and engage in relentless battles at the sight of humans. Before the student could assume an offensive stance, the violent tusk boar charged at him with alarming speed, its long tusks poised for a lethal assault. Its impact force exceeded 2,000 kilograms, should it connect. The bones and organs of any evolutionary being below the blood condensation level would undoubtedly shatter. With a thunderous crash, the boar's hooves struck the ground, reverberating through the air. In an instant, it was upon the student. Knowledge and having viewed countless videos are one thing, but facing a beast in reality is an entirely different experience. The disparity between soldiers who have seen blood and those who have not is stark. Faced with the charging violent tusk boar, the student's mind momentarily blanked. Gasps filled the air as he finally reacted, executing a desperate roll to narrowly evade the impact. Yet, before he could regain his footing, the boar had already turned, lowering its head for another charge. The soldier, observing the scene, shook his head and stepped forward, moving with a ghostly grace. He lifted the student with one hand while the other pressed firmly against the boar's forehead. With a resounding thud, the rampaging violent tusk boar was abruptly halted. What terrifying strength! The soldier effortlessly subdued the creature's 2,000-kilogram force, leaving the onlookers in awe of his might. With a firm grip, he pinned the boar to the ground before escorting the student out of the cage. Chapter 30. The first battle. The soldier released the trainee, who stepped back to the cage door. His face was pale, overshadowed by an expression of guilt. He considered himself a genius, yet his recent performance fell far short of that title. Had this been in the wilderness, he would have already become a meal for the savage jaguar beast. Oh, how could Zhang Tianai, who performed admirably during the tests, falter now? After years of training, has it all been for naught? If it were me, I would have drawn my weapon the moment the jaguar charged, cleaving its skull in two. Indeed, Zhang Tianai appears utterly incompetent. The other trainees, initially astonished, soon wore expressions of disdain. Having watched countless videos and trained for over a decade, they believed that dealing with such a beast at the bone refinement level was child's play. The pale-faced boy who had engaged with the beast remained silent, recalling his own less than stellar first encounter. As the jeers grew louder, Zhang Tianai's face flushed with anger, alternating between shades of red and white. Zhang Fong, however, chuckled, clapping his hands. Everyone, please, hold on. It seems your confidence is quite robust, which is commendable. But do you truly believe that the savage beasts are mere playthings? No amount of video watching or training can compare to the reality of confronting a beast. The sheer ferocity of the beasts is what makes them truly terrifying. This was merely a lesson, a moment for Zhang Fong to impart knowledge, ensuring that the trainees would remember it more vividly. Next, without waiting for them to absorb the previous lesson, he pointed to the next trainee. This was Chun Jian, the one who had spoken the loudest and most derisively. Zhang Fong recalled that he was one of the two prodigies recruited from Qingyun City, ranking 37th in his high school upon awakening his genetic chain, undeniably a talent. A smile of arrogance graced Chun Jian's face as he donned his gear. Instructor, I choose the jaguar beast. He cast a condescending glance at Zhang Tianai, eager to showcase that not all prodigies were created equal. Zhang Fong nodded in approval. Soon, Chun Jian stood within the cage. Boom. The thunderous sound of pounding feet echoed as the ferocious jaguar launched its attack, its crimson eyes gleaming with malice, a testament to its terrifying nature. The savage charge resembled a tank barreling forward. Chun Jian, who had been so self-assured moments before, now trembled under the beast's oppressive aura, his mind blank. The knowledge he had accumulated seemed utterly useless at this moment. Ah! Chun Jian cried out, rolling to narrowly evade the jaguar's charge. He landed, covered in mud. scrambling to his feet and sprinting away. Yet the Jabor turned swiftly, its speed outmatching his. At that moment, the attending soldier shook his head, stepping forward with a blur, grasping Chen Jian and lifting him just before the beast could react. Within moments, the soldier had whisked the still screaming Chen Jian out of the cage. Laughter erupted around them. Chen Jian's face shifted from white to green, wishing he could vanish into the ground. It was an utter humiliation. The beast's oppressive aura could suppress one's spirit. And this was your first lesson. Only by facing the beast with composure could one hope to defeat it. Zhang Fong smiled slightly. Every trainee must endure this experience. It was but the first step of their growth. He then turned his gaze to Yi Li, the sole super genius personally recruited by the Legion commander, possessing the dragon-type genetic chain. He was curious about Yi Li's performance. Next, Yi Li. Upon hearing his name, all trainees turned to him, intrigued by this newcomer who had only managed to leapfrog over them after half a month of training. In their eyes, Yi Li appeared rather ordinary. Ha. Let us see the spectacle. Do you think Yi Li will wet himself under the beast's aura? He seems quite normal. Perhaps he just slipped in through the back door. I wonder if he will choose the lowly multi-legged insect beast? Despite the mocking remarks, Yi Li remained composed, unaffected by their jeers. When called upon by the instructor, he merely nodded and began to equip himself. Moments later, he was ready. Instructor, I wish to challenge the great-toothed wolf, Yi Li stated calmly. The room fell silent. Zhang Fong stared at him in disbelief. A direct challenge to the formidable great-toothed wolf? This beast was a pinnacle among those of the bone refinement level, renowned for its strength and speed. Was he courting disaster? The other trainees were equally astonished, their faces reflecting incredulity. Very well. Zhang Fong nodded. The soldier in charge of the cage observed Yi Li with curiosity before unlocking the door. Taking a deep breath, Yi Li stepped inside. Roar. The great-toothed wolf's eyes glimmered with a savage light as it fixated on the human evolutionist wielding a shield and blade, letting out a fierce howl before launching itself at Yi Li with incredible speed and agility. The monstrous beast, with its massive form, unleashed a terrifying aura that startled the onlookers outside the cage. As the wolf's jaws opened, its teeth transformed into lethal swords capable of tearing any victim asunder. With a whoosh, the great-toothed wolf leapt, its momentum threatening to crush everything in its path. Yet Yi Li, having studied countless videos of battles against the great-toothed wolf, understood its fighting style, weaknesses, and how to counter it. Although the wolf's aura was formidable, Yi Li exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, he maintained an unusual calm. Now, Yi Li thought, and in that instant, he moved, synchronizing his action with the wolf's leap. While the wolf soared, Yi Li advanced a single step, swinging his blade upward to strike at the beast's underbelly. As his arm swung, Yi Li unleashed his mental energy, propelling the blade with a force that seemed to crack the air itself. Buzz! The blade flew forth like lightning, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of a whip crack. This was the second application of Yi Li's psychic power. Not only could he manipulate flying weapons, but he could also generate thrust to amplify their impact. The leaping great-toothed wolf found itself unable to evade in midair, watching helplessly as the gleaming edge of the blade sliced through its abdomen. With a splatter of blood, the wolf soared over Yi Li, yet the force of the strike penetrated its back. The powerful impact caused it to crash to the ground, tumbling forward for several meters before coming to a halt. The great-toothed wolf thrashed violently, struggling to regain its footing. Yet, Yi Li's blade nearly cleaved the beast in twain. At that moment, all the students fell silent. The writhing and convulsing of the giant tooth wolf rendered the scene akin to a hellish nightmare, as its struggles released torrents of blood and spilled entrails, saturating the surroundings with a gruesome crimson. Chapter 31, Qualification for Practical Training. Heaving. Yi Li took rapid deep breaths, realizing that his limbs felt somewhat weak, barely able to maintain his stance. All that had transpired relied solely on the resilience of his indomitable spirit. The experience had been exceedingly perilous. Had he miscalculated the timing, the great tooth wolf could have easily overpowered him, with dire consequences. This first encounter with a ferocious beast left an exhilarating impact, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. The countless videos of actual combat had not been in vain. He had simulated battles with the great toothed wolf countless times, and all his efforts had proven worthwhile. Striking down the beast with a single blow was a testament to his dedication. At this moment, an immense sense of confidence burgeoned within him, a treasure beyond measure. In confronting ferocious beasts, the first step is to dismantle their aura of menace. Only when one can face them with composure can one truly engage in battle. The great toothed wolf twitched momentarily before succumbing to death. Yi surveyed the blood-soaked ground, his brow furrowing slightly. Although the battle appeared to be a swift victory, he recognized the many deficiencies that warranted improvement. For instance, the mere act of slaying a great toothed wolf left him feeling weak and nearly incapable of a second confrontation. This was a state he needed to rectify. Otherwise, facing multiple beasts would render him utterly vulnerable. Yi understood that his current condition was a flaw, a consequence of his inexperience in battling such creatures. Yet, he was determined. A few more encounters would help him overcome this shortcoming. He felt a surge of excitement, not solely for having slain the great toothed wolf, but for the utilization of his mental energy. The power he had exerted in that strike undoubtedly exceeded 3,000 kilograms, perhaps reaching the range of 3,500 to 3,600 kilograms. The sheer force was evident as the beast was nearly cleaved in two. Could it be that after beastifying his arm and augmenting it with mental energy, he could unleash an impact surpassing 5,000 kilograms? Wow, is this for real? A single strike to take down the beast. This must be a fabrication. How can Yi be so extraordinary, slaying the great toothed wolf with one blow? Incredible. He is truly a monster. The other trainees finally grasped the situation, their eyes wide with disbelief. As fellow trainees, how could one person excel so remarkably? Surely, he must have had some unfair advantage to outshine them so significantly. The supervising soldier regarded Yi with astonishment, a smile creeping onto his face as he recognized the merit of this student. That strike had indeed been flawlessly executed, with impeccable timing and force. It seemed that such power could not be wielded by an evolutionary of merely the bone refining stage. It would require at least one of the blood condensation stage. Yet, here stood Yi, a mere bone refining evolutionary. Bravo! Zhang Feng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with pride. Truly, a super talent personally recruited by the Legion commander. Yi's performance is worthy of such a title. Unlike others, Zhang Feng possessed detailed knowledge of Yi, understanding that this was his inaugural battle against a ferocious beast. To achieve such a flawless execution on the first attempt was a promising indication of Yi's potential. In light of Yi's performance, Zhang Feng announced that he would be granted unrestricted access to the beast's enclosure for practical training. Yi smiled, fully aware of the significance of this privilege. What about us, instructor? The other trainees clamored, acutely aware of how this allowance could significantly enhance their own capabilities. You all. We'll discuss that after another 2 weeks of training, Zhang Feng chuckled, dismissing the lamentations of the group with a light-hearted decision. The other trainees were led away, while Yi remained behind, now qualified to engage in practical training with ferocious beasts at any time. The purpose of the beast enclosure was precisely to provide such training for students, overseen by selected evolutionaries, ensuring that they need not worry about fatal dangers. He decided to test himself against the lightning cat beast. Yi's speed was more than adequate to match this formidable creature, renowned as one of the fastest beasts at the bone refining stage, perfect for honing his reflexes and evasive maneuvers. Subsequently, Yi sought permission from the supervising soldier. With his newfound qualification, he was granted immediate access. Entering the enclosure of the lightning cat beast, Yi was met with an immediate onslaught. True to its name, the lightning cat beast lunged at him with lightning speed. While others might have struggled to react, Yi was able to respond instinctively, sidestepping just enough to evade the attack. The beast, landing awkwardly, exerted its hind legs to propel itself into a swift turn. A lightning-quick turnaround? Yi mused with a faint smile. Having observed the lightning cat beast's fights countless times, he was well acquainted with this maneuver, akin to a counterattack. Prepared in advance, Yi effortlessly dodged the creature's assault. The previous battle with the great toothed wolf had fortified Yi's confidence, allowing him to engage the lightning cat beast without fear, adeptly utilizing his advantages. This spectacle astonished the supervising soldier. In his years of oversight, he had never seen a student perform at such a level. As time ticked away, Yi Li's evasive maneuvers grew increasingly confident and composed. 10 minutes later, he paused, his chest heaving, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his blade glistening with the creature's blood. In stark contrast, the lightning cat beast writhed on the ground, blood spurting from its neck. "Thank you for the practice session," Yi Li remarked, surveying the lifeless body of the beast with keen eyes. The lightning cat beast, a pinnacle of speed, had left numerous claw marks on his protective gear. Initially, he could evade only 4 or 5 out of 10 strikes. By the final minute, he had managed to evade 9 out of 10. For evolutionaries whose speed fell below 28 meters per second, encounters with the lightning cat beast often ended in brutal defeat. One needed a speed of at least 30 meters per second to qualify for combat. Fortunately, Yi Li's speed was precisely 30 meters per second. Now, the next step was to integrate mental energy into his combat strategy. With a final glance at the corpse of the lightning cat beast, he exited the enclosure, ready to face the next challenge. Chapter 32. An alternative use of mental power. The third ferocious beast chosen by Yi Li was the savage tooth boar. As the nurse soldier opened the cage, he cast a fleeting glance at the creature and knew its time was nigh. The captain and his team would once again face a headache. Encountering such a peculiar individual meant that the consumption of ferocious beasts would be exceedingly rapid. They would need to devise a plan to capture new beasts to replenish their dwindling supplies. He had observed keenly that the student named Yi Li had already utilized the lightning cat beast to hone speed and reflexes. Even the giant tooth wolf had been dispatched with a single strike. Given his prowess, it seemed unlikely that a beast of the bone refinement realm could pose a threat to him. If he continued training in this manner, how many ferocious beasts would be rendered obsolete by the end of the day? Hiss. Are today's students truly this terrifying and domineering? Yi Li, of course, was oblivious to the soldier's thoughts. He stepped into the cage of the savage tooth boar, focusing intently on the beast in one corner. His mental power could not only control flying knives, but also enhance the speed and strength of his combat knife, showcasing its ability to manipulate objects from thin air. What would happen if this ability were applied in battle? For instance, disrupting a beast's movements, rendering them sluggish or misaligned. Yi Li narrowed his eyes, excitement bubbling within him. It felt as though he had unlocked a new door, igniting a fierce battle intent within him. If successful, his combat capability would increase exponentially. While the bone refinement realm granted the ability to petrify, Yi Li dared not display this. However, mental power was different, silent, formless, and invisible. Even if he trained here, no one would discover his secret. Assuming a combat stance within the cage, he prepared himself. The savage tooth boar, with its crimson eyes, charged at him, hooves kicking up clouds of dust. The sheer force of its advance was formidable. Yi Li, maintaining a calm demeanor, suddenly widened his eyes as he activated his mental power, akin to invisible hands binding the boar's front hooves in that instant. The boar, caught off guard, stumbled, its head crashing into the ground. The impact sent soil flying, carving a trench that lay directly before Yi Li. Had this been a real fight, he could have struck decisively at that moment, severing the boar's head. Yet, he refrained, trembling with exhilaration. This was indeed feasible. Applying mental power in combat proved to be a powerful trump card. The soldier overseeing the training looked on in disbelief, unable to fathom why the boar, which had initiated a deadly charge, had faltered. Perhaps it was due to an uneven surface? Mistakes are natural. Even horses can stumble. Yi Li noticed the astonishment etched on the soldier's face and reminded himself to conceal certain abilities from prying eyes. Such overt displays of power could not continue. Once or twice could be attributed to coincidence, but thrice would certainly raise suspicion. Yi Li smiled softly. At that moment, the savage tooth boar rose, shaking off the dirt clinging to its fur and roaring once more, charging at him in a furious rage. Excellent. Yi Li wore a serious expression. He was eager to utilize this creature for further training. An hour later, he exited the cage, leaving behind a boar that lay panting on the ground, frothing at the mouth, devoid of the strength to rise. The soldier cast a sympathetic glance at the creature. Poor thing, tormented by Yi Li for an hour without respite. Tomorrow, once it recovered, it would be subjected to his merciless training once again. He regarded Yi Li with a mixture of admiration and trepidation. From initial awkwardness to calm mastery over the course of an hour, Yi Li had seemingly toyed with the ferocious beasts. With some time still remaining, he decided to test his skills against the Arctic fox beast. Although a bit fatigued, he was invigorated as he approached the cage, the eyes of the beasts glimmering with anticipation. Later that night, Yi Li shook the blood from his attire, wiping his combat knife against the pelt of a multi-legged insect beast. He had vanquished all 10. A smile creased his face. He had dispatched every beast confined within, nearly decimating those of the bone refinement realm. Throughout the day, he had tortured each beast for over an hour before delivering the final blow. It could be said that such beasts no longer posed a challenge for him. Confronting the giant toothed wolf had once made him anxious, but now he faced the bone refinement beasts with composure. Had it not been for the soldier's presence, he could have easily dispatched these beasts with a single encounter. Should he employ flying knives, he believed he could effortlessly bring down a bone refinement beast with crossed arms. The force propelled by his mental power, combined with the metallic edge of the knives, was sufficient to breach the skin and scales of these creatures. Next, he would collect the ferocious beast gene liquid. Yi Li smiled as he strode away. The soldier watched him depart, his expression a complex mix of awe and disbelief, too monstrous. In the ferocious beast gene repository, old Luo, still on duty, quickly retrieved a vial of dragon-shaped beast gene liquid upon seeing Yi Li. This was freshly arrived, with a 5 evolution rate. You're lucky. The regiment commander has invested heavily, and this vial is valued around 1 million. Yi Li accepted it gratefully, thanking old Luo. As Yi Li left, old Luo suddenly realized. Blinking in surprise, "Old Luo? How dare you call me that?" He chuckled, shaking his head as he returned to his chair, donning headphones and losing himself in music. Back at his quarters, after a shower, Yi Li sat on his bed and swallowed the gene liquid. A 15 evolution rate. This was Yi Li's current standing. He still had 85 to reach the blood condensation realm. As the heat within his body dissipated, he narrowed his eyes, satisfied with today's achievements yet aware of limitations, particularly in the realm of power enhancement. I can consume all types of ferocious beast gene liquids without restriction to a single kind. To elevate myself swiftly, there is but one path, venturing into the wilderness. Perhaps within a week, I could ascend to the blood condensation realm. Yet, reaching the wilderness is no trivial task. Passing the regiment's tests is essential. Weighing his options, Yi Li resolved to refine his combat skills further, recognizing the need for patience. With this thought, he collapsed onto his bed, exhausted from the day's endeavors, and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 33. Rapid progress in the ensuing days. Yi Li's combat training persisted. A newly replaced batch of ferocious beasts was subjected to his relentless assaults until they were brought to the brink of death. Yi Li's agility and martial skills became increasingly refined. In stark contrast, students like Zhang Ti and I could only repetitively practice their techniques on the training field, as Zhang Fong had no intention of taking them into real combat, asserting that they were still lacking in maturity. Within the command tower of the Legion Fortress, the surveillance center housed thousands of monitoring screens, encompassing both the interior and exterior of the fortress. This setup allowed for comprehensive oversight, with any movement or disturbance promptly reported to the command tower. "That Yi Li is quite formidable," remarked a colonel, observing one of the screens that focused on the beast confinement area. A young man was engaged in a fierce battle with the swiftest shadow leopard at the bone refining stage. The two figures intertwined, separating only to clash once more. It was remarkable to witness Yi Li maintain such composure against a creature that could instill fear in even the most seasoned evolutionary practitioners. Indeed, how could he not be fierce? He has dispatched at least 30 bone-refining beasts daily. Within just a few days, he has already slain 200 beasts. The brigadier general commented with a tone of admiration. In the 37 years since the 9th Legion's establishment, and across 37 generations of the Genius Camp, his displayed prowess undoubtedly places him among the top 3. The colonel nodded in agreement. In our time, we were nowhere near his current level. The younger generation truly surpasses us. With this lad's progress, I'm afraid you all might find yourselves in a bit of trouble, the Brigadier General chuckled heartily. Indeed, our team members have voiced their complaints. Capturing beasts day in and day out is becoming a burden. We used to earn at least 3 to 4 million federal credits daily, yet now we earn nothing, the colonel replied with a wry smile. Their squad was previously responsible for the supply of beasts from the confinement area, a task that had been effortless, requiring captures only once every 2 to 3 months. Now, however, they found themselves dispatched daily to capture ferocious beasts, all due to the arrival of an exceptional student. Yi Li's existence was no secret among the upper echelons of the 9th Legion. Everyone was aware of the Legion commander's personal recruitment of a top-tier evolutionary talent. Yi Li's current performance certainly justified his esteemed status. Yet, the accelerated consumption of beasts drew attention. The Brigadier General patted the colonel on the shoulder, recalling how proud the colonel had been when he thought he had made a savvy choice. "How's that smile holding up now?" he teased. Just then, the scene on the screen shifted. Yi Li appeared to communicate with a nurse soldier, who wore a conflicted expression but ultimately submitted a request. Initially, the two officers were uncertain of Yi Li's intentions, but it soon became clear. Inside a confinement cage, 2 massive tooth wolves had been paired together. Yi Li entered the cage, wielding a battle shield and knife, facing the 2 wolves. The ferocity of the beasts prompted them to spring into action, lunging at Yi Li in unison. Good heavens! The colonel's eyes widened in astonishment. This Yi Li is extraordinary. One practice partner is no longer sufficient for him. Is he truly attempting to take on 2 at once? If given more time, he might even challenge 3 or 5. Even the Brigadier General was riveted by the combat unfolding on the virtual screen. Despite facing 2 massive tooth wolves, Yi Li maneuvered with remarkable ease. His movements were agile, focusing on evasion rather than retaliation, honing his agility and reaction speed. The Brigadier General couldn't help but admire Yi Li's audacity in dancing on the edge of danger. This training method, while perilous, undoubtedly fosters the greatest improvement, he noted, contemplating the implications. Old Su, you may have your hands full. It appears that his evasive maneuvers are not yet fully exerted. His potential is immense, and he may soon challenge 3 or even 5 beasts. The colonel's mouth twitched, yet a gleam of excitement illuminated his face. This Yi Li truly lives up to his reputation as a top-tier genius. The 9th Legion has struck gold this time. Rumor has it that when he awakened his genetic chain, he fainted on the spot, leading various families and companies to abandon hope. Who would have thought that even what seemed like a failure would reveal itself as a hidden dragon? The Brigadier General laughed heartily, eager to see the expressions of those who had underestimated Yi Li when he soared to greatness, especially that of the Marshal Godwang Feng, who had personally attended, bringing only one talent. The scene displayed Yi Li effortlessly dodging the wolves' attacks, each movement precisely timed to evade their jaws and claws. Not once did he attempt to kill them. Instead, each time he struck, it was merely a gentle tap against their bodies. Observing Yi Li's battle, one would hardly guess he was merely a novice at the bone refining stage, having only awakened his genetic chain about a month prior. An hour later, Yi Li seemed to tire of the exercise. In a surprising move, he charged at the 2 massive tooth wolves, skillfully evading their attacks before his blade flashed like cold light, severing one wolf's neck. Blood gushed forth as the wolf let out a sorrowful howl, thrashing in agony. The other wolf fared little better. Yi Li leaped into the air, twisting and delivering a strike that penetrated the second wolf's rear, burying the blade to the hilt. My word! Both the colonel and Brigadier General exchanged shocked glances, realizing the ferocity of this young man. Yi Li is indeed a formidable character, the colonel remarked, wiping sweat from his brow. After an hour of practice with those wolves, he shows no remorse in delivering death. He's truly ruthless. The Brigadier General regarded Yi Li, who was now extracting his blade from the wolf, and patted the colonel on the shoulder with a sympathetic expression. Old Su, perhaps you should consider how to capture a few more beasts, or else. Chapter 34. Unrivaled among peers on August 20th. The 9th day since Yi Li joined the Genius Camp. With the first light of dawn, Yi Li rose early, had his breakfast, and, as was his custom, appeared at the beast cage, standing out with his unique demeanor. The fierce beast he had slain the previous day had been cleaned away, replaced by a new batch of ferocious creatures. These newly captured beasts were full of primal instinct, extremely agitated. Upon noticing Yi Li's approach, they would charge wildly, slamming against the cage and creating a deafening cacophony. Any timid evolver would surely turn pale, overwhelmed with anxiety. Yet, Yi Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, for their ferocity was precisely what he sought. "Uncle Wong, let us increase the difficulty this time. A giant-toothed wolf, a shadow leopard, a lightning cat beast, and a savage-toothed boar beast. Let us have them all together," Yi Li said nonchalantly. Uncle Wong, the attendant, had grown somewhat familiar with Yi Li over the past few days. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "Wait a moment, I will submit the request." Once the request was approved, Uncle Wong quickly prepared for the challenge. In one of the enclosures, for different types of fierce beasts were confined together. The varying species, each with their own strengths and weaknesses, posed a greater challenge than those of the same kind. Today's challenge had escalated to a new level of difficulty. A hint of seriousness graced Yi Li's face as he stepped into the cage, donning his standard military gear, a shield, a combat knife, and a set of protective armor. The moment Yi Li entered the cage, the shadow leopard was the first to strike, soon followed by the lightning cat beast, the giant-toothed wolf, and the savage-toothed boar beast. Encircling him, "Come at me." Yi Li grinned as he advanced to meet them. He immersed himself fully in the moment, knowing that facing 4 fierce beasts simultaneously allowed no room for error. His rapid progress over the past few days had emboldened him, enabling him to execute a variety of extreme maneuvers without regard for consequences. This swift growth was largely due to Yi Li's psychic ability, which allowed him to either accelerate his own movements or delay those of the beasts when necessary. With the aid of his psychic power, he had rarely made mistakes. The combined strength of the 4 beasts was formidable, yet Yi Li navigated among them with agility, stepping forward suddenly or retreating sharply, each time skillfully evading their ferocious strikes. Uncle Wong watched Yi Li's every move, tension etched on his face. He feared for Yi Li's safety and was prepared to intervene at a moment's notice should he falter and fall victim to the creatures. Yi Li was the fastest-growing prodigy he had ever witnessed, defying all common expectations. Wong's sole concern was to ensure that Yi Li encountered no mishaps. Remarkable. To handle 4 composite beasts after just 10 days of training. This level of progress is certainly on par with the top martial artist in the Asia region, Luo Zhangqiu. No, he may even surpass him, Uncle Wong marveled. While enhancing one's strength is indeed crucial, the importance of martial skills cannot be overstated. The quality of one's techniques can allow an individual to navigate their own realm effortlessly or even challenge stronger opponents. Currently, Yi Li was at the bone refinement stage, honing his martial skills through rigorous training, which encompassed various techniques and movements. Observing Yi Li handle the combined onslaught of the 4 different beasts with apparent ease, Uncle Wong realized that in just a couple of days, Yi Li would likely escalate the challenge to 5 beasts. This level of advancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Just then, as Yi Li dodged the shadow leopard's strike, the giant-toothed wolf coincidentally lunged forward, aiming for Yi Li's neck. Uncle Wong's nerves tightened as he readied himself to intervene, prepared to extract Yi Li from the fray at the slightest sign of danger. In an instant, his arm transformed into a dark, sinewy tentacle, ready to act. However, just as the giant-toothed wolf was about to clamp its jaws around Yi Li, its mouth veered slightly off course, missing him entirely. Yi Li took a step back, creating distance from the beasts. That was close. Without my psychic ability, I might have lost my neck, he thought, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead due to the shock. The adjustment of the wolf's head angle, facilitated by his psychic power, was crucial in evading that perilous strike. Yi Li's willingness to challenge for beasts was bolstered by his psychic ability, which provided him with the confidence he needed. Facing 4 beasts was still a stretch for him. Yi Li shook his head slightly, yet fear did not grip him. He understood that what he lacked was merely experience and proficiency. Once he accumulated enough experience, he would navigate such encounters with ease. "Let us go again." Yi Li grinned. charging forward once more into the fray, engaging in battle anew. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Li's progress over these 3 days had been astonishing. He faced 4 different fierce beasts, as if strolling through a garden. The speed of one's neural reflexes truly determines one's limits. This was the most profound realization Yi Li had gleaned from his training. In battles against fierce beasts, the velocity of one's neural responses dictates how many beasts one can confront simultaneously. The faster one's reflexes, the more beasts one can face at once. As the beasts surged forth, attacking chaotically, only those with sufficiently quick reflexes could effectively manage the onslaught and decide when to evade or confront head-on. Other evolvers needed continuous training, engaging in prolonged battles with beasts over the years to cultivate instinctive reactions within their bodies and minds, enabling them to contend with more formidable foes. Yet, Yi Li was different. He smiled softly, for his psychic ability set him apart from the rest. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed in the air as Yi Li skillfully dispatched the beasts, shaking the blood from his weapon. He surveyed the 4 slain creatures with an expression of calm indifference, for their fate had long been sealed. Uncle Wang, who had been training alongside Yi Li, was now filled with astonishment. Yi Li's advancement surpassed even his wildest expectations, and the terror of his growth was undeniable. What a monster! Unrivaled among peers? At this rate, he will soon challenge beasts of the blood condensation stage. Challenging above one's realm is what a true genius should aspire to. I assentee it? Uncle Wang reflected, relieved that such a prodigy emerged from the 9th Legion. It seemed this year's Legion competition would indeed be worth watching. Uncle Wang, the usual, 5 beasts. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Uncle Wang nodded in agreement. In less than 10 minutes, 5 different fierce beasts of the bone refinement stage were confined together in one enclosure. Yi Li entered the cage with confident strides. Chapter 35. The blood-congealing realm. The urgent whistle echoed, and soon 17 students gathered in formation. Zhang Fong stood before them, a smile gracing his face. Next, we shall enter the practical combat phase. As his words fell, the students were nearly moved to tears. Finally, no more tedious training like fools. Are we really going to face ferocious beasts? After nearly half a month of training, they were eager for a real fight. I will not be cowardly this time. I shall sever the head of the savage boar beast. Zhang Tianai gritted his teeth, recalling the humiliation he faced when confronting a beast previously. For the past 2 weeks, he had been harboring a burning frustration. The intensive training had indeed elevated his capabilities. Each student here was a prodigy, their comprehension far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Typically, regular evolvers required 2 months before they could engage with ferocious beasts in actual combat. In contrast, these exceptional evolvers were ready within half a month to a month, depending on their training progress. Zhang Feng's allowance for them to engage in practical training indicated that they had met the requirements and were qualified to confront the beasts. Future training would focus on real combat, leaving behind the monotonous exercises devoid of beasts. Zhang Feng remained silent, permitting their jubilant cheers. 10 minutes later, Zhang Feng led them once more into the lair of the ferocious beasts. Upon entry, the group frowned. Unlike before, where a mere odor lingered, now a heavy scent of blood permeated the air. Only Zhang Feng understood the reason behind it. That fellow Yi Li truly was extraordinary. In just 10 days, perhaps 500 or 600 beasts had perished. The burden of such loss fell heavily on the logistics personnel. As Zhang Feng guided the 17 students into the first cage, they were met with a new batch of ferocious beasts. These creatures were wild and ferocious. Select the beast you wish to challenge according to your own capabilities. You may request a change of beasts, Zhang Feng announced, gesturing with his hand. Now is your opportunity for free combat. Wow, I'm timid. I'll start with the multi-legged insect beast to build my courage. How pathetic. My longsword beast Gene Shane is superior. I'll definitely take on the giant-toothed wolf. I choose the multi-legged insect beast as well. The voices of the students rose and fell, filled with excitement. Instructor, where is Yi Li? Qin Jian looked around, noticing that among the 10 cages, there was no sign of Yi Li, which piqued his curiosity. Zhang Fang cast a casual glance toward the direction of the blood-congealing realm and replied, "He is in the blood-congealing realm." His lips twitched. Who would have thought that Yili was no longer satisfied with the bone-refining realm and had turned to challenge the beasts of the blood-congealing realm? Moreover, he had progressed to the point of taking on two beasts simultaneously. The only word that could describe him was freakish. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Jian and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They had just qualified to engage with beasts of the bone-refining realm. Yet Yili was already training in the blood-congealing realm. They had entered the prodigy camp a month and a half before him. How could such a vast disparity exist among mere humans? It was incredibly disheartening. In the blood-congealing realm, the cages contained beasts of that very realm. Although they served as sparring partners, their strength was entirely different from those of the bone-refining realm. The power and speed of the blood-congealing realm beasts had seen a significant enhancement. Yili's expression was grave, his nerves taut. Before him stood a whirlwind wolf and a snow beast, their speed incomparable to that of the bone-refining beasts. With a whoosh, they could appear right before him. The ferocity of the blood-congealing realm beasts was overwhelming. The snow beast's speed had reached 35 meters per second, while the whirlwind wolf could charge in a straight line at 36 meters per second. Yili smiled wryly. Despite having consumed the beast gene liquid, boosting his evolution to 45% and his speed to 32 meters per second, he was still outmatched. If it weren't for his mental fortitude, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. The striking force of the blood-congealing realm beasts was at least 2,000 kilograms. A direct hit would penetrate his protective armor, causing internal damage. Two blood-congealing realm beasts were far more challenging than 7 or 8 bone-refining realm beasts. Facing opponents beyond his realm was indeed strenuous. Yili's gaze shimmered with resolve. He had no issue dealing with one blood-congealing realm beast. Yet two posed a considerable challenge, though it was not enough to deter him. "Kill!" Yili roared, charging forward. He understood that his rapid growth was due to 4 factors: his mental prowess, swift reflexes, the extraordinary strength and speed bestowed by his awakened gene chain, and most importantly, an indomitable spirit. These 4 elements empowered Yili to achieve what no other evolver could. Today, I shall test the limits of my abilities. The clash of one man against 2 beasts erupted into a chaotic melee, accompanied by the roars of the beasts and a cloud of dust. Yili's focus sharpened as he dodged and struck between the wolf and the beast. His strength was sufficient to inflict wounds on the blood-congealing realm beasts. Especially with the aid of his mental power, each strike was a grievous injury. Moments later, with a swift slash, the whirlwind wolf's throat was severed. Following closely, the snow beast met a similar fate. Both beasts collapsed, twitching on the ground. Their tenacious life force did not allow for immediate demise. Their ferocity compelled them to rise and attempt to bite at Yili, but as soon as they stood, they fell once more. The fatal wounds drained their vitality. In the command tower, Corps Commander He Qingshan stood with arms crossed, fixated on the screen. As the 2 beasts fell, he erupted into hearty laughter, a sense of uncontainable pride washing over him. "Congratulations, Commander." The adjutant beside him began to flatter. "You truly possess an eye for talent, bringing forth a super prodigy to the 9th Corps. With Yili's performance, his future achievements will be boundless." The other generals nodded in agreement, showering praises upon him. He Qingshan, beaming with joy, acknowledged, "Yili's growth is indeed beyond imagination." He stroked his chin and gazed upward, where the sun hung high in the sky. Yet one could still faintly see the colossal portal spanning between Blue Star and the moon, its radiance visible even during the day, glowing like a second moon at night. "Adjutant, please summon Yili. His rapid progress is astonishing. I feel our current training methods are no longer adequate for his development. The timing is perfect. Let us adjust his training approach." Chapter 36. Wilderness Combat. "Is the Legion Commander looking for me?" Yili exclaimed in astonishment. He was well aware that He Qingshan, the commander of the army, was a person of immense responsibility, so it was surprising that he would take an interest in a mere evolutionary trainee like himself. However, Yili did not dwell on it for long and smiled, saying, "I'll take a shower first." The aide nodded. 20 minutes later, Yili arrived at the command tower. The tower was quite expansive, and within one of the conference rooms, Commander He Qingshan was already waiting. Several accompanying officers exchanged glances, as it was their first time witnessing the commander waiting specifically for a new evolutionary trainee. This Yili has certainly captured the commander's favor, one burly officer remarked. He recalled that 5 years ago, when the renowned genius Niu Qianxuan joined the Ninth Legion, the commander had not displayed such behavior. Now, He Qingshan had lowered his stature for Yili, leaving them all curious about what extraordinary qualities this trainee possessed. Under the guidance of the aide, Yili entered the conference room. Ha ha ha, my little friend, I did not misjudge you, He Qingshan exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon their meeting, embracing Yili with great warmth. Thank you for your kind words, Commander. Yili felt somewhat awkward under the commander's exuberance. Shortly after, he stood obediently, aware that despite his immense potential, he was still merely an evolutionary trainee at the bone refining level, vastly inferior to Commander He Qingshan in terms of both influence and power. Yet, He Qingshan ushered Yili to a sofa, and the aide promptly served tea. After taking a sip, He Qingshan gazed at Yili for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, I have reviewed the training videos from this period. Your progress is remarkable. You truly deserve the title of a super genius for breaking Luo Sanqiong's initial record. As I understand it, your current rate of improvement surpasses even that of Luo Sanqiong. He chuckled, stroking his chin with satisfaction. You are now the secret weapon of the Ninth Legion. I cannot imagine the astonishment you will bring when you finally make your debut. To He Qingshan, discovering Yili felt akin to unearthing a precious treasure. No, it was more like finding a hidden trove. The news of Yili breaking Luo Sanqiong's record would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Countless individuals would surely attempt to recruit Yili, particularly since he was currently consuming dragon gene fluid. The dragon's fierce beast gene chain significantly enhanced his value. This also implied that Yili's future achievements could potentially eclipse those of Luo Sanqiong, the foremost martial deity of the Federal Asia region. Such an exceptional talent would warrant any level of power and privilege, which explained why the Ninth Legion unconditionally supported Yili's training within the beast confinement. At this point, it was evident that Yili's growth rate was indeed extraordinary. With further nurturing, he could achieve remarkable success in the Legion's grand competition, thereby elevating the Ninth Legion's prestige. He Qingshan continued, Yili, do you currently feel any difficulties or confusions in your training? Zhang Feng possesses extensive experience. You may consult him at any time. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to reach out to Deputy Commander Jiang. He will ensure everything is taken care of. Yi Li's eyes glistened with gratitude. Thank you, Commander. I feel great at the moment. If I encounter any confusion, I will certainly consult Instructor Zhang. He Qishan chuckled. You must regard the Ninth Legion as your home and view the instructors and us as family. I have already contacted several old friends regarding the dragon gene fluid you require. They have agreed to provide some. Although the evolution rate will not be very high, around 10 at most, in half a month, you should have no trouble breaking through to the blood condensation level. Upon hearing this, Yili could hardly contain himself. He stood and saluted, saying, Thank you, Commander. The dragon gene fluid was scarcely available on the market, as it was mostly consumed by various legions, prominent families, and corporations. It belonged to a class of gene fluid that could not be bought, even with wealth. Though there were not many evolutionaries possessing the dragon gene chain, acquiring the dragon gene fluid was rare. Any entity that could recruit a genius with such a gene chain would spare no effort in nurturing them. This type of gene fluid was in short supply, and no one would willingly part with it. Even those without a dragon gene chain would choose to store it for future use, as possessing sufficient dragon gene fluid would provide leverage in future competitions to attract such exceptional talents. For these reasons, it was clear that He Qingshan must have offered numerous conditions to secure the dragon gene fluid for Yili. It would be disingenuous for Yili to claim he was not touched by this gesture. He nearly revealed that he was not picky about the beast gene fluid. However, he restrained himself. This secret must remain undisclosed for the time being. He Qingshan smiled, gesturing for Yili to sit down. There is no need for such formality. Ensuring your advancement to the beast transformation level is part of our agreement and our duty. What a joke it would be to refuse such a super genius due to the cost of facilitation. Your progress indicates that the beast confinement is no longer suitable for your training. He paused thoughtfully, his eyes gleaming as they fixed on Yi Li. The reason I summoned you today is precisely for this. True super geniuses cannot be confined to rigid training methods, as they only slow your growth and limit your learning. While the beasts in the confinement are indeed captured from the wilderness, the environment itself is a cage, lacking the constant peril that the wilderness offers. In the wild, one can never predict which beast may appear before them or from where it might emerge. It could be during a moment of rest or amidst combat when they strike unexpectedly. He Qingshan continued, true combat occurs not in a cage but in the wilderness. In 3 days, the monthly beast arrival day will commence, a splendid opportunity. I wonder if you possess the courage to join a hunting team and engage in real combat in the wilderness? Yi Li swallowed hard. The wilderness was the ultimate battleground that combat evolutionaries must confront, teeming with countless beasts. 1,000 days of training culminated in the desire to step into the wild. To hunt beasts, reduce their numbers, and prevent them from disturbing human cities, thus safeguarding humanity's living space. This was the mission of a combat evolutionary. Now, Yi Li had the chance to step into the wilderness ahead of others, a prospect he had long yearned for. Only in the wild could he accelerate his growth, as training in the beast confinement was simply too slow. In 3 days, on September 1st, the interstellar portal between the moon and blue star would open, ushering in a new batch of beasts. This day marked the beast arrival day. Yi Li's eyes sparkled with determination. I am willing. Ha. He Qingshan laughed heartily, clapping Yi Li on the shoulder. Good. I did not misjudge you. Such courage is rare among others. Prepare yourself. In 2 days, you will assemble with the hunting team. Chapter 37. Above the realm of martial deities, He Qingshan glanced at the time displayed on his personal intelligence terminal and stated, I have 10 minutes left. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The Qianshi realm is categorized as that of primary warriors. Even at this initial level, they possess formidable strength, which remains terrifyingly potent. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Yi Li, filled with excitement, inquired, Commander, is the martial deity realm the pinnacle of human achievement? He had gathered from various videos that the martial deity realm could transcend personal genetic types and enable flight. The information accessible to ordinary individuals is severely limited, with much of it monopolized by the upper echelons. Certain publicly available data cannot elucidate the current state of our planet. He Qingshan smiled faintly. This is not a secret. Beyond the martial deity realm, one can indeed disregard personal genetic types, overcoming planetary gravity to achieve free flight, and at a considerable speed. Presently, the martial deity realm is recognized as the highest attainable level for humanity. As he spoke, a glimmer ignited in He Qingshan's eyes. 5 years ago, in the Gravity Rift Canyon, Lazar, the third strongest in the European region, with a 20 evolution in the martial deity realm, was slain in an instant by a fierce beast, with no chance to resist. This substantiates that the martial deity realm is not the terminus of power. We classify realms above it as planetary levels. A martial deity can obliterate a mountain with a single punch, sever rivers with a mere gesture, and rend the earth without difficulty, yet was effortlessly dispatched by a single strike. What terrifying power that is! A look of horror crossed Yi Li's face. What He Qingshan described was utterly unknown to the outside world. Planetary level? If the martial deity is so fearsome, what must the planetary level entail? Commander, do such formidable beasts originate from the alien teleportation gates? He Qingshan nodded. Our planet cannot nurture these beasts. Each one is transmitted here via alien portals, with their strength and numbers being random. His brow furrowed as he continued. The Federation has a dedicated institution studying these alien portals. Progress has been slow, but data suggests that the strength of the beasts transmitted is proportional to the overall strength of humanity. The stronger we become, the more powerful the beasts that arrive. Yi Li gasped in astonishment. Such information is seldom known to the public. If a beast surpassing the martial deity realm were to be teleported near a city, it would spell disaster. He Qingshan nodded gravely. Cities would be destroyed, lives lost. But he soon broke into a gentle smile. However, records indicate that the beasts appearing near human cities are not of exceedingly high realms. The higher the realm, the further they are from human settlements. For now, this is not a cause for concern. Why is that? Yili could not help but ask. He Qingshan shook his head. The Federation's research institutions cannot provide an explanation. Yet, for humanity, it is a blessing, as it grants us a modicum of survival space. He raised his gaze toward the location of the alien portal, his expression turning somber. May this situation remain unchanged, otherwise it would bode ill for us. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yili could hardly believe his fortune. He had been granted permission to enter the wilderness. Typically, ordinary evolutionary students are only allowed access after reaching the blood condensation realm. Exceptional students, for protective reasons, usually require achieving the beast transformation realm before they are deemed qualified to step into the wilderness. Yet, Yili, still in the bone refinement realm, faced no such restrictions. His original plan had been to apply for access post-blood condensation, but now he found himself spared that step. A faint smile graced his lips. This could only be beneficial, allowing him early exposure. To Yili, the wilderness resembled an expansive ocean, and he was but a dragon entering its depths. With 2 days remaining, he needed to hone his combat skills diligently. Calming himself, Yili scrutinized his shortcomings. Over the past fortnight, he had made significant progress, yet deficiencies remained, a foundation that was not sufficiently solid. Others had spent years, even decades, perfecting their techniques, creating muscle memory that he could not surpass in just half a month, no matter how gifted he might be. The decades of effort by others could not simply be overshadowed by the term genius. Currently, Yili had not yet developed instinctive muscle memory, and thus could not be compared to those who had truly battled fierce beasts. His second shortcoming lay in his realm. Although he might advance to beast transformation early, possessing a divine genetic chain and mental prowess to surpass his realm in combat, he could only transcend one realm, not two. In the wilderness, he might confront beasts of the beast transformation realm, which would undoubtedly be perilous. In such life-and-death trials, human potential could be unleashed to its fullest, allowing for rapid growth. Yet, many prodigies had perished due to impatience, ultimately becoming prey for the very beasts they sought to conquer. Patience is key. I must proceed steadily, Yili exhaled, allowing the earlier joy on his face to settle into calm. He retrieved the dragon-shaped genetic fluid he had received that day and, without hesitation, consumed it. A wave of warmth enveloped him. The evolution of his genetic chain brought a twinge of pain, as if countless cells were being torn apart. Seated cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness delved into the depths of his mind. A luminous orb radiated brilliance. This time, the ingestion had elevated his evolution level to 50. With this enhancement, his senses grew increasingly acute. Yet, this change was not what captivated Yili's attention the most. The shadow of the dragon, formed from the previously consumed beast genetic fluids, had become more distinct, with vague dragon scales now apparent. It exuded an imposing presence, akin to a 5-clawed golden dragon roaring amongst the clouds. As clarity increased, it appeared almost alive, beckoning to him. Yili's consciousness remained fixated on the dragon, feeling the immense pressure it imparted. The more dragon-shaped beast genetic fluid he consumed, the clearer it became. What would occur upon reaching 100? Yili pondered. He sensed that at that point, the dragon might awaken. The thought of harboring a dragon within his mind was incredulous to share. Yili furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the changes that would accompany the dragon's full manifestation. The unpredictability of it all, whether it would be a blessing or a curse, left him feeling unsettled. Chapter 38. The terrifying penetrative power. Yili withdrew from his thoughts, immediately commanding 2 flying knives to dart back and forth within the confines of the room, practicing incessantly. Though he understood that his flying knives possessed formidable strength, he lacked a concrete grasp of just how powerful they truly were. The 2 knives hovered before him, causing his brow to furrow in contemplation. During the day, while training with the ferocious beasts, Yili had refrained from employing his flying knives to avoid revealing his mental prowess. The conditions at the genius camp were not conducive to such demonstrations. Rising, Yili approached the tiger beast protective armor that hung on the wall. This armor had cost him 50,000 federal coins and was impervious to a single strike from beasts at the blood condensation stage, making it an exceptionally cost-effective choice for a novice combat evolver. The Genius Camp provided equipment, and now that he had this opportunity, it was the perfect chance to test the might of his flying knives. Removing the Tiger Beast armor, he placed it on the sofa and stood 10 meters away. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as the two knives danced through the air. With an evolution degree of 50%, Yili found it increasingly effortless to control the flying knives. A smile crept across his face as he focused intently on the protective armor. Go, he commanded mentally, gritting his teeth as his temples pulsed. The two knives shot forth like lightning, transforming into streaks of light as they raced towards the armor. In that instant, their astonishing speed rendered the 10 meters almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A flash of cold light pierced through the protective armor. The momentum of the knives did not wane as they created two small holes in the sofa and then crashed into the floor, shattering it and leaving behind two gaping holes. The surrounding area appeared as if struck by a colossal force, raising a mound of dirt. Fortunately, Yili's room was on the first floor, with earth beneath it. Boom, boom. The thunderous sound startled Yili, causing the room to tremble slightly. A testament to the overwhelming power he had unleashed. Is this power truly so immense? Yili marveled, his eyes wide in disbelief. The Tiger Beast armor, which could withstand strikes from beasts at the blood condensation stage, had been pierced as if it were mere paper. What is happening? The lights in the nearby dormitories flickered on, and curious voices emerged. Thankfully, the commotion did not rouse the entire Genius Camp. Yili called out, "Apologies. My training inadvertently caused some noise that disturbed everyone." His shout quelled the curiosity of the other students, who chose not to investigate further. Once the chaos subsided, Yili let out a bitter smile, patting his chest. Had anyone come to inspect, he would have been at a loss to explain the scene before him. Upon closer examination of the Tiger Beast armor, he noted that while the penetrative marks were small, they were as smooth as a mirror, revealing the terrifying force behind the knives. The power of the flying knives, under his mental control, surpassed his wildest imagination. What a pity for the two flying knives. Yili lamented, setting the armor down and running his fingers through his hair. The knives had likely burrowed deep into the ground, making retrieval impractical. He quickly filled in the disturbed earth and covered the area with the sofa before collapsing onto his bed, brimming with excitement. With such power, could he not easily slay beasts at the blood condensation stage, or even other evolvers? The ease with which the armor had been pierced suggested that he may even possess the strength to defeat beasts at the beastification stage. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yili felt a surge of determination. The realms of bone refinement, blood condensation, beastification, half-beast, and beast form flashed through his mind. However, he was not so arrogant as to consider challenging opponents at the half-beast stage. Each advancement in rank brought a stark increase in defensive capabilities. After reaching the beastification stage, an evolver could partially transform into a beast, donning formidable scales that might resist his flying knives. The half-beast stage was even more daunting, with a body partially transformed, yielding superior defense and offensive power. The higher the rank, the stronger the individual. Their speed, reflexes, and superior equipment could render Yi Li's flying knives ineffective. Those at higher ranks, such as Legion commanders, could likely seize the knives he sent their way with their bare hands. While his mental prowess was formidable, it remained a far cry from the Thousand-Stone stage. Though the gap was vast, Yi Li believed that as he ascended in rank, his mental power would grow exponentially, and one day, the possibility of delivering a single fatal strike would not be out of reach. In that moment, Yi Li was filled with an indomitable spirit. Youth was his greatest asset. With diligence, the day when even the martial god stage would be within his grasp would surely arrive. With his heart racing with excitement, Yi Li soon drifted into a deep slumber. In the following 2 days, Yi Li devoted himself wholeheartedly to honing his combat skills, practicing exclusively against beasts at the blood condensation stage. Beasts at the bone refinement stage offered him little challenge. With the aid of his mental prowess, he could easily take on 10 at once. However, The beasts at the blood condensation stage were significantly stronger, their speed and power compelling Yi Li to limit himself to no more than 3. In the blood condensation area, Yi Li engaged in a fierce battle with 3 swift beasts, their forms becoming mere shadows within the confines of the cage. These swift beasts resembled velociraptors, their heads adorned with sharp antlers akin to those of a spotted deer. They moved with astonishing speed, their heads swaying as they unleashed wide-ranging cutting attacks. Engaging them required Yi Li to summon every ounce of focus, dodging their strikes by mere millimeters, leaving onlookers in a cold sweat. Yi Li refrained from striking back, wielding only a wooden sword. His attacks were merely gestures, as he did not wish to draw the ire of the capture team, having already slain a considerable number of ferocious beasts during this time, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. Swish! The wooden sword sliced precisely across the neck of one swift beast. While it did not inflict harm, Yi Li's face lit up with satisfaction, for had it been a true battle blade, that strike would have been sufficient to sever the creature's head. On the morning of August 31st, Yi Li rose early, ate breakfast, and received 2 messages. Upon opening them, the first popped up. A virtual screen displayed the image of a sweet-looking female officer. "Student Yi Li, your equipment application has been approved. Please proceed to Armory number 11 to collect your gear." With that, the image of the beautiful officer vanished. The second message followed promptly. "From a burly man, I am Zheng Yingguang, captain of Team 1867. We will gather at square number 125 at 10 o'clock. The man stood approximately 1.9 meters tall, his muscular physique exuding a sense of ruggedness. As the message ended, the image faded away. Yi Li donned his training attire and promptly stepped outside, jogging toward square no. 125, guided by the virtual arrow on his personal smart terminal. Chapter 39. The 4-star elite team. The fortress of the 9th Legion is vast, comparable to a small county. Atop the towering structures, various weapons and high-powered energy shield generators are installed. Within the fortress, there are internal electric vehicles available for free use with a simple request. However, Yi Li chose to run instead of utilizing the electric vehicle. The assembly point, Plaza number 125, lies just beneath the high walls of the fortress, surrounded by open spaces marked with different numbers. 5 kilometers is not a great distance. Yi Li glanced at the virtual arrow indicating his distance. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake. As his bone refinement level reached 50, his speed increased by a meter, achieving a maximum velocity of 31 meters per second. Abundant stamina allowed him to maintain this pace for at least a kilometer. In the blink of an eye, he covered that distance. Feeling a tightness in his chest and his breath becoming heavy and erratic, he finally slowed down, yet continued to run at a speed of 25 meters per second. This speed, prior to the era of evolution, would have been terrifying. He could complete 100 meters in merely 4 seconds. "Please check the information for Team 1867, Yi Li requested, pulling out his personal intelligent terminal as he continued to run. As a member of the 9th Legion, he had access to a wealth of information, provided it was not classified. In an instant, a virtual light screen appeared before him, displaying the details of Team 1867. The 9th Legion comprises 100,000 combat evolution soldiers and over 6,000 civilian evolution personnel, with combat evolutionaries divided into more than 20,000 small teams, each consisting of 5 members. In times of war, the number can be increased, typically not exceeding 10 members. These combat squads are organized into various levels of companies, battalions, brigades, and divisions, forming a legion structure. This extensive team system exists primarily because the Legion faces ferocious beasts. The combat methods of these beasts differ greatly from human conflict. They rely on sheer brutality rather than tactics. They charge wildly and often scatter across the wilderness. The squad combat model is the most agile and adaptable, making it best suited for confronting these creatures. The information for Team 1867 was straightforward, comprising only the basic details of its 5 members, names, and photographs. Surprisingly, Team 1867 was classified as a 4-star elite team. Yi Li marveled at the golden medal flashing on the screen. symbolizing their remarkable hunting achievements and significant contributions to the Legion and the Federation. This medal is recorded in the Squad's data and can be viewed upon access, representing a form of honor. The star rating signifies the squad's operational range and capability against ferocious beasts. A 1-star rating corresponds to the bone refinement level, while a 2-star rating indicates the blood condensation level. This 4-star elite team possesses sufficient strength to confront beasts at the half-beast level, with an operational range extending beyond 200 kilometers from the Legion fortress. Each additional star increases the operational range by 50 kilometers. Yili had not anticipated being assigned to an elite team. The data revealed that the captain, Zheng Yingguang, bore a name that suggested femininity. The vice-captain was Tang Tian, while the remaining 3 members were Wang Shan, Yang Jiani, and Feng Majuan. All 5 exhibited rugged appearances, and the photographs did not provide further insights. Even their levels were not specified. To obtain more detailed information, one would require authorization from a higher rank. As a mere trainee, Yili lacked such privileges. In just 3 minutes, Yili covered the 5 kilometers. Upon reaching the plaza, he spotted 5 robust men languidly seated on the ground, the entire roster of Team 1867. The captain, I wonder what the higher-ups were thinking, assigning us to babysit a trainee. Isn't it a hindrance? Feng Majuan grumbled. We have to spare one of our own to look after him. It's simply a burden. Captain, couldn't you have negotiated with them to reject this ridiculous task? Indeed, Captain, I was counting on this opportunity to earn extra and apply for some well-deserved time off, Wang Shan chimed in. The strength and weakness of a team directly affect their safety and income. The spoils from hunting, aside from what is surrendered to the Legion and the state, constitute their personal earnings. The more beasts they slay, the greater the income from materials and genetic fluids, which sustain their daily expenses and the acquisition of superior equipment. With the imminent arrival of the new month's Beast Descent Day, the higher-ups had inexplicably assigned them an additional member, a trainee. Isn't this absurd? A fresh evolutionist, utterly inexperienced. What can he possibly contribute? Yang Jiani expressed his discontent. His disdain was not directed at Yili personally. Rather, he believed that a newly graduated evolutionist should focus on rigorous training and gradual improvement, not be thrust into the wilderness. The wilderness is rife with peril, and in dangerous situations, who would be able to safeguard Yili's life? The higher-ups were acting recklessly. Zheng Yingguang also bore a glimmer of displeasure on his face. He too was dissatisfied with the higher-ups' decision. It was evident that this trainee had either gained entry through backdoor means or had offended someone, resulting in his placement in their squad for reasons unbeknownst to them. Was it a form of gilding? Unlikely. Gilding would not place someone in harm's way. It felt more like a punishment, a means of sending someone to their demise. Unfortunately, they were the unfortunate ones chosen by the higher-ups. However, the order had been issued, and regardless of their grievances, obedience was mandatory. Silence. Do you intend to defy the superior's orders? Zheng Yingguang's authoritative voice rang out. As the captain, he had to uphold the discipline of the team. With a note of sternness in his tone, he silenced Feng Majuan and the others. Captain, here comes the newcomer. Tang Tian suddenly announced, having remained silent until now. All 5 pairs of eyes turned towards Yili as he jogged over, having calmed his breath, and came to a halt before Zheng Yingguang, performing a military salute. Reporting in, I am Yili, honored to meet the captain and fellow team members. Having seen Yili's photograph, Zheng Yingguang narrowed his eyes slightly, a chill emanating towards Yili. Meanwhile, Feng Majuan and the others scrutinized Yili unabashedly. TSK. He has not much to look at. He is so fair-skinned. He practically has the potential of a pretty boy. I expected him to be from a wealthy family, perhaps at least at the blood condensation level, but here he is at the bone refinement level, clearly destined for the wilderness to meet his end. I see no distinction. He appears too ordinary. Yili stood upright, seemingly unfazed by their sarcastic remarks. Zheng Yingguang withdrew his gaze and returned the salute. Fall in line. Yes, Captain. Yili relaxed. I called you all here today mainly for mutual recognition and to prepare for tomorrow's hunt. Zheng Yingguang spoke slowly, his tone somewhat cold. Chapter 40. A-Series equipment. Zheng Yingguang's tone did not concern Yili. Anyone in his position would feel displeased if an additional trainee was thrust into their team. Thus, a somewhat harsh tone was to be expected. From Zheng Yingguang's demeanor, Yili discerned that the commander had not given any special instructions to him and his team, treating him as an ordinary recruit without any exceptional arrangements. The intention was to subject him to the most rigorous training. Naturally, being assigned to this 4-star elite squad also provided a form of indirect protection. Within a 200-kilometer radius of the Legion fortress, encounters with high-tier ferocious beasts were infrequent. Should they occur, the team could call for support from the fortress, and the speed of the aircraft would ensure swift assistance. This 4-star elite squad aligned perfectly with Yi Li's training objectives. Yes, Yi Li responded emphatically. A hint of a smile appeared on Zheng Yingguang's face. At least you have a sense of responsibility. Before anyone else could speak, he cast a stern glance at the others and declared, the most crucial element of a team is unity. Yi Li has become one of us. We must support him. It has been a while since we've trained a newcomer, so it's time to embrace the role of mentors. With Zheng Yingguang setting the tone, any lingering discontent from Feng Majuan and the others was suppressed. As they could not defy orders, they accepted Yi Li into their ranks, forming a 6-person team. Tang Tian extended his hand with a smile. Welcome to the team. Yi Li smiled back and shook his hand. Feng Majuan and the others merely smiled in acknowledgement, indicating their acceptance of Yi Li. Yi Li, you are still a fresh recruit. How is it that you are scheduled to face ferocious beasts so soon? Have you offended someone? Yang Jinni could not help but inquire. The entire team was curious, and upon hearing Yang Jinni's question, all eyes turned toward Yi Li. Perhaps I am growing too quickly, Yi Li replied with a standard response. Uft. Feng Majuan scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. You've only been in the Legion for half a month. Growing too quickly? Do you really think you're some extraordinary genius? You are indeed a genius. And I must be the genius among geniuses, Yi Li retorted. The others were skeptical expressions. Their disbelief was understandable. For the 9th Legion barely ranked within the top 100 across the entire Asian region, making the recruitment of talented evolvers a challenging endeavor. The so-called genius camp was merely a flattering title. In truth, it consisted of those whom others had discarded, leaving the 9th Legion to pick up the scraps. An extraordinary genius? Such a notion was utterly implausible. At best, they could hope to be second-rate talented evolvers. Over the years, the genius camp had produced only one junior powerhouse, and while they did not consistently finish last in competitions, they remained in the lower tier of rankings. Yi Li smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Zheng Yingguang clapped his hands. All right, this question ends here. Yi Li. He turned to Yi Li and stated, regardless of how you came to join the team, I do not wish to know, nor do I care. However, one thing you must remember is that a team is a collective. Each member should selflessly contribute their strength. Only through unity can we survive the treacherous wilderness and return safely. Do you understand? Yi Li nodded. Captain, I understand. Zheng Yingguang smiled and nodded in return, saying, below the beast transformation realm, reliance on equipment is paramount. As the captain, I need to understand each team member's strength and equipment status to assign the most suitable roles and tasks during combat. Of course, don't assume that those above the beast transformation realm can disregard equipment. In fact, equipment will accompany us throughout our lives, and its significance will only grow as we progress, becoming increasingly formidable. The A-series equipment, hailed as divine artifacts, is exceedingly rare. Even the lowest tier, A9, is incredibly valuable. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. For us, who are merely ordinary combat evolvers, surviving is enough. We shouldn't aspire for too much. We may never own such equipment in our lifetimes. What about your equipment? What weapon are you proficient with? A sniper rifle or a machine gun? If you lack one, you can purchase it now. The Legion has a store, and we cannot afford to delay for tomorrow's beast invasion. Captain, I was just about to claim it, Yi Li replied hastily. Zheng Yingguang nodded. All right, let us go together. If your equipment is lacking, we can offer some advice. We still have a say when it comes to weapons. After we sort this out, we'll disperse for the evening until I notify you. Feng Majuan and the others, though disinterested, still followed along. Warehouse No. 11. Upon seeing Yi Li approach, Zheng Yingguang and the others were somewhat taken aback. The status of warehouse number 11 was quite elevated. Ordinary standard equipment was not distributed from here. Yi Li scanned his personal information at the warehouse window and said, "Hello, I am here to collect my equipment." The attendant, a young woman in military attire, appeared to be around 25 or 26, with a delicate appearance. After reviewing Yi Li's information, which detailed the equipment registered to him, her eyes widened in surprise. "Is there a problem?" Yi Li inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. The young woman shook her head repeatedly. "No problem. I'll have someone fetch it for you right away." She completed the necessary paperwork and sent the information to the warehouse staff. Moments later, several staff members arrived, carrying boxes containing the equipment. Hiss! Zheng Yingguang inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment, his expression momentarily dazed. The equipment box bore a label, A9. This was A9 level equipment. And only moments ago, they had been extolling the A-series equipment as divine artifacts, something ordinary individuals would find difficult to possess. Yet here stood Yi Li, a new recruit, with A9 level equipment. Feng Majuan and the others could no longer maintain their composure. They stared at Yi Li as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Li possesses A9 level equipment? Yi Li himself was equally astonished, not anticipating that the commander would allocate such a significant resource to him. The staff placed the equipment boxes down and, after receiving Yi Li's authorization, began to open them. Soon, the first piece of equipment appeared before Yi Li, the crocodile scale armor from the A-series, level 9. Tang Tian immediately recognized the armor. "Wow, this shield is remarkable." A 6-point battle shield, also from the A-series, level 9. The Ling Tian battle blade. The Thunder V-type heavy sniper rifle. The beast skin boots of the Flying Tiger. "This is incredible. This entire set is worth at least 50 million. Feng Majuan and the others were awestruck, each piece of equipment making their mouths water. Could it be that Yi Li was excessively extravagant, perhaps a scion from a prominent family? "Did you purchase all this equipment?" Zheng Yingguang asked, envy gleaming in his eyes. For each piece averaged over 10 million, and he could not afford even one. Yi Li flashed a smile. "No, this equipment has been allocated to me by the Legion." "What?" Instantly, Zheng Yingguang and the others were rendered speechless. Equipment allocated by the Legion? They exchanged peculiar glances, realizing that Yi Li must be the illegitimate child of some high-ranking official within the Legion. Otherwise, such a generous distribution would be inconceivable. Chapter 41. The morning alarm in the depths of the night. The entire Legion fortress was enveloped in a profound silence, with seasoned evolutionary soldiers resting early to prepare for the morrow. Within the dormitory, Yi Li gazed at the A9 series equipment, a smile gracing his lips. He extended his hand to touch the protective armor, feeling its chill against his fingertips. The commander truly had a generous spirit. Previously, Yi Li had believed that the commander would not offer him any special consideration, yet it appeared he was mistaken. This set of equipment was sufficient to allow Yi Li to confront beasts below the semi-beast realm without concern for his safety. The A9 series armor transformed him into a formidable shell. Even against beasts of the beastly form, he could withstand their assaults. As long as he remained within a 200-kilometer radius, he would essentially face no peril. Such protection was indeed the most potent. With this A9 series equipment, he need not fret over his safety and could unleash his full potential in hunting. Yi Li, brimming with excitement, clapped his fists together, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the beasts on the morrow. It was essential to be well-rested to face the impending onslaught. So he resisted the urge to remain awake and retreated to his room for a proper rest. At 5:30 on the morning of September 1st, a piercing air raid siren echoed throughout the Legion fortress. Energy shield devices atop various buildings began to charge, emitting a dazzling blue light that illuminated the entire stronghold. Amidst the blaring alarm, countless evolutionary soldiers rose from their slumber. After a swift wash, they donned their gear and sprinted toward the towering walls of the fortress. The Legion fortress buzzed with activity, teeming with soldiers in a harmonious chaos. The sound of their footsteps was the only noise amidst the throng of 70 to 80,000 evolutionary soldiers. In the Genius Camp dormitory, the alarm roused the gifted evolutionary students from their sleep. They clambered out of bed and leaned against the windows, lamenting their lack of qualification to hunt the beasts. It was yet another day of the beastly onslaught, but they could only dream of battling the creatures confined within their cages. The thought of venturing into the wilderness to hunt felt like a death sentence. They were unable to defeat even the beasts within the cages and had not earned the right to enter the wilderness for 3 months. Though they considered themselves geniuses, the struggles they faced made it clear that ordinary evolutionary soldiers might not step foot in the wilderness for a year. Regardless, they yearned to participate. As they discussed their plight while peering out the window, Yili finished donning his equipment, securing 3 remaining throwing knives to his thigh before jogging out of the dormitory. Who is that? Is there someone from the genius camp who can participate? Impossible. He can't even leave the gate. Who could it be? Yili's presence was soon noticed by the others. All eyes turned to the figure sprinting in protective armor against the backdrop of the morning light, obscuring their view of his identity. They believed it was impossible for anyone to leave the genius camp, yet he adeptly swiped his information, and the gate swung open, allowing him to vanish from sight. The evolutionary soldiers stationed at the gate did not impede him in the slightest. Suddenly, their eyes widened in disbelief. Who is that? They were utterly bewildered. While they lacked the qualification to participate, he had already secured the right to tread into the wilderness on the day of the beastly arrival. Was the disparity truly so vast? Among all those eligible in the genius camp, there was but one, Yili. He stood apart within the camp, almost a world away from them. While they were still confined to theoretical studies, Yili had already engaged in practical training against the beasts in their cages. Just as they finally had the opportunity to train with the beasts within those confines, Yili had outpaced them once more, earning the right to confront countless beasts in the wilderness. Is it really Yili? He is the only one with such potential and strength. Goodness, in comparison to Yili, my title of genius feels like a mere jest. Indeed, compared to him, we have become ordinary evolutionary soldiers. There is simply no contest with this prodigy. Jealousy and admiration coursed through the group as they reflected on their differences. Yili exited the genius camp and dashed towards Square 125. The dawn light began to illuminate the sky, and everywhere he looked, fully equipped evolutionary soldiers raced toward the fortress's towering walls. 2.5 minutes later, Yili arrived at Square 125, a bustling sea of people. The military's standard equipment was entirely black, exuding an air of formidable authority. The sight of the dark-clad soldiers stirred a surge of adrenaline within him. Yili, over here, a rugged voice called out. It was Zhang Yingguang waving him over. Yili nodded and approached. Tang Tian, Wang Shan, and others had also arrived, all equipped and donning smiles that belied any hint of tension. Zhang Yingguang, the team leader, wielded a sizable artillery piece known as the Fire God Cannon, its 6 barrel-like tubes imposing and fearsome. His formidable prowess allowed him to handle the weapon, which weighed over 100 kilograms. Designed specifically to combat beasts, the Fire God Cannon unleashed a ferocious barrage, surpassing even heavy sniper rifles, making it the quintessential weapon for close combat against vast hordes of beasts. In addition to the cannon, Zhang Yingguang carried a massive ammunition box weighing over 200 kilograms, along with his armor and a combat knife, bringing his total load to over 400 kilograms. Yet, he seemed unfazed, handling it all with ease. The remaining 4 were armed with heavy sniper rifles, each equipped with melee weapons as well. Tang Tian wielded a long spear, Feng Maji carried a double-handed battle axe, while Wang Shan and Yang Jinni brandished elongated combat knives. After donning their shields, they also bore a box filled with ammunition designated for Zhang Yingguang's use. They were, without a doubt, armed to the teeth. In contrast, Yili's preparation was simpler. He merely needed to stand ready. Stand by and await further instructions, Zhang Yingguang said. Switch your communication channel to team mode. Yili nodded eagerly in compliance. Double-check your gear, Tang Tian advised. Do not underestimate this seemingly simple task. It is crucial to prevent any errors. Tang Tian's expression turned serious. I once witnessed a soldier neglecting such details, resulting in his armor's buckle failing to secure properly. In the heat of battle against a beast, his armor slipped off, and he was pierced through the chest by a single claw strike from the creature, despite being capable of withstanding its attack. Once you join our team, you are our comrade. We have an obligation to teach you how to survive on the battlefield. Yes. Yi promptly began his inspection, grateful for their guidance. Zhang Yinguang observed Yi Li's armor and smiled. Rest assured, we will take care of you this time. We will not venture beyond 100 kilometers. You will be quite safe in that gear. Wow, that armor is impressive, he added, but Yi Li merely smiled, refraining from responding, wishing to avoid stirring any envy among them. Chapter 42. The day of the beast's descent. Surrounding the coastal city are 4 military fortresses, with the 9th Legion fortress being one among them. Located a mere 120 kilometers from the city, these 4 mighty fortifications steadfastly guard its safety. In addition to these bastions, the coastal city boasts a stationed force exceeding 300,000 personnel who rotate with the combat evolvers of the various legions, typically every 3 years. Within the 9th Legion fortress, approximately 70 to 80,000 evolver soldiers are assembling, arrayed in different formations at various gathering points. Each gathering point determines the direction of their hunt. Everyone, gather close. Zhang Yinguang clapped his hands. As the combat units operate in small teams, each squad acts independently. Yi Li, like others, formed a circle around him. Zhang Yinguang activated a virtual display on his personal smart terminal, revealing a map of the area within 200 kilometers of the 9th Legion. Our designated direction is northwest. As he swiped his hand, an arrow appeared on the map, indicating the way forward. Yi Li had joined the squad channel, ensuring that the map information Zhang Yinguang displayed was truly shared among all. The Federation's most advanced technologies are almost entirely at the disposal of each combat evolver. Civilizational evolvers and combat evolvers complement each other harmoniously. Our initial target upon leaving the fortress is this location, once known as Huangjia Town, a century ago. Zhang Yinguang grinned at Tang Tian and the others. This is the place we know best. We simply need to wait for the beasts to descend, and we'll make our way there. Should we encounter any beasts along the way, we will slay those we can and disregard the rest. Feng Majuan and the others all smiled, recalling that they had nearly completed their training in Huangjia Town, which they considered their lucky ground. Haha, same old routine. I'll take on the role of the cover fire, just like before, Yang Jinny said first. Wang Shan chuckled. I'll also take my usual position. Ajun. You 1T change either, and we'll form a triangular fire zone. Feng Majuan nodded in agreement. No problem. Tang Tian chuckled wryly. You all are slippery. I'm left with the grunt work. Fine, I'll be the bait this time, but make sure you hit your marks. I can't hold out for long. Laughter erupted among the group. Zhang Yinguang patted Tang Tian's shoulder. I'll be your fire support, so don't worry with me around. He raised his fire god cannon as he spoke. Their coordination as a team was seamless. Often, a mere glance sufficed to convey their intentions. Yi Li raised his hand. What about me, Captain? You? Zhang Yinguang chuckled. You can play the role of the free agent. Feng Majuan and the others burst into laughter. The notion of a free agent, seemingly vital and requiring constant support, in Zhang Yinguang's view meant simply to let Yi Li relax. Yi Li pondered briefly, nodding with a smile. As a newcomer, he could not make too many demands. He must allow them to direct him until he proved himself. The role of a free agent would allow him to exert his abilities more freely. Joining the squad was merely his first step, as he awaited the opportunity to gain independence after passing his assessments, thereby allowing him to soar freely like a bird. The entire squad had grown accustomed to each other's movements, without excessive tactical distribution. Upon confirming their destination, their conversation shifted to mundane matters of daily life. All 5 were unmarried, having only casual relationships, given that combat evolvers possess lifespans far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Thoughts of marriage seldom crossed their minds before the age of 50. Their focus remained on self-improvement, often delaying marriage until they had amassed a certain level of savings. The wilderness was fraught with peril. One could never predict what the next moment might bring. For their own sake and that of their families, most combat evolvers chose to wed only after reaching retirement age. In light of their longevity, retiring at 60 is not considered old age, but rather a period of vigor. As time flowed by, suddenly, the sky erupted in brilliant light, radiating a deep azure hue. Every evolver gazed upward, captivated. This light signified the official opening of the interstellar portal between Blue Star and the Moon, with terrifying energy directly impacting Blue Star. With a resounding thud, numerous colossal machines, which had been storing energy, sprang into action, releasing massive energy beams that intertwined in the sky above the fortress, forming a protective shield enveloping the entire bastion. Even after witnessing this countless times, it never fails to astonish, one remarked. The technology behind this portal is beyond comprehension. We humans cannot even approach it, leaving us to wonder just how powerful the civilization behind it truly is. Regardless, let them come. We shall slay as many beasts as descend upon us, another declared. Indeed, let this be my chance to break through to the evolution realm. The beasts that emerge will take on a different form, undoubtedly awe-inspiring. Prepare your gear. Ensure that supplies are not discarded. The air was filled with various battle cries. Yili gazed at the azure protective shield, his nerves taut. This day of the beast's descent was no longer merely an observation for him, but a matter of personal significance. 5 minutes after the protective shield was fully established, a multitude of spectacular lights appeared in the sky, descending from the horizon like rays of light penetrating deep into Blue Star. This is the beasts. Yili clenched his fists. Countless beams cascaded upon the planet's surface. Boom, boom, boom. Like raindrops, the fortress's defensive shield trembled as numerous beams struck its surface, forming ferocious beasts, their numbers not insignificant, over 1,000. They howled as they fell against the shield, unable to find purchase. Only a few avian beasts managed to flap their wings and soar skyward. Boom, boom, boom. The surroundings of the military fortress echoed with the sounds of impact as weaker beasts plummeted from hundreds of meters above, meeting their demise. Some others were severely injured, while only a few managed to withstand the fall, frightened and fleeing the area. In the endless wilderness beyond the fortress, beams of light fell like rain, and the roars of beasts echoed as they descended upon the planet. At this moment, countless billions of beasts were teleported to the surface, their numbers and ranks unknown. Yet humanity stood undaunted. Once the teleportation ceased and the protective shield dissipated, requiring immense energy to maintain, it would not last long. In an instant, thousands of aircraft ascended, departing from the military fortress. The laser cannons aboard the aircraft fired, and explosions resonated throughout the area. Creak. The gates of the fortress opened wide. Squads moved in an orderly fashion through the gates, stepping into the wilderness beyond. Let us go. At Zheng Yingguang's fervent shout, everyone promptly donned their shields, weapons, and supplies, striding towards the gates with determination. Chapter 43. The hunt begins 10 minutes later. Team 1867 finally departed from the gates of the Legion Fortress. Before Yili's eyes lay an expanse of endless farmland, abundant with crops. Pathways stretched towards the horizon, where various teams galloped onward. The crops, however, trembled at the thought of the day of the beasts, a day that brought devastation. Such occurrences often resulted in significant reductions in yield, with estimates suggesting that more than 3 such days during the growing season could yield a decrease of at least 30. This loss was considerable. Yet humanity had long calculated the planting areas, ensuring that this reduction would not affect their food supply. At first glance, Yili noticed numerous fields that had been ravaged. The beasts had descended directly upon the farmland, some possessing a formidable stature, causing extensive destruction. As they exited the city, a pungent scent of blood filled the air. Not far away lay the carcasses of several beasts, their bodies riddled with puncture wounds yet devoid of blood, clear evidence of laser cannon fire. Ugh, those Air Force fellows are quick on their feet, Yili mused. Zheng Yingguang also noted the remains and spat. Let us not linger. These beasts are not our concern. Regardless of the Air Force's speed, how many evolved individuals have left the fortress in the past 10 minutes? Some powerful teams can easily dispatch these creatures. The beasts that are released near the fortress are not of a high realm, at most at the blood condensation level, easily dealt with by a single strike. The team sprinted forth, their heavy gear not hindering their speed. Strange, aren't those Air Force fellows? Tang Tian remarked with a light chuckle as he ran alongside Yili. In fact, they envy us. Their role is to swiftly eliminate any beasts that threaten the farmlands, preventing further damage. We, on the other hand, have the freedom to hunt beasts at will. Materials, beast gene fluids, these are all worth a fortune. How could they not envy us? As he finished, Tang Tian erupted into laughter. Yi Li's expression shifted to one of realization. Such knowledge was not found in books. Had it not been for Tang Tian, he might have remained oblivious. The team maintained a brisk pace under Captain Zhang Yingguang's leadership, showing no signs of hesitation. Even when witnessing a skirmish, they merely sprinted past. At length, Yi Li's gaze transitioned from the open fields to an endless forest. The farmland spanned a diameter of 10 kilometers, and he was astonished at how swiftly they had covered that distance. Looking up, he observed numerous teams also appearing here. Plunging into the woods. Humanity had abandoned the wilderness for over a century. Cities lay in ruins, and vegetation flourished unchecked, transforming the landscape into a forgotten civilization cloaked in greenery. Ahead loomed an ancient highway, and Zhang Yingguang, familiar with the area, led the way. However, upon reaching this point, he adopted a more serious demeanor, cradling the fire god cannon in his arms, swiftly loading a fearsome belt of ammunition as he prepared for battle. Yi, stay in the center, Zhang Yingguang instructed, glancing back at him. Yi nodded, understanding it was a protective measure. The others seamlessly formed a small circular formation, subtly shielding Yi within their ranks. This act fostered a sense of camaraderie within him. Fortunately, the danger level was not high, with various other teams present nearby. Moments later, they reached the highway. A loud bang echoed as a heavy sniper rifle discharged nearby. A beast's roar followed, clearly struck by a bullet, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. This highway, constructed over a century ago, bore the scars of time, with cracks and patches of grass sprouting in various places. Ahead, they spotted a sizable beast, dark in color, adorned with 3 long horns, and bleeding from multiple gunshot wounds. The injury had driven it into a frenzy, charging towards a nearby team. Barbaric Trihorn Bull. Yi recognized the creature instantly, identifying it as a beast of the blood condensation realm. One member of the team drew a combat knife, standing firm without evasion. In an electrifying moment, the beast collided with the individual, who deftly adjusted their stance to evade the charge, swiftly swinging the knife. In that instant, Yi observed the individual's arm undergo a transformation. Not covered in scales but cloaked in thick black fur, resembling an ape's limb. The beastly arm wielded tremendous strength. With a decisive swing, the bull's head fell away. Blood gushing from the severed neck, and the headless body crashed to the ground, leaving a trail of crimson on the highway. The force behind that strike surely exceeded 4,000 kilograms. Yi swallowed hard, his eyes widening in astonishment. The execution of a blood condensation beast was executed with such finesse. This individual possessed remarkable prowess. Zhang Yingguang and the others showed no surprise at the scene. They had witnessed such displays countless times and proceeded without hesitation. Upon closer inspection, they saw a member of that team collecting the beast's gene fluid. Yi had seen videos of the process but felt a surge of curiosity witnessing it firsthand. The two teams, comrades of the same legion, exchanged nods before parting ways. With thousands of teams, it was impossible for them to know each other's identities. The only indication was the team numbers displayed on their gear. Team 3776. Let us proceed with caution. The beasts 1T stray too far, and this area will soon be swarming with them, Zhang Yingguang cautioned. The beasts surrounding the fortress would be swiftly hunted down by the air force, driving them away from the area. Once they entered the forest, however, the air force would find it challenging to track them, as the beasts would blend seamlessly into the woods. The team nodded in agreement. For Yi, this was a new experience, and he felt a tension in the air. Indeed, as they traversed the highway, he caught fleeting glimpses of beasts darting through the trees on either side. The cacophony of gunfire and battle echoed all around them, as man and beast clashed in a frenzy. Suddenly, from the nearby woods, a shadow lunged onto the highway, having spotted the team. With a roar, the beast charged forward. Boom! With the thunderous discharge of a heavy sniper rifle, Yi clearly witnessed the beast's head explode in a mist of blood, collapsing and convulsing on the ground. This creature was a giant toothed wolf of the bone refinement realm. Feng Majuan stowed his sniper rifle, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Chapter 44. The Lion Bull. The materials for the giant toothed wolf consist of 3 types. First, its teeth. Second, its pelt. And third, the gene fluid of fierce beasts. There is an abundance of fierce beasts in the bone refining realm, leading to a significant production of gene fluid, yet demand still far exceeds supply. Each year, a vast number of high school graduates activate their fierce beast gene chains and require considerable amounts of gene fluid to elevate their realms, making it highly marketable. A vial of gene fluid from a bone refining realm beast fetches a minimum price of 12,000. Indeed, the income of combat evolvers is remarkably high. Yili gazed at the giant toothed wolf with its shattered skull, a sense of awe washing over him. While an ordinary person might toil for a month to earn 5,000 or 6,000, a combat evolver could achieve that with a single shot in mere seconds. The disparity is indeed staggering. This is merely a 1 evolution rate of the gene fluid. Should fortune favor them with a 20 evolution rate, it could be valued at around 300,000. Yili's eyes sparkled at the thought. This does not even account for the wolf's pelt and teeth, which could easily yield several thousand more. What was he thinking? Shouldn't he be processing the prey? However, Zheng Yingguang clapped his hand on Yi Li's shoulder and pointed at the giant toothed wolf. Kid, you don't expect us to do the work, do you? Feng Majuan laughed heartily. Yi Li's face flushed, and he trotted over. Tang Tian followed, instructing Yi Li on how to pry the teeth from the wolf's mouth and how to skin the pelt as intact as possible. It was a skillful endeavor, one that improved with practice. A complete pelt would yield a slightly higher price, Tang Tian advised with a smile. Moreover, to prevent any impurities from contaminating the gene fluid, it is necessary to drain the beast's blood before removing its scales or fur. Under Tang Tian's guidance, Yili proceeded, albeit clumsily. The pelt came off in a manner akin to a dog gnawing at it. Haha, keep at it, kid. It takes a good few dozen experiences to master this. Tang Tian teased. Ah, I can see my former self in you. Your control of power is decent, perhaps a tad better than my early days. Wang Shan and the others watched from the side, chuckling. After much toil, Yili finally completed the extraction of teeth, skinning, and collection of the gene fluid. He smiled upon seeing the vial filled with the gene fluid. Tang Tian took a label, wrote the name of the giant toothed wolf on it, and placed the vial into a specially designed gene fluid container. This box, crafted from metal, housed a soft interior to safeguard the vial from shattering during combat. Once refined and assessed, the evolution rate would be revealed. After Tang Tian provided water for Yi Li to wash his hands, he regarded Yi Li with an approving glance. The team continued their journey. Along the highway, remnants of buildings emerged sporadically from the woods, remnants of villages that had stood there a century prior, now reduced to crumbling walls. Occasionally, fierce beasts could be seen darting through these villages and forests, disappearing as quickly as they appeared. The roars of beasts reverberated in the air. Within this territory, the number of fierce beasts was vast, and skirmishes were visible everywhere, resembling a battlefield. Roar, awoo, squeak. The cacophony of beastly roars merged into a single tumult. Engage! Zheng Yingguang shouted. Tang Tian and the others dispersed, forming a protective circle around Yi Li, who stood at its center. He hefted the V-shaped heavy sniper rifle, scanning the surroundings. The strength of an evolver's arms allowed them to wield the heavy sniper rifle as easily as a standard firearm. Suddenly, 2 fierce beasts with lion heads and bull-like bodies burst from the underbrush, charging towards the team without hesitation. Be cautious, it's the beastified lion bull, Zheng Yingguang shouted, surprised to encounter such beasts just 10 kilometers from the fortress. However, they remained unperturbed. The wilderness was fraught with peril, and various beasts of different realms could emerge at any moment. A reason the federal government strictly regulated the qualifications for evolvers entering the wild as a form of protection. Boom. Feng Majuan and the others adjusted their aim and opened fire. The lion bulls erupted into a spray of blood, momentarily pausing their charge. But it was not enough to halt their advance. Unlike the swift kills of the bone-refining realm, these beastified creatures merely sustained injuries. No wonder the effectiveness of sniper rifles diminishes against beastified foes. As Yili faced these beastified creatures for the first time, his nerves were taut. Almost instinctively, as Feng Majuan fired, Yili followed suit. His reflexes, honed over time, allowed him to shoot true, striking one lion bull directly in the eye. The force of the shot obliterated its eye, leaving it severely wounded. Blood splattered forth, eliciting a more ferocious roar from the lion bull, which stumbled but continued to charge forward. Sizzle! Captain Zheng Yingguang's fire god cannon whirled, the high rotation generating a fearsome roar. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames spewed forth, forming a torrent of fire. The terrifying metal storm suppressed the two lion bulls, tearing countless wounds across their bodies. Yili noticed a mist of blood rising from the beasts. Zheng Yingguang stood firm on the highway, muscles bulging as he controlled the recoil of the fire god cannon, focusing its firepower upon the two lion bulls. The impact surpassed that of a sniper rifle, inflicting severe damage upon the beasts within mere seconds. Buzz! As Yili remained momentarily stunned. The fire god cannon emptied its ammunition, emitting a sound of emptiness. The pressure on the lion bulls lessened, but they were already riddled with wounds, their bodies soaked in blood, creating a pool at their feet. The overwhelming injuries had reduced their agility to a minimum, stripping them of their earlier ferocity. Time to finish this, Tang Tian shouted, lowering his sniper rifle and swiftly assembling his long gun from his back. His arms transformed into a beastly form, covered in scales, resembling monstrous limbs. With the long gun assembled and his transformation complete, he charged at the lion bulls. Feng Majuan and the others followed suit, transforming their arms as well and rushing forward. Puff! One severely injured lion bull, opening its mouth for a final desperate attack, found Tang Tian's speed overwhelming as the long gun pierced through its mouth and into its brain. A single strike ended its life. Puff! Puff! The other lion bull, moving sluggishly due to its injuries, was swiftly overtaken by Feng Majuan and the others, who wielded their weapons to sever its neck. Blood gushed forth as it collapsed. Chapter 45. Give it a try with a deep exhale. Yili experienced the thrill of combat for the first time. After dispatching two formidable lion beasts, he released a breath of corrosive energy. The ferocity of their charge was indeed overwhelming, a stark contrast to the more subdued beasts found within the confines of the beast cage. Zheng Yingguang reloaded his ammunition chain and stood beside Yili, imparting crucial knowledge as the squad leader. Yili, having stood his ground without flinching or succumbing to panic, gained Zheng Yingguang's approval for his quick decision to fire. Gratefulness flickered in Yili's eyes as he nodded in acknowledgement. The materials from the fallen lion beast were rendered nearly useless by the bombardment of the fire god cannon, and Tang Tian had no intention of collecting them. Captain, only one contains beast gene fluid, Tang Tian reported after a brief pause. Zheng Yingguang was not surprised. He gestured for the team to advance. Not every beast possesses gene fluid, with a production probability of approximately 30. Statistically, only 1 in 3 beasts yields such fluid, a figure that is not insubstantial. Within minutes, they had acquired both a bone-refining and a beast-transforming gene fluid, conservatively valued at over 50,000. The squad remained unfazed, even as the distant roars of beasts echoed around them. Initially tense, Yili gradually relaxed, influenced by the camaraderie of his companions. On the day of the beast invasion, countless creatures descended upon the planet, with some areas experiencing surges of beasts. Outside the 9th Legion fortress, 70 to 80,000 combat evolvers engaged in skirmishes against the nearby beasts. This was merely the first day. In the following days, they would press outward until the number of beasts within several hundred kilometers of Binhai City posed no threat, allowing the soldiers a brief respite. It was a cyclical routine, repeated month after month, year after year. Suddenly, a sizable boar beast charged from the woods, crashing through the highway barriers. Upon spotting the squad, it emitted a piercing scream, galloping towards them with reckless abandon, its ferocity untempered by thoughts of whether it could overcome the team. Wang Shan, poised to shoot, had his sniper rifle locked onto the beast. "Shan, stand down," Zheng Yingguang commanded. Confused, Wang Shan asked, "Captain, what is the matter?" Zheng Yingguang turned to Yi Li, subtly gesturing for him to engage. "Yi Li, give it a try. Let us gauge your combat prowess. No firearms, use cold weapons instead." "Ah, young man, your moment has arrived," Feng Majuan teased, winking at Yi Li. The others chuckled, sheathing their weapons, confident that a beast of this caliber posed no real threat. Aside from its brute force, the boar beast is not exceptionally formidable. Exercise caution, and it should be manageable, Tang Tian advised. Yi Li nodded, setting down his supply box and placing the Thunder Sniper rifle aside. He unsheathed the Ling Tian blade, charging towards the boar beast without a shield. He felt no pressure confronting the beast. He had slain several during his time in the beast cage at the genius camp. Jun, keep a close watch. If anything seems off, fire, Zheng Yingguang instructed Feng Majuan. Ha ha ha, I knew the captain still harbored concerns about this kid. Feng Majuan chuckled, readying his sniper rifle. Prepared to fire at the first sign of danger. Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Captain, are you trying to assess this young man's capabilities? Indeed. Zheng Yingguang replied earnestly. Have you considered why a newcomer at the bone refining stage was assigned to our squad? Initially, I suspected he might have made enemies. But the equipment he was allocated dispelled that notion. I wonder if someone is targeting us by giving us a burden. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. A liability could severely hinder a squad's efficiency, especially in perilous situations. That is unlikely. This young man's equipment is not something an ordinary officer could allocate, Tang Tian analyzed. I suspect he possesses something extraordinary. Zheng Yingguang nodded, his gaze fixed on Yi Li. Thus, I am testing his strength. As Yi Li confronted the boar beast, the two met in an instant. The sharpness of the Ling Tian blade allowed even an ordinary combat evolver to easily fell the beast, let alone Yi Li. With a calm demeanor, Yi Li swiftly evaded the beast's charge, his blade slicing through the air with precision. The force of the impact created a devastating wound, cleaving the boar beast from its head down through its torso. With a piercing howl, the beast fell, convulsing briefly before falling still. Yi Li had dispatched a bone-refining beast with a single stroke, nearly severing it in two. Zheng Yingguang and the others blinked in astonishment. Yi Li's combat skills had reached an extraordinary level. It appeared as if the beast had charged directly into the blade, resulting in its own demise. Wow, this kid's combat skills are impressive, Tang Tian murmured, surprised by Yi Li's composure and steadiness, qualities that surpassed even his own prowess at that stage. The group exchanged glances, all equally astonished. Zheng Yingguang's eyes narrowed in contemplation, then he nodded slowly. Not merely for show. Is a bone-refining combat evolver this formidable? Yi Li, still processing the remarkable sharpness of the Ling Tian blade, realized this A9 series weapon is indeed extraordinary. I hardly exerted any effort. Momentarily stunned, he approached the fallen boar beast and pried out one of its tusks. This marked his first genuine hunt, a moment of great significance. After securing the tusk, he efficiently extracted the beast gene fluid, feeling fortunate that the boar beast possessed it. Chapter 46. This is not scientific Yi Li, indeed. As Zheng Yingguang and the others approached, he affectionately patted Yi Li's shoulder. The previous strike had truly astonished them. In terms of the bone refinement realm, Yi Li was significantly stronger than they had been at the same stage. Yi Li smiled modestly, attributing his success to the weapon. The presence of fierce beasts in this vicinity was undeniably abundant. As the group chuckled, a dozen fierce beasts suddenly emerged not far away. Brothers, let's keep working. We should each earn at least 1 million this time. Zheng Yingguang exclaimed with excitement. The beasts they encountered were not particularly formidable, while the sheer number was notable. It posed no significant threat to them. Tang Tian and the others nodded in agreement. The fierce beasts charged out from the woods, closing in on the highway towards the team. Their ferocity was palpable as they let out terrifying roars, several of them larger than wild bulls, exuding an intimidating presence. The sight of a dozen beasts charging together was indeed moving. Boom! Wang Shan fired the first shot. The crack of the sniper rifle echoed, exploding the head of a bone refinement beast, which collapsed to the ground. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, Yang Jiani and Feng Majuan fired simultaneously. 2 more beasts fell. their heads erupting with blood and issuing mournful cries as they tumbled. However, the remaining beasts showed no signs of stopping. Their eyes gleamed with madness as they approached in the blink of an eye. "Be careful," Zheng Yingguang cautioned, opting not to use the fire god cannon on these relatively harmless beasts to conserve ammunition, which was limited and precious. After instructing Yi Li, he set down his weapon and drew a battle knife, wielding a shield as he advanced. Yi Li nodded. "Captain, I will." Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. There were a total of 17 beasts. 3 were either dead or incapacitated. That left 14, one for each of the 5 team members. Yi Li's gaze sharpened. Of the last 9 beasts, 2 or 3 would be drawn to the captain and his team. Thus, he would face no more than 5 or 6 beasts himself. Moreover, the highest realm among these beasts was merely blood condensation. This realization brought a smile to Yi Li's face. Within the beast cage, he had once fought 7 at once. Although they had been bone refinement beasts, it demonstrated his capability to handle the situation. Kill. In an instant, Yi Li, now resolute, unsheathed his Ling Tian battle knife and charged forward. Though Zheng Yingguang warned him to be cautious, in Yi Li's mind, these beasts posed little threat. His strength, coupled with the Ling Tian knife, was sufficient to slay even the blood condensation beasts. As Zheng Yingguang and the others engaged, each intercepted 1 beast. They moved with a speed and power far beyond Yi Li's current capabilities, striking with deadly precision. With a single, soul-piercing strike, the remaining beasts charged past them. A few halted mid-stride, lunging towards Zheng Yingguang and his comrades, while 4 others bypassed them, setting their sights on Yi Li. Excellent. Seizing the opportunity while Zheng Yingguang's attention was diverted, Yi Li unhesitatingly transformed his arm into a beastly form. Scales appeared, enveloping his entire arm, granting him an immense surge of strength. With a fierce roar, Yi Li extended his left hand towards the fastest of the charging lightning cat beasts, channeling his mental energy. The beast suddenly lost its balance mid-run, collapsing onto the highway. Before it could recover, Yi Li's battle knife came crashing down. With a swift, decisive motion, Yi Li severed the head of the lightning cat beast. The combination of his enhanced strength and the knife's sharpness allowed for a seamless execution. Without pausing, he withdrew the knife and lunged forward, raising it high with all his might. The leaping giant-toothed wolf was cleaved open from throat to abdomen by Yi Li's strike, the sheer force nearly bisecting it. The creature fell without a sound, lifeless on the road. Yi Li continued without hesitation, swinging from below to above. A charging boar beast rushed towards him, but its head was split apart by Yi Li's formidable strike. He lightly leapt, allowing the now headless body of the boar to roll past his feet, its blood staining the ground. As he landed, Yi Li reached for his thigh, swiftly drawing 2 throwing knives and launching them into the air. Kill. His mental energy surged, propelling the knives with blinding speed towards the neck of a blood condensation beast. In an instant, the knives pierced through, and the beast let out a piercing scream as it crashed towards Yi Li. As it slid closer, Yi Li swung his battle knife down with ferocity. Within mere moments, he severed its head. The 2 knives, now under Yi Li's control, returned to him as he caught them and sheathed them back at his thigh. Phew! The entire sequence of combat unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Yi Li feeling slightly drained as if he had expended all his strength. This was not the beast cage, but the wilderness, and the sensation was distinctly different. Thankfully, everything mirrored his training. 4 fierce beasts were dispatched in less than 3 seconds, a remarkable breakthrough far beyond what training could achieve. Yi Li's chest heaved as he caught his breath. He lifted his gaze towards Zheng Yingguang and the others, who had just finished off the last beast with comparable speed. "Quick, lend me a hand." Zheng Yingguang finally found a moment to call out. A moment earlier, they had been engaged with the beasts, and despite their strength, they had been momentarily hindered. Several beasts had passed them, clearly targeting Yi Li, and their first thought was whether he would be all right. But, hiss, when they turned back, their eyes widened in disbelief, faces awash with shock. "What? This is insane. How is this possible? You tell me you are merely at the bone refinement realm? This defies logic." Zheng Yingguang exclaimed, his eyes bulging. "Impossible. How can it be so fast?" They had only slain 2 beasts in under 10 seconds, yet when they turned back, Yili had already dispatched 4? How could they trust their own eyes? All 5 of them were half-beast combat evolvers, battle-hardened and seasoned. Achieving such a feat as Yili had done was no small task. Yet here he was, effortlessly eliminating 4 fierce beasts with a mere flick of his wrist. Chapter 47. The half-beast form impressive. Zhang Yingguang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He had previously perceived Yi Li as a burden to the team, but it was evident now that he was mistaken. This young man had effortlessly vanquished 4 ferocious beasts in mere moments, proving himself worthy of joining their ranks. Tang Tian approached Yi Li and delivered a friendly punch to his shoulder. Well done, my friend. Yi Li merely smiled in response. Feng Majuan and the others gathered around, gazing at Yi Li as if he were a marvel. Let me see, one of them mused. 3 beasts at the refining bone stage, yielding 12 contribution points, and 1 at the blood condensation stage, which is worth 15 points. Adding the points from the previously slain savage boar, we have exactly 30 points. Wang Shan's face expressed astonishment. When I first ventured into the wilderness, it took me 3 days to accumulate 30 contribution points. This is a commendable start. Contribution points held significant value for Yi Li. They surpassed mere currency in importance, as the Federation offered numerous items and genetic liquids that could only be exchanged for contribution points, not money. These points also represented one's social standing. Beasts below the beastification stage were only valuable for their genetic liquids, while materials held little worth. Only those beasts that required close combat with cold weapons posed a genuine threat, thus increasing the value of their materials and genetic liquids, along with the contribution points. In the team, any earnings were divided equally, but contribution points were awarded to the individual who defeated the beast. Each member possessed a personal smart terminal equipped with a camera and artificial intelligence for automatic statistics. The Federation government had consolidated a vast number of civilizational evolutionists, relying on their intellect to advance technology. This calculation system was robust enough to eliminate the risk of errors or fraud. Indeed, this is a significant improvement compared to our early days. Zhang Yingguang nodded with a smile. No wonder you are a genius cultivated in the elite camp. With your skills and the synergy of your equipment, you have a high starting point. Recalling how Yi Li had just outperformed them, Zhang Yingguang's expression turned serious. Brothers, let's demonstrate our true capabilities. Feng Majuan and the others responded enthusiastically. The team swiftly dealt with the 17 beasts, netting another 5 genetic liquids as spoils. On the day of Beast Descend, the number of beasts was indeed overwhelming. Soon after, they encountered a beastification stage beast known as the Bone Sword Beast. With 3 sword-like bones protruding from its back, it earned its name. Its scales provided remarkable defense, and while a sniper rifle could inflict damage, it was nearly impossible to slay it without targeting its weak points. This one is mine, Zhang Yingguang declared as he shed his equipment and removed his protective armor. He turned momentarily to Yi Li, saying, "Pay close attention to what true combat looks like." With that, Zhang Yingguang roared and charged at the Bone Sword Beast. As he ran, the upper half of Zhang Yingguang began to transform. Starting from his head, a mass of brown fur sprouted, covering his neck in an instant. Within moments, his head morphed into that of a bear, complete with menacing teeth glimmering coldly and eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. The transformation continued down to his neck and chest, ceasing only at his waist. Zhang Yingguang's arms transformed into powerful bear paws, distinct from irregular bears, with elongated, razor-sharp claws. With a fierce roar, he fully transformed into a half-beast state. This was the hallmark of a half-beast stage evolutionist, capable of adopting the forms of ferocious beasts. The higher the stage, the more comprehensive the transformation. The extent of beastification determined the strength of the evolutionist and influenced the inherited skills of the beasts. Although Zhang Yingguang's lower body had not undergone beastification, it displayed newfound power, appearing robust and muscular. This was the half-beast stage? Yi Li was awestruck by the completeness of Zhang Yingguang's transformation. Once fully beastified, Zhang Yingguang leaped into the air, letting out another roar as he raised his bare paw and struck down upon the Bone Sword Beast with an overwhelming force. The Bone Sword Beast, Being only at the beastification stage, stood little chance against Zheng Yingguang, who was at a higher stage. Without employing any combat techniques, Zheng Yingguang opted for sheer brute force, confronting the bone sword beast head-on. His bare paw came crashing down. Crack! The sound of bone shattering echoed as Zheng Yingguang broke the bone sword beast's sword-like bones, sending it sprawling onto the pavement. In pain, the beast opened its mouth to retaliate, but Zheng Yingguang swiftly denied it the opportunity. With a single step, he pressed one bare paw against its head while the other slashed downwards. His long, sharp claws sliced through its neck. With a gory thrust, 3 deep gashes appeared, revealing bone beneath as blood gushed forth. The bone sword beast thrashed in agony, but Zheng Yingguang held it firmly in place, suddenly digging his paws into the severed neck wound. "Open up!" Zheng Yingguang bellowed, channeling his strength to forcibly tear the beast's head from its body. The thrashing bone sword beast fell still, blood spraying wildly, as Zheng Yingguang casually discarded the severed head. Yi Li's eyes widened in shock. He was utterly astounded by the brutality. After establishing a clear advantage in strength, Zheng Yingguang had chosen the most ferocious method of combat to end the bone sword beast's life. There were no sophisticated techniques, only the raw beauty of violence. Once the kill was secured, Zheng Yingguang's half-beast state receded, reverting him back to his robust human form, albeit stained with blood, which he seemed unconcerned about. "Ha ha, that was exhilarating." Zheng Yingguang laughed heartily, turning his gaze toward Yi Li with a grin. "What do you think? Young man, you have a long journey ahead. Combat techniques will allow you to maneuver more smoothly, but they cannot dictate the outcome of a battle. Only strength is paramount. When your power can overpower your opponent, their skills become nothing but a joke. Remember, evolutionists must continuously break through their limits and ascend to higher stages. That is the true path. When you surpass them in stage, they are but ants." Snapping back to reality from his astonishment, Yi Li nodded. "Yes, Captain." Feng Majuan and the others wore proud expressions. "Young man, were you intimidated?" TSK, don't think that dispatching 4 beasts in seconds makes you the star. They are the true protagonists of the team. Zheng Yingguang chuckled and added, "Of course. One must not rush through the stages. You are only 18. The road ahead is long. Take it steady and focus on learning. Now let us tidy this up. We have further to go." Chapter 48. The old place. Yi Li proved himself not to be a burden to the team, invigorating the entire squad. No longer did they tread cautiously. Feng Majuan remarked that he found Yi Li much more agreeable. With their newfound freedom, the team's accomplishments were astounding. As they traversed the landscape, they successfully eliminated over 10 ferocious beasts. This was a result of the team's reluctance to linger in combat. They ignored any beasts that did not confront them directly, focusing solely on their journey. Zheng Yingguang had grown confident in Yi Li's abilities, as among the slain beasts, 2 had fallen to Yi Li's prowess. Such practical experience in the wilderness fostered rapid growth. Yi Li felt a profound sense of advancement. Engaging with these wild creatures and the environment had an immense impact on him, honing his character. His agility and combat skills had seen significant improvement, but more importantly, Yi Li's self-assurance had soared. The potency of his mental force awakened an awareness of its effectiveness against the beasts. 2 hours later, the squad entered Huangjia town. Once a bustling hub, it was now shrouded in an overwhelming expanse of trees, resembling a forgotten ruin. It was Yi Li's first encounter with such a desolate civilization. Igniting his curiosity, the town featured numerous streets lined with high-rise buildings, now reduced to mere remnants. They were ensnared by countless vines, their glass shattered, and empty windows exuded an eerie, chilling atmosphere. "Ha ha ha, do you feel a twinge of fear?" Feng Majuan chuckled, gesturing towards the apocalyptic structures. "A century ago, humanity ruled this world, yet now we struggle for survival. These remnants merely testify to our past grandeur." Yi Li nodded, contemplating the town's ruins and the devastation wrought upon the human world since the beast's arrival. The few who managed to escape this town were scarcely 1 in 10. As they stepped into the town, the roars of the beasts grew more pronounced. "To the old place, move swiftly," Zheng Yingguang commanded, taking the lead in a sprint. The others followed suit, and Yi Li instinctively matched their pace. Upon truly breaking into a run, Yili became acutely aware of the gap between himself and his companions. The disparity brought about by their respective levels was evident. The abandoned town, long forsaken, was littered with the remnants of vehicles, now mere frames on the verge of rusting away completely. Perhaps in a few decades, even those would vanish. With a swift leap, Yili vaulted over the roof of a car, landing and keeping pace. The growls of monsters echoed from the buildings on either side. Zheng Yingguang murmured, "Ignore them." They raced onward until they reached a crossroads. "Here it is." Zheng Yingguang smiled slightly, shouldering his heavy gear and charging into a skyscraper. Feng Majuan and the other three dispersed into different buildings, vanishing in an instant. Tang Tian lingered, leisurely approaching the intersection. "What about me?" Yili hesitated to ask. Tang Tian pointed to the surrounding structures. "Find a place to hide, or a vantage point to attack the intersection. I will lure the beasts here, and you can strike." Yili nodded, scanning the area before dashing towards a tall building on his right. The intersection was strewn with the bones of ferocious beasts, remnants of the squad's earlier victories. Combined with the desolation of the town, it sent a chill down his spine. Climbing the stairs, Yili was met with a foul odor, and the silence, save for his footsteps, heightened his anxiety. Moments later, he reached the top floor and burst into a room. The space was dilapidated, the window glass shattered long ago. He surveyed the room, disregarding the filth, cleared the debris from the window, and set up his thunder sniper rifle. From this position, he had a clear view of the intersection below. "Report your location," came Zheng Yingguang's voice through the earpiece. Yili opened the squad channel and relayed his coordinates. On the map, he appeared as a green dot, symbolizing his position. The other 5 also manifested as green dots, forming a cohesive encirclement. Tang Tian stood at the intersection, calmly lighting a cigarette and taking slow drags. "It seems we are not the first team to arrive," Zheng Yingguang commented. "A number of squads have entered. It should be quite the spectacle. Captain, what do we have to fear? Who would dare steal our spoils?" "I will gladly smash their skulls," Wang Shanhao's brash voice interjected, accompanied by a cold chuckle. "The wilderness is a lawless land. Let them come if they dare." Yili remained silent. The wilderness indeed was a realm devoid of law, where murder and arson thrived unchecked. Any wrongdoing could easily be attributed to the beasts or the rogue evolvers. The dangers of the wild were partly rooted in human conflict. On the day of the beastly incursion, not only would various military factions partake in the hunt, but families and corporations would also mobilize, inevitably leading to encounters. Some evolvers, driven by greed, would resort to murder and theft, especially when valuable beasts were involved, making competition ruthless. As if struck by a thought, Yili could not help but ask, "Captain, given the abundance of beasts here and the presence of other evolvers, if we use the sniper rifle, could it attract more beasts or alert others?" "Ha ha ha, what a pertinent question." Zheng Yingguang chuckled, explaining, "Most of the squads in this vicinity belong to our regiment. There are some outsiders, but not in great numbers. Gunfire will draw the beasts, but we must remember that other squads are also engaging elsewhere, dispersing the risk." "Understood, Captain," Yili replied, feeling a sense of relief. "Of course, if we encounter beasts that the sniper rifle cannot damage, we will need to engage directly," Zheng Yingguang stated. "Adaptability is key. Tactics are not fixed." With a shift in tone, Zheng Yingguang grew serious. "Prepare yourself, Tang Tian. Go lure the beasts." Tang Tian discarded his cigarette butt and nodded. "Understood, Captain." They had developed a seamless rapport, knowing exactly what to do. Tang Tian departed from the intersection, and mere minutes later, he returned at a full sprint, pursued by over 20 ferocious beasts. Chapter 49. A day concludes with abundant harvest. Yili was aware that fierce beasts were particularly fond of hiding within the ruins of abandoned human cities. However, he did not anticipate the sheer number of these creatures present here. In just a few minutes, Tang Tian had attracted over 20 of them. This clearly indicated the vast number of fierce beasts concealed within this small town. The emergence of fierce beasts was a global phenomenon, unrestricted by region or terrain. Upon their arrival within the planet's interior, they would disperse in search of favored habitats, claiming these areas as their own. The town, with its towering ruins and labyrinthine structures, was an ideal sanctuary for them. Typically, battle evolutionists would venture into large, abandoned cities to hunt fierce beasts, as larger cities harbored more beasts and frequently featured higher-tiered ones. When dealing with fierce beasts, one naturally sought advantageous terrain. Zheng Yingguang and his companions were well acquainted with this area, allowing them to utilize the terrain effectively against their foes. As per usual protocol, Zheng Yingguang's voice rang out. At the intersection, each direction was manned. This time, the direction from which the beasts were drawn was that of Feng Majuan. Narrowing his eyes, he locked onto a fierce beast of the bone refinement realm among the 20 or so present. Boom! The roar of the sniper rifle echoed throughout the town, resonating over great distances. Under normal circumstances, this would undoubtedly alarm the beasts within the vicinity. However, today was different. Other teams were also present, and sporadic gunfire made Feng Majuan's shots seem less conspicuous. In hunting fierce beasts, particularly when numerous, the priority was not to eliminate the strongest, but rather the weakest. By clearing out the lesser threats, they could then concentrate their efforts on the more formidable foes. Among the beasts pursuing Tang Tian, the targeted bone refinement beast was struck in the head. Beasts of the bone refinement realm could not withstand such a powerful sniper rifle, and its head was shattered in an instant. One down. Feng Majuan grinned and targeted a second beast. Boom. Another shot rang out, and yet another fierce beast fell. In the brief span of 100 meters, 3 beasts had been slain. Tang Tian, undeterred by the gunfire, continued his frenzied dash, his speed remarkable, not once glancing back. Utilizing the cover provided by the surroundings, he managed to leave several swift beasts trailing behind as he charged resolutely towards the intersection. Boom! As these beasts became visible at other locations, Wang Shan and Yang Jini opened fire in tandem. Each shot signified the downfall of another fierce beast. With a sudden slide, Tang Tian vanished from sight at the intersection. Yi Li's pupils constricted as he observed a small hole in the ground, barely large enough for a single person to enter. Clearly, Tang Tian and his companions had previously excavated an underground hideout to allow him to evade encirclement after drawing in the beasts. Boom! Several explosions occurred almost simultaneously as more beasts collapsed. The efficiency of their efforts was indeed astonishing. Yi Li marveled, yet his hands and feet moved swiftly. While sniper rifles were less effective against beasts of the beast transformation realm, they proved exceedingly simple against those of the bone refinement and blood condensation realms. Aiming and firing, he executed his shots flawlessly. Boom! His marksmanship, among the finest at Binhai High School, ensured that his bullet struck the head of a bone refinement beast. The A9 series Thunder Sniper rifle boasted unparalleled lethality, obliterating the beast's head in an instant. As the remaining fierce beasts chased after Tang Tian and reached the crossfire zone, over 20 beasts had dwindled to fewer than 10. With Tang Tian's figure lost to them, their ferocity escalated. Yet, what awaited them was another gunshot. "I'm coming out," Tang Tian announced through the team channel. In unison, the others ceased fire, knowing that with only 3 beasts of the beast transformation realm left, Tang Tian was more than capable of handling them alone. In the next moment, Tang Tian emerged from his cover. The 3 beast transformation beasts went berserk upon sighting him. Their bloodlust ignited. Instantly, Tang Tian transformed into his beastly form, resembling a werewolf with a human lower body. He eschewed his long rifle, opting instead to engage the 3 beasts with his claws. In his half-beast form, Tang Tian moved with astonishing speed, becoming a mere blur. The 3 beast transformation beasts were swiftly dispatched. "Ha ha ha, exhilarating," Tang Tian exclaimed, his half-beast form not hindering his ability to articulate human speech. Yi Li was left in awe. The efficiency displayed was extraordinary. Given such a rapid hunting pace, it was no wonder they were a 4-star elite team. Once they advanced to a higher realm, they would ascend to 5-star status. Again, Tang Tian seemed insatiable, howling like a giant wolf as he sprinted away on all fours, his speed akin to lightning. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, he remained in beast form, showcasing the terrifying nature of evolutionists who could manifest their genetic chains into beastly shapes. Minutes later, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted, this time even more numerous, over 30 beasts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, only a faint twilight remained. The 1867 team had gathered at the intersection, faces relaxed as they began to dissect the materials from the slain beasts. Various teeth, bones, pelts, scales, and more were harvested, all of which could be monetized. Except for the pelts, the remaining materials could be fused with metals. These materials, imbued with extraterrestrial metallic elements, could enhance the quality of human metals, yielding superior alloys. Not only would this benefit the weaponry of battle evolutionists, but it would also be applicable to firearms, aircraft, human machinery, and various other technologies that required these new materials. The advent of such materials had spurred significant technological breakthroughs. As the sole source of these extraterrestrial metallic elements, numerous companies would eagerly procure them. In total, they had gathered 130 beasts. While their tier levels were somewhat low, their sheer quantity was impressive. I estimate today's earnings will not be less than 3 million, Zhang Yingguang remarked as his personal smart terminal scanned the area, compiling the count and species of the beasts. Upon hearing their captain's words, smiles spread across the team's faces. Yili was taken aback. Not less than 3 million? 6 people, and each would receive over 500,000. The speed at which wealth was amassed was astonishing. Ordinary individuals would toil for years to earn such a sum. Yet they achieved it in a single day. The disparity was stark. Wang Shan, standing nearby, scoffed. Isn't it gratifying? But let us not forget. We're trading our lives for money. Can we not expect to earn significantly? Today may be lucrative, but who knows what tomorrow holds? We could lose everything at any moment. Yili nodded in agreement. They were akin to mercenaries from the era before evolution, exchanging their lives for currency. The timing of one's death on the battlefield was known only to fate. Wang Shan chuckled. Regardless, today has been a resounding success. After gathering the materials and the genetic fluids from the beasts, Zheng Yingguang approached one of the creatures. Allow me to share a piece of knowledge. The meat of this beast is exceptionally delectable, whether roasted or boiled. With that, he sliced off a sizable chunk weighing several dozen pounds. The remains of the other beasts were collectively moved by Wang Shan and the others to a location not far from the intersection for disposal. Tonight, other beasts will clean up these corpses, Tang Tian explained. These are the essential pieces of knowledge one must acquire before venturing into the wilderness. Once all matters were settled, twilight descended, and the gunfire in the town seemed to cease entirely at that moment. The only sounds that remained were the roars of beasts. Let us proceed. Zheng Yingguang gestured, and the group entered a nearby towering edifice. The materials were placed in a corner, unnecessary to carry to the upper levels. On the 30th floor, there lay a room they had meticulously prepared. It was not only tidy, but also stocked with ample supplies. Ajun, you will keep watch. Wang Shan, prepare dinner. While the rest may take some rest, Zheng Yingguang instructed in an orderly manner. Chapter 50. Instruction dinner was simple, roasted meat and self-heating rice. The beasts slain today were of a lower realm. Zheng Yingguang sat beside Yili, tearing off pieces of the roasted beast meat and saying, however, starting tomorrow, the number of encountered beasts will diminish, and their realms will begin to rise. The coming days will be exceedingly perilous. Tang Tian interjected. The reduction in beasts is due to 2 reasons. Some have been hunted down, while others may flee to distant areas, such as the mountains or farther away from the military fortress. The captain is correct. Trouble may arise at any moment in the days ahead. They were seasoned veterans, fully aware of the underlying dangers. Their seemingly relaxed demeanor belied the tension within. They too were on high alert. Yili listened intently, absorbing the wisdom of his predecessors. As a newcomer, he felt fortunate to learn rather than risk life and blood like others. Hearing the counsel of the experienced was always prudent. Captain, what is the highest realm we might encounter here? Yili inquired. Zheng Yingguang paused, his expression turning serious. There is no definitive answer, generally speaking. The highest would be the evolution realm, followed by the beast form realm. However, exceptions exist. For instance, last year, a beast of the 1,000-stone realm appeared within a 200-kilometer radius, slaughtering numerous small teams. Ultimately, it required the military commander and several primary experts of the 1,000-stone realm arriving by air to defeat it. In the face of such a beast, we would stand no chance. He chuckled wryly. In the eyes of ordinary people, we may seem powerful, but before such beasts, we are mere appetizers. Even without considering the thousand-stone realm, just encountering a beast-form realm creature would be quite enough to challenge us. Facing an evolution realm beast would depend solely on our luck. Yili fell silent. Indeed, Zheng Yingguang and his team were merely at the half-beast realm, equivalent to the fourth realm. The beast form realm represented the fifth, and above that lay the sixth, the evolution realm. For beasts of a higher realm, it was exceedingly difficult for evolutionists to prevail. Therefore, it was only logical that battle evolutionists earned substantial rewards. They were truly gambling with their lives. Yili, your marksmanship is impressive, Wang Shan remarked, giving Yili a thumbs up, genuinely amazed. With his shooting skills, Yili could easily serve as a sniper in any team. However, there were still areas for improvement. Wang Shan beckoned, "Come here, let me elaborate." As the finest marksman in the team, having fought beasts for over a decade, his insights into marksmanship far surpassed Yili's. Yili eagerly moved closer. "You should do it this way." The soft whispers of instruction began. Zheng Yingguang observed with a satisfied smile. This was the essence of teamwork. As midnight approached, Yili found it hard to sleep. The sounds of beast howls filled the air, accompanied by the clashing of combat and the gnawing of flesh. It felt as though these events unfolded right beside him. He could even sense the vibrations of beasts galloping along the streets below, their hooves thudding against the ground. Even in the heavens, he could hear the sounds of avian beasts swooping low. These cacophonous sounds heightened his senses, making it a challenging first night in the wilderness, rendering him restless for hours. Eventually, he succumbed to a hazy slumber. The next day, as dawn broke, the team members arose, except for Wang Shan, who was still napping from his last watch. "Can't sleep?" Tang Tian chuckled. "That's quite normal. When I spent my first night in the wilderness, I was even worse. I couldn't sleep at all, my mind racing with thoughts of what would happen if a beast discovered us." Yili smiled sheepishly. "I did find it hard to sleep." "It's perfectly normal," Feng Majuan chimed in. "This is the wilderness. Who wouldn't be afraid? But you'll adapt quickly. First, you must find a reliable team and trust your comrades. Some members will be on guard, ensuring everyone's safety. Any rustle or movement nearby must be reported immediately, and they must possess the ability to discern impending dangers, so they can alert the team in time. After a simple breakfast, they returned to their previous positions and methods. Yili noticed an increase in the number of blood condensation realm beasts, while those in the bone refinement realm had decreased. The number of beasts in the beast form realm had also risen. Indeed, the situation would grow increasingly perilous. Yili raised his weapon, primarily targeting beasts below the blood condensation realm. Following yesterday's battle, he had proven his marksmanship was trustworthy. The day passed with little excitement, and by evening, their haul was significant, even exceeding that of the first day. The rise in beast levels had enhanced the value of both materials and genetic liquids. As night fell, the team dined and prepared for rest. After a day of heightened focus, fatigue set in. "Yili, you'll be on watch with me tonight," Captain Zheng Yingguang announced. No one objected. Everyone needed to undergo this experience as part of their learning process. Yili nodded, retrieving his binoculars and following Zheng Yingguang to the rooftop. The wilderness night was not tranquil, yet the starry sky was breathtakingly clear. A crescent moon hung high, accompanied by a massive halo that emitted a brilliance brighter than the moon itself, illuminating the landscape and allowing for some visibility at night. "We'll guide you for a while. Once you're accustomed, it will be your turn to keep watch," Zheng Yingguang stated earnestly. "A watchman must maintain constant vigilance. Any oversight could result in irreparable loss. The importance of this role you will come to understand." He raised his binoculars, scanning for the presence of beasts. Upon spotting a beast, one must assess its level, which necessitates familiarity with the characteristics of each type of beast. For instance, those with keen senses may detect our presence from a certain distance. Furthermore, understanding how to deal with particularly powerful beasts is crucial. Zheng Yingguang patiently instructed Yili, presenting a rare opportunity for learning that could not be found in a classroom. Yili nodded, listening attentively. In the dead of night, danger loomed most heavily, demanding the utmost concentration. If you ever feel mentally fatigued, do not hesitate to find someone to take over. Never push yourself too hard, Zheng Yingguang advised. Understood, Captain, Yili replied earnestly. Chapter 51. The overclocked mind. When Yili arrived in the dead of night, he was promptly relieved of his duties. A night of silence ensued. The following day unfolded in the usual manner. He rose, washed his face with water, and then proceeded to breakfast, which consisted of beast meat. Once prepared, the dawn light began to break. Today, there was a possibility of encountering half-beasts in the perilous realm of feral beasts, so everyone needed to exercise caution. Zheng Yingguang, having only rested for a brief night, appeared invigorated and spoke with an unusual seriousness. Our plan is to be out for 3 days. Today, we will hunt until 3 in the afternoon before returning to the military stronghold. Yili remained at his usual position to provide long-range support, while the others accompanied Zheng to the streets. The group nodded in agreement. Haha, finally I can stretch my limbs. Lying here as a sniper has grown tedious. In truth, this was the day he relished the most. As a combat evolver, only close combat could truly ignite his passion. His battle axe had long been yearning for action. Feng Majuan and the others wore smiles, displaying no fear of the potential dangers ahead. What manner of peril had they not faced before? Tang Tian, glancing at Yili, said, Yili, the next phase of long-range support rests on your shoulders. Strike with precision. Your role is to disrupt the movements of the feral beasts and provide us with more time, or assist anyone in danger. Yili nodded. Brother Tian, I understand. Wang Shan patted Yili on the shoulder. Kid, I used to be the support for the team. Now this task falls to you. Do well. Feng Majuan added. Our safety depends on your skills. Let us move. Zheng Yingguang signaled with a wave. The 5 departed and swiftly reached the streets below. Yili positioned himself in his usual spot, securing a vantage point over the street. Suddenly, a distant gunshot echoed, faintly audible. This indicated that other teams in the town had yet to withdraw. As the gunfire erupted, the town seemed to come alive, awakening the feral beasts that let out deafening roars. An unsettling atmosphere loomed. Yili sighed, swiftly setting up his thunder sniper rifle, aiming down toward the street. Through the scope, he could see far into the distance. To the southwest, 3 lion-ox hybrids. To the northwest, a heavily armored tiger. Yili quickly relayed the information over the team channel. Indeed, the town was a paradise for feral beasts. In mere moments, he had spotted a significant number of them. Fixating on the armored tiger, which held considerable value, Tang Tian dashed out towards the northwest, transforming mid-run into a werewolf. Yes, Yili replied. The armored tiger was of the half-beast realm, with a genetic fluid worth at least 300,000, and its materials valued over 50,000. Yang Jenny's voice came through the team channel, filled with anticipation. Stop pondering useless things. Prepare yourself, Zheng Yingguang admonished, having already completed his transformation into a half-bear man. Feng Majuan and the others followed suit, each assuming their beastly forms. Yili glanced around. Feng Majuan resembled a creature with a crocodilian head, while Wang Shan bore the antlers of a deer, adorned with many branches resembling plum blossoms. Yang Jinni appeared as a bull-headed man. It was no wonder this team had achieved elite status. Their genetic chains were notably formidable. Tang Tian sprinted forth, reaching the position Yili had indicated in no time. The tiger roared as it spotted him, immediately lunging forward. Tang Tian quickly turned to evade. While he could hold his own, he would find it challenging. Even matched in realm, combat evolvers faced disadvantages against feral beasts due to their superior size, claws, and armored scales. Yet, a well-coordinated team could change the tide. The armored tiger's speed exceeded Tang Tian's, but with the advantage of surprise, he maintained a safe distance. The team channel crackled with Tang Tian's rapid breaths. At that moment, Yili locked the tiger into his crosshairs, inhaling deeply to steady himself. The tiger's armor was not fur but scales, giving it robust defense. Hitting other areas would render his sniper rifle ineffective. Its only weakness lay in its eyes. Yili recalled the tiger's profile from his studies. It was essential to remember the vulnerabilities of all low-tier feral beasts. He had at most 2 shots. Narrowing his eyes, He tracked the sprinting armored tiger with his sniper rifle. To hit such a swift target from this distance, aiming for its eyes, required marksmanship of the highest order. In an instant, Yi summoned his mental energy. Within his mind, the strands of the genetic chain exploded with brilliance, unleashing a surge of mental power that rendered the world around him slow. Was his brain overclocking? The thought crossed his mind. In this moment of suspended time, Yi found his opportunity and decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! Simultaneously, the eye of the charging armored tiger erupted in a splash of dark liquid. The bullet had struck true, piercing its eye. One of its few vulnerabilities had been exploited, delivering a critical blow. The tiger staggered, losing its balance and tumbling onto the street, crashing into several vehicles before coming to a halt. Holy cow, that was impressive. Yi observed the tiger, its eyes shattered, blood seeping from its orifices. Yet it still clung to life. While lesser feral beasts would have succumbed, this one erupted into a frenzy of rage, rising and pursuing Tang Tian with renewed vigor. Yi gasped, realizing that despite the shattered eye and damaged brain, it had not died instantly. No wonder feral beasts of higher realms proved resilient. The effectiveness of sniper rifles was limited against creatures like this half-beast armored tiger. Haha, well done, kid. Zhang Yingguang's voice rang out, his laughter echoing. Your marksmanship is incredible. With that shot, we saved ourselves half the effort. It was no exaggeration. Hitting the eye of a sprinting armored tiger required a level of skill that few could claim. In fact, no one in their team could have achieved it, except Yi. Even the usually solemn Zhang Yingguang could not suppress his admiration, a testament to the impact of Yi's prowess. Yi smiled, acknowledging that his extraordinary mental capabilities were the true catalyst, enabling his brain to enter this overclocked state. On the streets below, Tang Tian engaged the severely wounded armored tiger. Zhang Yingguang and the others wasted no time, charging forward to commence the battle. The tiger's head was now a mass of blood, drastically diminishing its strength and speed. The five combined their efforts, dispatching the beast within 2 minutes, with Zhang Yingguang delivering the final blow by snapping its neck. Chapter 52. Trouble awaits, Captain. You are magnificent. Feng Majuan was the first to flatter. Zhang Yingguang chuckled and shook his head. All right, let us pack up. He understood that the effortless defeat of the iron-armored tiger was primarily due to Yi's decisive shot. Without that shot, their team would not have subdued the beast in under 10 minutes, let alone execute such a method of killing it. The armor of the iron-armored tiger bore almost no wounds. It was a flawless piece, valued at no less than 100,000. Tang Tian remarked, a perfect grade armor mainly holds collectible value and is rather rare in the market. There are always those with a penchant for such items. Yang Jianni, you take it off. TSK. At critical moments, we still rely on your skills. Old Yang. Wang Shan chimed in with a grin. The group dragged the iron-armored tiger's corpse back and began skinning it. Moments later, a piece of its scaled armor was removed, followed by the extraction of the beast's genetic liquid. The genetic liquid from a beast of the semi-beast realm starts at 300,000. The difficulty of advancing to their realm stemmed from the scarcity of genetic liquid. Upon hunting a ferocious beast and acquiring its genetic liquid, they needed to sell or trade it for the specific liquid required for their evolutionary process. With such limitations, progress would naturally be slow. We are fortunate. There's a 30 chance of obtaining genetic liquid, and this iron-armored tiger has it. A 1 evolution rate translates to 300,000. If it were 20, it would be worth around 7 million. That's real wealth, but it all hinges on luck. Alright, while the likelihood of obtaining 1 genetic liquid was high, it still uplifted the spirits of the group. With the successful hunt of the iron-armored tiger, everyone felt invigorated. Wang Shan, set up the high explosives. The rest of you, lure the beasts. Zhang Yingguang's face lit up with fervor. Let us make this a grand event. Understood. Others shouted, dispersing in various directions. Zhang Yingguang then set up the fire god cannon, connecting the ammunition belt. He intended to expend all 3,000 rounds brought along that day. The high explosives they carried were more than sufficient to handle beasts of the beastly realm. The town was rife with ferocious beasts, when necessary. High explosives could indeed inflict significant damage, especially if detonated in the abdomen. If only we had a laser cannon, that would be splendid, he mused. It represented a formidable class of weaponry, one of the two primary types humans employed to combat beasts, the other being the electromagnetic cannon, capable of eliminating lower-tier beasts with ease. Ha ha, Captain, we've hit the jackpot. There's a pack of giant tooth wolves, more than 50 of them. Feng Majuan's voice boomed, akin to a speeding truck, as he charged into the wolf pack. The sound of bones shattering echoed as several giant tooth wolves were obliterated. He quickly turned to flee, drawing the ferocious beasts after him. Captain, there's a chilling beast. This could be troublesome. Tang Tian called out from another direction, his tone urgent. The team's expressions tightened. It was indeed a significant problem to encounter a ferocious beast of the fifth realm. Yang Jinni shouted as well. I'm being pursued by a pack of swift beasts, at least dozens. They didn't linger to fight, but directed the beasts toward Zheng Yinguang's position. Zheng Yinguang nodded. Bring them over. It's time for a slaughter. Tang Tian, take a longer route. Don't approach too quickly. Chen Jun, find a way to slow them down. Yes, Captain. The three responded. The swift beasts were the most fearsome, hence they were prioritized. In under a minute, they spotted Yang Jinni sprinting down a street, pursued by dozens of swift beasts. Yang Jinni, prepare. Zheng Yinguang's rugged voice rang out. Understood, Captain. Yang Jinni replied as he dashed into a nearby building. The metallic storm erupted, bullets sweeping through the swift beasts, exploding them into clouds of blood. Like harvesting wheat, the swift beasts fell, voicing their roars of agony. The fire god cannon's might was ferocious, rivaling that of a sniper rifle. As the swift beasts were pierced through their bodies, Leafly stood in awe. How brutal. Death reigned among the swift beasts, their heads exploding under relentless gunfire. The horrifying rate of fire left them no chance to evade, and in mere seconds, over half of them lay slain. Captain, it's done. Yang Jinni's voice came through. Your turn to shine. Zheng Yinguang released the firing button. The fire god cannon ceased its assault, concluding the nightmare for the swift beasts. Yang Jinni leaped from the building, claws raised, unleashing a barrage of strikes that crushed every swift beast that dared approach him. With a difference of over 2 levels, he easily dispatched them. As he charged into the remaining pack, he struck with ferocity. The last few swift beasts fell within moments, their disparity in strength evident as each blow sent them crashing down. In his half-beast form, Yang Jinni resembled a god of death, painting the ground with blood. Captain, I'm here, Feng Majuan exclaimed, though his face was grim as he sprinted, pursued by a pack of giant tooth wolves. You can retreat, Zheng Yinguang instructed, already pivoting his cannon. As the flames of the fire god cannon roared, bullets tore through the bodies of the giant tooth wolves, leaving them momentarily stunned. That was their most fatal mistake. The merciless bullets shredded them apart. By the time they realized the danger, their ferocity compelled them to charge towards Zheng Yinguang recklessly. Zheng Yinguang grinned as the flames engulfed them, sending waves of blood mist into the air. The giant tooth wolves, mere beasts of the bone-refining realm, stood no chance against the fire god cannon, which reduced them to mere fragments in an instant. In less than a minute, all 50 giant tooth wolves were annihilated. However, the fire god cannon had exhausted its ammunition. With such speed, it was no wonder few ventured into the wilderness wielding such a weapon. Hundreds of pounds of bullets vanished in just a minute. Zheng Yinguang was accustomed to this, swiftly drawing his combat knife. Tang Tian, lure the chilling beast over. Feng Majuan and Yang Jinni returned to Zheng Yinguang's side, their expressions grave as they gripped their weapons tightly. With a crash, a car frame shattered as Tang Tian fled in a frenzy, a massive chilling beast hot on his heels. It was a ferocious beast of the fifth realm. Chapter 53. The hunt concludes. Yili licked his lips. The beast form realm, when applied to humans, signifies the potential to fully evolve into the shape of a ferocious beast. Upon entering this form, a human would possess all the capabilities of the beast, including strength, speed, defense, and even the unique skills of the creature. Beasts in the beast form realm are not something that half-beasts like Zheng Yinguang and his companions can contend with. Thus, this battle is fraught with peril. All I can do is intervene. Beasts in the beast form realm possess acute senses. They can perceive the trajectory of bullets and instinctively evade them. Yili recalled the knowledge he had acquired. Without hesitation, he locked onto the beast before him. Simultaneously, his mental energy surged, propelling his mind into an accelerated state. The beast, resembling a lion, had 5 ribbon-like horns that fluttered as it ran. Its long tail was covered in fine scales, with sharp spikes adorning its tip. This was the beast's most formidable weapon, as it often wielded its tail like a whip. Tang Tian was already sprinting with all his might, yet his speed lagged behind that of the beast. With a roar, the beast surged forward, increasing its speed. Boom! The thunderous sound of the A9 series sniper rifle resonated. Its kinetic energy surpassed that of other rifles. The bullet tore through the air, reaching the beast in the blink of an eye. The bullet's velocity far exceeded the speed of sound, so the beast only heard the deafening crack as it struck its head. Clang! The scales shattered, but the bullet ricocheted off. However, the impact momentarily disrupted the beast, inflicting a minor injury. Hiss! Truly impressive for a beast form. The sniper rifle seemed ineffective. Yili marveled. This brief pause allowed Tang Tian to gain some distance. Well done, Yili. You've truly made a contribution, Wang Shan shouted. Prepare. Zhang Yingguang focused intently on the beast, emitting a roar that the team understood well. Tang Tian's face paled with urgency as he sprinted past a cache of explosives. The beast, agitated by Yi Li's shot, pursued Tang Tian with even greater ferocity, unaware of the perilous explosives in its path. Just as it leaped over them, Zhang Yingguang detonated the explosives. Boom! The entire town seemed to tremble. The terrifying shockwaves scattered countless debris, lifting the massive beast into the air. Shrapnel and stones erupted in all directions, shattering the walls of buildings, leaving a multitude of bullet holes. Flames engulfed the beast, singeing its fur. Roar! The powerful shockwave provoked a furious roar from the beast. Thud! The beast crashed to the ground. Its abdominal scales shattered, bleeding profusely. Blood seeped from its orifices, indicating the tremendous force of the explosion. Dazed and disoriented, it struggled to regain its bearings. Now, attack! Zhang Yingguang was the first to strike, moving with the swiftness of a wolfman. Even Tang Tian, who had fallen, scrambled to his feet and charged at the beast. The entire team of 5 fought with their lives on the line. The beast was formidable. The earlier shock merely stunned it for a few seconds. Realizing the 5 were upon it, its primal instincts surged, and it let out a thunderous roar before lunging forward. Scatter! Zhang Yingguang shouted, and the 5 instantly dispersed. The beast lunged, but they narrowly evaded its attack. However, the beast swept its tail, aiming to strike Feng Majuan. The tail sliced through the air with a cutting sound. Bang! The sniper rifle fired once more, as Yili seized the opportunity to target the beast's vulnerable ears. Amidst the roar, the beast staggered slightly, blood gushing from its ears, clearly struck by Yi Li's shot. This hit disrupted the beast's tail attack, allowing Feng Majuan to roll away from danger. Roar! The beast was now completely enraged. The shot had ruptured its eardrum, severely impairing its hearing. The pain reverberated through its head, causing it to charge wildly, attempting to crush the 5. Yili, you're incredible! Tang Tian shouted in exhilaration. Who would have thought Yili could strike the beast's ear? Such marksmanship was beyond imagination. From the moment you joined the team, I sensed your extraordinary talent. After all, who else could venture into the wilderness zone ahead of time? Even Feng Majuan chimed in with praise. The beast, gravely wounded, was doomed, Wang Shan declared. Yet, they did not falter. They evaded while delivering swift strikes. Their half-beast strength, coupled with their weapons, inflicted several minor wounds on the beast. In a brief moment, the beast bore numerous small cuts. Perhaps it was Yi Li's strike that severely injured the creature, for it fought like a cornered animal. However, blood loss and the intense pain in its head impaired its speed and senses, leaving it flailing about like a headless fly, lost and disoriented. Crack! Seizing the moment of the beast's confusion, Feng Majuan closed in, having retrieved a battle axe without notice. He swung it down hard upon the beast's neck. This blow drained Feng Majuan's strength, causing the beast to stumble and collapse. At that moment, through the scope, Yili observed numerous ferocious beasts emerging elsewhere in the town. Captain, hurry! The recent explosion has attracted many beasts. Time is running out. Zheng Yingguang and the others were well aware of the looming threat. The five fought like madmen, relentlessly attacking the beast. Roar! With a deep-throated growl, the beast suddenly collapsed, its body crashing onto the street. Ultimately, it succumbed to the grievous wound inflicted by Yi Li's shot. Quick, gather the materials and beast essence. Zheng Yingguang took the lead. Teeth and horns, as well as the scales of the beast, were all valuable materials. The gene essence of the beast was of utmost importance. The five worked together, dismantling the beast in under a minute. Let us move. There was no time for lingering. The sound of the recent explosion had startled not just the town, but also the surrounding beasts for miles. Team 1867 remained silent within a building for 2 hours before the chaos subsided. Ha ha ha, now is the time. Gather the materials. We're heading home. Zheng Yingguang laughed heartily. The group collected all the materials gathered over the past 3 days, each person burdened with their share, then cautiously departed the town. Chapter 54. Parting ways. The journey home proceeded relatively smoothly. Along the way, the team encountered a few ferocious beasts, yet they were all laden with materials and had no interest in hunting them. As they made their way back, they crossed paths with numerous other teams returning triumphantly, exchanging smiles of camaraderie. By evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Team 1867 arrived at the Legion Fortress, which buzzed with activity. The entrance was a sea of bustling bodies, and some areas had already set up lights. According to the team's tradition, Yi Li planned to sell all genetic liquids and materials, except for those that met his specific needs, and then divide the proceeds. Captain Zheng Yingguang smiled slightly, stating, "With the money, we can purchase the genetic liquids and equipment we require." He suggested selling directly to the many buyers gathered at the city gates, where a plethora of merchants had set up shop, their vehicles adorned with eye-catching names, loudly calling out slogans to acquire the materials and genetic liquids from the evolutionists. Some powerful buyers even arrived in flying vehicles, with several hovering above the open ground. Most teams returning to the fortress opted to sell their materials and genetic liquids here for immediate cash. Some teams returned with bountiful spoils, while others reported meager collections. And some even suffered casualties on their return. The majority of teams traveled on foot, though some utilized armored vehicles or armed trucks. Occasionally, a team could be seen soaring over the high walls in their flying devices. While Captain Jing's approach was sound for the rest of the team, it was not the best strategy for Yi Li. Unlike his teammates, who required genetic liquids from beasts of similar attributes to enhance their evolution, Yi Li's genetic chain was versatile, capable of absorbing any available genetic liquid. This rare opportunity was not one he intended to miss. "Captain, I wish to acquire the genetic liquids. You may convert my share of materials into genetic liquids," Yi Li proposed after some contemplation. "That can be arranged," Zheng Yingguang responded, slightly furrowing his brow but ultimately acquiescing, deeming it a trivial matter. Tang Tian and the others had no objections, though they were puzzled as to why Yi Li preferred this route over simply taking cash. The results of their 3 days of hunting were impressive. 233 beasts at the bone refinement level, 107 at the blood condensation level, 34 at the beastification level, 15 at the half-beast level, and 1 at the beast form level. The yield of genetic liquids reached 37, totaling 144 vials, distributed by level. Yi Li received 24 vials, but he opted not to take those above the beastification level, only requesting the bone refinement and blood condensation types. Considering their value and the conversion of materials, he secured 30 vials each of bone refinement and blood condensation genetic liquids. This allocation was met with no dissent from Tang Tian and the others. Once distribution was complete, Yi Li grinned, pointing to the remaining genetic liquids. "Captain, how about selling these to me? I will match their purchase price." Zheng Yingguang raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Are you in the business of buying these?" "No, but I have my reasons," Yi Li replied, shaking his head. Tang Tian interjected, "Selling to the merchants is one option. If Yi Li wants them, why not sell directly to him?" The others had no objections, given that Yi Li was offering the market price. Zheng Yingguang readily agreed. Yi Li was not short on funds, as he had received a reward of 10 million from the Ninth Legion during his time at the Genius Camp. The transaction was swift, with Yili purchasing the remaining genetic liquids for 4.6 million. He transferred this amount to Zheng Yingguang's personal terminal, having spent nearly half of his reward. "You seem to be quite the tycoon," remarked Feng Majuan, raising an eyebrow. "Some are born into wealth, while others never reach such heights." Yili merely smiled, refraining from elaboration. As the genetic liquids had not been assessed, their effectiveness remained uncertain. The investment of 4.6 million felt akin to a gamble. Indeed, combat evolutionists proved lucrative. Yili reflected on the substantial materials they could sell for at least 1 million, meaning each member earned around 1.3 million over 3 days. Yili slung the genetic box over his shoulder as the team prepared to handle the materials. "We shall part ways here," Zheng Yingguang said, placing a hand on Yili's shoulder. "You have performed admirably. It is unfortunate that you are merely a temporary teammate. Your performance exceeded our expectations." Zheng's face bore a hint of reluctance. Despite Yili being a bone refinement level combat evolutionist, Zheng was well aware of his marksmanship prowess, which had played a crucial role in their successful hunt of the fierce beast. To strike a target while the beast was in motion was a rare skill, possessed by only 100 individuals across the Federation, underscoring Yi Li's extraordinary talent. Such a teammate would undoubtedly be an asset to their 4-star elite team. "Yi Li, why not apply to stay with us? We would be more than happy to have you," Feng Majuan offered sincerely. "Indeed, with you aboard, our efficiency would undoubtedly soar," Wang Shan added, winking. "You should consider it," Yang Jiani chimed in with a smile. Yi Li felt a wave of gratitude, but shook his head. "This decision is beyond my control. It depends on higher authorities." Zheng Yingguang, however, remained open-minded. "We have fought as comrades. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. We will certainly lend a hand." Tang Tian and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yi Li's contributions. Yi Li responded, "Thank you, Captain." Chapter 55. Approaching a breakthrough upon entering the Legion Fortress, Yi Li did not immediately return to his dormitory. "Please assist me in refining and identifying these gene liquids," he requested. In front of him stood a sweet-looking female soldier, dressed in military attire, her attractiveness scoring at least an 8.5. Unfortunately, she was not to his taste. Being merely 18 years old, he found her to be over 25, despite her makeup. The Beast Gene Department was responsible for the extraction and identification of various beast gene liquids. Although the Legion Fortress was managed by the Ninth Legion, it was not a conventional military force, but rather an independent entity. For instance, evolved soldiers could hunt beasts in teams, keeping their earnings. However, the extraction and identification services here were fee-based. Many returning evolved soldiers flocked to this department to process the gene liquids they had hunted or exchanged. A sense of tension hung in the air among those who had acquired high-ranking beast gene liquids. The difference between a 1 and a 20 evolution rate was substantial. The female soldier glanced at Yi Li, momentarily taken aback by his youth, yet she swiftly proceeded to extract the gene liquids. After confirming the numbers, she looked up and announced, "The total for the extraction and identification is 380,000. Do you confirm?" "Confirmed," Yi Li replied, processing the payment on his personal terminal. The price made him wince, as the extraction and identification fees amounted to 1/10 of the value of this batch of gene liquids. Observing the throng of evolved soldiers seeking identification, it was clear that the Beast Gene Department was reaping profits effortlessly. With a smile, the female soldier placed the gene liquids into the purification machine, which roared to life. Moments later, 144 tubes of beast gene liquids were purified and sent to the identification machine, resembling an assembly line. As the liquids transformed into a striking azure hue, they were sequentially processed, with each tube marked with its type and evolution percentage. Humanity had long since deciphered the gene chains within the beast gene liquids, allowing the identification machines to determine their types and evolution rates. The entire purification and identification process took merely 10 minutes. Soon, the gene liquids were packaged and presented before Yi Li. She blinked and remarked, "You are quite fortunate. One of your samples boasts a 20 evolution rate, albeit only at the bone refinement stage. Thank you, Yili replied, his heart soaring. He left with the gene box in hand. Back in his dormitory, Yili began by taking a refreshing shower before retrieving the gene box. As he laid out the tubes of beast gene liquids, his expression shifted to one of elation. One tube with a 20 evolution rate at the bone refinement stage, one at 13 for the blood condensation stage, and another at a mere 5 for the beast form stage, which still held a market value of around 2 million. Yili's excitement was palpable, as the total value of all the gene liquids exceeded 7 million, netting him a profit of 2 million. Were Zheng Yingguang and his companions foolish? Certainly not. Many had suffered significant losses after purification and identification, with an 80 chance of ending up with only a 1 evolution rate. This time, luck was on Yili's side. Elated, Yili tidied the gene liquids and headed out. Old Luo, I'm here to collect the beast gene liquids from the past few days, he announced in the Genius Camp's warehouse. This was dragon-type beast gene liquid, exceedingly valuable, yet it was free of charge, an opportunity not to be missed. Upon seeing Yili, old Luo's eyes brightened. I heard you participated in the Beast Manifestation Day hunt? Remarkable. You must be the quickest to reach this milestone in the Genius Camp, breaking records. Tell me, how much have you earned in these 3 days? Not a dime. I've even lost a few million, Yili replied, exasperated by old Luo's inquisitiveness. Old Luo was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. You must be joking. Yili shrugged. Why is it so hard to believe the truth? Impossible, old Luo murmured. But he quickly handed Yili 3 tubes of 5 evolution rate dragon-type beast gene liquids. These are the last 3-5 samples. Starting tomorrow, only 1 evolution rate liquids will be available. They're exceedingly rare, and the Legion commander is nearly pulling his hair out. Thank you, Yili said, waving goodbye as he left, eager to avoid further questions. Returning to his dormitory, a spark of excitement flickered in Yili's eyes. His evolution rate had already reached 50, and now he possessed an abundance of beast gene liquids. The usage of beast gene liquids came with restrictions. Why is it that beast gene liquids with higher evolution rates are more valuable? Because each evolved individual can only use 1 tube of beast gene liquid per day. Exceeding this limit could lead to abnormalities in the activated gene chains and even their destruction. Despite humanity's advancements in research, they had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of gene layers. A single disruption to the gene chain could render a person utterly incapacitated. Such risks deterred most from experimentation. If one were to ingest a 1 evolution rate beast gene liquid, it would take 100 days to advance a single stage. With these conditions in mind, it is no wonder that high evolution rate beast gene liquids command such high prices. For example, consuming a 20 evolution rate beast gene liquid would grant one a 20-day lead over others. Yili selected a 20 evolution rate beast gene liquid from the identified bone refinement gene liquids. The lightning cat beast? Yili mused. The lightning cat beast was a common creature at the bone refinement stage, but due to its speed and difficulty in hunting, its gene liquid was slightly more expensive than others of the same stage. After calming his excitement, he swallowed the purified beast gene liquid in one gulp. Warmth enveloped every cell in his body, but the next moment, a stark transformation occurred, as if his cells were being torn apart. Under the stimulation of the beast gene liquid, the gene chains underwent fission and then rearrangement. This process was swift. Yili closed his eyes, marveling at the dazzling light radiating from the sphere in his mind. Within the sphere, a segment of the beast gene chain emerged. Additionally, a vague silhouette appeared within the sphere. Having become accustomed to such phenomena, Yili recognized this shadow as that of the lightning cat beast. Whenever he consumed different beast gene liquids, a shadow of the consumed entity would manifest in this sphere, becoming clearer with the evolution rate of the liquid ingested. Yili observed the shadow of the lightning cat beast briefly before shifting his focus. The sphere erupted with a myriad of radiant strands, a truly spectacular sight. Approximately a minute later, all the strands retracted, and the sphere returned to tranquility. Yili felt a release, having finally digested the gene liquid. 70 evolution rate. Yili opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as the pain subsided, replaced by a refreshing sensation. The following day, Yili once again consumed a 9 evolution rate beast gene liquid at the bone refinement stage. His evolution rate climbed to 79, bringing him closer to a breakthrough. Chapter 56, Blood Condensation Realm, September 8th. Ding. The alarm clock rang incessantly. Yili opened his eyes and promptly rose from his bed. A glance at the beast gene liquid beside his bed spurred him to dash into the bathroom for a quick wash before emerging. Grasping the vial of beast gene liquid, he twisted it open. The prospect of ascending to the blood condensation realm filled him with exhilaration. Yili smiled faintly. It had been 5 days since he returned from hunting ferocious beasts, and the moment to make a final push had arrived. His evolution percentage had reached 95, and the gene liquid in his hand contained the essence of a dragon-shaped beast, comprising the remaining 5. Once consumed, he would attain a full 100 evolution. Since the commencement of the beast gene chain in August, just a little over a month had passed, and Yili's progress could only be described as remarkable. He had long awaited this day and was fully prepared. With a swift motion, Yili tilted his head back and swallowed the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid in one gulp. Accustomed to the ensuing sensations, he faced it with composure. The gene liquid was drawn into him, and an instantaneous surge of energy triggered another mutation of the gene chain. Boom! A deafening roar erupted in his ears, relentless and overwhelming. Yili felt as though his head had been struck by a colossal hammer. Darkness encroached upon his vision, and a searing pain coursed through him. Previously, he had dismissed the myriad descriptions online regarding the discomfort of ascending realms as mere exaggerations, considering them to be the overreactions of others. However, experiencing it himself, he realized that those accounts were far from exaggerated. Amidst the pain, Yili perceived a luminous orb in his mind radiating a blue glow. Within it, the gene chain fragmented into countless shards before frantically reassembling. Though it appeared slow, it transpired in an instant, and a new segment of the gene chain formed within the orb, a blue gene chain. Boom! At that moment, the prior cacophony suddenly ceased. Yili's spirit jolted, a smile blossoming on his face. He had succeeded. An overwhelming sense of power surged within him. His hearing heightened, and the world around him becoming vividly clearer, transforming his sensory perceptions. He had attained the blood condensation realm. Yili clenched his fists, reveling in a strength that far surpassed his previous state, and he could not contain his elation. Ha! Unable to restrain himself, he laughed heartily. It took several minutes for him to regain his composure. Though the process had been arduous, the outcome was gratifying. He was now a combat evolutionist of the blood condensation realm. Yili felt a surge of pride. This speed of advancement could only be rivaled by those cultivated by powerful families or major corporations. These affluent families and corporations, with their substantial resources, often acquired 10 to 20 of beast gene liquids to nurture prodigious evolutionists. Remarkably, some could ascend a realm in as little as 5 days. A feat that left many astounded. Such extreme operations were possible only with significant financial investment. Within 15 days, one could become a third-level beastification evolutionist. While he could not compare to those born into privilege, Yili was nonetheless immensely satisfied with his progress. He possessed another advantage. He was not restricted to a specific type of beast gene liquid. Any variant would suffice. This flexibility would undoubtedly expedite his future advancements. Evolutionists of the dragon-shaped beast lineage, upon reaching high realms, often struggled with their evolution rates, sometimes only achieving a few percentage points in a year, making breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. Their struggle to ascend was a disadvantage, yet in their own realm, they were nearly invincible, capable of contending with foes of higher levels. After regaining his calm, Yili promptly accessed the communication directory on his personal smart terminal and dialed his father, Yi Mingwei. Once evolutionists entered the wilderness zone, their smart terminals could only make outbound calls, not receive them. This precaution was to prevent their cover from being compromised by an incoming call, especially during moments of evasion. Even a silent vibration could be detected by high-level beasts, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Such tragedies had occurred frequently during the early days of the evolution era. Following numerous enhancements by civilized evolutionists, personal smart terminals were now restricted from receiving calls within wilderness zones. Only select departments with significant authority could make incoming calls, typically during emergencies. Yili had been in the wilderness zone for an extended period, so despite Yi Minghui's concerns, there was little he could do but wait. Yili had been so engrossed in training that he had neglected his parents' feelings. The recent ferocious beast incursion had imparted invaluable lessons about the dangers of the wilderness. One might be unable to reach out tomorrow if they failed to call today, creating an insurmountable divide. In Building 5, Room 10203 of Taihe Community. The sound from the personal smart terminal startled Yi Minghui, who was enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing his son's number, he was instantly filled with excitement and answered without hesitation. "Son?" His voice trembled with emotion as he stood up abruptly. Zhou Ningjing also instinctively rose, tears welling in her eyes. They had worried incessantly for the past month since Yi Li's departure. Even in sleep, they found themselves waking in the night, plagued by thoughts of their son's well-being. "Dad." Yi Li's voice quivered slightly. "Son, how are you?" Yi Minghui struggled to keep his tone steady, though a tremor betrayed his anxiety. Yi Li chuckled softly. "Dad, there's no need to worry. I'm doing great." That's good. Yi Minghui exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at his wife, saying, "Our son is well. There's no need to worry." Zhou Ningjing nodded in agreement. Yi Li let out a breath, a light laugh escaping him. "Dad, Mom, the 9th Legion has allocated me a standalone villa. I have a few options, and I'll have logistics contact you shortly so you can make your choice. Moving to the villa will ensure greater safety, and the priority level is higher, which will put my mind at ease." A villa? The news left Yi Minghui momentarily speechless. Such privileges were reserved for genius evolutionists. How could his son possibly be among them? Yi Li nodded. "Yes, it's a villa. I've joined the genius camp of the 9th Legion. This is the treatment I receive." He smiled before adding, "Additionally, there are equipment rewards and a cash bonus of 10 million, though I've already spent the money to enhance my evolution. However, you can move into the villa for now. When I have time, I will apply for leave to visit you." What? This revelation genuinely surprised them. Yi Minghui and Zhou Ningjing exchanged incredulous glances. Wasn't Yi Li just an ordinary evolutionist when he activated the beast gene chain? How had he gained admission to the genius camp of the 9th Legion? What transformations had occurred in Yi Li during this period? Chapter 57, Dragon Claw Father. I have reached the blood condensation realm now. What? Yi Minghui was taken aback. Blood condensation realm? Are you speaking the truth? He was well aware of the hierarchy of realms. Bone refinement, blood condensation, beast transformation, half-beast, beast form, and evolution. Each realm is characterized by rapid breakthroughs at the beginning, but progress slows considerably as one advances. How long has it been since his son reported? Just a little over a month. To achieve blood condensation in such a short span is indeed astonishing. Yi Li chuckled. "Do you think I would deceive you? But didn't you previously unlock the gene chain of insect-type ferocious beasts?" Yi Minghui still found it hard to believe. Could it be that everyone at the school had misjudged? Even the martial deity Wang Feng was present at the time. Could he also have been mistaken? Yi Li explained. "At that moment, I had indeed unlocked the gene chain of a dragon-type ferocious beast, but my body could not withstand it, leading to only a partial manifestation before I fainted." This explanation left Yi Minghui in silence. However, the next moment, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Good, he finally revealed a smile of complete relief. The prospect of his son's success was the best news for them. The dragon-type ferocious beast gene liquid represented Yi Li's future potential, guaranteeing him at least the status of a novice powerhouse. With such formidable strength, his safety in confrontations with ferocious beasts was assured, minimizing the risk of mishaps. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Ningjing's face lit up with joy. Our son has finally made something of himself. As parents, their deepest wish was not to boast of their own abilities, but to see their children thrive. The family was soon enveloped in laughter and merriment. "Dad, I will have the logistics of the 9th Legion contact you. You and Mom should choose a nice set. It's a privilege you shouldn't pass up." Yi Li smiled. "All right, let us bask in our son's glory and move into a grand villa." Yi Minghui, now relaxed, did not decline Yi Li's suggestion. Instead, he felt a profound sense of happiness. Living in a skyscraper with the family crammed into a tiny space was far from the comfort of a standalone villa. Yili nodded. It's settled then. After chatting with his parents for a while longer, he ended the call. Haha. Yili laughed joyfully, realizing that as a son, he wished for a better life for his parents. He then contacted the logistics department of the 9th Legion, confirming the necessary procedures. The logistics team would handle everything from there, leaving no worries for Yili. Next, he intended to test the power of the blood condensation realm. With a serene smile, he opened the door and stepped outside. Training facility. This place belonged to the genius camp, yet it was completely deserted. All the evolved students were currently training within the ferocious beast cages, rather than in this facility with machines. Yili entered and, with the help of the staff, positioned himself on the power machine. Is this a super VIP treatment? Yili chuckled. The entire training facility was exclusively devoted to him. If that wasn't a super VIP treatment, what was? With a dozen staff members, the payroll alone represented a substantial expense. This highlighted the astronomical funding required to sustain a genius camp, a feat not everyone could manage. He decided to try a barehanded test. Yili took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful punch. Ding! The machine registered Yili's latest strength, 3,200 kilograms. This result astonished him. During the bone refinement realm, his strength was around 1,400 kilograms. Now, having ascended to blood condensation, his strength had more than doubled. Truly, the divine-level gene chain delivered remarkable results. After his initial surprise, he moved to the speed testing machine. When he came to a stop, it displayed a speed of 38 meters per second, an increase of 8 meters per second from the bone refinement realm. Such a leap in speed was extraordinary, as each meter gained is typically a significant challenge. Out of 200 attacks, he successfully evaded 198. This performance was nearing perfection. The results from the nerve reaction test brought a smile to Yili's face. As he prepared to leave, an idea struck him, prompting him to stand before the power machine once more. He extended his arm. With a mental command, thick, dark scales manifested along his arm, layering over one another from his shoulder down to his palm, transforming his hand into a claw reminiscent of a dragoness. The entire arm expanded considerably, appearing rather peculiar. Even Yili was astonished by this transformation. In that moment, his arm resembled a dragon's claw, fearsome and exuding a terrifying aura with incredible striking force. After his moment of astonishment, he clenched his fingers and struck the power machine with a powerful punch. Boom! The machine emitted a thunderous sound. A series of numbers flickered on the display, 8,000 kilograms. Upon seeing this figure, Yili gasped in disbelief, terrifying. Even though it was merely his arm that had undergone beast transformation, the strength was still beyond imagination. Yili opened his dragon-like claws, observing the sharp, glistening edges, and extended one claw to lightly graze the power machine. A deep scratch marred the metal rod, crafted from alloy. Incredible! Yili felt a surge of curiosity about the ferocious beast gene chain he had awakened. What terrifying entity was it? Dragon form? Divine-level ferocious beast gene chain? Regardless of its nature, as long as it was sufficiently powerful, it sufficed. Yili refrained from delving further into this mystery and, with a flick of his arm, allowed the scales to recede, reverting his claw back to a normal arm. He glanced at the mark he left behind before turning to leave. A day later. What? You applied for the Wilderness Area's free movement qualification assessment. Zhang Feng's expression reflected surprise. He was taken aback by Yili's words. Yili nodded. Instructor, you heard correctly. To gain free movement, one must pass an assessment. The Genius Camp has its own evaluations, and ordinary evolved individuals have theirs as well. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, then looked at Yili again. Are you certain? I am most assured, instructor. Yili nodded once more. In that case, it is permissible. There will be a free movement assessment in 3 days. You may participate. Zhang Feng did not deter Yili. The assessment would be overseen by evolved individuals for protection, ensuring safety even if he did not pass. Sometimes, evolved individuals overestimate their abilities, and such assessments serve as a necessary reminder of their limits. Thank you, instructor. Yili, having achieved his goal, saluted Zhang Fong before stepping out. Chapter 58. Assessment of Qualifications for Free Action on the night of September 10th. The dormitory of the Genius Camp was still aglow with light. Suddenly, 5 streaks of radiant energy flashed through the air, effortlessly piercing a piece of hanging metallic armor. After their swift passage, the 5 streaks returned, hovering before Yi Li. Clad in pajamas, Yi Li's face radiated sheer delight. Having ascended to the blood condensation realm, his mental prowess had significantly amplified. He could now wield 5 flying daggers simultaneously, a remarkable increase from the previous 2, while maintaining formidable striking power. Let us try 6, Yi Li thought, as he willed another dagger resting on the table to levitate. However, it proved to be somewhat strenuous. As the 6th dagger ascended, Yi Li felt an invisible hand tugging at his very soul, a heavy burden indeed. The previously dynamic daggers lost their agility, as if stripped of their essence, no longer exhibiting their former velocity. After several attempts, Yi Li reluctantly decided to set aside the 6th dagger. It's still too much. 6 is quite a stretch. I can manage it, but the effectiveness dwindles significantly. He shook his head, yet disappointment eluded him. A smile graced his lips as he murmured, "One must not be overly greedy. I could only control 2 before, and now I have soared to 5. Such a transformation signifies more than just a doubling of strength. I should be content." With a graceful motion, he lowered the 5 hovering daggers, treating them like docile lambs, and placed them back on the table. The leap to the blood condensation realm was a concept entirely distinct from the bone refinement realm, with a staggering disparity in power. Yi Li shut his eyes, delving into the depths of his consciousness. A luminous sphere continued its gentle rotation. When unperturbed, it radiated a soft glow, and even the blue genetic chains within appeared unusually tranquil. Yet, within the sphere, 7 formidable beast figures loomed. Some were indistinct, nearly impossible to identify, while others were vividly clear, such as the shadow of a colossal dragon, discernible at a clarity of 65. A dark dragon beast. This creature, a dark dragon beast, was formidable from the outset, potentially reaching the realm of a martial god. It vividly manifested within the luminous sphere of Yi Li's consciousness. He was uncertain of the cause behind these changes, yet his own transformation suggested it was a fortuitous development. Full comprehension would only come at 100. Exiting the ocean of consciousness, Yi Li furrowed his brow. The cost of the dragon-shaped beast genetic liquid had surged dramatically post-ascension to the blood condensation realm, becoming exceedingly precious. The price of advancing in realms was escalating. However, in the eyes of various families and large corporations, the blood condensation realm was still manageable. They could still afford it. It was rumored that a certain family once managed to elevate an evolver from 0 to the 5th realm, the beast form realm, within a month, enabling them to transform into an immensely powerful dragon during combat. This was a rumor Yi Li had once encountered, the veracity of which remained uncertain. A family bold enough to undertake such a feat undoubtedly possessed immense strength and resources. The financial requirements to transition from 0 to the 5th realm were staggering, and it was compounded by the necessity for 20 evolution-grade genetic liquids of dragon-shaped beasts, which was the most daunting aspect. Compared to these prodigies, Yi Li felt no discouragement. His advantages were arguably greater. His mental prowess was not something they could rival. Tomorrow marked the assessment. A bit more practice with the flying daggers before resting was in order. With a flick of his mind, he summoned the 5 daggers back into the air. Whoosh! In an instant, the 5 daggers shot forth in a dazzling display, transforming into streaks of light. An hour and a half later, Yi Li felt an overwhelming sense of mental fatigue. Not wishing to overstrain himself, he returned the daggers to the table and collapsed onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The exhaustion enveloped him, and he fell asleep almost immediately. The next day, after a restful night, Yi Li awoke invigorated. Following breakfast, guided by his personal smart terminal, he arrived at the assessment department of the Legion Fortress. All evaluations for evolvers took place here. The square in front of the assessment department was teeming with people. Each year, approximately 7,000 to 8,000 fresh evolvers would gather for the assessment. Due to the relatively lower allure of the 9th Legion and the average qualifications of the evolvers, It was common for many to take 5 or 6 years to meet the assessment criteria, with a few taking even a decade to qualify. This resulted in a significant influx of evolvers seeking assessments daily. This time, a total of 163 evolvers signed up for the Wilderness Free Action Assessment. Once the list was confirmed, everyone received standardized equipment and subsequently boarded a convoy under the guidance of 3 instructors. After passing through several checkpoints, the convoy departed the Legion Fortress. The assessment site was located merely 10 kilometers away, adjacent to the fortress. It was a specially designated area, enclosed by high walls and fortified with electric fencing, forming an immense cage. On the day of the beast's arrival, countless beasts would be teleported to the surface, some directly into this special area, thus becoming trapped within. These beasts would serve as the subjects for the Legion Fortress S assessments. The quantity and ranks of the beasts within were randomized. Being close to the fortress, the ranks typically did not exceed the 4th realm of the half-beast realm, with most being 3rd realm beastification realm creatures. The evolvers from the Legion Fortress were not permitted to hunt within this area. Naturally, the Legion Fortress had already scanned and analyzed the number and ranks of the beasts within this area over the past 10 days. Should a 5th realm beast form creature be detected, evolver soldiers would be dispatched promptly to eliminate it, ensuring no unforeseen incidents occurred. With a screech, the convoy arrived. Coming to a halt. Everyone out, the lead instructor shouted. The numerous participating evolvers disembarked from the vehicles, automatically forming a line. Each stood upright, exhibiting impeccable military posture. Is this the assessment area? I've heard much about it. It's quite expansive, and the quantity and ranks of beasts are random. Everyone, please be cautious. I am certain I will pass this assessment. Some familiar faces whispered amongst themselves. Yi Li, unfamiliar with the crowd, squinted slightly and raised his gaze to the towering walls. Constructing such a massive assessment area, even with the aid of evolvers and machinery, must have been a significant undertaking, Yi Li mused. Soon, the instructor responsible for the assessment stood before the 163 aspiring evolvers. Check your equipment carefully, then proceed into the assessment area. The moment you step inside, the assessment begins. This time, no teaming is allowed. You must act alone and hunt 3 beastification realm creatures to pass. That is the sole criterion. If you encounter a beast beyond your capacity to contend with, or find yourself in a life-threatening situation, you may call for instructor support. However, doing so will mean forfeiting your assessment score. Furthermore, any fighting, brawling, or competition for prey among evolvers within the assessment area is strictly forbidden and will be met with military penalties. The assessment concludes today at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After a brief explanation, the instructor offered no time for discussion, turning instead to point towards the open gates of the high walls. I wish you all good luck. Let us commence. Chapter 59. An effortless kill. The instructor's approach was indeed straightforward and brutal. Each individual who came here to undergo the assessment as an evolver was no child. They should have considered the inherent dangers before applying. 163 evolvers entered through the grand gates, followed by the instructors. With a resounding clang, the metal door sealed shut behind them, prompting everyone to steel themselves for what lay ahead. One instructor smiled and called out, while several others stood at the entrance, refraining from following the evolvers deeper into the assessment zone. In the distance, the ominous roars of beasts echoed, sending shivers down their spines. The evolvers dispersed quickly, vanishing into the dense foliage. According to the data, only a third of them were expected to pass this assessment. Once the evolvers disappeared, a burly instructor pulled out a cigarette and sighed, expressing his bewilderment at those who, lacking strength, still applied for the assessment, only to increase their workload. His words resonated with the other instructors. During the previous month's assessment, 3 had perished. A gaunt, middle-aged instructor shook his head, lamenting the harsh reality. Their support had come swiftly, yet it was not enough. Those unfortunate souls had encountered a transcendent beast, leaving them with no capacity to defend themselves, ultimately becoming mere snacks for the predator. Next time will be grim. They'll be left with nothing but their lower halves, he remarked. Speaking of which, I recall an inexperienced evolver who had just broken through to the blood condensation realm and was permitted to apply for the assessment. "Isn't that madness?" The instructor responsible for the records exclaimed. "Isn't that a death wish? Achieving blood condensation so quickly is impressive, but it does not justify such recklessness. It must be due to a subpar beast gene chain. With sufficient financial investment, elevating one's realm becomes quite feasible. It seems we are in for a challenging time." The instructors voiced their grievances. The one overseeing the assessment furrowed his brow and, with a resigned shake of his head, said, "Let us keep a close watch on this particular evolver. We cannot afford any fatalities under our watch, or there will be repercussions from above." Yili separated from the others. Upon entering the assessment zone, personal smart terminals provided updates, indicating the proximity of other evolvers. This information was crucial for gauging any potential threats. Yili unsheathed his battle knife, holding a shield in the other hand as he cautiously ventured deeper into the forest. The assessment forbade the use of unauthorized weapons. Only standardized equipment was permitted: a battle knife, a shield, armor, and a dagger. Firearms were prohibited, for this was an assessment, not a hunt. Moreover, the weapons were merely standard issue, lacking refinement, crafted with materials from bone-refined beasts, rendering them slightly sturdier than ordinary alloys. The purpose of the assessment was to evaluate the true capabilities of the evolvers. Yili glanced skyward, the sun blazing brightly. The forest was sufficiently illuminated for clear visibility. The most formidable beasts present were merely at the half-beast level. Those exceeding this threshold had been eradicated in advance. As Yili trudged through the woods, even with utmost caution, the sound of crunching twigs and leaves echoed beneath his feet. Thus, the greatest threat remained the half-beast level. To pass the assessment, he merely needed to hunt 3 beasts of the beast transformation level. Both the half-beast and beast transformation creatures were within his capacity to handle. This was precisely why he dared to undertake the assessment, not out of ignorance or recklessness, but with confidence and preparation. A self-assured smile graced Yili's face. Though he could not carry throwing knives, the presence of the dagger sufficed. He fixed his gaze ahead and spotted a beast transformation level lion bull perched atop a rock. It seemed to have noticed him, fixating its stare before leaping down and charging toward him. The lion bull was larger than an imposing bull, ranking among the most formidable predators within the beast transformation realm. As it surged forward, the trees obstructed its path, yet it sliced through them effortlessly with its sharp horns, cleaving through trunks as thick as a man and Appo's waist. Was this thrill? Entering the zone only to encounter a beast transformation level lion bull? Yili pondered whether this was misfortune or fortuity. The assessment required the hunting of beast transformation level beasts. Encountering one was undoubtedly fortunate. For who knew how many bone refinement and blood condensation beasts he would have to slay to find a beast transformation creature otherwise. This was his inaugural battle alone, reliant solely on his own abilities. As his breathing quickened, his mind raced with calculations. The lion bull's immense size equated its charge to that of a truck traveling at 100 kilometers per hour. Enduring such a collision head-on could result in bone fractures. Thus he could not confront it directly, but must employ cunning instead. The lion bull's charge was formidable, creating a thunderous roar accompanied by a whirlwind that sent leaves swirling. Yili plunged his battle knife into the earth, arms outstretched. Scales erupted to envelop his arms, morphing into 2 dragon-like claws in the blink of an eye. The dagger, previously nestled in its sheath, now floated ominously in the air. With a fierce glare, Yili unleashed the dagger, which transformed into a streak of light. In an instant, just as the dagger was about to pierce the lion bull, it veered sharply, gliding beneath its neck and re-emerging on the opposite side, vanishing in a heartbeat. The terrifying velocity of the dagger implied catastrophic lethality. The lion bull stumbled forward, a crimson line appearing along its neck, followed by a torrent of blood staining the ground. Yili lunged forward, seizing the moment to strike. The dagger had dealt a fatal blow, but the beast's tenacity ensured it would not perish easily. With a series of rapid slashes from his dragon claws, Yili targeted the lion bull's neck, tearing into it without granting the creature any respite. Astonishingly powerful. Despite his anticipation of the claw's sharpness, he was taken aback. They were extraordinarily keen, akin to divine weaponry, effortlessly shredding the lion bull's throat. In its final moments, the lion bull convulsed and emitted a mournful bellow before succumbing to its injuries. Yi Li stood, gazing in awe at his dragon-clawed arms, his expression one of astonishment. Unbelievably powerful. Despite merely being at the blood condensation realm, he had effortlessly slain a beast from the higher beast transformation realm with the aid of his dagger. Chapter 60. Canine Demon Beast. The blood condensation realm has already proven to be remarkably potent. Once I ascend to the beast transformation realm, will I not be able to transform more parts of my body, thereby enhancing my strength? In the beast form realm, I can fully metamorphose into a ferocious beast. What kind of fearsome dragon will I become? The more Yi Li contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. In the Asian region, there exists an unparalleled reverence for dragons. The very word has influenced people for millennia. When I can transform into a dragon, should I not roar across the world? Yi Li flicked his wrist, causing the dragon claws to vanish and the scales to recede, reverting to his human form. This divine genetic chain allowed Yi Li to truly experience what it meant to be powerful. He turned back, drawing his battle knife from the ground, and approached the slain lion bull, devoid of any anxiety associated with assessments. Instead, he pried off one of the lion bull's horns. The materials from a lion bull in the beast transformation realm are worth nearly 10,000, with the horns being the most valuable. Yi Li opted not to take the hide, finding it cumbersome to carry. Fortune smiled upon him. This lion bull had produced a vial of ferocious beast gene liquid. Yi Li retrieved a glass tube from his backpack and carefully filled it with the gene liquid, which amounted to a small thumb-sized quantity. This endeavor should yield a profit of at least 1 to 2 million to justify my efforts. A faint smile crossed his lips. He did not perceive this as an assessment but rather as a hunting ground. There were no stipulations against excessive slaying of ferocious beasts here, nor were there rules prohibiting the removal of materials from slain beasts. He gently placed the glass tube into a box, returning it to his backpack. To prove he had slain this ferocious beast, he merely needed to activate his personal smart terminal for verification. Yi Li engaged the verification function. After a video connection was established, the responsible staff recorded the evidence and promptly provided Yi Li with a verification certificate. Sir, the verification is complete. You may disconnect. Yi Li nodded and, upon seeing that the count of his assessment had registered 1 kill, he immediately closed the communication. The first one. A subtle smile graced Yi Li's face as he departed the scene. The lifeless lion bull had already spilled an abundance of blood upon the ground. It appeared that within just a couple of hours, he could successfully complete the assessment. Slaying this lion bull had bolstered Yi Li's confidence immensely. The assessment area was neither overly vast nor particularly small. This jungle was almost devoid of visibility. Yet the sounds of combat among the evolvers and the roars of ferocious beasts echoed throughout. Most of the evolvers daring to assess themselves here possessed considerable assurance. 10 minutes later, in a small depression, Yi Li discovered a new target, the canine demon beast. This creature, endowed with extraordinary biting power and remarkable speed, ranked among the apex of the beast transformation realm. It possessed an astounding sense of smell. The moment Yi Li detected its presence, it abruptly turned its head, fixing its gaze upon him. Woof! The call of the canine demon beast was peculiar, neither fully canine nor entirely otherwise. After emitting a low growl, it lunged forward with astonishing speed, resembling a shadow. Yi Li, at the blood condensation realm, found himself at a disadvantage, being 1 realm lower than the beast. Typically, in such a scenario, the ferocious beast would dominate, treating Yi Li as mere prey. However, I am far from the evolver you envision. Yi Li shook his head slightly. Despite the canine demon beast's swiftness, it paled in comparison to the speed at which he commanded his dagger. As the beast charged, a flash of light danced before Yi Li. Puff! A gash appeared on the beast's neck, blood gushing forth. The canine demon beast let out a howl of pain but did not relent in its speed. Intriguingly, this strike did not sever its neck, but rather left a deep laceration. 1 strike was insufficient. I shall deliver several more. Yi Li focused intently on the canine demon beast, guiding the dagger with his mind, sending it forth in another arc of light. Puff! This time, the dagger struck the beast's thigh, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. Caught off guard, the injured beast tumbled down, rolling through the underbrush. Yili refrained from transforming his claws into dragon talons. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of attacks with his mind-controlled dagger. In the blink of an eye, the canine demon beast was left battered and bloodied, its once pristine coat now stained crimson. It emitted a deafening roar, filled with defiance and fury. Puff! The dagger zipped through the air once more. Attempting to swat away the flashing blade, the beast's movements were woefully inadequate, and it failed to connect. The dagger found its mark once again, slicing into its neck. Blood sprayed forth, dispersing into a mist under the immense pressure. It's a wrap, Yili smiled. This strike had severed the beast's throat, leaving it incapable of mounting any further resistance. Despite being one realm weaker than the canine demon beast, the power of his mind allowed him to easily vanquish it. The second one. Once the canine demon beast lay lifeless, Yili began to collect its materials. The primary components of the canine demon beast were its teeth, which contained a unique metallic element capable of enhancing other metals. Aside from the teeth, its hide held some value, but Yili was not interested. After extracting 2 rows of teeth, he tossed them into his backpack. No trace of ferocious beast gene liquid. After a brief inspection, Yili shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The flying knife, guided by his mind, was indeed formidable. In the face of a beast transformation realm ferocious beast, he could effortlessly secure a kill without lifting a finger. Though Yili remained at the blood condensation realm, he possessed the ability to dominate beasts of the beast transformation realm at will. The transformation brought about by his awakened ferocious beast gene chain had established a significant gap from those of other beasts. Following verification, Yili departed. He had barely taken a few steps when several shadows darted forth. 7 giant-toothed wolves of the bone refinement realm emerged. Yili grinned, raising an eyebrow. Kill. The flying knife flashed, swiftly pinning one giant-toothed wolf to the ground. As one arm transformed into a dragon claw, Yili leaped into the midst of the wolf pack, raising his claw to shatter the skull of another giant-toothed wolf. Blood sprayed as he swiftly maneuvered through the pack. When Yili finally halted, all the giant-toothed wolves lay slain. He raised his dragon claw, now slick with blood and bits of flesh, before shaking it off. The claw receded, returning to his normal human arm. Roar! Not far off, the roar of an iron-shelled tiger echoed. Roar! Roar! The continuous roar sent a chill down Yili's spine. There was more than one. Puff! In the direction of the roars, a distress signal flare shot into the sky, exploding into vibrant colors that lingered in the air. This indicated that the evolver facing the iron-shelled tiger pack had found himself in dire straits and had abandoned the assessment. Chapter 61. Want to escape? Did you consult me first? The instructors at the entrance were engaged in light-hearted banter. The sudden emergence of a distress signal flare failed to incite panic among them. Another had given up. Azu, you lost the last bet. It's your turn to work now. One instructor chuckled. A bet is a bet, Azu replied with a faint smile. He slightly bent his legs, and with the explosive force akin to a spring, he soared into the sky. The spot where he had stood moments before became a muddy pit, as dirt flew in all directions. In the instant he leapt, he effortlessly transformed, his arms morphing into colossal wings cloaked in glossy feathers, and his entire form became that of a majestic black eagle. With a powerful flap, he ascended into the air, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. To be selected as a testing instructor, one must primarily possess the ability to transform into a beast, specifically an avian predator, allowing for the swiftest response in emergencies. Azu's departure left the other instructors visibly relaxed. Their prowess in this evaluation zone was overwhelming. Any incident could be easily managed. As for the iron-armored tigers, there were no more than 3. Yili could handle them with ease. Yet, from the sound of their roars, it was evident there were more than 3. No wonder the evolutionist chose to retreat. Under such circumstances, anyone would seek help. This was not a matter of shame. When faced with life and death, what significance does failing an evaluation hold? Evaluations can be attempted again, but life is singular. Yili furrowed his brow. The pack of iron-armored tigers was not far from him, yet he had no intention of approaching. He did not wish to witness their demise, but his own limitations forbade him from risking his safety. To act beyond one's capacity is not heroism, it is folly. Countless individuals have perished while attempting to rescue drowning victims, only to become casualties themselves. To act within one's means is not a sign of weakness or indifference to life. It is merely a prudent self-preservation. Yili shook his head. This was the wilderness, and danger lurked at every corner. Just then, a massive shadow swept across the sky, revealing a gigantic avian beast with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Yili was taken aback, instinctively tensing up. Avian predators are the most challenging adversaries. They soar through the skies, striking with lightning speed, leaving little room for defense. Upon noticing a distinct white ring on the beast, Yili exhaled in relief. Evolutionists who transform into beasts bear a conspicuous white ring, regardless of their form. This ring signifies human genetic lineage, distinguishing man from beast. Even in the dark, the white ring glows softly, akin to phosphorescence. It must be that the instructors have intervened. Yili pondered the rationale behind the appearance of an avian beast. Swift rescue is paramount. If an instructor were to sprint on foot or employ a flying vehicle, precious time would be squandered, potentially turning rescue into retrieval of remains. In the jaws of a beast, it is often the case that even the remains are left unclaimed. With instructors stepping in, there was no longer cause for concern. Yili smiled faintly, choosing to disregard the matter. He needed one more beast of the transformation realm to complete his assessment, so he set off in search of one. As he ventured in another direction, he reasoned that the instructor's rescue would save lives, not eliminate the iron-armored tigers. Approaching their location could lead to an encounter, and if he faced 7 or 8, he would be the one in need of aid. Minutes later, Yili spotted a shadow darting through the trees. Another hellhound. With keen eyes, Yili quickly identified the beast. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a dagger, which, under the control of his mental energy, shot forth at terrifying speed. Slicing through the air. Thud! The hellhound, swift as it was, succumbed to the dagger, which found its mark, leaving a gaping wound in its rear. The creature let out a pained howl, turning to charge at Yili with renewed vigor. This was an opportunity to test his skills. Yili resolved to refrain from using mental energy or the dagger, opting instead to hone his combat techniques. The hellhound was an ideal training partner. Such opportunities were rare in the confines of the academy. With a shield in his left hand and a battle knife in his right, Yili approached the hellhound, his arms untransformed. As it lunged forward, he sidestepped slightly, slamming the shield against the beast. Its claws aimed for him, but met the shield instead, sending the hellhound tumbling through the air. Clang! The shield rang with a metallic echo, the force of the impact causing Yili to stagger back a half-step. The hellhound landed and promptly turned to charge again, its eyes aflame with fury, drool dripping from its bared fangs. Once more, it lunged at Yili. He maintained his stance, using the shield to defend himself. The immense impact caused him to pivot slightly, adding force to his right arm as he swung the battle knife. In the moment of deflection, the blade sliced deep into the beast's abdomen, creating a wound that exposed bone. The hellhound howled in agony, its injury igniting a primal rage. In an instant, it was upon Yili again. The two became enmeshed in combat. Yili utilized the shield for protection while simultaneously manipulating his mental energy to counter the beast. Despite the hellhound being a rank above him, it was unable to overcome Yili, who maintained the upper hand. His knife struck with lightning speed, each slash resonating with the sound of flesh being cleaved. The hellhound, battered and bleeding, gasped for breath, its body drenched in crimson. Yet, in its eyes, a flicker of fear emerged. Without hesitation, it turned to flee into the woods. Yili was taken aback. Was it not said that beasts fight to the death? Why did this hellhound exhibit fear and seek to escape? I've passed the assessment. All that's left is you. Want to flee? Did you consult me first? Yili grinned, unleashing his mental energy as he pursued the fleeing hellhound. Chapter 62. A record broken unintentionally at the entrance of the assessment zone, a formidable beast, a giant eagle, descended. Its claws clutched a blood-soaked evolver. And as it flapped its wings to land, the creature was revealed to be the rescue officer, Instructor Azu. He cast the bloodied evolver onto the ground. and as he folded his wings, he transformed back into human form in the blink of an eye, revealing a robust physique with 8 defined abdominal muscles, delivering a striking visual impact. He accepted a garment handed to him by a fellow instructor and donned it, shaking his head as he remarked, "I nearly became a meal for that armored tiger. Fortunately, I arrived in time. I have already summoned a medical drone, and whether he can endure will depend on his fate." The condition of the evolver was dire. His armor was tattered, and numerous wounds marred his flesh. He was still breathing, but blood continually oozed from his mouth, resembling crimson bubbles. In the wilderness, the life and death of evolvers were all too common. Several instructors regarded the unfortunate evolver with pitying expressions, their demeanor stoic, for they witnessed the demise of evolvers almost daily. He had been overly confident. Had he called for help upon first spotting the armored tiger, perhaps he would have avoided injury. Instructor Azu reflected, sometimes, one must not overestimate their abilities. A little caution goes a long way. The other instructors nodded in agreement. Some evolvers fell victim to such hubris, resulting in their untimely end. Nonetheless, the overall strength of this assessment was superior to the last. One instructor chuckled, "At least we have received a distress signal this time. Remember last time at this hour? 5 or 6 individuals had already given up." Another instructor pulled out a cigarette and lit it, taking a puff as he asked, "Shall we continue our previous wager?" The instructors perked up with interest. Instructor Azu clenched his teeth and replied, "Of course, I'm in. I refuse to believe I will lose again this time." Laughter erupted from the proposing instructor. "I'll go first. I wager that the fastest completion time will exceed 30 minutes, declared a tall, slender instructor. "I believe it will take 40 minutes. One of the evolvers is quite strong. An hour. I assert that no one will complete the assessment within an hour." "Fine. I'll wager on an hour as well." The instructors jovially stated their estimates, engaging in a light-hearted gamble on the assessment's outcomes. A mere recreational diversion reflecting their understanding and predictions regarding the evolvers. After a brief period, the bets were finalized, with the fastest anticipated time being around 40 minutes. With only 20 minutes elapsed, there was no rush. Results would soon emerge. Yet, one instructor furrowed his brow and then smiled faintly. "Weren't we informed about a recent high school graduate evolver? I believe his name is Yili. Is he at the coagulation stage? Odd. He should have been targeted by beasts by now and sent a distress signal. Why has there been no word? Perhaps he is simply fortunate and has yet to encounter any beasts of a higher grade." The slender instructor chuckled. "That makes sense." Another instructor conceded the notion of good fortune. The instructors, whispering disparaging remarks about others, were not behaving in a particularly civilized manner. Just then, Yili's voice rang out as he emerged from the thicket, a smile gracing his face. He had claimed only some lightweight materials, such as animal hides, from his recent hunt, leaving the heavier spoils behind. A few instructors exchanged awkward smiles, realizing they had been caught gossiping. The chief instructor in charge of the assessment raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you Yili?" His certainty stemmed from Yili's youth. He was the youngest among all the assessed evolvers, making his identity rather apparent. Yili nodded. "Have you withdrawn from the assessment?" An instructor curiously inquired. "There is no shame in withdrawing. You can always return once your strength has improved." However, Yili rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Withdraw? Did I ever say that? I have successfully hunted 3 beasts at the beast transformation stage and just completed the verification. I am here to conclude my assessment." Yili shrugged, maintaining his usual demeanor. "What?" The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. "You passed the assessment?" They stared at Yili, astonished. "You completed it at the coagulation stage in just 20 minutes? This must be a joke." "Impossible. No one can finish the assessment in 20 minutes. The chief instructor shook his head. Yili chuckled lightly, producing his personal smart terminal to reveal his results. "If you doubt my word, you can verify it." The instructors were aware of who had completed the assessment. They had simply overlooked it while engaged in their betting. Upon hearing Yili's words, one instructor quickly accessed his terminal, and his expression transformed to one of shock as he gazed at Yili. "Indeed, you passed, just over 3 minutes ago." The instructors were left speechless. "You truly passed?" One instructor asked incredulously. "Yili, how did you accomplish this?" Yili smiled. There was certainly an element of luck involved. such as encountering beasts of the required stage swiftly. Otherwise, no matter how strong I am, without the necessary beasts, I would be at a loss. One could say they were simply unfortunate to have crossed paths with me, which expedited the process. The instructors exchanged glances, baffled by his reasoning. Upon confirming that Yi Li had indeed passed the assessment, they could no longer remain composed. An evolver at the coagulation stage with the automatic action qualification had never been heard of in the 9th Legion, yet Yi Li was an exception. Considering Yi Li was a prodigy from the talent camp, it was no longer surprising. "Yi Li, please wait here," the chief instructor mused, smiling. "Congratulations on passing the assessment. But you must remain until all evolvers have completed their evaluations before departing together. It's the rule." Yi Li was unfazed, nodding as he found a nearby stone to sit upon. Meanwhile, the instructors occasionally glanced at Yi Li, whispering amongst themselves, their gazes filled with admiration. It was evident that Yi Li was a true genius. Should this achievement become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly astonish many. A recent high school graduate, a new evolver, obtaining automatic action qualification at the coagulation stage, such topics would surely capture public attention. Chapter 63. A surprising record. During this waiting period, the incessant flares kept the instructors busy. Just as Yi Li had surmised, all the instructors possessed the genetic lineage of avian beasts, enabling them to transform into formidable avian creatures. The process of transformation was indeed remarkable. Witnessing an instructor sprint and leap into the sky, morphing into an armored bird, Yi Li couldn't help but marvel at how these feathers could directly materialize, only to revert to their human form afterward. Each time the instructors returned, they typically brought back an evolved individual. Some of these individuals appeared shaken but unscathed, while many bore various injuries. More tragically, the instructors also returned with incomplete corpses, some severely damaged. A low hum resonated as a flying vehicle adorned with a large red cross appeared overhead in the evaluation area. It descended vertically and ultimately landed on the ground. The hatch opened, and several doctors hurried out. Regardless of their injuries, severe or minor, everyone was swiftly relocated into the vehicle for treatment. The technology of the evolved era was indeed advanced. As long as one did not succumb immediately, the chances of survival were relatively high. Even those who lost limbs could receive prosthetic replacements, albeit inferior to natural ones, allowing them to maintain a semblance of independence. As time elapsed, the second evolved individual completed the assessment in 1 hour and 11 minutes. An increasing number of evolved individuals successfully passed the evaluation, gathering at the entrance under guidance. You wouldn't believe it. I was nearly a hair's breadth away from having a beast's claw slice my throat. One spirited evolved individual boasted, animatedly recounting their experience. "Come, take a guess. What do you think the quickest completion time for this assessment will be? It can't be under an hour, right? It must be Su Ping'an. After all, his abilities have reached the semi-beast realm, making it easy for him to dispatch beasts of the beast transformation stage. I've heard of Su Ping'an. He is quite the strategist, lurking until now. Most people would participated in this assessment after achieving the beast transformation stage. But he chose to enter at the semi-beast level, which is clearly an overpowering advantage." The evolved individuals quickly turned their gazes toward a man in his 30s nearby. Without a doubt, that was Su Ping'an. His name and actions truly reflected his cunning nature. Su Ping'an, upon noticing the attention, simply smiled sheepishly and refrained from speaking. Yi Li, being markedly younger, felt invisible, unnoticed by anyone. Yet, he was content to listen intently. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the deadline for the assessment arrived. As the clock struck, the assessment mechanism within each personal smart terminal automatically marked all those who had failed, signifying their defeat. Evolved individuals began to return, their expressions downcast. The instructors rejoined them, and after confirming the headcount via their systems, they signaled for return, leading the group out of the evaluation area. With a resounding thud, the metallic door swung shut once more, sealing the beasts within the evaluation zone. "Instructor, may I inquire what the fastest completion time was for this assessment?" A slightly portly evolved individual asked with a grin. This question piqued the interest of many, as it was precisely what the candidates cared about the most. The instructor hesitated briefly before breaking into a smile, responding, "Very well, I shall indulge you." The fastest time was 19 minutes and 57 seconds, under 20 minutes. The instructor's revelation elicited gasps of disbelief from the crowd. It's impossible. How could anyone complete the assessment in under 20 minutes? The most capable among them was Su Pingyan, with his semi-beast prowess. Yet even he could not achieve such a feat within that time frame. The evolved candidates exchanged incredulous glances, the astonishing result leaving them utterly stunned. The Ninth Legion was not highly regarded within the Federation, and those assigned to it possessed limited potential, making record-breaking achievements unlikely. Even other top-tier evolved individuals would struggle to pass the assessment in such a short span, unless someone from the evolved or even the Thousand Stone realm had participated. Such a remarkable time could only be expected. However, was that truly feasible? Individuals in the evolved or Thousand Stone realms were no ordinary beings. Particularly those in the Thousand Stone realm were considered powerful and would not require an assessment to gain the freedom to act. In response to the skepticism of the evolved individuals, the instructors simply smiled, recalling that they too had once been taken aback by such surprises. Yet, their gaze subtly shifted toward Yili. Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. After nearly 2 decades of effort to ascend to the semi-beast realm, he had hoped to make a significant impact today. But now, he was confronted with the news of a 20-minute completion time. In comparison, his own time of 1 hour and 11 minutes felt like a mere jest. As night fell, Yili returned to the warehouse to collect the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid for the coagulation realm from Old Luo. "I'm sorry, but we only have the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid with a 2 evolution rate left," Old Luo said with a smile, his expression betraying no hint of regret. Yili accepted it with a grin, replying, "This is provided by the Legion. There's no need for apologies." "Where do you see any regret on my face?" Old Luo laughed, pointing to his own visage. The two had grown familiar enough to engage in light-hearted banter. "You know our Legion. Our low ranking means we lack substantial strength and have many to care for." Old Luo continued, "You're well aware that dragon-shaped beast gene liquids are incredibly expensive and hard to procure. Anything available on the market gets snatched up immediately. Only prominent families and large corporations have them, and they are not for sale. Having this 2 evolution rate is already quite fortunate." Yili understood all too well. But did it truly affect him? What does it mean to be granted a free pass? Why do evolved individuals join various factions? It is precisely because these factions possess the resources necessary for their advancement. Yili did not necessarily need the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid. He merely wished to see what changes would occur once the dragon-shaped beast in his consciousness reached 100. Acquiring the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid was indeed a challenge. "All right, Old Luo, I shall take my leave now." Yili waved the beast gene liquid in his hand and departed, uninterested in listening to Old Luo's further musings. Back in the dormitory, Yili consumed the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid, raising his evolution rate to 6. Over the past 3 days, he had consistently utilized the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid, resulting in the completion rate of the dark dragon beast reaching 71. Although there remained a considerable distance to reach 100, Yili could see hope on the horizon. Tomorrow, he would be free to hunt beasts at will. As he pondered this, 5 flying daggers levitated before him, soaring through the air in a dazzling display, their speed nearly outpacing the naked eye. This time, he could unleash his full potential without reservation, eagerly anticipating the rewards to come. After practicing for over an hour, Yili finally ceased, feeling mentally exhausted. He carefully set the daggers aside and lay down on his bed, closing his eyes to sleep. Chapter 64. The third fastest evolver in Asian history. While Yili was immersed in slumber, a grand villa in East Sea City buzzed with excitement. The place was brightly lit, with hundreds of individuals gathered outside, their expressions animated as they peered into the villa, seemingly awaiting a momentous event. An elderly man resembling a butler was orchestrating the servants, arranging an abundance of delicacies on preset tables, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a celebration. However, this was no ordinary party. Among the crowd were numerous journalists and individuals clad in the attire of the Wushan Company. Adorned with the emblem of their organization, Evolvers under the aegis of Wushan. Within a room of the villa, Zhao Tianlei was equally exhilarated, devoid of any inclination to rest. He paced restlessly, glancing at the time on his personal smart terminal. Just 10 minutes remained. A smile of anticipation and impatience danced on his face. A medley of emotions manifesting naturally in that moment. A tall man stood nearby, holding a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. Observing Zhao Tianlei's demeanor, he furrowed his brow, on the verge of reprimanding him. However, reflecting on Zhao's mere 18 years and 3 months, he opted for a more subdued remark. You will soon be a star, a formidable force, and a notable figure. This mindset of yours must be tempered in the future. This individual was Wang Feng, the 4th-ranked figure on the hero list and founder of Wushan Company, a powerhouse within the Asian region. Acknowledging Wang Feng's words, Zhao Tianlei's ecstatic expression shifted to one of seriousness. Yes, Chairman. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he continued, in 10 minutes. A moment of immense significance will arrive for you. I understand the exuberance of youth, but let this be the sole occasion. In the future, you will be a hallmark of Wushan Company. Every word and action should embody the demeanor of a strong individual. The resources the company has invested in you are among the finest in the Asian region, and you should appreciate this opportunity. At this juncture, Wang Feng's smile widened. The vast resources would herald the emergence of a new star, illuminating the world. This was the essence of Wushan Company's star-making initiative. The evolvers crafted would attract more talent to the company, continuously fortifying its strength. Indeed, Zhao Tianlei nodded vigorously. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Ding! The preset alarm rang, signaling the arrival of midnight and the dawn of a new day. Zhao Tianlei silenced the alarm, his gaze landing on a vial of ferocious beast gene fluid resting on the table. This particular vial contained 20 evolution-grade gene fluid from a dragon-like ferocious beast, worth hundreds of millions in federal currency, a rare commodity not easily acquired even with wealth. Chairman, Zhao Tianlei stifled his excitement and looked to Wang Feng. Wang Feng smiled gently and nodded, consume it. Upon ingestion, you will ascend to the 5th realm, the beast form realm, thus becoming the 3rd fastest evolver in Asian history to achieve this transformation. Over the past month, Wushan Company had inundated Zhao Tianlei with resources, propelling his evolution at an astonishing pace. In just 5 days, he advanced from the bone refinement realm to the blood condensation realm. On the 10th day, he transitioned to the beast transformation realm. By the 20th day, he reached the half-beast realm. Now, on the 73rd day, Zhao Tianlei was poised to elevate his half-beast evolution to 100, breaking through to the 5th realm, the beast form realm. 73 days, 5 realms conquered. This would mark him as the 3rd fastest evolver to reach this level in a century within the Asian region. This was the grand design of Wushan Company. With Wang Feng's consent, Zhao Tianlei grasped the vial of half-beast dragon gene fluid, steeling himself before consuming it. The scorching liquid coursed through him, and in an instant, he emitted a piercing scream of agony. His legs weakened, and he half kneeled on the floor, one hand bracing himself as his complexion turned ghastly pale. Beads of cold sweat emerging. Large patches of azure scales began to manifest across his body, each exuding a menacing aura. His arms subtly morphed into claw-like appendages. Though they had yet to fully take shape, Wang Feng was unfazed. The evolution of the ferocious beast gene chain equated to genetic recombination, a process inherently fraught with pain. Zhao Tianlei howled. Minutes later, drenched in sweat, he stood up, a smile illuminating his face, betraying none of the torment he had endured. The transformation had imbued him with newfound vigor and strength, his presence now formidable. Chairman, I have succeeded. I am now in the beast form realm. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Zhao Tianlei was beside himself with joy. Wang Feng, too, beamed, gazing at Zhao Tianlei as though he beheld a masterpiece. This was the super talent he had meticulously crafted, destined for global renown and immense power. Now, go take a shower. We cannot keep our journalist friends waiting. Wang Feng instructed. Yes, Chairman, Zhao Tianlei replied, invigorated, as he strode confidently toward the bathroom. He is coming out. He is coming out. With a chorus of excitement, Wang Feng and Zhao Tianlei emerged from the villa. Their appearance was met with a flurry of camera flashes, the invited journalists fervently capturing the moment. Wang Feng, with a smile, led Zhao Tianlei to the prepared podium, silencing the crowd with a gesture. I hereby announce that the fastest individual to reach the fifth realm, the beast form realm, in the Asian region is our own Zhao Tianlei. As Wang Feng's declaration resonated, thunderous applause erupted around them. Zhao Tianlei stepped forward, allowing the journalists to document the occasion. In that moment, joy radiated from him. For he knew that starting from this evening, as the company propelled his fame, he would become a household name, a celebrated evolver with soaring popularity and status. He brimmed with confidence, for he belonged to Wushan Company, one of the world's super enterprises. It was evident he was on the brink of greatness. Tianlei, show the reporters your beast form, Wang Feng encouraged with a smile. Words alone cannot suffice. Manifesting your beast form will provide undeniable proof. Zhao Tianlei nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he extended his arm. Almost instantaneously, azure hues enveloped his arm, scales materializing until, in a flash, a colossal dragon claw emerged, radiating an intimidating chill under the lights. The second arm followed suit, swiftly transforming into a dragon-like appendage. With a roar, Zhao Tianlei's muscles rippled, his body stretching to its limits, as if something monumental was breaking free from within. In mere milliseconds, he had transformed into a gargantuan azure dragon-like beast, measuring an astonishing 17 to 18 meters in length. Suspended in midair, his body coiled, the dragon's head arched high, eyes gleaming with a crimson glow. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated, its piercing resonance shattering the villa's glass and ceramics. The journalists present were left in awe. It's the azure dragon Mingwei beast. One exclaimed, this is one of the pinnacle dragon-like ferocious beasts. A future superpower is on the rise. The crowd erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Do not be deceived by the current form of Zhao Tianlei's beastly manifestation, the azure dragon of the bright moon, which measures merely 17 to 18 meters in length. In the future, as his realm ascends, its stature will continue to grow, ultimately reaching a terrifying length exceeding 100 meters. Chapter 65. The $1 Million Throwing Knives. When Yili awoke, the dawn had barely broken. After freshening up, he made his way to the cafeteria of the Genius Camp. Many early rising students were present, and upon seeing Yili, they were momentarily taken aback. In the Genius Camp, who was not aware of Yili's illustrious reputation, he was a singular figure, his prowess surpassing theirs by at least one tier. No matter how hard they tried, they always seemed to step behind. Good morning, Yili. Some astute evolutionary students greeted him, eager to establish rapport with someone destined for greatness. Perhaps he could lend a hand in the future. With one student leading the charge. Soon everyone was exchanging pleasantries with Yili. Hello, everyone. Yili responded with a smile. Noticing his amiable demeanor, many of the evolutionary students relaxed, shedding their initial apprehension. One tall, slender student raised his hand and asked, Yili, may I pose a question regarding training? Yili smiled. What is your inquiry? Typically, evolutionary students did not encounter issues related to cultivation. As long as they possessed sufficient beast gene serum, they could elevate their status. Even a fool could theoretically reach the martial god realm with ample resources. The true distinction among evolutionary beings lay in the type of beast gene chain they possessed and their individual combat techniques. These were the decisive factors. Even if an evolutionary with an insect-type beast gene chain surpassed another with a dragon-type chain by one level, the latter would still prevail in combat. In equal circumstances, the student with superior combat skills would naturally emerge victorious. When judging the timing to evade an attack from a beast, how should one proceed? The student asked with an eager grin. Yili raised an eyebrow. It is quite simple. First, you must thoroughly understand every detail about the beast in question. Only by knowing its habits, maximum speed, current velocity, and attack speed can you effectively respond. Thank you, Yili. The tall student expressed his gratitude, a look of appreciation shining on his face. Yili merely smiled. Other students gathered around, bombarding him with questions about combat strategies, and what to be cautious of when facing beasts. Yi Li answered each query with ease. Given his genuine combat experience in the wild, his insights surpassed theirs, and his advice was far more beneficial. After a good 10 minutes of inquiries, they finally dispersed. Yi Li chuckled softly and quietly began to enjoy his breakfast. Meanwhile, the enormous light display in the cafeteria showcased a majestic blue dragon soaring through the night sky, its roar emanating a palpable sense of pressure. Last night, a new generational powerhouse in the Asian region achieved the fastest transition to the beast form realm. A passionate voice announced. Zhao Tianlei, a recent high school graduate from the Martial God Company, broke through to the 5th realm in just 73 days, marking the swiftest ascent in the company's history. The Martial God Company was a global superpower, boasting over 130,000 evolutionary beings, with 36,000 reaching the ranks of powerhouses. Wang Feng, the Martial God, was the 4th-ranked super powerhouse in Asia. Though framed as news, it felt more akin to an advertisement. However, it did not diminish the astonished expressions of those in the cafeteria as envy flickered in their eyes. Why, as fellow geniuses, are we still languishing at the blood condensation realm? I recognize that dragon-type beast, the Azure Dragon Mingwei beast. It's formidable. This is undoubtedly a future super powerhouse, the strongest of the strong. Why was my beast gene chain not dragon-type? Remarkable. Zhao Tianlei must be the top graduate this year. His speed is unmatched. Even a rocket could not keep up. I'm utterly envious. Why doesn't the Martial God Company take notice of me? I'd be satisfied with merely achieving the beast form in 73 days. The students chattered animatedly, some with eyes tinged red with envy. What does it mean to soar to the heavens in one leap? Zhao Tianlei embodies that. Yi Li paused his meal, gazing at the screen. Zhao Tianlei. He inhaled sharply. Taken aback by Zhao Tianlei's extraordinary fortune, thrust forward by the Martial God Company's resources to become such a stellar figure. News of Zhao Tianlei proliferated like wildfire. Having previously bested Zhao Tianlei in combat, Yi Li decided to maintain a low profile. He chuckled softly, not allowing Zhao Tianlei's rise to faze him. After finishing his breakfast, he left the cafeteria. The 9th Legion Mall was situated at the heart of the Legion Fortress, offering various equipment, daily necessities, and logistical supplies. However, it was challenging to procure top-tier gear here. Yet, items worth hundreds of thousands to millions were plentiful. Are there any discounts on these throwing knives? Yi Li inquired, pointing at the line of knives displayed on the weapon wall, furrowing his brows. He had not anticipated the exorbitant price, especially for those that met his standards. The knives he previously used were mere commoners, costing a few thousand each. Clearly, this particular type of knife was not robust enough to contend with more formidable beasts. Higher-tier beasts possessed exceptionally strong defensive scales. Ordinary knives would shatter before even piercing their hide. Sir, there are no discounts, the attendant replied with a smile, her eyes twinkling. However, they are indeed worth the price. These knives are crafted from A5 grade material, albeit in a smaller size, which accounts for the lower cost. For armor or battle knives, you would not find A5 materials for less than 2 or 3 times this price. Yi Li's eyelid twitched, $1 million per knife. And only 20 centimeters in length, barely the width of 2 fingers. Was this truly considered affordable? After surveying the entire store, he found only this type of knife suitable for his needs. To learn there were no discounts? This was going to be a significant expenditure. Yi Li contemplated refraining from the purchase, but felt a pang of reluctance as he wrestled internally. One must spend generously to achieve greatness. A good skill requires a sharp blade. Resolutely, he declared, I'll take 5. The attendant looked astonished. She had initially presumed him to be an ordinary evolutionary student. Who would have thought he would make such a lavish purchase? 5 knives at $1 million each, amounting to 5 million. Generally speaking, throwing knives were niche weapons, seldom used, with most opting for just one as a dagger, especially the pricier models, which were often overlooked. Very well. Yet, her professionalism compelled her to promptly retrieve the 5 knives from the wall without hesitation. Having made his decision, Yi Li dismissed further thought and swiftly transferred the 5 million through his personal terminal, accepting the knives before departing. After joining the genius camp, he was left with merely a few 100,000. The speed at which his funds diminished was astounding. He had barely warmed up to his initial 10 million. The beast gene serum required for elevation was still provided by the Legion. If that were accounted for, the expenses would be substantial. No wonder combat evolutionary beings were often financially strained. They earned quickly, yet spent even faster. Chapter 66. The contributions of civilizational evolvers. The civilizational evolvers are indeed remarkably astute. Having acquired a flying knife, Yili found himself on the first floor of a marketplace. Here, an array of transportation vehicles was available, ranging from off-road motorcycles to all-terrain four-wheel drives, SUVs, and beyond. The more sophisticated options, of course, included flying machines. However, the price of a personal flying vehicle typically starts at $1 million, with 10 million or even 100 million being commonplace. In comparison to weaponry, these modes of transport are undeniably more affordable. A flying knife, merely 2 fingers wide, costs about the same as a single-person flying device. Combat evolvers are tasked with safeguarding humanity, intercepting ferocious beasts, and ensuring the safety of human settlements. In contrast, the civilizational evolvers, under the protection of their combat counterparts, employ their exceptional intellect to continuously tackle one technological challenge after another, thus making significant contributions to the advancement of human technology. The arrival of the ferocious beasts indeed subjected humanity to a calamity with a mortality rate exceeding 80%, yet it simultaneously ushered in new opportunities. The genetic fluids from these beasts have catalyzed human evolution, while the extraterrestrial trace metals within their bodies have paved the way for monumental breakthroughs in materials, transforming the impossible into reality. Technology and martial prowess advance hand in hand. Yet, Yili found himself financially constrained. He could scarcely muster $1 million, making the prospect of purchasing a personal flying vehicle rather unrealistic. Admittedly, the operational altitude of personal flying devices is limited, and their capacity to carry over 30 kilograms is inadequate, designating them merely as urban transportation unsuitable for excursions into the wild. A more pragmatic choice would be to acquire an all-terrain vehicle, which can traverse, accommodate, and transport. With a smile, Yili pointed at a 4.5-meter-long all-terrain vehicle and inquired, "Can this one be discounted?" The vehicle could indeed be procured at a 5 discount. The attendant smiled. Yili, no longer preoccupied with the cost, promptly decided, "All right, I'll take this one." After scanning the code, he incurred an expense of over 400,000. However, it was a worthy investment. This 8-wheel all-terrain vehicle, featuring a light suspension system, boasted 8 independently driven wheels, and its elevated chassis resembled a platform hovering above its wheels, complete with a substantial cargo bed. What is a light suspension system? It is essentially the floating mechanism from flying vehicles, adapted for this automobile. Originally weighing 2 tons, this vehicle now weighs only half a ton thanks to this system. Consequently, its energy storage capacity allows for a staggering range of 2,000 kilometers. There is no need for registration. One can drive it away after payment. In the wilderness, no one demands a driver's license. Operating such a vehicle was straightforward for Yili. He had learned to do so in high school, a mandatory course for every student. The vehicle felt remarkably light as Yili drove it away, swiftly navigating along the main thoroughfare of the Legion fortress. The fortress gates were opened during the day. After a brief verification of his personal information, the evolvers there regarded Yili with a peculiar gaze, but ultimately permitted his passage. Such a young individual possessing the qualifications for unrestricted hunting. What a curious sight, they murmured amongst themselves. Unbeknownst to them, Yili had already accelerated upon leaving the fortress. Time was of the essence. The evolvers who preferred not to camp in the wilderness had set out long ago, most departing at dawn to ensure their return to the fortress before nightfall. These evolvers were characterized by their cautious nature, averse to taking risks. However, a greater number opted to hunt in the wild for several days before returning to the fortress for rest. Numerous evolvers departed alongside Yili, with the majority belonging to various hunting teams of the 9th Legion. Solo evolvers like Yili were a rare sight. Upon encountering Yili alone, the hunting teams would often regard him with astonishment. His youthful visage seemed unreliable. Was he eager for self-destruction? Following over 10 days of hunting, the ferocious beasts that had descended on the day of catastrophe had long been eradicated from the vicinity of human cities and major legion fortresses. To hunt beasts at this juncture necessitated venturing deeper into the wilderness. With no low-tier beasts left nearby, what could this young lad possibly be doing outside the city? Was it not a surefire path to demise? As he entered the wilderness, the ferocious beasts would show no mercy. They would not adhere to notions of respect for the elderly or the young. Everyone was merely a potential meal. Some well-meaning evolvers had already advised him, "Little one, you should turn back. It's far too dangerous to be out here alone." Being referred to as Little One, Yili found himself at a loss for rebuttal. Compared to them, he truly was of a juvenile stature. Unable to explain their curious glances, he chose to ignore them and hastened his departure. 60 kilometers west of the 9th Legion fortress lay a flat expanse adorned with an endless forest, a testament to years of unrestrained growth. Countless plants rendered the air exceptionally sweet, though the distant roars of beasts instilled a sense of trepidation, marking it as a less-than-ideal tourist destination. "I cannot venture further." Yili halted the all-terrain vehicle, parking it beside the dilapidated national highway. The road was riddled with cracks, where vegetation thrived, and some even transformed into towering trees, rendering it far less navigable than anticipated. Ahead lay a long-abandoned town, once prosperous but now reduced to a collection of skeletal structures, engulfed by vines and foliage. From afar, it resembled a ghost town. Yili's heart tightened slightly. Being alone in such an environment was somewhat unsettling. His capabilities limited him to a maximum activity range of 100 kilometers when solitary. In the wilderness, the greatest fear was encountering a horde of ferocious beasts, especially if they were to discover one's presence. Yet, would Yili truly fear being outnumbered? The very reason he dared to venture into the wilderness lay in his ability to control flying knives with his mental prowess. Casting a sidelong glance at his thigh, 5 flying knives, each valued in the millions, unsheathed at his command, soaring into the sky before being skillfully maneuvered above his head, dancing like ethereal sprites, dazzlingly bright and mesmerizing to behold. Previously, while at the bone refinement stage, he had been capable of controlling flying knives to slay beasts nearly 2 tiers above him. Now, having grown stronger, with his knives reaching A5 grade, vanquishing half-beast tier creatures was well within his grasp. Even against beast form entities, he possessed the strength to contend. With a slight smile, Yili took bold strides toward the ghost town. Chapter 67, Solo Hunt. This is Qingyang Town, as indicated by the personal intelligent terminal. A century ago, it bore this name. Today, it has been designated as part of the 9th Legion's defensive zone, now referred to by the numerical code, 9231. The weather today is quite favorable. Yili, bearing a battle shield and gripping the Ling Tian warblade, strides purposefully towards Qingyang Town. 5 flying knives orbit around him, resembling celestial satellites. At the entrance, the remains of a fierce beast lie scattered, its head severed, likely a victim of an evolved hunter. However, the body has been devoured by other creatures, leaving only fragmented bones. The surrounding buildings bear the scars of conflict, with bullet holes visible everywhere. Clearly, evolved hunters have frequented this area in recent times. This is not surprising, considering it is a mere 60 kilometers from the 9th Legion, and many squads have ventured far deeper. Yet, fierce beasts are nomadic, prowling the boundless woods, ready to encounter any intruder at any moment. Suddenly, a shadow darts into view. Yili raises an eyebrow, and one of the flying knives transforms into a streak of light in an instant. Thud! It is a lightning cat beast, a creature of the lowest tier among fierce beasts. They are either hunted by evolved hunters or consumed by other beasts of higher rank, thus occupying the base of the predatory hierarchy. While the lightning cat beast is swift, it is no match for the flying knife. It barely has time to flee before the knife pierces through its skull. This petite flying knife is indeed sufficiently durable and sharp, effortlessly penetrating the beast's head before soaring back into the air, drenched in blood. Yili promptly removes the beast's ears, which contain trace amounts of metallic elements. Although their market value is not high, merely 1,000. Due to their small size, they are still quite advantageous. Next, he proceeds to extract the beast's genetic fluid. With a 30% chance, success depends on luck. Fortune favors him today, marking a promising start. Yili smiles faintly as he fills a glass vial with the genetic fluid and places it into a gene box. He continues onward. His journey into the wilderness serves two purposes: to hone his combat skills and to earn money. Evolved hunters require vast sums to sustain their ascension. Not every beast's genetic fluid is suitable for use, only those that align with their type. There are also distinctions in evolution levels. The difference between consuming 1% and 10% is monumental. While others can enhance their levels by 10% in a single day, he can manage only 1. Over time, the gap widens significantly. The disparity between the common folk and the elite lies here. The latter possesses abundant resources, easily reaching the 4th or 5th ranks, and even aspiring to the 6th rank in the future. But for the commoners, every vial of genetic fluid must be earned through personal effort. If it is unsuitable, they must either exchange it with other evolved hunters or sell it for funds to acquire what they need. Currently, Yili has no money. The 10 million reward from the Genius Camp is entirely spent. The earnings from his previous encounters with Team 1867 were all converted into genetic fluid. The only remaining funds are a meager sum from his father. He can utilize the genetic fluid from fierce beasts, ensuring a swift advancement in his levels. The materials from the beasts adequately offset the costs of purification and identification. Yet still, he laments his financial state. With a smile, he reassures himself that his A9 series equipment will suffice for his advancement to the 5th and 6th ranks. In the short term, he need not worry about significant expenditures. Thus, his current mission is to elevate his rank with fervor. As he contemplates this, a beast of the beastification realm appears before him, a blood pig beast. This creature, entirely crimson, resembles a pig but boasts a row of bones along its back. When exerting itself, it secretes a red liquid akin to blood sweat, which gives it its name. Yili refrains from using his flying knives immediately, his eyes gleaming with determination. At last, he has found a worthy foe to refine his combat skills. Given Yi Li's current prowess, beasts below the blood coagulation realm present little challenge. He decides to practice on this one. With a slight smile, he channels his energy, his feet propelling him forward like a cannonball towards the blood pig beast. This formidable creature, fierce in its own right, causes the ground to tremble as it charges. Attack! Yili commands. His senses heightened as his mind enters a state of hyperfocus, allowing him to slow the beast's movements. This advantage enables him to respond with composure. As the blood pig beast closes in, Yili leaps, augmenting his force while twisting his body, using his waist to generate power as he swings the Ling Tian war blade laterally towards the beast. Thud! The execution is seamless and swift. Though it may seem slow in narration, the reality unfolds with lightning speed. The blade's sharpness cleaves through the beast's thick hide, blood spurting forth. The blood pig beast, unable to halt its advance, lurches forward several meters before regaining its footing. The pain elicits a sharp, piercing cry, but the blow, while grievous, does not claim its life. Instead, it leaves a gaping wound, blood pouring freely, stoking the beast's fury as it turns to charge again. Yili grips his blade tightly. This next strike must land at the same spot to ensure success. As he watches the beast approach, he employs his recent combat technique, the side slash. The Ling Tian war blade glints coldly as it strikes once more at the previous wound. This time, the blade bites deep, severing bone. With a thud, the blood pig beast collapses, writhing violently until it has torn the aged concrete street into a ruin before finally succumbing. Perhaps I struck too hard, Yili muses, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. He intended to refine his technique, yet his foe fell after merely 2 blows. To other evolved hunters, this would be utterly astonishing. A blood coagulation realm hunter defeating a fierce beast of a higher rank in just 2 strikes. How could they possibly compete with such prowess? Only Yili understands that his remarkable success stems from his mental acuity, allowing him to perceive time differently and react with unparalleled ease. Efficiently, He collects the spoils from the blood pig beast, prioritizing its teeth as the most valuable components, discarding the rest. Luck is on his side. This beast also yields genetic fluid. After gathering the teeth and genetic fluid, he raises his gaze towards the deeper recesses of the town, where shadows loom ominously. The slaughter begins. Chapter 68. The 36 Stratagems of the Flying Knife. Within the quaint town, a flicker of light dashed through the air. Thud! A wild boar beast, in a frenzy, collapsed, its skull pierced, lifeless. The flying knife that had dispatched the creature, untouched by blood, soared skyward once more. Yili approached, swiftly extracting materials from the slain beast, only to find no trace of its genetic liquid. This marked the 10th creature he had encountered. With the precision of his mentally controlled flying knives, vanquishing beasts below the half-beast realm proved exceedingly simple, as they possessed virtually no ability to retaliate. The A5 series flying knives, priced at 1 million each, combined with mental manipulation, functioned as formidable weapons. The wild boar beast was a creature of blood coagulation, the primary target of Yili's expedition. He sought a vast quantity of genetic liquid from these beasts to facilitate his ascension in rank. Hunting these creatures was, in essence, a form of cultivation. Time passed unnoticed, and before he realized it, another day had slipped by. The town was indeed rife with beasts. Within a single day, Yili had only managed to scour a third of it. As dusk fell, laden with materials and genetic liquids, he sought refuge in an abandoned high-rise, settling on a floor that afforded a view of the entire town. The building remained only a skeletal frame, empty save for some resilient plastic remnants scattered throughout. Today's haul was commendable. Yili glanced at the materials, his gaze drawn to the genetic box containing the liquid of the beasts. There were 103 vials in total, 51 from the bone refining realm, 43 from the blood coagulation realm, and the remainder consisted solely of genetic liquid from beasts at the beastification stage, none of which he had encountered that day. They had likely retreated deeper into the woods. After organizing his findings, Yili prepared a self-heating meal, devouring it hungrily after a few minutes. Having finished his meal, Yili retrieved several sensors from his backpack, placing them strategically at the entrance, windows, and stairwell. These sensors were indispensable in the wilderness, particularly for a lone evolutionist, as they ensured a restful sleep. Should a beast approach, they would emit an alert at the earliest opportunity. Once the sensors were in place, darkness enveloped the town, and Yili cleared a spot to rest, lying down and closing his eyes. The following morning, he was awakened by the roar of beasts. The night had been largely uneventful. The sensors had not triggered, indicating no beasts had ventured near. After breakfast, he gathered the sensors and departed the building. Upon reaching the ground level, a blood coagulation beast appeared in the street. The training of his flying knives resembled the principles of Sun Tzu's art of war. Employing tactics such as feigned attacks, Yili smiled faintly. A single knife glided slowly through the air, glinting ominously in the light, drawing the attention of the approaching beast. Unbeknownst to it, 2 additional knives shot forth, becoming streaks of light that reached it in an instant. Thud! Thud! One knife pierced its skull, while another struck its neck. The beast perished before it even comprehended its demise. This was the combat technique Yili had devised, feigning an attack to draw the beast's attention, then launching a surprise assault with other knives. Perhaps next time, he could adorn the feigned knife with something to make it even more enticing. Yili donned a subtle smile, calmly collecting materials and extracting the genetic liquid. On the second day of his foray into the wilderness, the blood coagulation beast marked a promising start. During the night, the number of beasts in the town had increased significantly. The second beast soon made its appearance. Yili's second technique, the dance of demons. With narrowed eyes, 5 flying knives ascended, transforming into streaks of light, swiftly reaching the beast before it could react, puncturing its form. 5 knives, 6 wounds. The execution of this maneuver was nearly flawless. Observing the colossal beast tumble to the ground, Yili radiated satisfaction. 1 knife pierced its skull, another its neck, and a third its heart, while the remaining 2 struck its forelimbs. Under Yili's control, the 5 knives moved as if endowed with sentience, adhering to his will in their assault. Thus, he continued to refine his mastery of the flying knives. 3 days passed in a blur. Yili had scoured the entire town, bringing down nearly 1,000 beasts. Through this relentless hunting, his flying knives had become increasingly precise, allowing him to slay beasts with ease. The stratagem of feigned attacks proved to be the most effective against the creatures. Additionally, tactics such as startling the snake in the grass and drawing the tiger from its den were employed with great success, demonstrating their utility. Almost all the beasts in the town had been eradicated through this strategic approach. Employing different tactics for different beasts ensured they perished without comprehending the cause of their demise. Yili moved like a concealed specter, a phantom assassin. The beasts never glimpsed him before being dispatched by his remarkably swift and elusive knives. After 3 days, it was time to return for a brief respite. The accumulation of materials from nearly 1,000 beasts had created a veritable mountain. An hour and a half later, Yili appeared before the gates of the Legion fortress. The onlookers murmured in astonishment at the sheer volume of materials he had amassed. The all-terrain vehicle he drove was laden with the spoils of his hunt, drawing attention from all corners. The evolutionists present speculated eagerly, while the local material merchants rushed forward, vying for the opportunity to purchase the materials at the highest bid. Yili, however, declared that he would not sell the genetic liquids. Pointing at the amassed materials, he allowed the merchants to engage in a bidding war. "I will pay 15% above market price," a voice rang out, ultimately securing the deal for a clean, middle-aged man. Despite his reluctance, he wore a smile, introducing himself as Zhou Dai. "May I have the honor of knowing your name?" "Yili," he replied with a smile, revealing his identity. The generous offer of 15% above market price made Zhou Dai appear quite fortunate. The bidding, however, had not been as competitive as it seemed, and many merchants departed, shaking their heads at what they perceived as a foolish transaction. Zhou Dai, undeterred, directed his staff to unload and categorize the materials. "These materials are already sorted. If you have no objections, I will price them at 1.3 million. Yili had no objections. Upon receiving the payment, he waved goodbye with a smile, departing with satisfaction. Chapter 69. 3 days and 3 days. Beast Gene Department. When Yili placed 3 gene boxes on the counter, the young lady working there was startled. 300 vials of beast genes were indeed astonishing in quantity. The evolutionaries assessing these beast gene vials regarded Yili with expressions of disbelief. Typically, they evaluated only a few dozen vials at most. Yet here was Yili with 300. This was not the day of the beast's descent. Rather, it was mid-month, when the number of beasts drastically diminished, making such a harvest exceedingly rare. They could only speculate that it must be the yield of a large team, arriving for a collective assessment. Yili felt a pang in his heart. The expenses for purifying and assessing the 300 vials of beast gene liquid had wiped out his funds from selling materials. Fortunately, the rewards were substantial. Disregarding the bone refinement stage, within the blood condensation stage, he managed to obtain a vial with a 20 evolution rate. This single vial alone could fetch at least 5 million in the market. In just 3 days, Yili's earnings exceeded 20 million. The speed of his success left him in a daze, invigorating him with newfound motivation. The following morning, Yili drove his all-terrain vehicle away from the Legion fortress. The terrifying profits from his solitary endeavors overshadowed any fatigue he felt. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Once again, a truckload of beast materials appeared at the city gate. It was that young man from 3 days prior. "Didn't he just return with a load?" exclaimed someone who had previously witnessed Yili's return. However, many evolutionaries were unimpressed. "Brother Yi, this time the materials are worth 1.8 million. Let your crew unload." Yili shrugged indifferently. The real treasure lay in the beast gene liquid. After completing the transaction, he drove back to the beast gene department of the Legion fortress. With a clang, he placed the 3 gene boxes down, necessitating the purification and assessment of another 300 vials. The 1.8 million he had just received vanished almost instantly. This time, luck was not on his side. There wasn't a single vial with a 20 evolution rate, the best being only 8. Vials of beast gene liquid with 20 evolution rates were not common. They were exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, This round's harvest was still commendable. 3 more days passed. As Yi Li returned with another truckload of materials, a crowd gathered to observe. Once or twice was inconsequential, but this was his 3rd time, making it impossible not to draw attention. This time, Zhou Diyue was even more enthusiastic, rushing over to greet him. The price he offered confirmed Yi Li's decision to trade with him. Although the unit price was lower, the volume was substantial. Zhou Diyue suddenly realized how wise his initial decision had been, giving Yi Li's consistent deliveries of materials every 3 days. This time, there was a slight increase, primarily due to more half-beast materials. 1 million. Let us settle the bill and move the materials. Yi Li crossed his arms, observing as they unloaded the materials. The nearby material merchants were turning green with envy. Brother, I can offer you 1 more than his price. How about letting me have your materials next time? Just 1 more? How shameless. Brother, I'll go 2 higher. Those merchants are all shrewd. I'm honest, and I'll offer you 2 more. Sell to me next time. I'm Wang Gang, the owner of Tianqing Materials Company. I collaborate with many teams, such as the Warwolves and the Flying Wings. A multitude of material merchants surrounded Yi Li, fervently bidding. Yi Li merely smiled and shook his head. All right, I'll only work with Boss Zhou from now on. You're too late. Upon hearing this, Zhou Diyue let out a sigh of relief. Most material merchants had partnerships with various evolutionaries, whether individuals or teams. Such collaboration spared evolutionaries the hassle of worrying about prices and made it easier to offload materials. Yi Li's words left some merchants visibly disappointed. Just a mere blood condensation stage kid, as if he has boundless potential. Indeed, as if we were keen to collaborate with him. The material merchants grumbled as they walked away. Yi Li remained unfazed, merely smiling before dismissing them from his mind. If 3 successful trips could be deemed luck. Then when Yi Li returned with yet another truckload of materials 3 days later, everyone lost their composure. Even large teams found it challenging to achieve such results. In no time, Yi Li became quite renowned in the area. Many engaged in discussions about him, especially upon learning that he had not joined any team or squad, leaving them astounded. What kind of extraordinary evolutionary was this? In the blood condensation stage, yet capable of transporting truckloads of beast materials back. Unbelievable. How did he accomplish this? In the office of the commander of the 9th Legion Fortress, He Qingshan furrowed his brow, stroking his chin with a worried expression. Opposite him, Jiang Jinqing sipped tea with a smile. Are you truly this calm? He Qingshan gazed at the relaxed Jiang Jinqing, raising an eyebrow. I'm on edge because you haven't accomplished what I assigned you, yet you're unbothered? Why should I be anxious? Jiang Jinqing set down his teacup, chuckling. The conditions you offered to Yi Li were your own. By those terms, he should have been guaranteed a pass to the beast transformation stage. But you elevated the benefits by 30, ensuring a pass to the half-beast stage. Aren't you trapping yourself? He Qingshan chuckled bitterly. I was just excited. It's rare for our 9th Legion to have a super genius emerge, creating a greater distinction than others. Shouldn't it be expected? Sighing, he continued. Considering Yi Li's talent, we actually shortchanged him. Wang Feng of the Martial God Company directly propelled an evolutionary under him to the 5th stage. Compared to them, we're hardly in the same league. Jiang Jinqing's eyes glimmered with envy. We can't compete with the financial prowess of the Martial God Company. He smiled and said, the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid is indeed hard to procure. Now that Yi Li is at the blood condensation stage, we may manage. But once he reaches the beast transformation stage, it will become even more difficult. Didn't you just call to leverage your connections? They want to sell the half-beast dragon-shaped beast gene liquid, even for money. My face and your connections only earned us 3 vials with a 1 evolution rate. They wouldn't even part with 2. He Qingshan sighed, realizing that the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid was even more elusive than he had anticipated. The speed at which Yi Li was advancing was astonishing. He was already capable of independently entering the wilderness zone. The dragon-shaped beast gene liquid at hand couldn't keep pace with his progress. However, he spoke with a smile, acknowledging that Yi Li's rapid advancement validated his initial judgment. Indeed, Jiang Jinqing echoed, reflecting on how Yi Li, despite joining later than other talented recruits, had swiftly surpassed them. Though they all appeared gifted, they were not on the same level. As for the matter of the beast gene liquid, there was no need for urgency. It could wait. In the end, he would have to swallow his pride to ensure Yi didn't miss out. After all, it was merely a pass to the half-beast stage. He would grit his teeth and pursue it. Qingshan shook his head, adjusting his mindset before stating seriously, I just received news of a group of rogue evolutionaries appearing in the vicinity of Beihai City. Chapter 70. Heresy. 200 kilometers from the 9th Legion lies Hanai County. Within this vegetation-clad town, remnants of crumbling walls can be seen, as ferocious beasts roam freely among the ruins. Inside a towering building, a raspy voice echoed. The 9th Legion is the weakest among them, with few who can be deemed powerful. In this room, the window is nothing but an empty frame, time having rendered the space a patchwork of decay. The source of the voice is a grotesque mass of flesh, filling nearly half the room, its crimson surface writhing with an indescribable horror. Beside it stands a woman, her body marred by large growths of flesh, grotesquely pulsating across her form, lending her an unsettling appearance. Yet, one half of her face retains exquisite beauty, hinting at a past allure. Commander, when shall we act? The longer we delay, the more unfavorable our situation becomes, she expressed, concern etched on her features. I fear they may have caught wind of our movements. At that moment, the mass of flesh began to convulse violently, coalescing into the shape of a towering man, only to swiftly dissolve again into a puddle on the floor. Alas, it sighed. Before its tone shifted to one of menace, I await the return of the Birdman. Fear not. We have nothing to lose. Our demands are modest, and they will acquiesce. The woman's lips curled into a sardonic smile. And what if they refuse? They harbor a deep-seated hatred for us heretics, and any who are discovered meet a gruesome fate. What transgressions have we committed? Our mutations were born from the misuse of beast gene fluid, and we have endured the consequences of our errors. Why do they persist in their pursuit of our destruction? She raised her tumor-laden arm, her expression transforming into one of grotesque rage. I detest beautiful women. They must all perish. Humanity's aesthetic preferences and biases are our original sin. The mass of flesh emitted a chilling laugh, its current form casting a macabre shadow. It is only natural that we are deemed heretics. Before the era of evolution, were not blacks, whites, and yellows categorized into ranks? We are destined to be eternal adversaries of humanity, to seek a refuge, to find like-minded souls, and to establish our own dominion. That is my ambition. In our mutations, we shall gain formidable power. Who can say who will ultimately triumph? The mass of flesh shifted again, reshaping into a humanoid form, arms crossed as it gazed out at the decaying city beyond. Within this high-rise, one could behold thousands of distorted figures, some with multiple arms, others with grotesque, tumor-like heads oozing dark liquid, their brains exposed and pulsating. Some bore a lower half of flesh, while their upper bodies retained a semblance of humanity. Their eyes were cold, some reflecting a dazed confusion, while many exhibited signs of madness, sitting and emitting unsettling laughter. A few even stuffed dirt into their mouths, chewing with delight, while others banged their heads against the crumbling walls, which shattered further with each impact. Suddenly, a dark speck appeared in the sky, rapidly enlarging. In the blink of an eye, a hybrid beast, part human, part bird, descended. Were it not for the white halo of an evolved being visible on its abdomen, one would mistake it for a mere monster. The Birdman has returned, the mass of flesh declared. On the 18th day since Yi acquired the qualifications for unrestricted hunting, he entered the wilderness for the 6th time. His previous 5 excursions had been remarkably fruitful, elevating his reputation at the city gates. Who could forget the young man who returned every 3 days laden with materials? At this moment, 137 kilometers from the 9th Legion, he found himself in an abandoned wasteland, once a thriving city but now reduced to ruins, with many high-rises collapsed, leaving only remnants of their former grandeur. In an open area, dozens of beasts roared, all belonging to the 3rd tier of beast transformation. Any other evolvers at the blood coagulation stage would have fled in terror, yet excitement gleamed in Yi Li's eyes. Another lucrative opportunity awaited. After weeks of honing his skills, Yi Li's control over his flying knives had reached an unparalleled level. The roars of the beasts echoed across the desolate landscape, shaking the dilapidated structures and causing chunks of concrete to rain down in a cacophony. The beasts, driven mad, charged with crimson eyes toward Yi Li, standing at a distance. He narrowed his gaze. Go. The 5 flying knives that had been trailing him surged forward, propelled by his mental energy, transforming into streaks of light. Thud, 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 thud. The 5 blades moved with astonishing speed, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, slicing through the necks of 5 beasts and tearing open massive wounds. Blood gushed forth as the fallen beasts tumbled in their frantic charge. The knives ascended into the air, only to return in a flash. Thud. Once more. 5 beasts met the same fate, their necks severed. Yi Li had grown exceptionally skilled in wielding the flying knives. He had slain thousands of beasts without error, each strike precise, each kill instantaneous. The formidable charge of the beasts was terrifying, yet against Yi Li's prowess, their first assault resulted in the death of 5. The speed of the flying knives was blinding, and soon half of the beasts lay dead in their wake. The ground trembled as the beasts trampled the old streets, their presence looming closer. Yi Li could have easily dispatched them from a distance, but he sought to refine not just his knife skills, but his combat techniques as well. Come on. He grinned, swinging his arms to morph into massive dragon claws. These claws, despite their size, felt feather-light, seamlessly integrating with his movements. Kill. Yi Li surged forward, confronting the beasts head-on. He dodged and struck, his claws shattering their necks with ease. Although the beasts were a tier above him, they posed no threat in his presence. Each swipe of his claws felled 1 or 2 beasts, navigating through the throng of beasts like a lone leaf on the wind. Any creature that approached him fell with a pained howl. Thud. 1 claw sliced through a beast's neck, exposing bone beneath. After this relentless assault, only a few beasts remained. The gruesome slaughter instilled fear, prompting them to retreat in terror. Trying to escape? Yi Li raised an eyebrow. With a surge of mental energy, the 5 flying knives became streaks of light once more. With a swift flash of light, the remaining ferocious beasts, unable to escape beyond 50 meters, were all exterminated. Chapter 71. The Beast Transformation Realm. 5 flying daggers, stained with blood, returned to hover above Yi Li's head. He reached out to retrieve them, taking a water flask from his waist to cleanse the blades of their crimson residue before sheathing them on his thigh. There should be around 40 or 50 beasts. Yi Li smiled broadly. This desolate area was awash with the blood of ferocious beasts, exuding a pungent scent of carnage. The ground was littered with the carcasses of these creatures, all of which belonged to the Beast Transformation Realm, each possessing a base material value of no less than 20,000. Yi Li had little interest in beasts valued under 5,000. He only engaged with those of the Beast Transformation Realm. With a faint smile, he took a sip from his flask before commencing his task. He had already amassed a considerable haul of materials. The primary prize was, of course, the genetic fluid of the ferocious beasts, which had a 30% likelihood of yielding between 15 to 20 vials, even under unfortunate circumstances. The genetic fluid from beasts of the 3rd realm commands a price of 35,000 for just a 1 yield. Without at least 10 million, one cannot procure 20. Many evolutionary practitioners would become instant millionaires with just a single vial of 20 evolution fluid from a ferocious beast, starting at 10 million for the 3rd realm. One can only imagine the staggering amounts for the 4th and 5th realms, often reaching into the hundreds of millions. After an hour, Yi Li had finished processing the beast carcasses. During this time, several beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, approached only to meet their demise. Once the bodies were cleared, Yi Li surveyed the area, immensely satisfied with this hunt. Other evolutionary teams, whether small or numerous, would struggle for an entire day to hunt down dozens of beasts, while Yi Li accomplished it in mere minutes. This efficiency was precisely why he needed to return to the military stronghold within 3 days. The sheer volume of materials compelled him to do so. Yi Li's dominance in this wilderness stemmed from his ability to slay beasts beyond his level, coupled with the precision of his mentally controlled daggers. Whether in single combat or against a group, he maneuvered effortlessly. Glancing at the sky, he took his materials and entered a nearby dilapidated building, which he had chosen as his temporary residence during his time in the wilderness. Some rooms remained in fair condition, and after a thorough cleaning, they would serve him well for a while. After over 10 days of consuming the genetic fluid from the blood condensation realm beasts, he anticipated that this evening would mark his breakthrough into the beast transformation realm. In the now spotless room, Yili tore open a packet of self-heating rice, expertly adding water. He was merely 5 away from advancing, a feat he found uncomplicated, given the abundance of genetic fluid he possessed, many exceeding the 5 threshold. Yili was pleased with this pace of progression. He had no specific type requirements for the genetic fluid, which contributed to his rapid advancement. Among his peers in the genius camp, many had yet to surpass the bone refinement realm, while Yili was already on the cusp of the 3rd realm. It was fortunate they remained unaware of this disparity, otherwise it would surely dampen their spirits. The genetic fluids he consumed were primarily those he obtained from his own hunts, negating the need for purchases. Every 3 days, Yili would collect the dragon-shaped genetic fluid provided by the genius camp. After this period of accumulation, the dark dragon beast within his consciousness was nearly at 100, only 1 shy, requiring just 1 more consumption of the dragon-shaped genetic fluid to achieve completion. He felt a thrill of anticipation. Yili savored the self-heating rice, finding it exceedingly convenient in the wilderness. After his meal, he refrained from further hunting and instead closed his eyes to review the battles he had engaged in during this period. He reflected on what he executed well and where he fell short, replaying these scenarios in his mind to ensure he would not err in similar situations in the future. No matter how gifted one may be, effort is indispensable. Talent determines one's minimum potential, while diligence dictates the maximum. As dusk descended, the beasts became increasingly active, their roars echoing through the night. Yet, Yili remained undisturbed. He had already set up sensors around his perimeter, providing ample warning time. The hours slipped by, and before long, it was the early hours of the morning. His personal smart terminal vibrated, jolting Yili from his meditative state. In a swift motion, he retrieved a vial of blood condensation realm genetic fluid he had prepared in advance, and, without hesitation, tilted his head back to consume it. Almost immediately, his body reacted. The genetic structure began to undergo reconfiguration, unlocking its latent potential. A searing pain surged through him, prompting Yili to bite down on a soft cloth. Enduring the agony in silence, the intense torment caused his entire body to tremble, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. Sweat beads formed and cascaded down as he grappled with the excruciating pain of genetic reformation. In this desolate wilderness, he dared not utter a sound. Other evolutionary practitioners would never dream of attempting to advance their realms in such a perilous environment. It would be tantamount to suicide. Yet, Yili was undeterred. Amid the extreme discomfort, time felt both prolonged and fleeting. As the pain gradually subsided, a wave of euphoria followed. A surge of potent energy erupted from every cell within him, an indescribable sensation of bliss escaping his lips in a low groan. Yili had successfully attained the beast transformation realm. This speed of advancement was remarkably swift for one of his limited resources. In the global context, Yili's progress placed him among the elite. While others benefited from corporate and familial resources, Yili relied solely on the genetic fluids harvested from the beasts he hunted. What an exhilarating feeling! The overwhelming sensation of power made him feel almost weightless. Yili recognized that this was a manifestation of his enhanced strength, which simultaneously amplified his speed. The most significant change, however, lay in his perception. His awareness of the external environment intensified, allowing even the faintest sounds to reach his ears. The previously indistinct roars of beasts now resonated with clarity. Were it not for the night surrounding him, Yili might have unleashed a roar to express his elation. He extended his arms, channeling his will, and his limbs transformed into dragon claws. This time, the dragon claws he manifested were unlike before. The scales adorning them had thickened and darkened, exuding an ancient aura, reminiscent of a colossal dragon from an era long past. Even the tips, once a dull gray, now glimmered with a translucent sheen, radiating an icy chill. Chapter 72. The Dark Dragon Beast Soaring with Changes Beyond Arms as Yili transformed. His chest became adorned with a layer of scales, a manifestation of the new realm he had attained. To embody the form of a dragon, one must reach at least the beast transformation stage within the fifth realm. The beast transformation stage allows for partial evolution. One can become a half-beast, with some able to transform only the upper body while others the lower, introducing an element of randomness. The scales on his chest provided enhanced protection, instilling a greater sense of security. Gazing at these scales, Yili noticed an ancient aura emanating from them, with mysterious patterns subtly dancing across their surface. Instinctively, he felt that these scales were peculiar, unlike ordinary ones. After all, it was only natural for a dragon to possess somewhat unusual scales. With a smile, he dismissed further thoughts. With these scales, his defensive capabilities were undoubtedly bolstered. They covered his chest, back, and shoulders, offering a comforting sense of safety. With a mere thought, Yili retracted the scales, restoring his arms to their original state. The dragon's silhouette within the luminous orb was still one short of completion. However, having consumed the beast gene liquid the previous day, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Yili chuckled, feeling no urgency. Summoning 5 flying knives into the air, they shimmered with a faint silver light amidst the darkness. In this obscurity, the knives darted about with remarkable agility. Previously, he had mastered the control of these 5 knives, but now they felt as if they were extensions of his very limbs, faster and more responsive than ever. The most significant asset Yili possessed during his excursion into the wilderness was indeed the flying knives governed by his mental prowess. Without them, the efficiency of hunting ferocious beasts would be drastically diminished, and he would never dare to venture so deeply into the wild alone. With the elevation to a new level, his mental strength had grown exponentially, enhancing both the speed and sensitivity of the knives under his command. With sufficient velocity, the destructive power of the knives became infinitely amplified. Their agility allowed for swift and sharp turns, making them unpredictable and difficult to evade. The last time he ascended a level, he gained control over 3 additional knives. How many more would he command this time? Regrettably, he had not brought more knives with him, or he could have tested it. His gaze drifted to a corner of the room, where several thick steel rods lay, preserved from the elements and only slightly rusted after a century. Gathering his mental energy, the steel rods began to levitate. The sound of twisting metal resonated as they shattered under his mental influence, shaking off the rust. Not content with merely that, the steel warped and sharpened, transforming into massive spear-like projectiles. Several steel spears formed, and Yili directed his gaze towards the window. With a whoosh, the spears shot out, refracting in the sky before crashing down to the ground below. On the streets, a ferocious beast of the blood condensation realm was caught off guard, and before it could react, the steel spears rained down. With a sickening thud, it was impaled onto the pavement. The overwhelming force propelled the spears through the beast, shattering the street beneath and disappearing into the depths of the earth, leaving one to wonder just how deep they had penetrated. Not too shabby. Yili smiled with satisfaction. The early morning weather seemed rather grim, with clouds obscuring the moon and the otherworldly portal's light, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. He decided to rest for the day and test the power of the beast transformation realm in the morning. As dawn broke, Yili rose leisurely, washed with water, and after a simple breakfast, descended from the high building. The scene was grim. The beast that had been pinned down the previous night was now reduced to mere remnants, its flesh devoured by other predators. Not far along, a shadow emerged. Encountering ferocious beasts in the wilderness was all too common. Perfect, he thought. An opportunity to hone his skills. With a faint smile, Yili focused his gaze. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the beast's head jerked as if struck by an unseen force. Blood gushed from its ears as a flying knife had pierced through from the side, delivering a lethal blow. How sharp! With the elevation of his realm, hunting ferocious beasts had become remarkably effortless. As dawn approached once more, Yili did not rush to consume the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid. Instead, he indulged in a restful sleep. The following morning, as light streamed in, Yili awoke and stretched. He treated the gene liquid with a sense of reverence, downing the vial which contained a 1 evolution rate. As he swallowed it, a serious expression settled upon his face, filled with anticipation. What would it be like at 100 clarity? He was eager to find out. In truth, at 99 clarity, the dark dragon beast had already appeared indistinguishable from reality, with no apparent flaws. As the beast gene liquid coursed through him, a warm sensation enveloped him. A slight tearing pain emerged, but in comparison to the previous night, it was remarkably mild. Soon, the discomfort dissipated, and Yili turned his attention inward, observing the luminous orb of consciousness. Though it appeared largely unchanged, the dark dragon beast, which had previously been statue-like, now seemed to come alive within the orb. It moved with a chilling gaze, exuding an aura that instilled terror, as if some dreadful creature had fixed its eyes upon him, sending shivers down his spine. Is there truly a living dark dragon beast in my mind? Watching this creature navigate the space of the orb, Yili felt an overwhelming shock. What is happening? He struggled to comprehend the transformation occurring within his consciousness. Upon reviewing all the records of the Federation, he found no mention of such a phenomenon. The dark dragon beast, seemingly alive, possessed its own intellect. As Yili observed it, it lifted its head, as if locking eyes with him, and emitted a mighty roar. Alas, it was merely a gesture, devoid of sound. Within his mind, all was silent. As the dark dragon beast roared, a potent calling resonated within Yili's heart. It longs to emerge? He felt as though he could grasp its thoughts, but the notion startled him. How could it possibly exist? How could it manifest from within his mind? Surely, it was merely a shadow created by consuming the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid. Yili was bewildered. Yet, the intensity of this summons was so powerful that it stirred something deep within him. Chapter 73. The frustration of unfulfilled aspirations. No. Despite the overwhelming impulse, Yili managed to suppress it. Who could fathom the current situation? What if he truly succeeded in summoning it? That dark dragon beast could effortlessly devour him whole, leaving no room for resistance. Everything felt too eerie. He could not afford to act recklessly. Exhaling deeply, the fervor in his eyes gradually transformed into a calm demeanor. After withdrawing from his introspective state, he hastily consumed a simple breakfast before descending the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, his personal intelligence terminal vibrated unexpectedly. The sudden buzz startled Yili. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Typically, the communication function of personal intelligence terminals is impenetrable unless the user initiates contact. Incoming calls are nearly impossible. Now, the vibration could only signify one thing: a communication link established by the command center of his legion. Only they possess such authority. Yili halted, glancing at the screen, which revealed not a call, but a notification flashing with a red alert. What had transpired? His expression grew solemn. A forced notification indicated something significant had occurred. He tapped the notification, and a virtual female soldier materialized before him. Attention from the Supreme Command of the Legion. An aberration has been detected within the territory of the 9th Legion. All wilderness evolvers are instructed to withdraw to the fortress immediately. Entry into the wilderness zone is prohibited until the aberration is neutralized. What? An aberration? Yili gasped. From a young age, they had been educated about these aberrations, deemed malevolent and worthy of extermination. Aberrations were entities that rebelled against the federal government, driven by sinister motives. In their quest for power and rapid ascension, they flouted the regulations concerning beast gene serums. Initially, such evolvers were abundant, but as the genetic chains unraveled, they underwent grotesque transformations, becoming neither human nor beast. These individuals exhibited signs of mental deterioration, often referred to as loss of sanity. Yili had watched numerous videos of aberrants. They were indeed repulsive, yet in terms of power, they surpassed many at the same level. Why would they venture into a place like Binhai City, which was not a significant area? Yili pondered the notification, feeling overwhelmed. What poor intelligence. The notification did not even indicate the potential location of the threat. What on earth were the intelligence officers doing? However, Yili recalled that he had planned to return to the fortress today. It was still early morning. Buzz. The personal intelligence terminal vibrated once more, displaying the familiar profile of He Qingshan. Yi Li answered the call. Are you still in the wilderness zone? He Qingshan's virtual figure appeared, his brow furrowed. I checked the city exit records, and you were listed. Yi Li nodded. Legion Commander, I am approximately 120 kilometers into the wilderness zone. How could you venture so deep? He Qingshan exclaimed, incredulous. Are you out of your mind? This area is far too perilous for someone of your blood coagulation level to traverse alone. I had thought you were merely operating within a 50-kilometer radius, hunting beasts at the refining and coagulation levels. Now you tell me you've strayed 120 kilometers away? What have I previously advised you? He Qingshan's expression darkened. Yi Li felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The commander had indeed cautioned him to prioritize caution and to remain within a 50-kilometer radius when alone. In the event of danger, he could summon assistance, as the evolvers from the Genius Camp had excellent rescue signals that would be processed immediately. The fortress possessed a rescue aircraft squadron that could arrive within minutes. Commander, I am perfectly fine, Yi Li replied cautiously after a brief silence. He Qingshan erupted. You are merely lucky. The wilderness is fraught with danger. Even within 100 kilometers, it is perilous without a third-level fighter. If you were to venture beyond that, would you not seek out the previous 1867 squad? What were they called again? Zhang Yingguang and his team. You truly frustrate me. Realizing the commander was genuinely furious, Yi Li sheepishly stuck out his tongue but quickly inquired, Commander, what is this aberration mentioned in the notification? He Qingshan momentarily refrained from reprimanding Yi Li further and stated gravely, They are taking advantage of our 9th Legion's weakness, attempting to beg for resources here. A pack of rodents, failing to conceal themselves within this endless forest, it's akin to courting death. Do they truly believe the 9th Legion is made of clay? Yi Li blinked in confusion. What do you mean by begging for resources? He Qingshan chuckled. Though they have transformed into monsters, they still require sustenance. While they can consume beast meat, it does not provide all the necessary elements. Do you understand what they need to prevent themselves from turning into a mere puddle of sludge after their transformation? An X-type gene serum. Periodically, they must inject it to counteract their mutated genetic disintegration. X-type gene serum? Yi Li had never heard of such a thing before. Enough of this. It is of little concern to you. Return immediately, He Qingshan said, noticing Yi Li's dazed expression, revealing a hint of exasperation. Send me your location. I will dispatch an aircraft to retrieve you. A talent such as you cannot be allowed to encounter danger. Yi Li grinned, sending his location while cheerfully exclaiming, Thank you, Commander. I shall relish the privileges of a senior officer. You, He Qingshan replied. The aircraft will take at least 15 minutes to arrive. Be cautious. With that, He Qingshan ended the communication. Sighing in relief, Yi Li felt a sense of pressure lift. The initial level robustness of 1,000 stones was something he still needed to look up to. With a bit of time remaining, Yi Li began to gather the materials he had hunted over the past 2 days. The all-terrain vehicle would have to remain temporarily, as the incoming aircraft likely lacked the capacity to transport it back as well. Just as he began to consolidate the materials, a peculiar roar echoed from a distance, accompanied by tremors. Snap! The sound of trees crashing to the ground reverberated as they fell one after another with a thunderous noise. Turning to gaze into the distance, he spotted 5 figures sprinting frantically, seemingly possessed, fleeing without regard for anything. In their frantic dash, they underwent beastification, adopting a half-beast form. This transformation enhanced their speed, as if something horrifying were pursuing them, compelling them to flee for their lives. Could it be the team leader and the others? In that moment, Yi Li recognized them as the previous 1867 squad, Zhang Yingguang and his 4 companions, just as they transformed. Chapter 74. Running for dear life, Zhang Yingguang and his companions, in their half-beast forms, were racing frantically, abandoning even their equipment. At this moment, they were truly at a loss. 5 shadowy half-beasts dashed past Yi Li. Stop. Zhang Yingguang's voice suddenly rang out. As he halted, the other 4, Tang Tian and the others, also came to a stop. Yi Li? Zhang Yingguang exclaimed in disbelief. Yi Li paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. No way. How could you be here? Zheng Yingguang was bewildered, given Yi Li's prowess. He shouldn't have ventured so deeply into this area. However, he quickly dismissed that concern, his expression turning frantic. Let us go. Don't linger, they're coming. Captain, why are you wasting time chatting with him? The hot-tempered Feng Majuan rushed up to Yi Li. No time for nonsense. We need to escape. Saying this, he hoisted Yi Li onto his back and turned to sprint away. The five-man escape team, now including Yi Li, transformed into a six-person group. Yi Li, carried by Feng Majuan in his half-beast form, felt no hindrance from his weight of over 100 pounds. Is it the heretics? Yi Li immediately thought of the reason for Zheng Yingguang and the others' flight. The five of them shared a similar pace, and without turning his head, Zheng Yingguang remarked, "These heretics are incredibly cunning. The Legion just sent out the alert, and they've already begun their attack. From now on, if anyone tells me that heretics are a bunch of imbeciles, I'll be furious. How could they be this fast?" Yi Li, too, was alarmed. These heretics were tremendously powerful, their abilities bizarre and terrifying as depicted in books and videos. Who knows? Tang Tian chimed in. Perhaps they aim to catch the Legion off guard, and it seems they have succeeded. The notification just went out. It takes time to retreat. Our distance is manageable. But for teams deeper in, say 200 kilometers away just then, a cacophony of roars erupted behind them. Dozens of massive shadows appeared in the sky, initially resembling fierce beasts, but the white rings around their bellies confirmed their identities as evolved beings, not mere beasts. The forest was in an uproar, teeming with unknown heretics. Yi Li felt somewhat dazed. How could you all be so unlucky? Feng Majuan, still carrying Yi Li, retorted, "Hey, you're not exactly lucky yourself." That was a hard argument to counter, considering Yi Li was fleeing alongside them. Crack. In an instant, the sound of trees crashing down echoed behind them. A gigantic crimson tiger-like beast emerged, towering over 2 meters and stretching about 5 meters in length, its body drenched in blood red. If it were just one, it wouldn't be so daunting. However, behind the crimson giant tiger loomed a dark mass, all of them sprinting in tandem with it, heretics above the beast form realm. Yi Li gasped. No kidding, otherwise why would we be running? Zheng Yingguang replied, urgency lacing his tone. They were merely at the half-beast level with only 5 individuals. But these heretics? Most were evolved beings above the beast form realm. The 5 of them desperately raced onward, but the distance between them was rapidly diminishing, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The roars of the beasts were nearly echoing in their ears, and their putrid stench was palpable. You can't escape. Ha ha. A hoarse voice rang out, dripping with mockery. It's over, we're done for, Wang Shan said, filled with anxiety and despair. In this wilderness, rescue was nearly impossible. At their current speed, they could not shake off these heretics. Their strength could easily overwhelm them. Rumor had it that heretics consumed humans. They might not even leave behind bones. Run faster. Tang Tian, you carry Yi Li. Zheng Yingguang commanded, glancing back at Feng Majuan. The group accelerated wildly. Tang Tian, being the fastest, took a step back to let Feng Majuan catch up, then swiftly lifted Yi Li from Feng Majuan's grasp and placed him on his back, resuming the frantic flight. Hold on tight. Damn it, kid. You owe my brother a huge favor now, Tang Tian grumbled. If we survive this, you better treat me to a trip to the Grand Sword. At this moment, Zheng Yingguang activated his personal intelligence terminal, shouting, Damn it, I've encountered heretics. Here are the coordinates. Are there any comrades nearby? If support doesn't arrive soon, my entire squad will perish at the hands of these twisted freaks. He used the universal channel, so all nearby Legion teams could hear. Suddenly, Yi Li recalled and shouted, Everyone, hold on a little longer. The Legion commander just dispatched a flying vehicle to pick me up. It should arrive in about 7 or 8 minutes. Upon hearing Yi Li's words, Zheng Yingguang and the others' eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Ha 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 ha, a series of mocking laughter erupted, almost within arm's reach. Who would have thought we'd catch a big fish? The hoarse voice laughed heartily. Anyone who gets a flying vehicle sent by the Legion commander can't be an ordinary evolved being. This is even better. We have more leverage now. He relished this turn of events, referring to it as an unexpected delight. Initially believing they were merely encountering small fry, they had stumbled upon a significant target. Zheng Yingguang and the others were uncertain whether meeting Yi Li was a disaster or a stroke of fortune. Fortunate because help was on the way, but disastrous because it meant they were now being pursued with even greater intensity. Escape was becoming increasingly unlikely. 7 or 8 minutes. We might not last that long. Wang Shan and the others felt their hope waning. Not to mention 7 or 8 minutes. They could barely hold out for 3 or 4 minutes. It was that they couldn't run. The heretics were closing in on them. Some of the faster heretics were outpacing them significantly. Zheng Yingguang and the others had started their flight minutes earlier, yet they were still being gradually overtaken. Yi Li glanced back. The Crimson Tiger and its heretic companions were indeed drawing nearer. Previously, they were 30 meters away, but now they were within 20 meters, their grotesque forms becoming increasingly visible. Just as described in the books, they had undergone hideous transformations after failing to evolve, truly repulsive. Yi Li swallowed hard. If these monstrous heretics caught up to him, it would be nothing short of a descent into hell. He needed to slow them down. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before they were overtaken. Yi Li squinted, gritting his teeth. In the face of imminent danger, I might as well reveal myself. It's not a monumental secret. They probably just think I'm skilled with throwing knives and 1T overthink it. Tang Tian, sprinting with Yi Li on his back. Didn't hinder Yi Li's current focus. Within the scabbard tied to his thigh, 5 throwing knives were under Yi Li's mental control. Buzz. They emitted a metallic sound as they leapt from the scabbard. Chapter 75. Spider Snake Beast with a surge of mental power. Yi Li unleashed 5 flying knives that transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards the leading crimson giant tiger. This creature, known as the Blood Tiger, bore a striking resemblance to a tiger, but was actually a red-armored beast, its scales a deep crimson reminiscent of blood. The identity of this aberration was likely significant. Having awakened the ferocious genetic lineage of the red-armored beast, under normal cultivation, its future would not be bleak, potentially ascending to the ranks of powerful beings. However, it had succumbed to the allure of immediate gains and thus strayed into aberration. Yi Li's mental control, fueled by his full force, surpassed all expectations. The 5 flying knives shot forth with such speed that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The Crimson Beast, in its wild charge, sensed impending danger. Although formidable in its beastly form, it could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the knives before they struck. With a sickening sound, the knives found their mark. A scream of agony erupted from the Blood Tiger as a massive wound opened on its thick neck, blood gushing forth. One knife nearly severed a third of its neck, slicing through its throat, an injury of fatal consequence. The remaining 4 knives targeted its limbs. As the beast collapsed, its once mighty form rolled helplessly, the vitality draining from it. And it soon reverted to the appearance of a middle-aged man. This man bore a gruesome gash on his neck, desperately clutching at the wound. His face a mask of disbelief. Once human again, the middle-aged man revealed that his legs had transformed into grotesque tentacles, which were now decaying and oozing a foul liquid. Yi Li surmised that a deficiency in the X-type gene had led to their genetic collapse. It was no wonder they had acted recklessly. Daring to oppose an entire legion, better to fight than to await death. Yi Li was taken aback, realizing that after his recent elevation in rank, the potency of his flying knives had increased dramatically, surpassing even his expectations. A being of the beast form, he had managed to kill with his knives. Despite being merely at the 3rd tier, while the beast form was at the 5th, he had transcended 2 realms. Without further contemplation, Yi Li focused on the pursuing aberrants. With a hum, the flying knives surged forth once more, dancing through the air as if imbued with life, darting elegantly. Each strike was accompanied by a splatter of blood, and one by one, the aberrants fell, howling in despair. Initially oblivious to the carnage, the remaining aberrants soon realized that these ethereal knives were mercilessly claiming their lives. Zheng Yingguang and his companions sensed the shift, their eyes widening in shock at the sight. The aberrants, like wheat before a harvester, fell in droves. The 5 silver streaks flickered, diving and soaring, and with each pass, 3 to 5 aberrants succumbed. The sight of death and injury among their ranks sowed fear, affecting those still in pursuit. Most of these aberrants were derived from the beast lineage, predominantly manifesting as beastly forms. Tang Tian gulped nervously, awestruck at the rapid demise of dozens within mere seconds. Some aberrants had lost their sanity, while others retained their awareness, all struck with terror. The 5 flying knives, akin to the scythes of death, effortlessly reaped their kin. Yi Li remained entirely focused. The intensity of control left him feeling fatigued, for mental energy, too, had its limits. To achieve a single fatal strike, he had maintained an unwavering state of mental exertion, rendering the knives incredibly potent. Yet, he soon recognized the overwhelming number of aberrants. Their ranks numbered in the hundreds, a dark mass surging through the forest. Yi Li, you are amazing, Tang Tian exclaimed, astonished by the mastery over the flying knives. They moved with the grace of spirits, darting unpredictably. At times slow, at others, they shot forward, rendering any defense futile, as one could never anticipate when they would appear. Glinting ominously at the neck, Zheng Yingguang and the others were equally shaken. What kind of ability is this? They wondered, utterly astounded at its sheer power. Amidst the slaughter, the pursuing aberrants finally revealed expressions of fear, halting their advance, their fierce gazes fixed upon Yi Li and his companions. Among the aberrants, the forms they took were varied and grotesque. You cannot escape. One aberrant, transformed into a mighty earth bear, bellowed. The earth bear was indeed a formidable lineage, but this one, being of a lower tier, could not fully unleash its potential. Nevertheless, its imposing stature exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Seeing the aberrants falter, Zheng Yingguang took a deep breath. Let us retreat. These are merely common aberrants. The true powerful ones have yet to appear. The group nodded in agreement and turned to flee. Just then, a loud crack echoed through the woods as a massive spider beast emerged, its strength formidable as it barreled through the trees, toppling them effortlessly. The spider-snake beast stood about 5 meters tall, its 8 robust legs resembling scythes, sharp and menacing. Its lower half was spider-like, while its upper half bore 3 serpentine heads, each hissing as they flicked their tongues. Subordinate commander, the aberrants cried out in unison upon the beast's arrival. The spider-snake beast fixed its gaze on the fleeing Yi Li and his companions, its voice a deep, gravelly tone. Interesting, quite fascinating. He seems to possess some ability to control flying knives. In an instant, its 8 legs retracted, and it transformed back into a human form, the very woman they had encountered in the high-rise. Her visage was grotesque, marred by tumors. Yet she managed a faint smile as she regarded Yi Li and his companions retreating into the distance. Chapter 76. Are eyes also thick and tough? Zhu Tai, it is your responsibility to subdue them. I have more pressing matters to attend to. The woman spoke with a faint smile, her flawless arm gesturing towards the direction where Yi Li and the others were fleeing. This arm, smooth and pure as a young maiden's, was a striking contrast to the chaos unfurling around them. Zhu Tai, standing nearby, was originally named Zhou Tai. He transformed into a colossal swordback boar, his crimson eyes fixated hungrily on the escape route of Yi Li and his companions. Yes, Deputy Commander. Zhu Tai laughed heartily, charging forth with great vigor. His massive hooves pounded the earth, creating a thunderous sound as the ground cracked beneath him, forming a tremendous hoofprint. A tree, as thick as a man's waist, stood in his path, which he barreled through without hesitation. With a resounding crack, the tree splintered and fell, causing a commotion. Follow me, little ones, he bellowed, inciting the hundreds of aberrants behind him to surge forward like a black tide. Had it not been for the intervening trees, they would have long since caught up to Yi Li. The beastly aberrants emitted chilling roars. How much longer will they take? Zheng Yingguang and his companions were frantic. Yi Li's throwing knives could alleviate some pressure, but they were not the solution to their predicament, especially as, within mere seconds, the pursuers were hot on their heels once more. They ran as fast as they could, propelled by the cacophony of roars. Boom! The ground trembled as they accelerated, and less than 50 meters behind, an enormous boar-like beast appeared, its speed outmatching even the swiftest of its kind. Tang Tian glanced back, his voice trembling. It's a swordback boar. It appears clumsy, but it excels in speed. As he spoke, The beast closed the distance by another 10 meters. Heh. A mocking voice echoed from the beast, as a dark mass of aberrance pursued behind it. Yi Li's expression tightened. I will handle it. You all just keep running. Within 50 meters was the effective range of his throwing knives. Buzz. 5 throwing knives transformed into silver streaks, glimmering like quicksilver as they shot forth. Yet Zhu Tai dismissed them entirely, his gaze indifferent. What can these little knives do to me? My skin is thick and my flesh is tough. They would scarcely pierce my hide. Swish. The 5 knives sliced through the air from different angles, leaving 5 wounds on Zhu Tai's body, blood oozing forth. However, he seemed unfazed, laughing in anger. Boy, put some real effort into it. You haven't even broken my skin. Boom. With a violent shake of his head, the massive boar's head smashed through a giant tree, sending it crashing down. Yi Li's knives had enraged him, prompting an increase in his speed. Yi Li regarded him calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The 5 knives shot forth once more, converging from all directions, sparkling under the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Zhu Tai paid no heed to their origin. His singular focus was on the chase. Buzz. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his eyes, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, my eyes. One knife soared skyward, carrying a dark fluid, his eyes liquid spilling forth from the rupture. How does it feel to be caught off guard by a cunning maneuver? Yi Li laughed heartily, relishing the moment. The previous knives had merely been a distraction, the true strike aimed for his weakness. Did Zhu Tai truly believe his hide was impenetrable? Were his eyes equally thick-skinned? Zhu Tai, howling in agony, roared, Birdman, how much longer will you wait? Kill this brat. Suddenly, a massive avian beast appeared in the sky. Its head resembling a human's, with wings spanning over 10 meters, casting a colossal shadow. The creature bore a cryptic smile on its human face. With a flap of its wings, it instantly positioned itself before Zhang Yingguang and his companions. It's over. Today, we shall perish here. A chill ran down their spines. In the presence of this avian evolved being, their frantic dash felt utterly insignificant. As the birdman descended, every feather of its wings glimmered with a metallic sheen, and when it spread its wings wide, a sharp slicing sound resonated as it severed numerous trees. The force of its wings sent debris flying, creating a clearing. The birdman's claws dug into the ground, its golden eyes fixated on Zhang Yingguang and his allies, a smile that was neither wholly welcoming nor entirely threatening gracing its features. With a formidable birdman in front and a horde of pursuers behind, Tang Tian grimaced. These bastards have truly planned this meticulously. Prepare for battle. Zhang Yingguang was not one to surrender easily. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, even if we die, we'll take a few down with us. Perhaps the Federation will reward our bravery with some compensation. Ha ha ha. Captain, let us give it to them. Feng Majuan exclaimed, brimming with bravado. The 5 halted their retreat. Tang Tian set Yi Li down. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. Even in death, you have us 5 brothers by your side. Take solace in that. Yi Li remained silent. Yet his arm rapidly began to beastify. In the blink of an eye, his arm transformed into a dragon claw, and his chest, back, and even neck followed suit in this metamorphosis. Mysterious scales emanated an indescribable aura, instilling a sense of suppressed power and an inexplicable fear in those who beheld him. Yi Li, you can beastify? Tang Tian was astonished. In less than a month since their last parting, Yi Li had ascended from the bone refinement stage to the current state of beastification? No, that area of beastification is far too extensive. Is he at the half-beast stage? Zhang Yingguang and the others gasped in disbelief. What kind of monster was Yi Li to grow so rapidly? Yi Li offered no explanation but smiled. Captain, you should focus on how to escape first. Zhu Tai had already arrived, showing no signs of hesitation or delay, charging towards Yi Li and his companions with unstoppable force. Yi Li estimated his speed exceeded 40 meters per second. He could cover 100 meters in just 2.5 seconds. Having just lost one eye, the impact on Zhu Tai was minimal. His vision was compromised but not enough to hinder his pursuit. Behind him, hundreds of aberrants followed suit, reckless in their determination. Buzz. The 5 throwing knives moved first, while Yi Li, rather than retreating, surged forward to confront Zhu Tai. The synergy between man and knife emboldened Yi Li to challenge the formidable Zhu Tai, who was at least at the 5th stage of beast shape. Chapter 77. Astonishing Combat Skills 5. Throwing knives danced like butterflies, darting up and down with astonishing speed. Zhu Tai showed no intention of evasion, fixating on the approaching Yi Li with a cruel smile. Blinded in one eye, he yearned to feast upon his opponent's flesh, even devouring the bones. A grotesque roar escaped Zhu Tai as he charged forward with reckless abandon. Under the sunlight, the bones on his back, resembling blades, glinted with a chilling light, evoking the sensation of a heavy truck hurtling at 200 kilometers per hour, epitomizing savagery and brutality. It was imperative to avoid his collision. Yi Li was not foolish. In his beastly form as the sword-backed Zhu Tai, even a cement column could be shattered under his violent state, let alone Yi Li's slender frame. To be struck would undoubtedly reduce him to a pile of mangled flesh. In an instant, they closed the distance. The 5 knives flickered and seemed to vanish. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared before Zhu Tai's 4 powerful hooves. The knives were indeed an anomaly. Their impact, driven by Yi Li's mental force, was extraordinarily formidable. Zhu Tai's hooves, vulnerable at the joints, were cut, causing him to lose balance and crash his head violently into the ground, sending dust flying and carving a massive trench. The injury was not severe, yet it was grotesque. Zhu Tai's fury ignited, but before he could regain his footing, he let out a horrific wail. "My eyes!" A 5th throwing knife, hidden amidst the dust, surged forth. With both eyes lost, Zhu Tai succumbed to a frenzied rage, his back arching as the sword-like bones splintered. "Stop him! He is going to unleash his sword bones!" Zheng Yingguang cried out in desperation. At that moment, as the 5th knife soared into the air, Yi Li had already reached Zhu Tai, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his dragon claws. The sounds of impact echoed, the claws slicing through Zhu Tai's thick hide, impervious to bullets and missiles, like soft tofu. Under the relentless assault, deep wounds exposed bone, and in the blink of an eye, Zhu Tai was riddled with injuries, his head resembling a shattered vessel. Instinctively, he lifted his head, only to feel a sharp pain in his throat as blood gushed forth. "I cannot be slain by a nameless wretch, by one at the beast transformation level," Zhu Tai thought, incredulous, as he collapsed, convulsing. The life ebbed away, and his beastly form dissipated, revealing a young man with golden hair and earrings. Yet his neck was thick and grotesque, with dark veins protruding ominously. This was where his transformation had manifested. Without it, he felt discomfort, only feeling normal in his monstrous form. Zheng Yingguang and his companions stared in disbelief. Can anyone explain how he, a month ago a mere bone refinement level, can now effortlessly slay a beast transformation anomaly? Zheng Yingguang questioned. Tang Tian and the others exchanged glances, unable to respond. The beast transformation was the 5th realm. A being of this level could easily annihilate all 5 of them, who were at the half-beast realm. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have dismissed such claims as ludicrous. The sheer absurdity of it all left them stunned. Yi Li was indeed extraordinary. "This is beyond comprehension," Feng Majuan exhaled. His movements flow like water, perfectly synchronized with the knives, granting no opportunity for response. Until the very end, Zhu Tai barely managed to lift his head before meeting his demise. Such skill is only achievable through the slaughter of thousands of ferocious beasts. Yet, how could someone as young as Yi Li have accomplished such feats? The more they pondered Yi Li's extraordinary actions, the more astonished they became. Even they felt they could not reach such heights. Zheng Yingguang remained vigilant, turning his gaze toward the avian beast anomaly, truly the strongest among them, far superior to Zhu Tai. Undoubtedly a 6th realm evolution. Those in the evolution realm were akin to giants among mortals. Killing those at the half-beast level was as effortless as crushing an ant. No matter how formidable Yi Li was, they would ultimately perish here. After dispatching Zhu Tai, Yi Li felt no reprieve. He turned, acknowledging the looming threat of the avian anomaly. He was confident in handling Zhu Tai, but the Birdman posed a significant challenge. Moreover, hundreds of howling anomalies were charging toward him. No matter how strong Yi Li was, Being encircled by so many would surely lead to his demise. A swift resolution was essential. With a fierce glare, Yili unleashed the 5 throwing knives, deciding to strike first. A cruel laughter echoed from the Birdman. Dripping with disdain, "You may have slain Zhu Tai, but to me, you are merely an ant." As the knives approached, the Birdman flapped his wings fiercely. With a clang reminiscent of metal, the 5 knives were caught and swatted away. Yili stood momentarily stunned. Was this creature truly that powerful? It was the first time he realized his knives had been deflected. Others had scarcely been able to track them with their eyes. This Birdman was indeed formidable, exceptionally so. Yi Li's expression hardened. His knives were rendered useless, and he found himself ill-equipped for close combat. Almost as if sensing Yi Li's momentary lapse, the Birdman surged forward, generating a powerful gust as he soared into Yi Li's presence. His massive claws extended, revealing razor-sharp talons akin to those of a great eagle. A chilling aura of death enveloped Yi Li, and his mind raced into overdrive. Yet the Birdman's speed was overwhelming, rendering evasion nearly impossible. The disparity in their realms was vast. The Birdman's beastly might directly suppressed Yi Li. Was this the end? "Help! I do not wish to die." Yi Li's eyes widened in terror, his thoughts momentarily blank. Just then, a radiant burst of light erupted from the orb in his mind, transforming into a portal-like appearance. From the dazzling brilliance emerged the dark dragon beast, breaking free from the orb's confines. Chapter 78. The Beast's Soul. What is this? A dazzling radiance nearly blinded the avian creature. A powerful aura, so overwhelming that it instilled despair, emerged, instantly suppressing his genetic bloodline. In that moment, the Birdman was seized by terror, his very soul shaken. He felt as if his beast transformation state was on the brink of shattering under this beastly pressure. How could this be possible? The beast transformation could only be undone by the individual or upon death. Yet now, merely a surge of beastly energy nearly destabilized his mind and weakened his transformation. There could only be one explanation. The being before him was terrifyingly formidable, surpassing him by an insurmountable degree. Without hesitation, the Birdman adjusted his wings, redirecting his flight to make an abrupt halt. Zheng Yingguang and his companions were engulfed in despair. A strike from the evolution realm was certain death for any of them. The blinding light erupted, accompanied by a heart-stopping sensation, as if something dreadful was observing them. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the air before they could comprehend what was happening. As the light dissipated, shock etched across Zheng Yingguang and his companions' faces. The once mighty Birdman's head had been severed by a razor-sharp claw, his head crashing to the ground, followed moments later by his body collapsing in a gory spray of blood, painting the earth crimson. Before them stood a dragon beast, shrouded in dark smoke, towering around 6 meters. It was a hybrid of an eastern dragon and a Tyrannosaurus rex, its dragon head reminiscent of the eastern dragon, its body robust like that of the T-Rex, entirely black, exuding a terrifying presence as if it hailed from the depths of hell. It was the dark dragon beast. Zheng Yingguang and his companions gasped in awe. This creature was known for its formidable strength among beasts. The dark dragon beast, at its pinnacle, had once single-handedly obliterated a military fortress. The creature before them, though not in its prime, still emanated an aura beyond their comprehension. At this moment, Yi Li's mind was blank. Everything felt instinctual. The dark dragon beast from his mind's eye seemed to have heeded his call, bursting forth from the light and permeating every cell within him, forcibly transforming him into its beast form. Everything thereafter unfolded seamlessly. With a swipe of its claw, it effortlessly decapitated the avian creature, as easily as slicing through tofu. Even now, Yi Li remained in a daze. How could he have transformed into the dark dragon beast? This was not a partial transformation or a semi-beast form. This was a complete beast transformation. The idea that these shadowy beasts could allow him to assume their likeness was the only explanation he could fathom. Gazing at the Birdman's corpse, Yi Li exhaled a sigh of relief but remained vigilant, turning his attention behind him. Hundreds of heretics were still surging forward, many of them dazed, some slow-witted, seemingly oblivious to the terror that the dark dragon beast embodied. Only a select few with clearer minds recognized the gravity of the situation. Kill. Yi Li's thoughts were singular. In his dark dragon beast form, he felt transcendent. In an instant, he lunged towards them, his small dragon claws remaining still as the dark smoke enveloped the heretics. The eerie wails of their agony filled the air, and within moments, silence reclaimed the scene. The hundreds of heretics, limited to mere half-beast forms, had no means of resistance, each rendered a lifeless, shadowy corpse. Gulps echoed from Zheng Yingguang and his companions. Even the burly Zheng could not suppress his swallowing. The five of them stood in stunned astonishment. Was the dark dragon beast truly this powerful? They were rendered utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. As they beheld the menacing creature, their hearts trembled. They understood that it was Yi Li's transformation, yet their legs quaked with fear. Yi Li, too, was struck by the spectacle before him. So powerful. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt his strength draining away, his head throbbing with an indescribable fatigue, as if he had not slept for 3 days and nights. Gradually, his beast transformation began to wane. In moments, Yi Li reverted to his human form, his complexion pale, eyes sunken, and his mental state severely diminished. He felt a dizziness in his eyes, but he managed to endure, exhaling a breath of stagnant air and managing a smile. Setting aside the toll his body had taken, he acknowledged that, at least for now, he was safe. After all, he was alive. Yet the sensation of being utterly drained, both physically and mentally, was profoundly unsettling. Minutes later, the rescue aircraft arrived. After retrieving Yi Li and his companions, it wasted no time ascending swiftly, roaring back to base. Inside the aircraft, Yi Li settled into a comfortable seat, enveloping himself in its embrace. Ah, how pleasant. He smiled, closing his eyes to enter a state of introspection. The luminous orb in his mind still remained, but the proud dark dragon beast had vanished. Aside from this change, everything else remained unchanged. Was the dark dragon beast merely a one-time consumable? Yi Li was bewildered. If that were the case, he had suffered a Pyrrhic victory. How much dragon-like beast gene liquid had he ingested to elevate the clarity of this dark dragon beast to 100? The cost was undeniably steep. The initial joy of escaping death had diminished significantly. When recalculated, the value of this dark dragon beast exceeded 50 million. If it weren't for the necessity of survival, it would have been a catastrophic loss. However, in the face of life, such losses seemed trivial. As long as one lived, money mattered little. Moreover, it could hardly be considered a true loss. Yi Li smiled lightly. The contribution points gained from slaying heretics differed from ordinary points. These were merit points. To an evolved being, gaining honor came through 3 means: contribution points from a legion, federal contribution points, and merit points. Merit points were the hardest to acquire, granted only for vanquishing beasts that posed extreme threats to humanity, or, as in this case, for killing heretics. Opportunities to earn them were scarce. The value of merit points need not be elaborated upon. They conferred social status and could be exchanged for the most powerful equipment, including rare beast gene liquids and items such as high-tier equipment with a 20 evolution rate. This time, having slain an evolved heretic, along with dozens of beast-formed and hundreds of half-beast heretics, he had amassed a significant amount of merit points. Chapter 79. Do you know who was slain? Yi Li's mental exhaustion from this encounter was indeed profound. He closed his eyes to rest and gradually recuperate. Zheng Yingguang and the other 4 did not disturb him. They had witnessed Yi Li's pale visage when he emerged from his beastly transformation, indicating the profound toll it had taken on him. Having narrowly escaped a dire fate, they owed their gratitude to Yi Li. Had it not been for his intervention, they would have surely been torn apart by the heretics. In truth, Yi Li's skirmish with the heretics was not particularly intense. It was a one-sided massacre. As he closed his eyes, his personal intelligence terminal vibrated. It was Yi Qingshan. Commander. Yi Li fought against his drowsiness. Ha ha ha. I knew you could do it. Yi Qingshan's voice resonated, but soon turned serious. I'm relieved to hear you're safe. I didn't anticipate that the enemy had intercepted our communications. The Legion acted swiftly as soon as they received the notification. The unexpected occurrence had significant ramifications. Yi Li forced a wry smile and inquired, "What is the current outcome?" He Qingshan replied. The Legion has organized a counterattack, and I am already at the front lines. Your safety is paramount. We will discuss further when the time is right. With that, He Qingshan ended the call. Zheng Yingguang and the others gazed at Yi Li in astonishment. Their previous assumptions were confirmed. Yi Li was not merely a scapegoat assigned to Team 1867. He had emerged for training. The fact that the commander took time out of his busy schedule to check on Yi Li clearly indicated his remarkable status. Considering Yi Li's ability to fully transform into a dark dragon beast, it was understandable that the commander would be concerned. After the call, Yi Li merely smiled at Zheng Yingguang and the others before once again closing his eyes. Upon returning to the Legion's stronghold, he found numerous evolvers hastily making their way back, causing congestion at the city gates. They were discussing the recent attack by the heretics. This assault appeared markedly different from previous ones. It was vast in scale and involved a significant concentration of heretics. How many lives would be lost this time? My cousin still hasn't returned. It's truly worrisome. Team 2845 was completely annihilated. I witnessed it firsthand. Their strength was insufficient to withstand even a 10-second assault from a single heretic, and their corpses were even devoured by a frenzied foe. Such brutality. Yi Li only grasped the situation in broad strokes before hastily returning to his dormitory, too exhausted to think, collapsing into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he realized he had slept for an entire day and night. Starving, he made his way to the cafeteria, where he overheard the talented camp discussing matters. The heretics had chosen their timing impeccably, dispatching numerous avian heretics to scout our Legion's combat team positions. When they struck, they sent in heretics far exceeding the combat team's capabilities, leaving them with no chance to escape. It seems we have just learned that 4 out of the top 10 elite combat teams of the 9th Legion have been lost. Wang Hingchuan from the 17th Combat Team, a quasi-stronger in the evolution realm, was also slain. The toll of the heretic ambush has yet to be fully assessed, but it is unlikely to be fewer than 5,000 casualties, truly devastating. Yi Li's presence silenced the chatter. Chun Jian stood up, a smile gracing his face. Yi Li, are you here for a meal? The talented evolvers in the camp typically held an air of superiority, but before Yi Li, their pride became a mere jest. Yi Li was a formidable figure within the talented camp. Their arrogance diminished in his presence, and they adopted a more humble demeanor. Everyone else also rose to greet him. Hello, Yi classmate. Yi Li smiled in return, not dismissing them, and selected some of his favorite dishes before sitting beside them. What is the situation with the heretics? Upon hearing Yi Li broach the same topic, they became animated. Zhang Tianai furrowed his brow, replying, the situation isn't very favorable. Our 9th Legion has suffered considerable losses. As you know, with the month's end approaching, the feral beasts are far from the Legion's stronghold, their ranks formidable. The combat teams dispatched were the elite of our Legion, and now we have lost many of them. The 9th Legion, already ranked low, will surely plummet further after this. One student displayed a look of relief. Fortunately, we don't qualify for entry into the wilderness zone otherwise. Even the most gifted, prior to their growth, are merely individuals with potential. Strength cannot be claimed without development. Yi Li said little, devouring his meal while listening to their conversation. Through their discussions, he gleaned much information. To summarize, the 9th Legion suffered significant losses, yet the heretics fared poorly as well. The outcome of who triumphed remained ambiguous. The Legion had lost 2 quasi-strongers in the evolution realm, yet it seemed the heretics also endured substantial losses. The commander personally led an offensive, slaying one of the heretics in the evolution realm, and many more in their beast forms. Do you know who was responsible for the slaying of that evolved heretic? Chun Jian blinked, a look of admiration on his face. It is said that the individual who dispatched the evolved heretic did so in mere seconds. Good heavens! Does our 9th Legion truly possess such strength? The commander, though at the Thousand-Stone realm, surely cannot dispatch an evolved heretic in mere moments. The evolution realm belongs to the 6th tier, while the next tier is the 7th, the Thousand-Stone realm. Others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting pride. After all, they were part of the 9th Legion, sharing in both glory and loss. By the way, Yi Li, Do you know who this person is? Chen Jian turned his gaze towards Yi Li. Yi Li paused for a moment. Huh? Who? I'm not aware. This answer was precisely what Chen Jian had anticipated. It was merely an offhand inquiry. After their meal, the group dispersed. The recent heretic attack solidified their resolve to hasten the sharpening of their combat skills and rapidly elevate their levels. Without strength, one is no different from a blade of grass in this age of evolution. Meanwhile, Yi Li received a phone call from the commander, summoning him to the commander's office. Come in. He Qingshan's voice echoed from within. Yi Li knocked on the door and pushed it open, finding several individuals inside, including the familiar Jiang Jincheng and several unfamiliar middle-aged men who exuded an air of authority. Chapter 80. Legion Announcement. Shocking the entire audience. Come, the tea is ready. He Qingshan exhibited no airs of a Legion commander, extending warmth towards Yi Li. Jiang Jincheng smiled at Yi Li. You've arrived? Huh? The group of middle-aged men regarded Yi Li with a curious gaze. Yi Li nodded, acknowledging the presence of the Legion commander, the vice commander, and the esteemed generals. After taking a seat, He Qingshan could not help but observe Yi Li with an expression of astonishment. May I inquire, are all top-tier super geniuses as extraordinary as you? It was no wonder he pondered this. Upon receiving Yi Li's kill record, He Qingshan could scarcely believe it. After multiple confirmations, he reluctantly accepted the astonishing fact. Yi Li had slain over 400 heretics, including one at the evolution stage. The weakest among them was at least at the half-beast level. Such a feat was something even He Qingshan himself would find challenging to accomplish. How should Yi Li respond to such a question? He chuckled. Commander, if you inquire of me, whom should I ask? He Qingshan chose not to pursue the matter further. After sipping his tea, he introduced the others. Allow me to present Major General Wang Jianjun, Major General Lin Yi, Major General Deng Kaiyuan, and Brigadier General Song Ping'an. Salute to the generals. Yi Li stood up and paid his respects. Wang Jianjun and the others returned the gesture, with Wang Jianjun exclaiming, I had heard of a super genius joining our legion, yet we had never met until now. Ha ha ha, you certainly did not disappoint. Your achievements are indeed remarkable. Lin Yi and the others echoed similar sentiments. Jiang Jincheng remarked, who would have thought Yi Li would break through to the beastification stage in such a short time? This pace, while not as fast as those who relied on resources, is still impressive. Ha ha ha, now we know our efforts were worthwhile. He Qingshan appeared in high spirits, undeterred by the Legion's losses. Song Ping'an added, Commander, I have consistently supported your decisions. No matter the cost in the future, I will procure every available dragon-type, ferocious beast gene liquid. He Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. Yi Li, your contributions are substantial. You shall receive federal merits, along with contribution points from the Legion. He Qingshan smiled at Yi Li. Slaying a heretic at the evolution stage increases your federal merit exponentially. For instance, the merit value for a bone refining stage is only 1 point, while that for the blood coagulation stage is 10 points. Consequently, by eliminating one heretic at the evolution stage, you earn 100,000 merit points, and with 47 heretics at the beast form stage, that totals 470,000 merit points. He Qingshan's expression reflected envy as he continued, in total, you have acquired 980,000 merit points. Merit points far exceed contribution points. While merit points can be exchanged for contribution points, the reverse is not true. 1 merit point can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. This means that if you wish to convert your merit points into contribution points, it amounts to 98 million contribution points. Commander, if I exchange for contribution points, will 98 million contributions make me a 9-star contributor? He Qingshan nodded. Indeed, you are just 2 million shy of being a 10-star contributor. Do you wish to convert to contribution points? He shook his head in counsel. Contribution points can be gained through hunting ferocious beasts, but merit points are exceedingly rare. It would be wise not to exchange them. Yi Li understood this reasoning well. He stroked his chin, hesitating slightly. What is the current market value for merit points? 1 point can be exchanged for 200 federal coins, He Qingshan replied. This ratio, while not exaggerated, was reasonable given that merit points are not something money can buy, and seldom would someone part with them. A thought struck Yi Li. Though merit points are indeed challenging to acquire, their current utility to him seemed minimal. The Dark Dragon Beast was a consumable, entirely procured through wealth. To regain such a formidable beast in battle, he would need to consume 100 evolution-level dragon-type ferocious beast gene liquid again, which is quite costly. Even the bone-refining stage dragon-type gene liquid, at 1 evolution, starts at 100,000. To reach 100, he would need 10 million. Yili also needed to enhance his own level and replace his equipment. Every aspect required financial resources. While merit points are valuable, they pale in comparison to his life. His recent encounter with the heretics was fortuitous, as the Dark Dragon Beast had reached 100. What about next time? Furthermore, the profits he gained from the Dark Dragon Beast amounted to nearly 1.2 billion federal coins, a fortune acquired in a single night. Commander, I will exchange all my merit points. Having come to a conclusion, Yili did not hesitate. 3 days later, the 9th Legion published a detailed announcement regarding the recent heretic assault. Hiss, who is this Yili? I have no recollection of him. He single-handedly killed 400 to 500 heretics, with the strongest at the evolution stage and the weakest at the half-beast level. Is this not an exaggeration? Yili? Who is this? I don't recognize him. May I inquire if our Legion has this individual? When did the 9th Legion acquire such a powerhouse? The soldiers of the 9th Legion were in an uproar. The announcement also highlighted other impressive kill records, but they paled in comparison to Yili's. Even the commander, who personally led the charge, merely managed to eliminate 1 evolution stage heretic and several at the beast form stage. This could not be compared. The commander had mobilized numerous officers, while Yili acted alone. The fervor among the 100,000 soldiers intensified, their discussions fixated on Yili. In an instant, he became a household name. His astonishing achievements plastered across the news in Binhai City. It was as if he had emerged from obscurity, creating a sensational impact. In the wilderness area, Zheng Yingguang and his team gazed at the announcement, Yili's youthful visage flashing through their minds. Captain, back then I thought of him as an easy target. Now it seems he is the real deal. They had witnessed Yili's prowess in slaying heretics, a strength that still stirred their blood. Yili was destined for greatness, undoubtedly among the strongest in the future. Tang Tian remarked, suddenly, I feel a surge of excitement. Once Yili joins the ranks of the powerful, I will have bragging rights, saying I was once his teammate. Do you think others will regard me with newfound respect? Zheng Yingguang and the others erupted into laughter. In the genius camp, Xun Jian and the other talented evolutionists were enveloped in disbelief. We arrived a month earlier, yet he has already made a name for himself while we remain hidden in the camp? I weep. I thought I was a genius. But now I realize I am unworthy of the title. Compared to Yili, I am utterly mediocre. The more they contemplated, the more disheartened they felt. Chapter 81. Often ridiculed as a fool, visit the storage center. The center buzzes with a steady flow of patrons, all there to retrieve their packages. Hello. Could you assist me in collecting my item? Yili politely inquired as he stood before the counter, scanning the identification device above. Unbeknownst to the bustling crowd, this seemingly youthful individual with a naive visage was, in fact, the subject of many whispers. Yili. After all, few within the Legion had ever encountered him. The attendant, a rather plump middle-aged woman, glanced at the information on her screen before proceeding to fetch the items. Yili remained blissfully ignorant of the current chatter surrounding him. He had sold a staggering 980,000 merit points to the Legion. The benefits of hard work should not be squandered on outsiders. The significance of merit points was self-evident, as they could be exchanged for numerous coveted items and equipment. The Legion's offered price surpassed the market rate, valuing each point at 300 federal coins, resulting in an impressive total of 274 billion federal coins for Yili, a sum unattainable for the average person, particularly for ordinary evolutionists. With newfound wealth, Yili eagerly embraced a shopping spree. In an online marketplace, he began by purchasing the scarce dragon-shaped beast gene liquid. Such gene liquids were indeed rare and exorbitantly priced, far exceeding their actual worth, commonly referred to as exploiting a fool. Regrettably, Yili found himself in the role of that very fool. The market price for a dragon-shaped gene liquid with a 1 evolution rate. A staggering 600,000, double its true value. Only a fool would buy it. Yet Yili, feeling the pinch in his wallet, proceeded with the purchase, as he had no connections to procure such rare gene liquids through other means. It was said that high-end trading markets existed, but Yili's status barred him from accessing them. Moreover, transactions in those elite markets often favored barter over monetary exchange, making it challenging to obtain desired items without possessing valuable goods. The plump woman soon returned with Yi Li's 5 items, and after a swift signature, he exited the center. Back in his dormitory, he could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the package. The box, specially designed for the storage of beast gene liquids, assured him of its intact condition. Inside lay a 2 evolution dragon-shaped beast liquid, priced at a jaw-dropping 1 million. The standard price hovered around 250,000. He also acquired 3 1 evolution liquids and 1 2 and 1 1 from the coagulation realm. Stroking his chin, Yili mused, "This experiment is indeed costly, several million. However, considering my worth of over 10 billion, this amount seems trivial." The purpose of acquiring these gene liquids was to experiment with the luminous orb in his mind to see if it could once again take the form of a dragon-shaped beast. Yili recalled that when he previously consumed gene liquids, such as that of the lightning cat beast, it immediately manifested the essence of the creature. It was crucial to note that one should not consume gene liquids from a higher realm than their own, though those from a lower realm posed no such restrictions. Typically, few would resort to such practices. Currently at the beastification realm, Yili could safely consume gene liquids from both the bone refining and coagulation realms without adverse effects, akin to sipping a beverage. Yet, who would spend tens of millions merely for a drink? He decided to first consume a 1 evolution bone refining realm gene liquid. Upon swallowing it, he detected a hint of sweetness, but no other noticeable effects followed. These lower-tier gene liquids could no longer stimulate the evolutionary chains of evolutionists. Thus, no gene recombination or evolution-related pain ensued. "The taste is delightful," Yili chuckled, then turned inward to observe. Within the orb, as he had hoped, a faint, nearly imperceptible shadow emerged. At present, he could not ascertain precisely which beast it represented. However, he was confident it was not the dark dragon beast. A formidable combination of dragon and tyrannosaurus, easily identifiable by its robust form. Yet, the current shadow appeared somewhat amorphous. Did the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid yield random types? Yili furrowed his brow, contemplating this mere hypothesis. There existed numerous varieties of dragon-shaped beasts, with several yet to be documented, leaving their total unknown. Within these varieties, some were stronger than others. The dark dragon beast, for instance, ranked among the more powerful dragon-shaped beasts, though not the pinnacle. Nevertheless, it posed significant challenges, as recorded encounters between human evolutionists and this species rarely exceeded 100, often necessitating the collaboration of formidable evolutionists. The outcomes were invariably brutal, as the black smoke it emitted harbored a terrifying toxin. The most disastrous battle recorded involved a military expedition against beasts, where an intelligence failure led to the dark dragon beast's presence going unnoticed, resulting in total annihilation. Thousands of evolutionist soldiers perished in the beast territory. This loss became a cautionary tale, etched in textbooks to remind humanity of the formidable nature of beasts and the irrevocable consequences of any misstep. Even more powerful dragon-shaped beasts existed, capable of flattening mountains with a single blow. Once a type is formed, any subsequent consumption of dragon-shaped beast liquids would not alter its species, but merely enhance its clarity. This implies the potential for either a remarkably strong or a feeble dragon-shaped beast. However, any dragon-shaped beast would not be without merit. Summoning degree might be a more fitting term. Gazing at the nearly invisible shadow of the dragon-shaped beast, Yili smiled. The consumption of lower-tier beast gene liquids bore no limit. One could imbibe to their heart's content, akin to enjoying a drink. To validate his hypothesis, Yili consumed a coagulation realm dragon-shaped beast gene liquid, this one boasting a 2 evolution rate. It was still somewhat sweet. He smacked his lips, savoring the flavor. Soon, Within his introspection, Yili confirmed his suspicions. The dragon-shaped beast within the orb had not changed. It retained its original amorphous form. But the summoning degree had risen to 3. The growth of summoning degrees remained consistent across different realms of dragon-shaped beast gene liquids, unaffected by the realm's elevation. With this revelation, Yili beamed. This discovery indicated that he could utilize the bone-refining realm dragon-shaped beast gene liquids to accelerate the summoning process, undoubtedly saving him a substantial sum. Not only were the bone-refining realm liquids more affordable, but they were also considerably easier to acquire than those of other realms. Given that the newly formed dragon-shaped beast's nature was unknown, its strength remained a mystery, akin to opening a blind box. Chapter 82. The transition from birdshot to cannon with newfound wealth. Many previously inconceivable items finally became attainable. Holding a staggering 12 billion, Yili felt as if he were floating on air. In the Legion Mall, Yili approached the high-end display of flying daggers at the equipment counter. Pointing at the finest set, he declared, "I will take all 10 of these flying daggers." The pinnacle of equipment available here was classified as A3, specifically referring to the flying daggers. Due to their minimal material requirements, A3-level flying daggers could be produced. In contrast, armors and weapons available on the market were limited to A5 levels. Anything above A5 required contributions to the Federation, while A3 and higher necessitated merit points. Soon enough, the 10 flying daggers were delivered to Yili. After completing the payment, he proceeded to the A5 equipment counter. He acquired a piece of silver wolf armor, a tiger thorn blade, a pair of black dragon scale boots, a pair of A5 level green beast leggings, and a fox beast leather helmet. The total expenditure amounted to nearly 6 billion, reducing his freshly acquired wealth by half. A 5-level equipment, often exceeding 100 million, was something ordinary evolvers could only aspire to. Yili refrained from purchasing a sniper rifle. After encountering beasts of half-beast tier and above, he realized the limitations of a sniper rifle. Moreover, he had the flying daggers to serve as his ranged weaponry. "Do you buy back equipment here?" Yili inquired. The discarded Ling Tian battle blade and other items were valued at approximately 50 million, making it reasonable to expect a resale price of over 30 million despite being secondhand. Of course, but we need to appraise them first. Condition, age, and any damage will affect their value. We generally adjust based on 80 of the market price. The female attendant replied, her eyes glimmering with admiration for this young man who had spent over 6 billion without a second thought. The top-tier equipment here had remained unsold for years, as few could afford them. She wondered where this charming young man had emerged from. "All right. Please assess how much I can get for these items," Yili nodded. Having already donned his newly acquired gear, carrying the exchanged items was no burden. He placed the Ling Tian battle blade, thunder sniper rifle, tiger beast leather boots, and crocodile scale armor on the counter. The attendant promptly summoned an appraiser. After half an hour, the appraiser confirmed the value of the 4 items, a total of 37.5 million. "If everything checks out, please sign here," he said with a smile, pushing a contract toward Yili. Upon seeing the name, Yili scrawled on the paper. Both the appraiser and the attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. This young man was the renowned Yili, the mysterious powerhouse who had been the talk of the Legion recently. They were astonished that someone so youthful could slay foes of the evolved realm. "I trust you will keep this confidential," Yili smiled. The appraiser and the attendant nodded vigorously. Once the funds were transferred, Yili departed. Almost immediately after he left, the appraiser and the attendant began boasting in their social circles. "Good heavens, we could never have imagined what Yili is like. Let me tell you." The aircraft center, situated alongside the towering walls of the Legion, boasted an expansive and independent area. The vast aircraft plaza was filled with hundreds of flying vessels, both large and small, some of which were even larger than commercial airliners. Naturally, such heavy-duty aircraft commanded prices in the hundreds of millions, far beyond the reach of ordinary evolvers. The airspace buzzed with activity as aircraft took off and landed, indicating a bustling atmosphere. The evolvers frequenting this center were predominantly formidable, many surpassing the half-beast tier. It was not uncommon to encounter those of beast form or evolved status. Those capable of affording aircraft were a select group of individuals with considerable assets. Surrounding the aircraft center were over 20 shops selling flying vessels. The Legion's stronghold resembled a small city, one with astonishing purchasing power, where aircraft costing hundreds of millions were acquired with barely a flutter of an eyelash by many evolvers. With 6 to 7 billion in hand, Yili felt undaunted in such an environment. In the past, he would have likely avoided such establishments. How different things are now. Yili mused with a faint smile. Before the era of evolution, it would have been daunting for an ordinary person to walk past luxury car dealerships like Bentley, Rolls-Royce, or Ferrari, let alone enter one. He chose the most lavishly decorated shop and entered clad in his new gear. Though he may have appeared like a newly wealthy individual, his youthful countenance gave an impression of a privileged air, undoubtedly from a family of wealth and influence. "Welcome to Sunshine Aircraft 5S store." A poised young lady greeted him immediately. Her professional attire accentuated her figure, revealing a hint of allure. Yili glanced at her briefly. While undeniably captivating, he was focused on his purpose. "I would like a 6-seater aircraft with considerable cargo capacity," he stated, retracting his predatory gaze. Cargo capacity was essential. While materials were not as valuable as beast gene liquids, he had not reached the point of discarding them as refuse. After hunting fierce beasts, he intended to carry whatever he could, discarding the rest if necessary. The choice of a 6-seater was deliberate, as a larger aircraft could attract the attention of avian beasts in the wild. Small aircraft typically lacked weapon systems, relying solely on speed to evade flying beasts. If speed failed, the only option left would be to await fate. "Not a problem, please follow me. This is the Silverlight S600, just released this May. Perfectly suited to your needs." The attendant flashed her sweetest smile and gestured for him to follow. As they walked, she elaborated, "The Silverlight S600 boasts exceptional features, including a tailored follow function for evolvers, ensuring it remains stationary during pursuits by fierce beasts. Its most remarkable capability is the camouflage system, which can mimic the surrounding environment and change color, facilitating safer navigation into the wilderness. When camouflaged, it is classified as a non-living mechanical entity, typically ignored by beasts, ensuring its safety." Upon reaching the Silverlight S600, Yili already had a comprehensive understanding of the aircraft. Chapter 83. The Crimson Alien Teleportation Portal. The price of the Silverlight S600 is indeed quite steep, 15 million federal credits. Just a few days ago, Yili could only gaze at it longingly, too intimidated to approach. But now, it's his, with a hefty payment of 18 million. Any hesitation on Yili's part would be a disservice to his own fortune of 6 or 700 million federal credits. At this tier, the flying craft offers no real defense. Ferocious beasts could easily tear through it, rendering any form of protection futile. Only vessels exceeding 1 billion in value possess any semblance of defense. The most elite aircraft often command prices in the hundreds of millions, constructed from alloys infused with alien elements. Compared to these, Yili's 15 million craft appears utterly insignificant. After swiftly completing the payment and logging the necessary information, Yili finalized the transaction in less than 10 minutes. The attendant was pleasing to the eye, yet Yili, feeling bashful, could barely muster the courage to glance her way. Alas, he was not destined to enjoy such sights. Upon departing the Silverlight S600 dealership, Yili felt an exhilarating sense of readiness, as if everything was in place, awaiting the final spark to ignite his endeavors. With a half-day off today, and tomorrow marking the 1st of October, the day of beast arrival, he was determined to hunt with vigor. True to his philosophy of seizing every opportunity, Yili made a stop at the warehouse to collect the dragon-shaped beast gene serum from Old Luo. Obtaining the serum for beasts at the beastification stage proved challenging. Old Luo wore a look of deep resentment. "Why must you hasten your own progress?" he lamented. The rate at which they acquired the dragon-shaped beast gene serum could scarcely keep pace with Yili's consumption. The following day, Yili rose early and ordered a substantial breakfast in the cafeteria. As he prepared for the hunt, it was prudent to ensure he had enough sustenance to last the day. "Big brother Yi, are you participating in the day of beast arrival hunt?" In the cafeteria, Yi Li was not alone. Several talented evolvers from the Genius Camp were also present, diligently training in anticipation of the day's events. Upon seeing Yi Li fully armed, they quickly surmised his intentions. Yi Li nodded with a smile. Following the announcement from the Legion, he had become the undisputed leader of the Genius Camp. However, Yi Li held little interest in the title. He remained in the camp mainly due to the comfort of his living quarters. How enviable that big brother Yi can roam the wilderness at will. We too must strive. In half a month, we will join the combat teams and enter the wilderness. One of them exclaimed, longing to follow in Yi Li's footsteps and make a name for themselves. In response to their adoring gazes, Yi Li merely smiled. Aware that if not for the dark dragon beast he could bond with, he would have long since met his demise. After breakfast, Yi Li departed the Genius Camp and arrived at the city gates, where numerous battle teams buzzed with excitement, sharpening their weapons. The day of beast arrival promised a veritable feast of wealth. The earnings from the first 3 days would far exceed the income of the preceding fortnight. With beasts lurking everywhere, hunting would be particularly gratifying, unlike the usual slow and perilous ventures into the wilderness where low-tier beasts had already been driven to hide. The air buzzed with the chatter of eager participants. Observing the excitement around him, Yi Li remained composed. He did not linger at the gates and proceeded to the Flying Craft Center, where numerous teams were gathering, preparing to venture further afield. Yi Li had long since completed his paperwork and effortlessly boarded his own vessel. The Silverlight S-600 boasted a futuristic design reminiscent of a swallow in flight, yet with a more rounded, streamlined appearance. As the hatch closed with a soft hiss and the control lights illuminated, the craft was ready for takeoff. The automatic piloting system was a boon, freeing him from the worries of navigation. Yi Li smiled. Although the artificial intelligence was merely in its initial stages, it was remarkably advanced, with features like autopilot merely a facet of its capabilities. Suddenly, a nearby large craft activated its propulsion system, lifting off with a whoosh as its powerful thrusters roared to life. Were they departing the city? Yi Li was taken aback. It seemed to signal a cascade of departures. As more and more flying crafts launched into the sky, were they rushing to the wilderness to confront the high-tier beasts that had arrived? This would explain their haste. The beasts surrounding the Legion fortress were all low-tier. With their strength, they likely deemed such creatures beneath their notice. Should he take the plunge as well? Despite only being at the beastification stage, Yi Li's flying knives were extraordinarily potent, capable of dispatching even beasts at the beast form stage. While in the blood coagulation stage, he could control 5 knives. After advancing, he could wield 12. This was formidable. Should he encounter a single beast, he could overwhelm it. Should he face a group, 12 flying knives would be more than sufficient for a thorough slaughter. Without hesitation, Yi Li took control of his craft. Ascending toward an abandoned county town situated 120 kilometers from the Legion fortress. At the Federal Alien Teleportation Portal Research Center, a diverse array of individuals with yellow, white, and black skin collaborated as part of a global core department dedicated to observing and studying the alien teleportation portals. During the day of beast arrival, their workload intensified significantly. By 6 in the morning, the team was already busy monitoring fluctuations in the portal's energy data. At 6:30, a piercing alarm shattered the morning calm. Damn it, the data is incorrect. The energy levels of the alien portal are skyrocketing. It has exceeded the original value by a third. A researcher shouted. The alarm sent the research center into chaos, alerting the higher echelons of the Federation. For the first time in a century, the previously stable alien portal exhibited abnormal behavior. The energy surged, increasing by 50 before finally stabilizing. However, this surge represented a terrifying amount of energy for humanity. If harnessed, it could last a millennium. As the energy increase ceased, the portal's once azure hue transformed into a pale crimson. What had once radiated a dazzling brilliance akin to the moon now resembled a haunting crimson moon hanging in the sky. Chapter 84. You can't afford this. You engage in ambush having an aircraft is truly delightful. In just 10 minutes, I covered a distance of 120 kilometers. Beneath me lay a century-old, overgrown county town. The aircraft emitted a soft hum, barely perceptible, but due to Yi Li's acute hearing, he could discern the sound of its thrusters. The aircraft, roughly the size of a red truck, did not appear overly large amidst the dilapidated structures. After a brief survey, Yili identified a suitable landing spot. As the craft descended, its camouflage system activated, blending its surface with the hues of the surrounding foliage, significantly diminishing its visibility. Upon touching down in a secluded street corner, it transformed to resemble the aged color of concrete. With a soft hiss, the cockpit door opened, and Yili jumped down. The door closed automatically behind him. As the Silverlight S-600 aircraft entered a state of silence, awaiting Yili's command. This location seemed relatively secure. Should ferocious beasts descend, they would do so vertically, shielded by the buildings above, preventing direct impact on the aircraft. Yili surveyed the area with satisfaction. Now, it was a matter of waiting. He settled on a nearby staircase, arms crossed, leaning against a massive column weathered by a century of storms. He opened the Legion channel on his personal smart terminal, which connected to an internal communication network. Every soldier of the 9th Legion held the privilege to access this channel, which functioned more as an extensive chat room than a formal communication line, primarily facilitating the sharing of intelligence. As Yili entered, a stream of information flooded his screen. Had it not been for the robust capabilities of his personal terminal and the reliable satellite communication, it might have crashed under the influx. A startling announcement. The alien teleportation portal had turned red. This message was pinned at the top, impervious to the deluge of other discussions. Below it, countless text and voice messages flowed in response. What? Yili was taken aback, instinctively looking up. Indeed, the once azure moon formed by the alien portal now glowed a sinister crimson. In the bright sky, it appeared eerily ominous. What was happening? Yili found himself momentarily perplexed. The education he had received and the alien portals he had encountered were always depicted as blue. This sudden transformation was jarring. He sensed intuitively that this change was likely not a harbinger of good tidings. However, such matters were beyond his concern. They were for the higher-ups to address. After a brief moment, Yili recalibrated his mindset. The Legion's chat channel buzzed with anxious speculation. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 8 o'clock. Buzz. At exactly 8, a terrifying sound reverberated through the sky, as if the very heavens were trembling in lament. The crimson orb above became even more vibrant. The beasts were about to descend. Yili's expression shifted slightly. The timing was earlier than usual, likely a consequence of the portal's alteration. Meanwhile, at the 9th Legion's fortress, a shrill alarm blared as the colossal energy shield generators powered up. The premature activation of the alien portal had thrown cities and fortresses into a state of alarm. He Qing-Shan stood with arms behind his back atop the commanding tower, gazing solemnly at the vivid alien portal above. He had just received data from the Federal Alien Portal Research Center confirming the portal's transformation. He ordered the evolution soldiers below to refrain from entering the wilderness immediately. No one could predict the implications of this change, and exercising caution was prudent. Commands were dispatched, meticulously directed to each evolution soldier. The fortress's weapons systems activated, powerful enough to inflict damage on beasts below the beastly realm. As the armaments powered up, the defensive energy shield completed its assembly, enveloping the entire fortress like an inverted bowl. Yili received the simultaneous notification as well. His personal terminal vibrated, but he paid it no mind. Even if he wished to return now, it would be too late. The energy shield of the Legion fortress had sealed off all entrances and exits. With a resounding crash, every evolution soldier realized that the ferocious beasts were beginning to arrive. This sound was the echo of countless beasts emerging through the alien portal. Yili looked up, enchanted. The sky was painted in a delicate red, as if myriad beams of light cascaded from above, flooding the planet below. Yet, this beauty was laced with death. The battle was about to commence. Yili wore a faint smile, devoid of anxiety, instead filled with anticipation. 12 flying knives hovered around him, reflecting the soft red glow. Bang! Bang, bang, boom. A cacophony of sounds filled the air as the beasts landed. Some struck the crumbling rooftops, creating large craters and generating thunderous noise. Roar. Ugh. Awoo. The roars of the beasts echoed through the abandoned county town. Boom. On the street where Yili stood, shadows emerged, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The already damaged pavement shattered upon their impact. 3 wind-chasing beasts of the beastly realm, 6 half-beast realm, and 5 beastified creatures appeared. Yili glanced over, a smile gracing his lips. The advantages of venturing deeper into the wilderness became apparent. There were no lower-tier beasts present. The skeletal and blood-solidifying realms would not manifest here. Among the 14 beasts, the most formidable were the 3 wind-chasing beasts. The half-beast and beastified creatures could be slain with a single strike. Whoosh! The 12 flying knives surged forth, transforming into streaks of silver. Thud! 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 A series of slicing sounds erupted as the newly arrived 6 half-beast and 5 beastified creatures met their swift demise before they could comprehend the landscape of the planet. Had they possessed intelligence, they would surely have lamented Yi Li's audacity. Wow! You little rascal, you can't afford this. You engage in ambush. Chapter 85. The unknown orb. 12 flying daggers once again hovered in the air. Yi Li took the initiative to eliminate the lesser beasts, allowing him to concentrate on the 3 wind-chasing beasts. Yi Li blinked, momentarily doubting his vision. The 3 wind-chasing beasts were formidable, renowned for their speed, and were considered the pinnacle of their kind. There was nothing particularly unusual about them. Engaging in combat was expected. However, one of the wind-chasing beasts stood out. Not purely white like the others, but adorned with a striking golden ring around its neck, gleaming brilliantly. Yi Li was well acquainted with wind-chasing beasts. Neither books nor various videos had ever mentioned this particular variant. A golden ring? Yi Li furrowed his brow. There was no time for him to ponder, as the 3 wind-chasing beasts lunged towards him. True to their reputation for speed, they dashed forward in an instant. The one with the golden ring was even swifter, racing ahead of the others, suggesting it was significantly stronger. Whoosh! The 12 flying daggers shot forth once more. They separated into 3 groups, forming a triangular formation, and charged at the 3 beasts. Yi Li felt confident, relying on the 12 daggers crafted from A3 grade alien microelement alloys, which were exceptionally sturdy and sharp. Although the beasts were powerful, they could not withstand such daggers. The wind-chasing beasts were fast, yet they could not outpace the daggers. Thud! A cacophony of sounds erupted. Each wind-chasing beast bore 3 deep gashes that exposed bone. Yi Li was wise enough not to target their massive bodies, as they were larger than water buffaloes. Instead, he expertly utilized his honed combat skills to strike at their limbs. By incapacitating their speed, he significantly diminished their threat. The flying daggers sliced through the beast's forelimbs like lightning. Achieving such precision amidst their rapid movement was no easy feat, requiring impeccable timing. After countless hours of practice, Yi Li had mastered the control of his daggers. The daggers accurately severed the beast's tendons. Under the impact of such speed, any minor fracture would result in severe consequences. The locations where the cuts were made instantly tore through skin and muscle, creating gaping wounds. Bang! The 3 wind-chasing beasts fell almost in unison, crashing onto the dilapidated street, sending debris flying. Go! Yi Li fixed his gaze on the one adorned with the golden ring, unleashing his mental energy. Whoosh! The 12 daggers surged forth again. The beast, dazed from its fall, unleashed a ferocious roar, struggling to rise. However, with 3 of its legs incapacitated, it could not stand. Blood flowed from the ruptured areas, revealing its stark, white bones. The beast's hide, impervious even to missiles, had been sliced open by Yi Li's daggers. Stumbling, it found it nearly impossible to move, and the 12 daggers struck. Without granting it a moment's respite, the daggers descended mercilessly. Thud! The daggers struck true, swiftly transforming the beast into a pincushion, particularly targeting its head. One dagger pierced its forehead, while each eye was struck by a dagger. Blood sprayed, and dark ichor erupted from its eyes. 5 daggers converged on its throat, shredding it into a mass of flesh. Roar! The anguished cry, filled with pain, sent the wind-chasing beast into a frenzied thrash. Under Yi Li's command, the daggers struck again, vibrating as they lifted into the air. The ground trembled under the rampaging beast, shattering the earth as it crashed into nearby structures, sending stones flying. Yet, there was little it could do. Death loomed near. The once mighty beast, proud of its defensive prowess, could not escape its fate. Yili pressed on, directing the daggers to split into 2 groups, each consisting of 6 daggers, aimed at the remaining 2 wind-chasing beasts. 2 minutes later, the resilient beast adorned with the golden ring finally succumbed, its life extinguished in agony. Sometimes, an excessively strong will to live is a curse, prolonging suffering before the inevitable end. The other 2 beasts also fell victim to Yi Li's daggers, meeting the same tragic fate. Exhaling deeply, Yi Li acknowledged the immense pressure posed by the 3 beasts at the outset. Thankfully, he had navigated through the peril without incident. His elevated abilities, enabling him to control more daggers, were crucial in overcoming this danger. Otherwise, with the speed of the wind-chasing beasts, he would have had no chance to escape. Approaching the now lifeless beast with the golden ring, Yi Li first observed it for any abnormalities. Finding none, he began to skin it, collecting its hide, hooves, and teeth. These materials contained alien micrometal elements, and the value of a wind-chasing beast's materials was approximately 20,000. Fortune smiled upon him. Yi Li grinned, having collected the beast's genetic liquid. After marking it, he placed the vial into a box. What is this? Initially deemed worthless, the wind-chasing beast revealed a ping-pong ball-sized transparent orb near the vial of genetic liquid. To Yi Li's astonishment, he discovered within the orb a miniature wind-chasing beast, seemingly in slumber. This was never mentioned in any book regarding beasts. What is this? Yi Li was taken aback. Contemplating the orb, he hesitated, uncertain whether to dismiss it or take it. Risking it all, he decided to seize the orb. Nothing happened upon grasping it, yet he felt an enigmatic sensation, as if the orb harbored the very soul of the recently defeated wind-chasing beast. Upon contact, the creature within the orb opened its eyes, as if yearning to break free, reminiscent of the dark dragon beast's desire to escape the confines of Yi Li's mind. The orb was not large, and after a moment's consideration, Yi Li decided to place it into his backpack. Since he did not understand it, he would keep it for now and inquire with others later. Chapter 86. This ferocious beast is not an isolated case. The lion bull, a beast of the 3rd tier, was not particularly formidable in its beastly transformation state. However, the sight of dozens of them emerging at once was undeniably alarming. Roar. The lion bulls let out a fierce roar, and in an instant, a foul stench wafted toward them. As carnivorous creatures, it was utterly unrealistic to expect them to maintain any sense of hygiene. The presence of such a repugnant odor was to be anticipated. Yi Li narrowed his eyes, and the 12 flying knives sprang into action once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 12 knives transformed into gleaming silver projectiles. Thud. The leading lion bull charged with fervor, only to be struck first by the flying blades. In dealing with such lower-tier beasts, Yi Li opted for a direct approach rather than incapacitating them by severing their limbs as he had with the wind-chasing beast. He simply aimed to obliterate them. It was challenging to crush the skulls of higher-tier beasts due to their formidable defenses, yet this 3rd-tier beast was hardly a concern. The head of the leading lion bull shattered, its brain splattering as a third of its cranium was obliterated. But that was far from the end. After dispatching this lion bull, the knives, under Yi Li's precise control, leapt into the air and darted toward another lion bull. Thud. The same sound echoed as the second lion bull met the same fate, its head crushed. The terrifying efficacy of the 12 flying knives meant that this horde of lion bulls had scarcely approached Yi Li before they all succumbed, littering the ground as lifeless corpses. The sight of dozens of beastly carcasses strewn across the street, each with its skull pulverized and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, resembled a scene from hell, presenting an overwhelming visual assault. Having grown considerably stronger, Yi Li grinned. The corpses of the lion bulls provided ample opportunity for him to be occupied. The materials from a 3rd-tier beast were worth several thousand, and the beast gene liquid, if obtained, would not be less than 25,000 federal credits. It took merely 3 to 4 minutes to slay them, yet extracting the materials consumed a full half hour. Ultimately, He secured 13 vials of Lion Bull Beast Gene liquid. With the materials neatly packaged, he sent a command to the Silver Light S-600 aircraft, which gracefully descended beside him. The convenience was remarkable. He tossed the materials into its cargo hold and instructed it to retreat to the edge of a nearby building. On the day of the beast invasion, the number of beasts was indeed staggering. No sooner had the aircraft pulled back than numerous beasts surged from the surrounding woods toward the small county town. Yi Li smiled faintly. The silver light flickered, and shortly thereafter, yet another field of beastly corpses lay before him. The sheer volume of these creatures made the hunt exhilarating. With an incessant stream of beasts seemingly delivered to his doorstep, there was no need for Yi Li to seek them out. However, this location was merely 120 kilometers from the Legion Fortress, a distance not too far. The beasts manifesting within this range typically range from 3rd to 4th tier, representing the beastly and semi-beastly states. Occasionally, a beast of the beast-formed state might appear, perfectly suitable for Yi Li's endeavors. The hunt was swift, and he faced little pressure. At 10 o'clock, sunlight bathed the earth. From the onset of the beast invasion until now, 2 full hours had passed. The 12 flying knives, appearing as if stained by blood, gleamed ominously. Over 300 beasts had fallen to their blades. The staggering efficiency of slaying over 300 beasts in just 2 hours was indeed remarkable. Even a team might struggle to match Yi Li's output. The speed and lethality of the flying knives were extraordinarily formidable, rendering them merciless against beasts below the semi-beast tier. Each strike was a guaranteed kill. After spending another half-hour organizing the beast materials, Yi Li felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The mental exertion was evident, and his arms were weary from processing the overwhelming quantity of materials. The remains of over 300 beasts filled more than half of the cargo hold. At this rate, by noon, it would be brimming, ready for the return journey. After resting for half an hour, Yi Li rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing pain, a consequence of severe mental fatigue. With the beasts in this area cleared out, he was unbothered by any further interruptions. He found a dilapidated structure overrun with moss and settled on a step to ponder. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. The tasks of hunting beasts, extracting materials, and collecting beast gene liquid were proving inefficient. Yi Li raised an eyebrow, understanding why teams were necessary. The workload required delegation. In a team, some members focused on hunting, while others took on roles of distraction or logistical support, such as processing the beast carcasses. Hunting alone was exhilarating, yet the multitude of corpses posed a significant headache. Seizing the opportunity during his break, Yi Li opened the Legion's communication channel. He sensed that the anomalies surrounding the alien teleportation portal would not be trivial. 2.5 hours had passed, and any irregularities would surely have been detected. The Legion communication channel was shared by 100,000 evolved soldiers of the 9th Legion. If anything unusual occurred, it would certainly be discussed. Whoa, I just killed a 6-horned beast with a golden ring around its neck, and inside was a pearl. I tossed the pearl in fright, and guess what happened? The pearl hit the ground and released a 6-horned beast. A soldier named Li Jin exclaimed in the chat. What? That's just like my experience. I also hunted a golden ringed beast and found a pearl inside. When it opened its eyes, I was so startled that I dropped the pearl, and the beast sprang out. Chimed in another soldier named Joey. He even shared a video recorded by his teammate, showing the pearl he discarded generating a magnificent beast. Goodness. If it weren't for the video evidence, I'd suspect you were spinning ghost stories. What pearl? Why haven't I seen any pearls? I once encountered a golden ringed beast but let it escape. Do these beasts really produce such pearls? The chat erupted with disbelief, as many evolved soldiers had yet to witness such phenomena. However, among the 100,000 soldiers scattered across a vast area, more and more individuals began to recount similar encounters with the beasts. I also hunted a golden ringed beast, and I have a pearl. I now possess 2 of these pearls. Initially, I was curious about their purpose, but now it's confirmed. These pearls can summon the golden ringed beasts you've slain, almost like summoning reinforcements. As the accounts grew, Yi Li found himself momentarily stunned. An idea sparked within him as he retrieved the pearl he had just acquired from his backpack, where the wind-chasing beast lay peacefully asleep inside. Could tossing this object to the ground release it? Chapter 87. The Beast's Soul Orb. The emergence of the orb immediately captured the attention of the Federation. This time, the transported ferocious beasts had a certain probability of manifesting a variant adorned with a golden ring around its neck, which bore this translucent orb. Had it been an isolated incident, the Federation would not have reacted so swiftly. However, the aggregated information made it evident that this phenomenon was global. Whether in Asia, Europe, North America, or South America, many evolved beings had acquired this peculiar orb. In response, the Federation promptly deployed a rapid reaction force. In Europe, intelligence provided by evolved soldiers allowed the rapid reaction team to swiftly identify an evolved beast, its neck adorned with a golden ring. Boom! Several evolved beings with avian beast genes arrived, landing on the ground. Upon impact, a powerful shock wave tore through the earth, creating a crater. They exuded an overwhelming aura. A blond man cast a mere glance at the evolved beast before him and, with a sudden burst of energy, transformed into a fleeting shadow. Swish! The western blade sliced through the air. The evolved beast had no time to react before its head was severed. Retrieve the orb. We must return. The council awaits our report. The man's eyes gleamed with arrogance, accompanied by a cold smile. The orb was soon located. Ah, so this little trinket? It was rumored that the recent anomalies brought forth by the alien portal had allowed certain ferocious beasts to possess such orbs. Fascinating. Look inside the orb. I have a premonition that its emergence will alter our combat methods. Can the weak triumph over the strong? Indeed, with an orb capable of summoning a formidable beast, even an ordinary person could slay a powerful foe. Several individuals began to speculate, gathering around the orb. The blond man furrowed his brow slightly. We must return. The others dared not oppose his will. They stomped the ground, shattering it, and soared into the sky, their arms outstretched, transforming into formidable avian beasts. With a powerful flap of their wings, they vanished into the horizon. Buzz. Yeely received a mandatory notification. Upon opening it, he found it was issued by the Federation government, bypassing the military corps and originating from the highest authority, the Federation Beast Research Center. The notification was lengthy, even accompanied by a video demonstration. In the video, a blond man stood within a colossal arena. He showcased an orb to the camera, then flicked it with his finger, sending it sailing. Upon hitting the ground, the orb vanished, and a massive beast, approximately 7 meters tall and 12 to 13 meters long, materialized, a true behemoth. The beast did not attack the blond man, but instead stood majestically in place. The arena released another beast of considerable size. Immediately upon its release, this beast lunged at the blond man, but before it could close the distance, the summoned beast roared and raised its paw in a fierce strike. A tremendous crash ensued, dust swirling in the air. The arena bore a deep crater, and the released beast was reduced to a pulpy mass. Subsequently, as more beasts were released, the blond man fought alongside the summoned beast, which seemed to act as a combat partner, almost like a pet. This new orb was designated by the Federation as the Beast Soul Orb. The Beast Soul Orb originated from the golden-ringed beasts, a form that had never before appeared on the planet. Various signs indicated that this transformation was a result of changes brought about by the alien portal's emergence. The golden-ringed beasts were classified by the Federation as elite beasts. Their numbers were scarce, and there was currently no precise data regarding their probability of appearance or population. Among beasts of the same type and level, golden-ringed beasts surpassed ordinary ones, making them significantly more challenging to confront. After defeating such an elite golden-ringed beast, data suggested a 100 probability of obtaining a Beast Soul Orb. The orb contained the soul of the slain beast, and upon release, it could summon the beast to fight. Its power was commensurate with that of the beast it had ensnared. Presently, it was understood that the soul within the orb lasted for half an hour before dissipating. The Beast Soul Orb was non-renewable, classified as a consumable item. The Federation's announcement, though brief, was sufficient for every evolved being to comprehend and familiarize themselves with the emergence of this orb and the changes brought by the alien portal. Upon receiving the notification from the Federation, evolved beings erupted in excitement. The military channel was abuzz with discussions centered around the beast soul orb. The Federation's rapid response was commendable. They had swiftly tested the orb's function and origin, sharing the information globally without reservation. After all, humanity is united, and the Federation government surely treats all equally. Doesn't it feel like this orb serves as a summoning tool, capable of calling forth beasts to fight on one's behalf? Almost like a pet, albeit with a time limitation. Imagine this. If I encounter a ferocious beast in the future, I could simply toss the orb and let the beast within battle for me. This is undoubtedly a remarkable asset for plunder and hunting ferocious beasts alike. With one orb in hand, it's akin to possessing an additional trump card. Inquiries abounded. How can one acquire such an orb? Why have I spent hours hunting without encountering a single elite golden-ringed beast? Many evolved beings were still bewildered, utterly unaware of what constituted an elite golden-ringed beast or the nature of the beast soul orb. Yili scrolled through the military channel, observing the myriad discussions regarding the beast soul orb. From the chatter, he deduced that the number of elite golden-ringed beasts was indeed limited. Many had yet to encounter one. Rare but sought after? Yili closed the military channel and gazed at the beast soul orb in his hand, a wind-chasing beast of evolved caliber, undoubtedly valuable. He accessed the Federation's online marketplace and searched for the beast soul orb. To his astonishment, it truly existed. The beast soul orb of the bone refinement level, for the boar beast, was priced at 1 million Federation coins. The blood condensation level, for the whirlwind wolf, was priced at 5 million Federation coins. The beastification level, for the lion bull, was priced at 12 million Federation coins. The prices of these beast soul orbs were absolutely staggering. Are they robbing us? Yili thought, perplexed. Why weren't others seizing them? With a mere half-hour existence time, what could a bone refinement level beast accomplish for 1 million? Yet, to Yili's astonishment, upon refreshing the page, he found that all the beast soul orbs had been sold out. Chapter 88. Capable of both taking lives and preserving them, the quantity of beast soul orbs available on the Federation's online marketplace is rather scant. After a thorough search, Yili could only find around 20. This meager amount is astonishingly inadequate, especially when considering that the number of Federation evolvers exceeds 3 billion. Yet only a handful of orbs are listed. This scarcity likely contributes to the inflated prices, as the affluent buyers are undoubtedly plentiful. Yili mused that those who purchase these orbs must possess considerable wealth, as spending several million for mere curiosity is inconsequential to them. Are the beast soul orbs truly worth such a price? From the perspective of hunting ferocious beasts, they are not. In a mere half hour, the contribution of a single orb scarcely justifies its cost. Suddenly, Yili experienced a revelation. While hunting beasts may not warrant such an expense, the value shifts dramatically in life and death situations. When lives are at stake, no amount of money is excessive. If one possesses a beast soul orb, it is akin to having an additional ally. In critical moments, it can either safeguard one's life or take another's. Contemplating this, Yili perceived the beast soul orb as one of his trump cards for survival. Its size, akin to a ping-pong ball, makes it easily portable, allowing him to keep a few in his backpack at all times. Should one assume a lone wolf intent on causing chaos, tossing a few beast soul orbs onto the ground would surely invoke a profound psychological impact on the adversary. How naive I have been, Yili thought. This world is undoubtedly not lacking in clever individuals. Those daring enough to purchase the orbs at such prices have surely considered this aspect. It is evident that the demand for beast soul orbs will undoubtedly surge in the future, especially for those of higher tiers, which will command even more exorbitant prices. Yili felt a sudden urge to sell the Wind Chaser beast soul orb he possessed, as an orb of beastly tier could easily fetch 1 to 200 million. Such a price made Yili feel as if he had been blessed by the goddess of fortune. How is it possible to accumulate such wealth so swiftly? Nevertheless, the beastly tier orb holds considerable utility, so he resolved to retain it for the time being. With 600 or 700 million still unspent, he found himself lacking for nothing. As he placed the orb back into his backpack, a glint of financial ambition sparkled in his eyes. There must be numerous elite golden ring beasts in the vicinity. Currently, Evolvers have yet to reach this area, presenting a prime opportunity. If he could lure out 3 to 5 elite Golden Ring beasts, he would surely strike it rich. Regret washed over Yili. He should have prepared a batch of drones to scout for the beasts, allowing for both efficiency and safety. How much could a reconnaissance drone possibly cost? Palm-sized. Perhaps 2,000 to 3,000 Federation credits at most, pocket change for him. Yili dashed down the street, activating the follow function of his Silverlight S-600 aircraft, reassured that it would not be lost. On the day of the beastly onslaught, ferocious creatures were indeed abundant, their presence evident within the dilapidated structures of the small county town. Yili had lost interest in beasts below the beastly tier. Any lower-tier creatures that charged from the buildings met their demise at the hands of his flying knives in an instant. He could not even be bothered to harvest materials from such trivial beasts. Yili felt as if he were soaring. The materials from a beast of blood coagulation tier would yield at least several thousand. The average salary of a regular citizen in Binhai City could equal that sum in just half a month. Outside the 9th Legion fortress, a multitude of Evolver soldiers surged forth in battle squads, having been cooped up for nearly 2 hours before being granted permission to leave the fortress. After 2 hours, many beasts had already fled farther away, indicating that their haul for the day would likely be less than usual. As if released from captivity, each city gate erupted with fervor. In fact, the area surrounding the 9th Legion was not solely occupied by military Evolver soldiers. Various combat squads from other families and companies also roamed these regions. A large, sci-fi-inspired transport vehicle was parked on a highway outside the fortress. The vehicle boasted a striking design featuring 2 crossed sniper rifles, adorned with the words Double Gun Company. This type of multi-purpose transport vehicle was beloved among Evolvers, capable of accommodating a 10-person squad along with ample space for transporting beast materials, various equipment, and supplies. Seated in the passenger seat was a somewhat pale young man, his expression marked by arrogance. Within the vehicle, a fully armed 6-member combat squad relaxed in the rear seating area, appearing at ease. This time, they were merely tasked with providing training support, essentially acting as caretakers and bodyguards. Each year, the company dispatched such assignments, and having completed numerous missions, they remained unfazed. However, this occasion was different, as the training subject was a key focus of the company's cultivation efforts, having received substantial resources. Naturally, the company placed great importance on this individual, whose status was far from ordinary. This person was a genuine super talent. The Double Gun Company held significant power in Binhai City, with a formidable background. Elphone, with us here, you can fully unleash your potential against the beasts. In a radius of 200 kilometers, no beast poses a threat to us. You are the company's primary focus this year, having reached 80 evolution in the half-beast tier within just 2 months, a feat unmatched in previous years. The Earth Warbear's genetic chain is considered top tier among beast genes, and the future holds great promise, the 6 Evolvers remarked cheerfully. The Earth Warbear is indeed powerful. Although it may not surpass the dragon tier beasts, it remains one of the elite genetic chains. Provided that the combat skills are sufficiently advanced, its strength is comparable to that of dragon tier beasts at the same level. The young man in the passenger seat was none other than Elphone. With a subtle smile and an air of superiority, he nodded. It's a pity, though, that I cannot compare to Zhao Tianlei. Today, who in the Federation is unaware of Zhao Tianlei from the Asia region? The 3rd fastest record in Asia, propelled by the Martial God Company, has made him a global sensation, regarded as the most influential emerging leader in Asia and a future superpower, a hero of humanity. A plethora of awe-inspiring titles. The 6 Evolvers exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their amusement. Do you really think you can compare yourself to Zhao Tianlei? What kind of hubris must one possess to even entertain such a notion? Zhao Tianlei has the full backing of Martial God Wang Feng. With the resources of the Martial God Company, how can the Double Gun Company compete? Setting that aside, Zhao Tianlei is a Qinglong Mingyue beast, one of the most elite dragon tier beasts. How could the Earth Warbear possibly rival that? Haha, Elphone, shall we set off now? Time is of the essence. The squad leader, Zhao Jiang, promptly redirected the conversation. A glimmer of determination flashed in Feng's eyes. Very well, let us depart. This marked the commencement of his practical combat experience in the wilderness, and he was determined to refine his skills to perfection. Chapter 89. The second beast Soul Pearl. Yili traversed the desolate streets of the abandoned county town. A resounding roar erupted as a formidable beast manifested atop a crumbled residential building. This creature, known as the Backtouch Beast, boasted a hauntingly fierce appearance with 4 tentacles sprouting from its back. It was a beast of the beast form realm, adept at assaulting with its tentacles, demanding constant vigilance from those who dared to engage it. Infused with a degree of venom, its touch could paralyze one's nerves within a mere second, rendering it a formidable adversary. Finally, Yili had discovered a beast of considerable value. He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Alas, it was not an elite golden ring level beast. Such elite creatures were indeed rare. After wandering through half the town, aside from an initial encounter with a wind-chasing beast, he had not encountered another. It was fortunate to have encountered an elite golden ring wind-chasing beast so promptly. Unlike other evolvers who might find the Backtouch beast troublesome, Yili felt little trepidation. It had not yet posed a significant challenge to him. Generally speaking, beasts below the beast form realm hardly ever had the chance to approach him. You're the one, prepare to meet your end. Yili smirked, summoning 12 flying knives that transformed into a cascade of silver light, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a ferocious roar, the Backtouch beast lunged down from the wreckage, its tentacles shooting forth to strike at the barrage of flying knives, extending nearly 20 meters with alarming speed. Yili was taken aback. The Backtouch beast exhibited characteristics of a ranged attacker. However, it failed to anticipate the knives' remarkable agility as they curved gracefully through the air. With a series of precise strikes, the 12 knives inflicted 12 wounds upon the beast. Its limbs, primarily used for movement, were soon marred and trembling, struggling to maintain its footing. The knives soared into the air, only to descend once more in a breathtaking display. Unfortunately for the Backtouch beast, its desperate attempts to thwart the flying knives were in vain. 12 new wounds appeared upon its form, 1 tentacle severed and bleeding profusely, significantly diminishing its mobility. The beast form realm, as the 5th tier, proved to be more challenging. Had it been a beast of the half-beast realm, a single wave of flying knives would suffice to end the encounter. The strength of the beast form realm was vastly superior. 2 volleys merely inflicted injuries. Yet, Yili remained unperturbed. Under his control, the flying knives could launch nearly 3 attacks within a minute, ensuring the Backtouch beast would be vanquished in under 2 minutes. Roaring in pain, the Backtouch beast continued to thrash. After 1 minute and 20 seconds, its throat was slashed thrice by the flying knives, ultimately severing its neck, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. Swiftly, Yili collected the materials he needed. The Backtouch beast yielded a gene liquid with an impressive 30 probability. After securing the gene liquid in a glass vial and placing it in his gene box, Yili pressed onward. The small county town was neither too vast nor too diminutive. The streets, overgrown with vegetation, emanated an eerie ambience, while the windows cloaked in shadows appeared foreboding. Accompanied by the various roars of beasts, those of a timid disposition would hesitate to wander alone. After another circuit, finding no elite golden ring beasts, he resolved to change locations. The county town housed numerous beasts, seemingly drawn to the dilapidated structures, with many migrating from the surrounding forests. There was no shortage of beasts here, yet Yili preferred to take the initiative rather than be reactive. As he journeyed, he paid little mind to beasts below the beast form realm, provided they did not instigate an attack. Upon reaching an abandoned supermarket, he had already amassed materials from over a dozen half-beast realm creatures. Suddenly, a colossal rodent-like beast, akin to a savage bull, burst forth from the supermarket. Yili's eyes gleamed with excitement. A golden ring adorned the beast's neck, shimmering in the sunlight, signaling its status as an elite golden ring beast. Instantly upon spotting Yili, this rodent-like beast emitted a piercing shriek and charged forth with astonishing speed, rivaling that of the wind-chasing beast. Yili was astonished. Was there no customary dance of caution between foes? Typically, One would gauge their opponent before launching an assault, perhaps even unleashing their beastly aura first. Yet this creature charged headlong, without hesitation. How delightfully direct. With a calm smile, Yili gestured, channeling his mental energy to propel the 12 flying knives as a torrent of silver light toward the iron-tailed beast, engaging it head-on. This rodent-like creature, a member of the beast form realm, wielded its tail as a weapon. Even a tank would be split asunder by a strike from its formidable tail, an embodiment of terror. As the swift silver light approached, the iron-tailed beast abruptly halted, its obsidian tail swinging with remarkable agility to intercept the flying knives. Its reflexes astounded Yili. Had the attack been a projectile, it would have been deflected, rendering it ineffective. However, Yili's flying knives, under his mental control, deftly split apart and evaded the tail's assault just in time. The tail, overextended from its sweeping motion, could not retract in time. The ground trembled as the hefty appendage struck the street, cracking the hardened surface and sending debris flying in a wide radius. Undeterred, the flying knives continued their relentless assault, targeting the iron-tailed beast's head with fervor. One knife, then another, struck in rapid succession, converging upon its forehead. Not even the strongest beast hide could withstand the onslaught. The knives sliced through flesh and shattered bone. By the eighth knife, it pierced the creature's vulnerable brain. Despite the iron-tailed beast's formidable reputation, as anyone who had witnessed its combat prowess would attest, it succumbed to Yili's barrage without a single round of resistance, effectively dispatched in an instant. The iron-tailed beast, akin to a bull in size, collapsed. And Yili approached, exerting considerable effort to dislodge its iron tail. This tail was substantial but held significant value, fetching no less than 100,000 in the market. The beast also contained gene liquid, and there it was, nestled where the gene liquid resided, a beast soul pearl. Yili finally grasped a crucial insight. This type of beast not only guaranteed the presence of a beast soul pearl, but also assured the existence of gene liquid, elevating its probability from a mere 30 to a certainty. As he held the beast soul pearl in his hand, he could indeed discern a miniature version of the iron-tailed beast contained within. Chapter 90. Turbulent Wilderness in the Elite Golden Ringed Realm. The emergence of ferocious beasts with 100 probability of possessing beast gene liquid and soul orbs signifies both a treasure and a source of trouble. Yili shook his head with a bitter smile. Upon learning this information, how would the evolvers react if they encountered someone hunting these ferocious beasts in the wilderness? Historically, while ferocious beasts held value, the competition for them was not rampant. The changes brought by the alien transfer portal have had a mixed impact on humanity. On one hand, the soul orbs would empower humans further. On the other hand, the wilderness would no longer remain as tranquil as before. Such transformations lie beyond Yili's control. After a century of development, humanity's population has surged back to nearly 10 billion, with combat evolvers and civilizational evolvers each constituting half. With billions of combat evolvers in the wilderness, even the mightiest cannot govern such numbers. A small county can only accommodate 2 elite golden-ringed ferocious beasts at most. They are not commonplace. Yili loaded the materials from the iron-tailed beast onto his aircraft and settled into the cockpit. The neighboring county was only 60 kilometers away, a distance easily covered in mere minutes by the aircraft. With a swift motion, the aircraft took to the skies. The speed of flight was exhilarating. However, airborne travel is fraught with peril, particularly from flying ferocious beasts. Connections between cities require the protection of escort teams, and there have been instances of aircraft being destroyed. Once in the wilderness, armed aircraft can handle lower-tier beasts, but when faced with higher-tier ones, survival becomes a matter of luck. Yili's aircraft was a standard civilian model, devoid of weaponry. After 5 minutes of full-speed flight, he arrived over the county. This location was a considerable distance of 180 kilometers from the Legion Fortress, placing it deep within the wilderness. The aircraft landed with a hum, and Yili activated the follow mode. This county showed no signs of evolvers, suggesting that those who had ventured into the wilderness earlier were far stronger and deemed such places beneath them. With no one around, Yili felt free to unleash his abilities. With a swift flick, his flying knives were deployed. Numerous ferocious beasts emerged, but they met a swift and ruthless demise at the hands of Yi Li's blades. As the number of flying knives increased, opportunities for close combat dwindled. The beasts that appeared on the streets were mercilessly eradicated by Yi Li. In under 2 hours, over 100 ferocious beasts had been slain, and the Forsaken City was nearly devoid of their presence. The cargo hold of the aircraft was now overflowing with materials. Elite beasts were indeed rare. After 2 hours of hunting, he had yet to encounter a single one. During a brief respite, Yi Li accessed the Evolver chat channel of the Legion, flooded with hundreds of thousands of messages. Recent discussions revealed that many Evolvers were venturing deeper into the wilderness. The most debated topics were still the elite beasts and soul orbs. I was nearly ambushed and killed by the people from Confronting Company. They lack martial virtue and snatched our squad's recently discovered elite beast. Confronting Company? How dare they defy the laws of the Federation? They are courting death by attacking our 9th Legion. You might not believe this, but I've seen numerous corpses of our Legion's Evolver soldiers. I suspect they were killed by humans, not beasts. I also saw a small squad's remains, torn apart beyond recognition. Everyone must be cautious. If you discover elite beasts, remain vigilant to avoid ambushes. It would be wise for nearby squads to support one another. Mutual support? It could very well end up being our 9th Legion turning against each other. These messages furrowed Yi Li's brow. The adverse situation he had anticipated had indeed materialized. The allure of elite golden ring beasts was too great, tempting those with ulterior motives to act. In the wilderness, the Federation's laws could not reach, shrouded in dense jungles where deaths go unnoticed. Each day, lives are lost, and it remains unclear whether they fell to beasts or fellow Evolvers. Relying on wounds to confirm death is futile, as an Evolver transformed into a beast leaves injuries indistinguishable from those of a true beast. Caution is paramount. Yi Li's brow furrowed slightly. 20 kilometers from Yi Li's location, a heavy transport vehicle came to a halt. A 6-member squad disembarked, cautiously fanning out to ensure their surroundings were secure before signaling to one another. Lu Feng stepped down with dissatisfaction, his expression grim. "Captain Zhao, are you being overly cautious?" "Supervisor Li instructed us to ensure your safety," Captain Zhao replied with a smile. "The number of ferocious beasts today is overwhelming. Some have even learned to conceal themselves. We must prioritize safety while allowing you to hone your combat skills." Lu Feng was no ordinary individual. His worth was not only recognized by the company, but also due to his formidable background. "If you protect me like this, what is the point of honing my skills? I might as well practice in the company's beast cage," Lu Feng retorted, visibly irritated. "From now on, follow my lead. When we encounter a beast, I'll handle it. You simply keep an eye on me and intervene if absolutely necessary." Zhao and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Lu Feng, you can test your skills against that lion bull over there," one team member suggested, pointing at a nearby ferocious beast. The lion bull, being at the beastification realm, posed no danger to Lu Feng, who was at the half-beast realm, 1 tier higher. However, Lu Feng frowned. He preferred to engage opponents of equal rank. This beast, being 1 tier lower, lacked challenge. Nevertheless, he nodded in acceptance. With a thunderous roar, Lu Feng transformed into a colossal bear over 3 meters tall, his body adorned with fine scales interspersed with brown bear fur. His claws were thick and long, and his teeth were razor-sharp. As a half-beast, only his upper body resembled that of a great earth bear, while his lower half remained human, albeit with significantly thicker, muscular legs due to the beastification process. Once transformed, Lu Feng charged at the lion bull beast. He crouched low, using both his bare paws and legs to propel himself forward. As he ran, his paws struck the ground, creating deep craters. Boom! Just as the lion bull prepared to attack, it was met with a dark shadow. Lu Feng's raised paw descended with ferocious power, shattering the lion bull's skull and splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. Chapter 91. The Black Gold Beast within the abandoned county town. Yi Li fought with exhilarating fervor. There were no other evolved beings present to lure the ferocious beasts away. Unlike a sniper rifle, the flying daggers emitted no thunderous roar, only a swift whoosh, barely discernible. Many beasts, unprepared, fell victim to the daggers that pierced their skulls. Beasts below the level of beastification possessed insufficient defenses to withstand such attacks, resulting in certain death. At the steps of a dilapidated high-rise, a beast fell, its head pierced. The flying dagger ascended, dripping with blood, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, provoking a surge of over a dozen beastified creatures. They certainly knew how to conceal themselves. The remnants of human architecture were overrun by vegetation, shrouded in darkness, serving as a favored habitat for these ferocious beasts. Frequently, one would remain oblivious to the multitude of beasts lurking within until they emerged all at once. However, Yili remained unfazed by the sudden appearance of these creatures. With a flick of his wrist, 12 flying daggers shot forth, each with a clear target. One by one, the beasts fell, utterly unaware of their impending doom. In a mere 3 seconds, the dozen beasts were dispatched without challenge. Despite his prowess, Yili, now at the beastification stage himself, sought the gene fluid of these creatures, which prompted his choice to hunt within this realm. Otherwise, his targets would have been beasts of a higher tier. With practiced precision, he harvested 6 vials of beast gene fluid, an admirable yield. Yet, not every beast yielded such fluid. The quantity often hinged on luck. On fortunate days, every beast might produce a vial, while on others, none might. A distant roar echoed from the opposite side of the county town. Yili raised his head, contemplating the presence of other evolved beings. Considering the time, it was not surprising. This county town was not his alone. He pressed onward, encountering a solitary beast, swiftly raising his hand to send another 12 daggers flying, claiming yet another life in a true display of instant annihilation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, Lu Feng and his companions had arrived. Along their path, Lu Feng had slain over a dozen beasts, and behind their transport vehicle lay a small pile of materials, his spoils of war. None of the beasts posed a threat to him. "I can't go any deeper. Let us stay in this county town," Lu Feng asserted. Zhao Jiang felt a twinge of anxiety. They were approximately 200 kilometers from the 9th Legion stronghold, where beasts of the beast form stage might emerge, presenting a significant risk. They were not afraid, but what if Lu Feng got hurt? Lu Feng nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "This county town will suffice. There are surely many beasts here, enough for me to slay." As they entered the city, they traversed a street. In his half-beast state, Lu Feng would roar and charge at any beast he detected, his fighting style utterly ferocious, maximizing the power of his formidable earth battle bear form. With his thick hide and robust physique, Lu Feng rarely evaded attacks, instead enduring the blows from the beasts and retaliating with crushing force. In just half an hour, he had hunted no fewer than 10 ferocious beasts. This place was teeming with them. A slight smile crossed his face as he remarked, "I have a premonition that there will be elite-level beasts here. This expedition will surely yield great rewards. Rest assured, all we collect will belong to you." He chuckled, thinking it unfair to have them merely accompany him without benefit. His companions laughed, giving him a thumbs up. Generous. Lu Feng, not in need of money, saw no value in trivial gains. Instead, he understood that such gestures would endear him to his 6-man team, ensuring their utmost dedication to his safety. As they laughed and advanced, Yili remained unperturbed by the presence of other evolved beings in the county town. Wherever his daggers flew, nothing would survive. There were no formidable beasts here. Those below the beastification stage posed no threat to him. After cleansing the town, he prepared to depart. The bounty he amassed exceeded his expectations, as the cargo bay of his aircraft overflowed with beast materials. Within the gene boxes, over 300 vials of beast gene fluid awaited, a testament to his prolific hunting. As he turned a street corner, a massive beast emerged, a creature cloaked in ebony scales. Towering over 3 meters and stretching approximately 7 meters in length, resembling a colossal lizard. Its scales bore a striking golden ring around its neck, unmistakably prominent. This was the black gold beast of the beast form stage. Yili halted, recognizing its formidable combat prowess. Its armored hide offered extraordinary defense. This beast would not be easily vanquished. Seemingly detecting Yili's presence, the black gold beast lifted its head, flicking its crimson tongue. Just then, From the opposite side of the street, voices and footsteps approached, followed by exclamations. An elite-level beast. 7 figures appeared not far from Yili, none other than Lu Feng and his group. At the sight of the black gold beast, Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Team leader Zhao Jiang echoed his enthusiasm, stating, "It's the black gold beast. Its value is immense. Nearly every part of it is treasure. Even without beast gene fluid, materials could fetch 1 million. As an elite-level beast, a single beast soul orb could sell for tens of millions." The other team members buzzed with excitement. The prospect of such wealth exceeded their typical earnings over half a month. "Can we kill it?" Lu Feng inquired, aware of the beast's formidable nature. Zhao Jiang smiled calmly. "If all 6 of us engage, it will surely perish." At that moment, they noticed Yili standing near the black gold beast. They blinked in disbelief, initially mistaking his youthful appearance for a lack of experience. What was a young man doing alone here? I sensed his aura. He should be at the 3rd level of beastification, but why is he here alone? One team member questioned, puzzled. "Look at him. He seems utterly dazed. Perhaps he's grateful for our arrival, as we VE come to save him from the black gold beast," another suggested, prompting nods of agreement from the group. Lu Feng boomed. "Hey, kid, you can leave now. We'll take care of this black gold beast." Chapter 92. The first kill did you think to intercept? Yili furrowed his brows as his gaze fell upon the 7 individuals before him. Each one was fully armed, exuding an imposing aura. Their audacity to venture here suggested they were no novices. "I discovered this black gold beast first," Yili stated calmly. Zhao Jiang and his entourage of 7 exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before erupting into laughter. "Kid, you must be mistaken. We just saved your life. Otherwise, do you really think you could handle this black gold beast? With that frail body of yours, you wouldn't even be enough for its meal." Indeed, this lad is utterly clueless, claiming he found it first. What? Does he intend to hunt this black gold beast? Their laughter echoed, filled with derision, as they clearly regarded Yili with disdain, their eyes instead fixated on the beast. "Captain, I checked the online marketplace. The price of a beast soul orb in its beast form is at least 120 million federal coins. 120 million? We are about to strike it rich. Divided among us, that amounts to nearly 20 million each. One black gold beast is worth more than a month's income." Excitement surged through Zhao Jiang and his crew, their blood boiling with greed as they gazed hungrily at the beast, as though it were a treasure. The black gold beast let out a low, rumbling roar, its eyes bloodshot and crimson, a clear sign of impending rage. Its ferocity surpassed that of other feral beasts. Zhao Jiang noticed the change in the beast's gaze and raised his hand. "Everyone, prepare for battle. It's about to go wild." With that, the 6 of them discarded their weapons. With a deep growl, they all transformed into their beast forms. All 6 possessed identical feral gene chains of the Blade Wolf, towering figures emerging from the transformation. The Blade Wolf's genetic lineage was formidable, their collective attack power even greater. No wonder they formed a team. Such strength could elevate them by more than half a realm. Yili couldn't help but marvel at their power. "Lu Feng, the 6 of us will handle the black gold beast. You take care of this kid. If he doesn't know when to retreat, we'll send him on his way to avoid disrupting our hunt." Zhao Jiang sneered. Lu Feng smiled faintly and nodded. The laws of the wilderness were ruthless. Killing was commonplace. More often than not, it was either you or them. A hint of compassion could spell disaster. It was not Lu Feng's first time killing. He licked his lips in excitement. Killing is far more exhilarating than slaying feral beasts. The 6 blade wolves charged with astonishing speed, encircling the black gold beast. While half-transformed Lu Feng raced toward Yili. Yili was momentarily stunned, but then his heart raced. Were they truly intent on killing him? He felt a wave of confusion. However, the perilous knowledge he had gleaned about the wilderness had taught him about the treachery of human nature. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. This half-beastly figure possessed the gene chain of the Earth Warbear, one of the top feral lineages, undoubtedly powerful. Yili was not afraid of him, but rather wary of the 6 blade wolves. First, he needed to deal with this half-beastly evolutionary. Yili controlled his speed, ensuring he wouldn't be caught, aiming to lure Lu Feng around a corner. Lu Feng, dismissing the danger, thought that this beastly individual would be no match for him. "Stop right there," Lu Feng bellowed. Yi Li scoffed. This man was utterly foolish, expecting him to stand still while he was being hunted. As they chased and fled, they quickly turned a corner, disappearing from the street. "Captain, do you think everything will be all right?" one team member asked worriedly. Zhao Jiang glanced up and replied, "No need to worry. We've confirmed with our scanners that there are no others in the area. With Lu Feng's strength, eliminating this evolutionary will be a cinch." With that, the 6 of them lunged at the black gold beast from all directions, leaving it with no room to evade. Clang! The sound of claws striking the beast's body echoed, yet only a metallic ring followed. The claws merely grazed the beast's scales, leaving a thin line, a minor wound that barely drew blood. "It's stronger than we anticipated," Zhao Jiang remarked, his expression grave. Their claws, sharp enough to slice through metal, barely managed to breach the beast's armor. This injury could only be considered a light wound. In a one-on-one confrontation, they would have no chance against the black gold beast. However, now that it was 6 against 1, slaying it should pose no issue. Around the corner, Lu Feng caught up, but Yi Li, who had been running fervently, suddenly halted. "Kid, out of breath already?" Lu Feng laughed maniacally, raising his massive bare paw to strike Yi Li. Yi Li turned to face Lu Feng, a smile gracing his lips, though his eyes turned icy. His heart raced in anticipation, appearing calm, while internally he felt a tempest of fear. Yet, that did not alter his resolve. This was the essence of killing. The education he received from school encompassed not only physical strength, but also the treachery of the human heart. The curriculum emphasized how to retaliate against those who would hunt you in the wilderness. The federal government of the evolutionary era included these lessons in the syllabus, imparting the harsh truth of survival of the fittest to every evolutionary. While not advocating for murder, it did not oppose self-defense. Yi Li's education encompassed these principles, allowing him to face Lu Feng's murderous intent with composure. Lu Feng, brimming with arrogance, charged forward without a second thought. "To die at my hands would be your honor." Yi Li maintained his calm demeanor, nodding with a smile. "Indeed, to die at my hands is truly your honor." He narrowed his eyes, then suddenly widened them. Whoosh! 12 flying daggers emerged from all directions, transforming into glimmering silver streaks. Before Lu Feng could react, he turned just in time to witness a dazzling display of silver, akin to butterflies fluttering in the air. Thud! The A3 level daggers struck true. Some shattered Lu Feng's massive bare head, others severed his throat, while a few pierced through his heart. Not a single dagger missed its mark. Lu Feng struggled to comprehend what was happening, his eyes widening in disbelief as he realized he had been counter-killed, unable to grasp whether the silver light stemmed from Yi Li or another ambush. With a final gasp of unwillingness, Lu Feng collapsed, his beastly form dissipating to reveal a young man's face, pale and filled with regret. Blood flowed freely, and he was silenced. Yi Li stood in a daze, his heart racing, taking deep breaths to calm himself. After what felt like an eternity, he finally steadied his breath. "I have killed." That thought echoed in his mind, the only remnant of clarity amidst the chaos. Chapter 93. Annihilation. What does it feel like to kill? Yi Li could never have imagined it before, but now he has experienced it firsthand. In truth, killing a person is no different from hunting a ferocious beast, with the mental force guiding the flying knives. Taking a life feels akin to slaying a monstrous creature. With a mere thought, a life can be extinguished, perhaps due to the numerous beasts he has slain. Yi Li found himself surprisingly calm. There were still 6 of them. Yi Li quickly steeled himself and took down a young man, who, like him, was a recent high school graduate, having awakened the beast gene chain this very year. Being so young and already at the semi-beast realm, his background was undoubtedly extraordinary. Ordinary evolvers were still in the bone-refining stage, and only those from affluent families could reach the coagulation stage. Graduates who attained the semi-beast realm were rare in the entire Asian region, likely numbering less than 1,000. They were either scions of prominent families or exceptionally gifted evolvers chosen by major corporations for cultivation. Regardless of the category, their status was significant. The 6 individuals engaged in battle with the Wu Jin beast were evolvers at the beast form stage, presumably acting as bodyguards for this young man, accompanying him into the wilderness for training. The higher their status, the more perilous Yi Li's situation became. He had already taken a life, regardless of the justification. It remained a killing. If the forces behind the young man were to learn of this, it would spell trouble. These 6 had seen his face. If they were to survive and escape. Yi Li's lips pressed into a tight line, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. This was not merely his predicament. If it were just him, he could retreat into the wilderness where finding him would be challenging. But what about his family? His parents were merely civilized evolvers. While not utterly defenseless, they would be no more than ants in the eyes of combat evolvers. What would become of them? They had to die. Yi Li clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination. When it came to his family, Yi Li would leave no loose ends, no matter the cost. He was resolute in eliminating these 6. Yi Li was not impulsive. He rapidly analyzed the situation in his mind. Killing these 6 would indeed be fraught with difficulties. His only advantage lay in the flying knives controlled by his mental force. Roar. At that moment, the roar of the Wu Jin beast echoed in his ears. Yi Li's heart stirred. Perhaps he could leverage this Wu Jin beast. Just how powerful is the Wu Jin beast? 6 evolvers of the same realm had spent 3 minutes without managing to subdue it. Yi Li cautiously approached, taking refuge in a dilapidated building by the roadside. The battle was intense. The blade wolf forms of the 6 evolvers were indeed formidable, utilizing speed to coordinate their attacks, creating a sense of imbalance for the Wu Jin beast, often managing to counter one direction while leaving another vulnerable. The Wu Jin beast bore numerous wounds. Despite the fact that the evolvers of the beast form could breach its scales, it fought back fiercely. 2 of the evolvers bore deep gashes, bloodied and gravely injured. Yi Li furrowed his brow. If left unimpeded, their combined efforts could indeed bring down the Wu Jin beast. The 6 had divided into 3 groups, retreating and advancing in an orderly fashion, displaying remarkable teamwork. Many times, they caused the Wu Jin beast's attacks to falter, preventing it from addressing threats from both sides. If this continued, once they killed the Wu Jin beast, he would be in serious trouble. Taking on 6 beast form evolvers was a daunting task. They remained unaware that the young man pursuing him had already been slain, which was when they became careless. Yi Li gritted his teeth, focusing his mental force. 12 flying knives scattered, moving low to the ground, inching closer to the 6. Yi Li needed to strike with lethal precision when they least expected it. Slitting their throats would be straightforward, but in their beast forms, their speed rendered that task far from simple. Thus, Yi Li set his sights on their hind legs. The flying knives glided within 10 centimeters of the ground, drawing nearer silently, undetected. Ha, Captain. It can't hold on much longer. The elite golden-ringed beast is significantly stronger. We've already dispatched ordinary Wu Jin beasts with ease. Yet this one has cost us quite a bit of effort. Old 3 and Old 5 really let their guard down, almost falling for its tricks. Zhao Jiang said sternly, "We cannot afford to be careless. Take it down within 5 minutes to avoid complications." The 6 launched into a new wave of ferocious attacks, entirely oblivious to the 12 flying knives inching toward them. Roar. The Wu Jin beast, cornered, became even more ferocious, causing Zhao Jiang and his companions to feel increasingly frantic. In that moment, Yi Li, who had been waiting for an opportunity, unleashed his mental force. The 12 flying knives erupted forth, producing a sonic boom. Buzz. The sound reverberated, shaking the air. Thud. A series of sounds erupted, followed by anguished cries. Zhao Jiang and his team had no time to react. They felt intense pain in their legs, which buckled under them as if severely wounded. Typically, this would be minor, but they were in the midst of battling the Wu Jin beast. Crack. The Wu Jin beast moved with incredible speed, sinking its jaws into the head of a blade wolf evolver, crushing it with its formidable bite. The evolver didn't even have a chance to scream before becoming a headless corpse. The Wu Jin beast then raised its paw, smashing another evolver's skull, leaving him twitching on the ground. In the blink of an eye, 2 had fallen. Zhao Jiang and the others were utterly shattered. Whoosh. Thud. Silver flashed as another revolver's blade wolf neck was severed by several flying knives, blood gushing forth as he collapsed. Roar. The Wu Jin beast paid no heed to these developments. Consumed by its bloodlust, Zhao Jiang and his companions, previously nimble, found their movements hindered after sustaining injuries to a leg. Ah! A scream echoed as yet another fell to the Wu Jin beast's maw. In mere moments, Zhao Jiang and his 6 companions either perished by the flying knives or fell victim to the Wu Jin beast. Yili almost synchronized his strikes with the Wu Jin beast's attacks, eliminating all 6. The Wu Jin beast was relentless, crushing the skulls of each fallen opponent in its powerful jaws, roaring in triumph as if proclaiming its might to the world. The flying knives surged forward, transformed into silver streaks, hurtling toward the Wu Jin beast. Already battered and bruised, the Wu Jin beast could not withstand the onslaught for even a minute, ultimately succumbing as its skull was pierced. Chapter 94. The Discovery of Death. With a heavy exhale, Yili gasped for air, his chest rising and falling erratically. To kill 7 individuals at once was an immense psychological shock for him. After all, he was merely 18 years old. No matter how resilient his mind, he required time to process such a traumatic event. He nearly collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. It took him a good 2 or 3 minutes to regain his composure from his pallid state. I must conclude matters here swiftly and depart, he thought. Yili raised his hand to glance at the time on his personal intelligence terminal. It was almost noon. This county town was relatively bustling, and soon, evolutionists would arrive. He had to leave before they showed up. Gritting his teeth, Yili stood up. He had no intention of claiming the equipment of these individuals. Instead, his gaze fell upon the ebony beast they had encountered. With deft precision, he extracted the beast's genetic fluid and soul orb before promptly departing. He boarded his flying craft without delay. Whoosh! The craft soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yili paid no heed to the corpses left behind. The city was teeming with ferocious beasts, and the scent of blood would soon attract others. They would devour the remains, leaving nothing behind. Of course, the transport vehicle they had arrived in and their gear would remain. Yet, Yili harbored no concerns about these matters. As long as he was not caught in the act, who could determine who had slain them? Perhaps they had simply encountered a formidable beast. After traveling nearly 100 kilometers, the flying craft came to a halt amidst a cluster of abandoned buildings. Yili disembarked. The area was rife with beasts, their roars echoing through the air. However, he discerned gunfire, indicating the presence of evolutionists. The cargo hold of his craft was filled with materials, and while he could return now, he chose not to. An early return would draw too much attention. He had just killed 7 people. Who knew if their company would investigate and potentially notice him? Every action required utmost caution. A series of beastly roars erupted as dozens of beasts at the beastification level appeared ahead. Yili sheathed his flying knives and drew forth his tiger thorn blade. Regrettably, this blade had not tasted blood since he purchased it, a true waste of potential. With determination, Yili charged at the pack of beasts. True to its A5 weapon classification, its sharpness combined with Yili's strength made it an instrument of slaughter for the beastification level creatures. His combat skills were finely honed. The tiger thorn blade consistently found the most suitable angles to sever the throats of each beast. Typically, it took him just 2 or 3 strikes per beast. With swift efficiency, he annihilated the entire group without even needing to undergo beastification himself. The speed of his assault was astonishing. Yili shook his head. He had intended to linger here for a while, yet in just 10 minutes, he had eradicated the horde. The materials from these beasts no longer piqued his interest. He sought solely the genetic fluid. While dispatching the beasts was rapid, collecting the genetic fluid required considerable time, taking a full half-hour. For the rest of the afternoon, Yili acted with a sense of leisure. He would slay any beasts he encountered, but if none appeared, he would simply rest. By 4:30 in the afternoon, it was time to return. On the day of the beast descent, most teams would wait 3 days before returning. But some would return to the military fortress the same day. Yili's return at this time would naturally go unnoticed. Half an hour later, Yili arrived back at the military fortress. He promptly handed all the materials over to Zhang Dai. Their familiarity made transactions swift. The materials fetched over 7 million, a sum that exceeded previous sales by a factor of 2. The quality of these materials was notably high, with few falling below the beastification level, and many at the half-beast level. Next came the purification and appraisal. At the Twin Guns building in Binhai City, the towering structure culminated in the design of 2 crossed rifles. This was the renowned headquarters of the Twin Guns Company. Beep! A piercing sound echoed in the monitoring room. Here, such a sound signified death. Each evolutionist within the company possessed life detection capabilities on their personal intelligence terminals. Upon the cessation of life or damage to the terminal, an immediate alert would be sent to the company's monitoring center. The monitor staff remained unfazed, seemingly accustomed to such sounds. Perhaps each beep represented a life lost. But those who worked here had long learned to cope. Under normal circumstances, no alarm would be raised. However, this time, when he pulled up the data on the death signal, his expression changed dramatically. It was Lu Feng. He leaped to his feet, fixating intently on the death notification. Lu Feng was a superstar talent being heavily nurtured by Twin Guns Company. In just 2 months, a vast amount of resources had been invested in him, underscoring his importance to the company. Yet now, they received a death signal? The monitor's heart raced as he hastily activated the communication. Lu Feng, this is Twin Guns Company. Please respond. But there was no reply. Damn. The monitor cursed, immediately escalating the message. The company executives received the news, and the supervisor responsible for Lu Feng, Zhou, rushed to the monitoring room. What is happening? Contact Zhao Jiang and the others at once. However, before he could finish his sentence, the life detection signals for Zhao Jiang and the others began to vanish one by one. Within 10 seconds, all 6 life detection signals had disappeared. The monitor was taken aback, quickly attempting to establish contact. The personal intelligence terminals could connect, but there was no response. Due to communication restrictions, they could not force a connection. Zhou was growing anxious. He understood the significance of Lu Feng. Confirm their location immediately. 220 kilometers from the 9th Legion, 337 kilometers from Binhai City. Supervisor, here are the coordinates. The monitor relayed the coordinates of the disrupted life signals. Now notify the chairman and the others. I will go investigate, Zhou said, his brow furrowed in concern. If this were merely a key training subject of the company, it might not be a grave matter. Death was commonplace. However, the troublesome aspect was the family backing Lu Feng. With no time to spare, Zhou dashed to the rooftop and leaped off. As he fell rapidly, he spread his arms wide, unleashing a pair of glossy black wings through beastification, transforming into a massive black-winged eagle that soared nearly 30 meters. In an instant, Zhou vanished into the distance, becoming a mere speck as he left Binhai City. 20 minutes later, Zhou arrived at the site of the incident. With a swift fold of his wings, he plummeted to the ground. Boom! Dust erupted as he landed. What met his eyes was a scene that shattered his spirit. A pack of ferocious beasts were tearing into corpses, nearly devouring them entirely. Chapter 95. All I seek is your safety. Zhao Jiang and his companions. Supervisor Zhou trembled all over, certain that it was indeed Zhao Jiang and the others. Nearby, the transport vehicle was parked not far away. As long as Lu Feng was alive, there was still hope. There were only 6 corpses here, and none belonged to Lu Feng. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Supervisor Zhou opened his personal smart terminal, only to furrow his brow in dismay. The satellite positioning could now pinpoint locations with millimeter precision. After merely turning a corner, Supervisor Zhou's complexion turned ashen. The location of Lu Feng's demise had been identified. The personal smart terminal was still operational, but it was smeared with blood and marked with signs of savage bites. The remnants were being torn apart by 2 ferocious beasts. Damn it! Supervisor Zhou felt a chill in his limbs, his heart gripped by immense terror and rage, propelling him into action. Like the wind, he dashed forward, tearing apart the beast that was feasting on its prey, shattering it with a terrible force. Yet, this could not bring Lu Feng back. Standing there in a frenzy, Supervisor Zhou's breath became erratic as he trembled while dialing the chairman's number. Speak, came the cold voice on the other end. Lu Feng is dead, and all 6 companions. including Zhao Jiang, have been killed. It is currently unclear whether it was human or beast that caused their demise, Supervisor Zhou reported, his voice trembling with fear. On the other end, heavy breathing echoed, a barely contained fury simmering beneath the surface. After a long pause, the voice snapped, "Stay where you are. I will come over immediately. I will notify the Liu family. Whoever dares to lay a hand on our double-gun company will face annihilation." With the call ending, a bitter expression settled on Supervisor Zhou's face. The Liu family was a powerful clan with connections to federal legislators. Yili spent an entire hour completing the identification process. The results were quite promising. Among the genetic liquids of the beastly transformation realm, there was one with a 20 evolution rate, one with a 9 evolution rate, and 6 with a 5 evolution rate. In the half-beast realm, there was also one with a 17 evolution rate. Yili currently utilized the beastly transformation realm, while the half-beast realm would be reserved for future use. All of these would be sold. The genetic liquids of beasts below the beastly transformation realm were of no use to Yi Li, and he had no interest in those below 5. Additionally, genetic liquids of half-beast and beast forms below 2 were also put up for sale. This time, Yi Li had nearly 400 genetic liquids of beasts. Aside from retaining over 20, the rest were all sold. Genetic identification could also be sold here. The staff were pleasantly surprised. Over 300 genetic liquids of beasts constituted a considerable business deal. Please wait. A few individuals approached, and after confirming the quantity, grade, and evolution rates of the genetic liquids, the foreman who came out to hand over the transaction said, "Sir, there are 27 genetic liquids at the coagulation realm, among which 3 have a 5 evolution rate." The foreman meticulously calculated for Yi Li and quickly arrived at a total 507, 8 million. Yi Li did not hesitate and readily agreed to the price. After completing the transaction, he departed from the identification center. The aerial vehicle was naturally parked at the flying vehicle center, and Yi Li walked back to the genius camp. He contemplated moving out of the genius camp soon, as it was not very convenient. The Legion Fortress had hotels and some houses for sale at reasonable prices. Yi Li planned to buy one, establishing a small abode for himself. Though the genius camp was excellent, it was still inconvenient to come and go. Opening his personal smart terminal, he transferred 50 million to his mother, Zhou Ningjing. Now that he had money, it was only right that his parents enjoyed a better life. Congratulations. You have received 50 million federal dollars. Zhou Ningjing, who was dining with her husband, froze upon hearing the notification. Upon checking the record and realizing it was her son, her expression shifted from joy to concern, and she hurriedly called Yi Li. "Mom, I transferred some money for you. Don't be frugal. Your son is now quite capable of earning money, so spend it freely," Yi Li said with a smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of happiness. It was only natural for a son to provide for his parents. Indirectly, it meant he had achieved something, able to earn money for his family. Hearing her son's vibrant voice, Zhou Ningjing sighed in relief, a smile breaking on her face. "You little rascal. It's better if you save that money. You earn quickly, but you spend it just as fast. I've heard that the equipment for battle evolutionists can cost anywhere from 10 to 20 million, with some exceeding 100 million. Save the money for your gear. All I hope is for you to stay safe." Yi Minghui also put down his bowl and leaned in. The video call allowed them to see each other. "Dad, later, ask Mom to give you some money. Don't you want an aerial vehicle? Tomorrow you and Mom should go look at some. If you find one you like, just buy it. Consider it my way of honoring you," Yi Li said with a gentle smile. Yi Minghui's expression turned serious. "Save your money. I'll have your mom transfer some back to you shortly for better equipment." Yi Li felt warmth in his heart. He chuckled and pointed to his current funds. "Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry about me. I have money now, see? Almost 700 million. Feel free to spend it generously." "How do you have so much money?" Both parents were astonished. The numbers displayed were staggering for ordinary people. Yi Li replied, "I exchanged federal merit points and military contributions, totaling over 1.2 billion. I purchased a set of A5 level equipment." Gasp. Yi Li's seemingly casual statement left Yu Minghui and Zhou Ningjing in shock, gasping in disbelief. Federal merit points were not something ordinary individuals could acquire. How much merit was required to exchange for 1,200 million federal dollars? Was this something their son could achieve? Yili did not conceal the truth, explaining the situation with the heretics, albeit with some edits. Overall, it was more thrilling than dangerous. Zhou Ningjing, being more emotional, couldn't help but shed tears. Son, please don't rush into such dangerous situations in the future. Let us take it slow and grow stronger, all right? She urged. Yili nodded. I'll come back to see you soon. However, Yi Minghui was somewhat exuberant at this moment. Huh? Good lad. You're truly my son, full of courage. Deep down, he felt genuine happiness. His son was making a name for himself, and as a father, he was naturally proud. After chatting with his parents, Yili ended the call. Back at the genius camp, he once again visited Old Luo to collect a dragon-shaped beast genetic liquid. Currently, such liquids were nearly impossible to purchase online. Even those with a 1 evolution rate cost nearly $1 million. Even the smallest gains are still gains, so he seized the opportunity. That evening, Yili took out the 20 evolution rate genetic liquid from the beastly transformation realm identified earlier and swallowed it whole. This raised his evolution rate to 37 within the beastly transformation realm. Chapter 96. The situation escalates with the beastly transformation at 37. Yili felt a swell of excitement. At this pace, within a fortnight, he would likely breach into the 4th level, the semi-beast realm. This speed was truly astonishing. He took a moment to reflect on the gains and losses from this excursion. Closing his eyes, he sat on the bed, entering a meditative state, his mind replaying the scenes from the day's battle. After filtering through the events, Yili discerned his gains and losses. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already deep into the night. He decided to rest for the night, as he would need to depart early the next morning. A slight smile graced his lips. The highly evolved beast gene serum was a rarity on the market and could only be procured through his own efforts. The more formidable beasts he hunted, the greater the chances of obtaining such high-grade gene serums. Other evolutionists struggled to match Yi Li's efficiency. In fact, no team could rival his prowess. That night, Yi Li fell asleep fully clothed. The next day, Yi Li awoke early and made his way to the cafeteria for breakfast. Boss, have you heard? Chun Jian approached Yi Li with an air of mystery. Congressman Liu is visiting our 9th Legion today. Yi Li was taken aback, furrowing his brow slightly as he suppressed a wave of unease. Which Congressman Liu? You don't know? Chun Jian rolled his eyes and pointed skyward. He is a member of the Federal Asian District Congress, a peak powerhouse at the Wanjun level, on the brink of breaking into the martial god realm. The martial god realm is the highest level known to humanity. Wanjun is second only to martial god, and its peak powerhouses can be considered quasi-martial gods. Their strength is formidable beyond measure. For Liu Hang to be a member of the Asian District Congress, he wields immense power. Yi Li's heart tightened, but he maintained a facade of composure. Isn't it normal for him to visit the 9th Legion? Chun Jian shook his head. You might not know, but a major incident occurred yesterday. Congressman Liu's son was murdered within our 9th Legion's jurisdiction. The outside world is already in an uproar, and you're completely oblivious? He then accessed his personal smart terminal, pulling up the news, which illuminated the screen with numerous articles about the murder of Liu Feng. Yi Li's brow furrowed as he absorbed the news. Such incidents typically wouldn't create such a stir, yet Congressman Liu had managed to incite a whirlwind of attention, even issuing public statements. This situation was becoming troublesome. Yi Li felt a pang of bitterness. His luck seemed to be running out, having crossed paths with such figures. The Liu family and the Twin Guns Company were both well known, although Liu, as a congressman, held no seat in the Federal Assembly. His status as an Asian District Congress member was enough to overshadow someone of Yi Li's humble origins. It could be said that with a mere finger, they could crush him. Yet, if faced with a similar situation again, Yi Li would not hesitate to retaliate. Liu Feng, having intended to kill him, would find that not resisting was a path to death. Resistance offered a glimmer of hope. It was less a choice than a necessity. Fortunately, the incident had occurred outside the wild zones, and no one knew who the murderer was. Still, Yi Li felt an unsettling intuition that he had overlooked something. Many evolutionists from the talent camp had arisen, discussing the incident. Who could it be that dared to kill even a member of the Liu family? We don't even know if it was a human. After all, It happened in the wild zones on the day of the beast descent. Perhaps it was a formidable beast they encountered? It seemed there would be quite a spectacle to witness, as the Liu family was unlikely to let this matter rest. The scions of noble families often exuded arrogance, believing themselves to be above others due to their lineage and talents. Perhaps they had offended someone and met their end. The talented evolutionists continued their chatter. Yi Li stood up, greeted Chun Jian, and departed from the cafeteria. The situation was unexpected, but the deed was done. All he could do now was observe how it would unfold. Elevating his strength was the path forward. Compared to the Liu family, Yi Li felt insignificant. Early in the morning, Yi Li boarded a flying vehicle. This time, his destination was Canyon County, located 200 kilometers from the 9th Legion, a town nestled within a vast canyon. Yi Li was not yet bold enough to venture into city-level territories. The humming of the flying vehicle signaled its departure from the 9th Legion fortress. After a mere 15 minutes of flight, he encountered numerous avian beasts. Their levels too low to keep pace with the vehicle. The flying apparatus could only operate within a range of 200 to 300 kilometers from human settlements. Beyond that, it risked being downed by airborne creatures. As the vehicle traversed the long, majestic canyon, the scenery was breathtaking. Endless forests blanketed the canyon, with remnants of structures from bygone villages and towns peeking through the foliage. The roars of beasts echoed continuously, interspersed with the distant sounds of gunfire and the clashes between evolutionists and beasts. It was already the second day of the beast descent event, making the presence of evolutionists here quite normal. Upon reaching the outskirts of Canyon County, Yi Li brought the flying vehicle to a halt amidst a cloud of dust. Exiting, he activated the camouflage mode, blending the vehicle into the greenery, rendering it nearly invisible from a distance. Perfect. Yi Li smiled. Fully armed, he strode towards the abandoned city. As he approached, he spotted 5 beasts devouring a boar-like creature. Instantly, the information about these beasts flashed in his mind. Swift Wind Demon Wolf. Level, Beast Form Speed, 45 meters second bite force, 11 tons claw strength, 8 tons height, 1, 9 meters length, 3, 8 meters. This information was straightforward, yet the speed of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf was terrifying, able to cover 100 meters in little over 2 seconds. Akin to the wind, its bite force was equally astonishing, capable of crushing steel without exaggeration. Many evolutionists would think twice before provoking such swift creatures, as they would face significant disadvantages in a speed contest. The height of these wolves posed a considerable threat to humans. While not colossal, their size was comparable to that of an elephant. The 5 Swift Wind Demon Wolves possessed acute senses, and before Yi Li could draw near, they had detected his presence. With a howl, one of the wolves abandoned its meal and charged towards Yi Li at breathtaking speed. Yi Li's brow arched as he unleashed 12 throwing knives, sending them shimmering through the air toward the wolves. Thud, thud, thud. Though unable to pierce the skulls of the beast-form wolves, he could certainly slice through their tough hides. Having encountered numerous beast-form creatures before, Yi Li was undaunted by their 3-level superiority. The wolves' knees were severed by the flying knives, and they howled in agony, losing their balance and collapsing to the ground, rolling helplessly. Chapter 97. Acquisition Information. With a grin, Yi Li remarked, "Let the frenzy commence." The Gale Demon Wolves excelled in speed, and once that advantage was stripped away, their demise became a simple task. The flying daggers were initially aimed at their legs. This strategy was effective against formidable beasts. By incapacitating their mobility, one could swiftly bring them down. For weaker beasts, however, a more straightforward approach sufficed, piercing through their skulls to deliver a fatal blow. The 5 Gale Demon Wolves were disoriented from the impact, and before they could regain their footing, Yi Li's controlled daggers struck again. Like beams of light, when confronting beasts 3 realms above oneself, focus was paramount. 12 daggers targeted one of the Gale Demon Wolves, and in a heartbeat, it was obliterated. While it might withstand 1, 2, or even 3 daggers, it could not endure a dozen. With a breakthrough in concentration, the combined force was sufficient to rend its wolfish hide and shatter its bones. In mere seconds, that particular Gale Demon Wolf perished. The remaining 4 finally managed to rise, but their legs were severely injured, some with 2, others with 1, rendering them incapable of regaining their former speed. Kill. Yi Li's gaze locked onto the second wolf, and once more, the 12 daggers surged forth. Deprived of their swiftness, they posed no challenge. One by one, they fell under Yi Li's onslaught. From the 5 Gale demon wolves, he collected a vial of beastly genetic liquid, 5 sets of wolf fangs, 5 pelts, and 20 claws. The immense size of these beasts ensured that their materials occupied considerable space. After summoning a vehicle to transport the materials into the cargo bay, Yi Li ventured onward. Upon entering the abandoned county town, he observed that the old streets had been nearly engulfed by vegetation over the century, obscuring any trace of concrete pathways. Abandoned cars were similarly concealed, leaving only a few raised patches visible. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Yi Li quickly darted into a nearby dilapidated high-rise. Racing to the 5th-floor window, through the foliage obscuring the glass, he glimpsed a massive, ebony beast traversing the street, leaving craters in its wake. Buildings that dared to extend into the street were unceremoniously crushed, with debris scattering everywhere. Gigantic gorilla realm, evolutionary speed, 40 meters second bite force, 20 tons claw strength, 16 tons height, 2 meters. Yi Li inhaled sharply, his mind reeling at the sight of the gigantic gorilla. This evolutionary beast was beyond his current capabilities, no matter how audacious Yi Li felt. Even with his mental control over the daggers, he dared not confront such a creature. His previous encounter with an evolutionary anomaly had been a stroke of luck, aided by the dark dragon beast possessing him. However, that did not imply he had the capacity to challenge the gigantic gorilla now. With a force of 18 tons, equivalent to 18,000 kilograms or 36,000 pounds, one strike from this beast could reduce him to mere pulp. The information available failed to quantify its defensive capabilities, yet evolutionary beasts were impervious to missiles, with laser cannons barely inflicting damage. Yi Li shrank back, holding his breath. The presence of an evolutionary gigantic gorilla in this county town posed a dire threat to the local evolutionaries. Daring not to make a move, Yi Li watched as the beast lumbered away. He resolved to prepare more defensive strategies. The most useful method remained his beastly possession ability. Closing his eyes, he envisioned a luminous orb, within which danced the shadows of various beasts, some clearer than others. The summoning potential of the lightning cat beast was nearly at 10, but its low realm rendered it unlikely to be of assistance. The great tooth wolf and others were similarly weak. The dragon-shaped beast was the most promising, yet acquiring its genetic liquid proved challenging and costly. Yi Li focused on the shadow of a dragon-shaped beast with only a 2 evolution rate, still too indistinct to identify. After a few moments of contemplation, he withdrew from his mental imagery and opened his eyes. After some thought, Yi Li accessed his personal intelligence terminal and logged onto the online marketplace. This digital bazaar offered a plethora of items, everything except those requiring merit points for exchange. The key factor, of course, was one's purchasing power. Navigating to the beast genetic liquid section, he searched for dragon-shaped genetic liquids. Such products were indeed scarce, nearly invisible in the market. Typically, the price for a 1 evolutionary dragon-shaped genetic liquid from the bone refinement realm hovered around 200,000, significantly more than other beast genetic liquids, about tenfold. The rarity of dragon-shaped genetic liquids stemmed from the scarcity of evolutionaries capable of awakening this genetic chain. Their reluctance to sell was primarily due to pricing concerns. High-evolution dragon-shaped genetic liquids commanded exorbitant prices and were seldom made available, while those with lower evolution rates were relatively affordable. The rationale was straightforward. Evolutionaries with dragon-shaped genetic chains were invariably prodigies, nurtured by various factions striving for accelerated growth. Consequently, they sought higher evolution rates to achieve rapid enhancement. Thus, dragon-shaped genetic liquids below a 5 evolution rate were not considered non-sale items. The ability of Yi Shan to acquire such dragon-shaped genetic liquids stemmed from this very reason. Once evolved, such liquids would be of no use to them if they did not match their realm. It would be absurd to spend millions to acquire one merely as a luxury. Yili's growth did not necessitate dragon-shaped genetic liquids. He could thrive on anything. This was his distinct advantage. For him, low-realm dragon-shaped genetic liquids held significant potential, as they could enhance the summoning potential of dragon-shaped beasts within his orb. Thus, he needed only to focus on the dragon-shaped genetic liquids from the bone refinement and blood condensation realms, both affordable and less coveted by sellers. Having reached this conclusion, Yili promptly navigated to the acquisition section. The online marketplace featured both selling and purchasing zones, where many evolutionaries posted their requests. Compared to the static shopping platforms, the acquisition section thrived with activity. By targeting specific individuals with a need, one could swiftly negotiate and finalize transactions, establishing a product link on the marketplace for rapid exchanges. Items would be delivered via courier from major cities in the Asia-Pacific region. Yili perused the acquisition section, encountering a variety of requests from various equipment to special materials and beast genetic liquids, even inquiries for beast soul orbs. Additionally, second-hand aircraft and an array of powerful energy weapons were on display. The federal government imposed no restrictions on such transactions. In the age of evolution, humanity needed to liberate its primal instincts rather than restrain its growth. Once he grasped how to post an acquisition request, Yili swiftly published his own, a high-priced request for dragon-shaped genetic liquids from the bone refinement realm, with no restrictions on evolution rate. After posting, he refrained from further browsing the marketplace and chose to log off. The gigantic gorilla should have moved on, allowing him to resume his hunt for beasts. With caution, Yili descended from the building. Chapter 98. Returning the favor to ensure safety. Yili commanded the aircraft to ascend and activated its reconnaissance mode. It must be said that the civilization's evolutionists are truly remarkable. The myriad of functions available are almost exclusively designed to serve the combat evolutionists. Every aircraft boasts an array of capabilities. The airborne craft swiftly detected the massive gorilla beast departing from the county town, dashing into the forest and gradually fading from view. It rampaged through the woods, effortlessly toppling numerous gigantic trees, the sound of cracking timber echoing for miles. The trajectory of its departure suggested it was headed towards Fengyuan City. Upon observing the direction of the gorilla beast's advance, Yili reached a conclusion. Beasts of higher realms typically seek out vast human cities as their lairs and territories. The gorilla, being an evolved creature of formidable strength, would naturally gravitate towards larger urban areas. Its departure aligned perfectly with Yili's intentions. Had it remained, Yili would have been compelled to relocate, fearing a fatal strike from its massive paw. With the gorilla now gone, Yili let out a sigh of relief. Venturing onto the street, he turned a corner and was immediately confronted by a swarm of fiery spiders that had just emerged from the forest. Each spider was roughly the size of a mini electric vehicle, their bodies a blend of black and yellow, reminiscent of flames flickering in the dark, hence their name. Indeed, the sheer number of these creatures, numbering around 30 to 40, was daunting. Yili was taken aback by the improbable coincidence of encountering such a swarm. Fortunately, his academic knowledge from elementary through high school was solid, and upon seeing the fiery spiders, the information from his textbooks rushed to the forefront of his mind. Fiery spider, realm, half-beast realm speed, 41 meters second bite force, 6 tons claw strength, 8 tons height, 1. 5 meters length, 2. 8 meters note. Fiery spiders can expel extremely sticky silk, and their claws possess terrifying penetrating power. In the early stages of the evolution era, they could pierce the frontal armor of main battle tanks, exhibiting fierce combat capabilities. They primarily roam alone, though they occasionally gather in swarms. While their statistics may not seem extraordinary, their speed is impressive. Although their bite force is somewhat lacking, the fiery spiders do not rely solely on their mouths. Rather, they utilize a specialized silk-spitting orifice. Their 8 legs are particularly fearsome, long and sharp, capable of easily penetrating the frontal armor of main battle tanks. Reports suggest that some evolutionists have wielded their legs as weapons, achieving results comparable to A9-level equipment. The fiery spider is a versatile beast, posing challenges both at a distance and up close. However, encountering them now, Yili had no intention of retreating. Severing the legs of these creatures would be a formidable task, given their robust composition and the smooth exoskeleton that encased them, yet they were not devoid of weaknesses. As half-beast realm beings, there was no reason for Yi Li to fear them. Without hesitation, Yi Li decided to take the initiative. Before the spiders could react, 12 flying knives were unleashed. The speed of the knives was astonishing. Glimmering silvery streaks shot forth, striking the faces of the two leading fiery spiders in the blink of an eye. Other areas of their bodies were shielded by tough exoskeletons. But their faces, surely not a weak point? Each of the leading fiery spiders was met with 6 flying knives. A familiar piercing sound echoed as the blades penetrated their heads. However, the remaining fiery spiders quickly responded, opening their mouths to expel strands of silk. The ensuing barrage transformed into a blinding mass as 20 or so fiery spiders simultaneously unleashed their silk, blanketing the area in white. Yi Li was taken aback by their rapid response. How could they react so swiftly? Rather than retreating after expelling their silk, they charged forward. Their speed, limited to 41 meters per second, was no trivial matter. They could cover 100 meters in just 2.5 seconds. To put it into perspective, that is roughly the duration of a single breath. In terms of velocity, they could easily surpass Yi Li, whose own limit was merely 35 meters per second. Faced with the onslaught of silk, an evolutionist of the same realm might have found themselves ensnared. Yet, Yi Li's reflexes were among the finest. Furthermore, his arsenal extended beyond mere speed. In an instant, the 12 flying knives seemed to lose control, plummeting to the ground. The strands of silk aimed at Yi Li, however, inexplicably hung suspended in midair, unable to advance even a fraction. That was a close call. Anyone else would undoubtedly have been ensnared by the silk, with predictable consequences. Yi Li exhaled, a smile gracing his face. The adhesive nature of the spider silk would bind anyone who became ensnared. As the fiery spiders charged, they would have faced certain doom against their own sharp, elongated claws. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Yi Li. The clusters of spider silk he had seized control of were sent hurtling back, a fitting retaliation. What could this be called, if not returning the favor? The fiery spiders, caught off guard, dashed forward only to find themselves ensnared by their own silk. While their claws were resistant to the silk's stickiness, their bodies were not. Moreover, the strands that fell upon them intertwined like a net. In the blink of an eye, the fiery spiders were thrown into disarray. Yi Li, unhesitating, regained control over the previously fallen flying knives. The knives hummed with energy as they vibrated in his grasp. With a series of swift, cutting sounds, the fiery spiders found themselves unable to evade the onslaught of Yi Li's blades. The few that managed to break free continued to spew silk in his direction. Yi Li employed the same tactic, using his mental prowess to redirect the silk back at them. After a few exchanges, all 30 or so fiery spiders were ensnared. Their movements severely hindered as they emitted terrifying hissing sounds, filled with agitation. Yi Li showed no mercy, controlling the flying knives to eliminate them one by one. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with the carcasses of fiery spiders. Remarkable speed, indeed. A swarm of half-beast fiery spiders dispatched in under 3 minutes. Who could rival such efficiency? In a single word, swift. This was true efficiency. A feat of earning millions in mere minutes. Who could believe it? He could brag about his prowess, claiming tens of thousands per second, and laugh heartily at the thought. With a joyful heart, Yi Li collected the remains of the fiery spiders, preparing to harvest their materials. Chapter 99. Concealed Assault. Yi Li is distinctly different from others. While others find it challenging to hunt ferocious beasts yet easy to collect materials, Yi Li experiences the opposite. He can slay a ferocious beast in merely 2 to 3 minutes, yet spends half an hour processing the materials. The spider silk is quite valuable. Yi Li meticulously extracts it, as well as the limbs of the blazing spider, ensuring he takes everything. Even the shell of the blazing spider holds substantial worth. After a flurry of activity, nearly 40 minutes have elapsed. Hunting elite-grade golden ring beasts is far more gratifying, with a single one valued at over 100 million. Yi Li dispatches these beasts with similar swiftness, resolving the encounter in just a few minutes. The several million he has amassed seems significant, yet pales in comparison to the beast's soul orbs that start at 1 billion. Having loaded all the materials onto the aircraft, the cargo hold is now filled to capacity. Should he consider upgrading to a larger vessel? Yili contemplates this. He is not short on funds, possessing several hundred million, making the acquisition of an armed aircraft entirely feasible. The earlier Legion commander had mentioned he could gift him an armed aircraft along with a set of A3 grade equipment. Yili chuckles. The half-beast realm poses little challenge for him. With a 37 evolution rate and 2 vials of 9 beast gene liquid at hand, he anticipates breaking through half-beast status within a week at most. Therefore, the matter of upgrading his aircraft can be postponed for now. He can make do with what he has. He reflects that Qin Shan, as the commander of the 9th Legion, possesses aircraft far superior to civilian models, making the wait worthwhile. After securing the materials, he activates the aircraft's cloaking mode, blending its form seamlessly with the surrounding environment, rendering it nearly invisible. Yili cautiously advances, his shield raised. The city, shrouded in vegetation, reveals little of its architecture, discernible only by the outlines of the structures. Ahead lies an intersection, where he observes a pack of Gale demon wolves lingering, numbering at least 15 or 16. The Gale demon wolf, a beast of the beast form realm, is exceedingly formidable. Previously, 5 were manageable, but facing this many at once is unwise. Fortunately, the wolves remain oblivious to Yi Li, perhaps due to the wind direction. Engaging them directly is ill-advised. Even his flying daggers, formidable as they are, can handle only 5 or 6 at most. The Gale demon wolves move with incredible speed, reacting violently to the slightest disturbance, ensuring that any direct confrontation would result in his disadvantage. However, Yili is unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. He resolves to employ cunning instead. Surveying the nearby buildings, an idea forms. He ascends quietly to the rooftop of a neighboring structure, moving stealthily, careful not to make a sound. The rustling leaves mask his presence as he treads upon the foliage, allowing him to draw closer to the intersection. After several minutes, he nears the wolves, who are preoccupied with their meal, completely unaware of his presence, approximately 30 meters away, well within the range of his daggers. All he needs to do is remain concealed and launch his attack. Yili smiles, positioning himself perfectly to observe through a window. With a focused thought, 12 daggers unsheath and hover in the air. Go, he whispers, the daggers silently darting through the gaps in the foliage. Under his telekinetic control, they behave as if imbued with life. The advantage of telekinetically controlled daggers is their absolute silence. As they adjust to the optimal angles and distances, the pack of Gale demon wolves remains blissfully unaware, continuing their feast, occasionally engaging in minor squabbles. This ambush is exhilarating. Yili clenches his fist. With a surge of mental energy, the 12 daggers shoot forth like streaks of light. The wolves, suddenly under attack, emit anguished howls. Caught off guard, Yili targets their eyes with precision. The daggers pierce through them, embedding deep into their skulls. Such penetrating wounds are invariably fatal as the dagger points reach their brains, causing irrevocable damage. Of the 15 or 16 Gale demon wolves, he dispatches 9 before they even comprehend the threat, with the daggers still lodged inside their skulls. Yili exerts an invisible force, retracting them, each dripping with blood. In the wake of the assault, the remaining wolves, now frantic, cannot detect their assailant. With no other foes in sight, they whirl about in a frenzy. Yili smirks. This method proves effective. No need for direct confrontation. Again, he sends forth the daggers. And within minutes, the last of the Gale demon wolves lay defeated, their corpses littering the intersection. The intact pelts of the Gale demon wolves are of significant value. Yili descends to the ground, grinning widely at the sight of the slain beasts. The 9 he struck down suffered fatal wounds to their eyes, leaving their pelts pristine, thus elevating their worth. Now, the laborious task of extracting materials begins. From the 16 slain wolves, he collects 5 vials of beast gene liquid, alongside a trove of materials. As afternoon approaches, the cargo hold of the aircraft brims with materials. Numerous evolutionaries appear nearby, including combat teams from the 9th Legion and other family and corporate factions. all converging towards this county. The influx of ferocious beasts has not only increased in number, but also in rank, with elite-grade beasts emerging, an uncertain development. Isn't this a boon? The more beasts we can hunt, the more profit we make, and the greater our supply of beast gene liquid, accelerating our advancement, one remarks. While another laments their lack of encounters with elite beasts. The beast soul orbs on the online marketplace vanish within moments of appearing, with those of beast form realm fetching over 100 million, a frenzy of demand. Patience is key. We might encounter one soon, another suggests. A combat team emerges, filled with anticipation and ready for action. Yili, seated on the steps and sipping water, acknowledges their presence with a smile and a nod, a silent camaraderie amongst fellow 9th Legion members, free from concerns of betrayal. This team notices Yi Li and exchanges surprised glances at the sight of him alone. Given his youthful appearance, they surmise his cultivation level must be modest. Are today's youth so daring? To venture here alone? They ponder. As more individuals arrive, Yi Li realizes it is time to depart. He rises, boards the aircraft, and decisively leaves. His current abilities are not yet suited for exposure to outsiders. Chapter 100. A transaction worth 300 million in the evening. Yi Li returned to the 9th Legion's fortress. Zhang Dai remained, operating his transport vehicle parked at the city gate, while several of his subordinates busily shouted about purchasing materials. Numerous evolvers were returning at this hour, making it the busiest time for material merchants. However, Zhou Dai's business was rather mediocre, unlike other locations teeming with evolvers. Only a handful came to sell materials here. A flying vessel descended not far from Zhou Dai. Ample open space had been reserved for the convenience of landings. Yi Li stepped down from the craft, and upon seeing him, Zhou Dai's eyes lit up. Yi Li smiled and waved at him, prompting Zhou Dai to call his employees and jog over to the flying vessel. Brother Yi, Zhou Dai greeted warmly, for Yi Li was his most significant client. He offered prices above market value, but given Yi Li's large quantities, there was still some profit for him. Yi Li opened the cargo bay of the vessel, revealing heaps of materials once again. As usual, you may start counting. Once processed, have someone clean my vessel, and you can transfer the payment to me later. Yi Li gestured towards the materials and then patted Zhou Dai's shoulder. Old Zhou, do you accept beast gene liquid? Absolutely. Zhou Dai responded promptly, having awaited this day eagerly. Previously, while Yi Li had brought in a vast amount of materials, the beast gene liquid had not been included. The true treasure lay in the beast gene liquid. All right, wait here while I refine and assess it before we discuss further. Yi Li smiled. Yi Li possessed a considerable amount of beast gene liquid. Naturally, he would keep the useful ones, but the useless ones needed to be disposed of. Converting them into currency would allow him to acquire items of value. Zhou Dai nodded vigorously. Yi Li made his way directly to the beast gene department within the 9th Legion's fortress, where he was a familiar face. Many recognized his youthful visage. The refining and assessment took half an hour. The yield was not particularly significant, but acceptable. Only a single vial of 11 evolution-grade beast gene liquid from the Gale Demon Wolf was worth some money. Yi Li then returned to the genius camp, bringing along the accumulated beast gene liquid before heading back to the city gate. Everything's here. Please sort through the quantities and types, along with their grades. And give me a price. He displayed the assortment of beast gene liquid, totaling over 2,000 vials, leaving Zhou Dai momentarily speechless. Wow! Zhou Dai exclaimed in astonishment. This constituted a considerable transaction, equivalent to what he would gather over 2 or 3 months of labor. He regarded Yi Li with a peculiar expression. How could Yi Li be so formidable? Previously, he had transported truckloads of materials, leading Zhou Dai to believe he was merely a driver for a powerful team. Yet, after spending time together, it became evident that Yi Li operated independently. But how could a lone wolf achieve such efficiency? It was utterly bewildering. Nevertheless, Zhou Dai would not voice any doubts. Instead, he confidently stated, "Rest assured, I can handle all this beast gene liquid." It took nearly an hour for Zhou Dai and his team to process Yi Li's beast gene liquid, resulting in an income of 170 million, truly akin to a heist. In just a month, Yi Li had earned over 200 million. The profits from a combat evolver were beyond imagination. Satisfied with the price, Yi Li received the payment and piloted his craft back to the Legion's fortress. Upon returning to the Genius Camp, he discovered a plethora of inquiries regarding his previous purchase request on the Federal Network Mall. 5 evolution-grade Dragon Beast Gene Liquid for 5 million. I possess a vial with 11 evolution-grade for 8 million. I have a substantial stock. Let's negotiate prices. All are between 5 minus 10 evolution-grade. 30 vials of 1 evolution-grade Dragon Beast Gene Liquid. I can offer you a discount if you take them all. For 20 evolution-grade, it's 10 million. No haggling. Just send me a message. All these messages were from individuals with available stock. Yi Li glanced over briefly, his lips twitching. Did they consider him a fool? To demand exorbitant prices for merely 5 evolution-grade Dragon Beast Gene Liquid was preposterous. If they thought that upon reaching the half-beast or beast form, they could command prices in the hundreds of millions for 20 evolution-grade, they were delusional. The audacity of their pricing suggested they believed some extraordinary genius was in desperate need. Yet, Yi Li had no such urgent requirements. Ideally, he sought those with evolution grades below 5, which naturally could not command high prices. He had no intention of entertaining those who mistook him for an easy mark. After careful selection, Yi Li identified several sincere individuals willing to negotiate. The first was Pang Feng. Yi Li sent a message and added him to his communication list. The response came swiftly. Please quote me for the 5 evolution-grade Dragon Beast Gene Liquid, Yi Li inquired. Pang Feng replied within seconds, 30 million for 1 Dragon Beast Gene Liquid, 35 million for 5, and 50 million for over 10. This pricing was the correct approach. For 1 minus 5, I'll take 20 million, and for 5 minus 10, 30 million. If you accept this price, let me know how many you have for less than 10, Yi Li replied with a calm smile. Having nearly 700 million from previous sales and 170 million gained from the Beast Gene Liquid, he felt confident making such a statement. Pang Feng was somewhat surprised. The 5 evolution-grade Dragon Beast Gene Liquid was not easy to sell, primarily due to the scarcity of evolvers awakening the Dragon Beast gene chain. The supply far exceeded demand. He was essentially a trader speculating on Dragon Beast Gene Liquid. Ironically, the rarer the product, the easier it was to inflate the price. However, the market had been poor in recent years, leaving him with excessive stock. A large trader could endure, but as a mid-sized merchant, his funds had become strained over the years. This price is far too low. Pang Feng shook his head at Yi Li's offer, indicating the potential for minimal profit. Yi Li chuckled, recognizing that Pang Feng's willingness to engage meant there was room for negotiation. I'll raise my offer by 10,000 for every 1 evolution grade. 29 million for each one, Pang Feng countered. After a series of negotiations, they settled on 23 million for 1 minus 5, 28 million for 5 minus 10, and 35 million for anything above 10. The first transaction included 200 vials at 1 evolution, 100 vials at 2, 100 vials at 3, 100 vials at 4, and 100 vials at 5, totaling 38 billion. Then, for the 5 minus 9 range, there were 500 vials priced at 1 billion. Lastly, only 50 vials at 10 evolution were priced at 17.5 million. The grand total amounted to 955 billion, a significant business deal. The two established a contract in the trading section of the network mall. Pang Feng was a registered merchant, and the goods he possessed had been verified and sealed, ensuring Yi Li had no concerns about their availability. Thus, he promptly paid the full amount. I will arrive at the 9th Legion's fortress tomorrow. Pang Feng readily acquiesced to Yi Li's request for home delivery. Chapter 101. Flight data. While Yi Li was engrossed in negotiations, the 9th Legion fortress welcomed an esteemed guest. A massive aircraft descended slowly under the veil of night. He Qingshan and several high-ranking generals awaited its arrival, their eyes glimmering with envy as they beheld the resplendent craft. The renowned god of war-class aircraft, of which fewer than 50 exist throughout the Federation, boasts a staggering cost exceeding 1 trillion Federation dollars. Not even He Qingshan, the commanding general with immense power and wealth, could afford such a luxury. 1 trillion. It's a sum I could never amass in a lifetime of frugality. Constructed entirely from A2 grade materials, its technology represents the pinnacle of humanity's weaponry, including formidable laser cannons. Truly a sight to behold. The generals whispered among themselves. He Qingshan and Jiang Jincheng stood side by side, their expressions far more solemn than their peers. The arrival of Counselor Liu Hang was no mere coincidence. The aircraft landed swiftly and with a gust of wind. It came to rest. The hatch opened, and a staircase extended outward. Soon, a tall middle-aged man emerged first. His fair complexion and frostbitten visage bore an aura of coldness, while a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, instilling an involuntary shiver. Counselor Liu, He Qingshan greeted, leading the generals forward with a beaming smile. Though he held the title of Legion Commander, in the presence of Liu Hang, he was merely a foot soldier. The Legion was under the jurisdiction of the Federal Council, with the 9th Legion belonging to the Asia-Pacific Council, which comprised exactly 100 legions. The counselor's stature signified power and unmatched strength. Regional counselors are, at the very least, transcendent beings of the Wanjun realm. Only those who have attained the God of War rank may serve in the Federal Grand Council. Liu Hang, a paragon among the Wanjun, stood on the cusp of entering the God of War realm, rendering him far beyond He Qingshan in terms of both strength and authority. Commander Liu Hang's voice was frigid, briefly scanning the assembled generals without any intention of greeting them. Among the 9th Legion, only He Qingshan warranted his attention. You must understand the purpose of my visit. I require the full mobilization of your Legion and Oppos' resources to locate the perpetrator responsible for my son and Oppos' murder. It is a tragedy that my son, merely 18 years old and still a child, was slain in the wilderness. He was the hope of the Liu family. His tone dripped with icy malice. Find the murderer. I wish for them to experience the agony of hammering punishment. This form of torture involved systematically smashing the victim's bones until they were reduced to a mere pulp. The suffering it entailed was unfathomable. Liu Hang's demeanor and tone exuded an air of command. The Legion, while under the Council's governance, was not directly subject to any one counselor's orders. The generals remained silent, aware that in the presence of the counselor, they were but insignificant pawns. The murder of Counselor Liu's son had become a hot topic throughout the Asia-Pacific region. Counselor Liu, let us discuss this in the conference room, He Qingshan proposed, refraining from immediate compliance. The group swiftly made their way to the meeting room, which held only He Qingshan, Jiang Jincheng, Counselor Liu, and 3 aides. I require all flight data from your 9th Legion from October 1st, Liu Hang stated. I need to ascertain whether anyone appeared at the site of my son's death on that day. Commander should you refuse to cooperate, you are aware that I will inevitably obtain this data, whether it pertains to a beast or another assailant. In the wilderness, it is indeed challenging to identify the culprit. However, flight data can provide crucial information, such as the locations an aircraft visited, its stopovers, and its flight path. Liu Hang intended to sift through this data. If the assailant did not utilize an aircraft, identifying them would prove difficult. Nevertheless, he had confirmed on-site that no other vehicles had been present. Leaving only 2 possibilities, the assailant had traversed the distance on foot, which was unlikely given the nearly 200-kilometer separation from the 9th Legion. Or they had employed an aircraft as their means of transport. The 9th Legion was merely the first stop. Should he fail to uncover the truth, he would demand all flight data from Binhai City for that day. Given his status, such a request would not pose an issue. He Qingshan and Jiang Jincheng exchanged glances. This data was not typically available to the public, but as a counselor, Liu Hang could leverage his authority to access it through the council, albeit with some hassle. The murder of Liu Hang's son alone would warrant the council's approval for his request. We will provide the data to you by tomorrow morning. He Qingshan conceded after a moment's contemplation. Refusing would only serve to provoke a counselor, an outcome he wished to avoid. Liu Hang nodded, his expression still frosty. Then I thank you, Commander He rose and strode out of the room. Once the 4 had departed, He Qingshan allowed a bitter smile to escape him. The hierarchy was starkly evident, with at least 3 tiers separating him from the counselor, rendering Liu Hang's demeanor entirely understandable. I hope that our Legion's personnel are not implicated. Otherwise, we will all find ourselves in deep trouble, He Qingshan sighed. Jiang Jincheng nodded in agreement, his expression pained. I truly wonder what Counselor Liu is thinking. engaging the Twin Guns Company for training and sending them to the wilderness with just a combat team? In truth, no matter what they speculated, it was too late. Lu Feng was already deceased. The ramifications of Lu Heng's investigation were yet to unfold. That night, Yi slept soundly. Upon rising the next day and after breakfast, he did not leave the genius camp, but instead practiced his neural reflexes in the training grounds. The other trainees were immersed in their training within the beast enclosures, leaving Yi Li as the sole exception. By midday, Yi Li received a message from Pang Feng, indicating his arrival at the 9th Legion. "I will be there in 10 minutes. Yi Li acknowledged and changed his attire before taking an electric vehicle to the aircraft center. The two had already coordinated their meeting, allowing Yi Li to easily recognize Pang Feng, a slightly plump middle-aged man with a slick-back hairstyle, dressed impeccably in a suit, accompanied by an assistant at the entrance of the aircraft center. Chapter 102. The Confinement of the Light Sphere. Pang Feng felt no curiosity regarding Yi Li's youth. In this world, there are plenty of wealthy second-generation individuals, and it is evident that anyone capable of producing billions at such a young age possesses a certain background. At nearly 60, he had only amassed a fortune of a little over 10 billion, and he could barely muster 3 billion in cash flow. One could only describe him as a minor materials vendor. In the presence of Yi Li, he dared not act arrogantly. The gene liquid from the dragon-shaped ferocious beast at the refinement level was clearly beyond the means of this young man. Pang Feng chuckled, extending his hand from a distance. "Young brother Yi." Yi Li nodded and shook his hand lightly before turning to his assistants. "Have you brought the gene liquids?" "Yes." Pang Feng instructed his assistants to open the gene boxes, revealing stacks of gene containers, each containing 100 vials. "Young brother Yi, please take your time to verify." His tone carried a hint of respect. Yi Li, not one to be overly polite, took nearly 10 minutes to meticulously count the vials before smiling. "All correct. Matches the count." Pang Feng let out a sigh of relief. "That is wonderful. Now, let us proceed with the transaction." Once everything was confirmed, Yi Li finalized the payment through an online marketplace, transferring the funds to Pang Feng's account. With this, the transaction was completed. Pang Feng, having come and gone in a hurry, left with his assistants. With nearly 3 billion in cash, he had numerous matters to attend to. Yi Li watched them depart with a smile, and then returned to the genius camp with the ferocious beast gene liquids. While others were training, Yi Li retrieved a vial of the dragon-shaped ferocious beast gene liquid with a 10 evolution rate, unscrewed the cap, and drank it down. The liquid was sweet upon entry, transforming into a warm current absorbed by his cells. After consuming one vial, Yi Li entered a state of introspection. Within the light sphere, the dragon-shaped ferocious beast's summoning rate had reached 12, and he could catch a glimpse of its form. It was the undying dragon beast. The faintly visible shape brought a look of surprise to Yi Li's face. The undying dragon beast, a pinnacle among dragon-shaped ferocious beasts, possessed a combat power that surpassed even the dark dragon beast. It was said to be immortal, endowed with formidable recovery and regeneration abilities. Delightful. Ha! Yi Li laughed heartily, never expecting that his random acquisition of a beast soul would be the undying dragon beast, akin to striking a jackpot. With the undying dragon beast, even in the face of a 1,000-stone realm, the outcome remained uncertain. There was no doubt. He needed to rapidly accumulate its power. Yi Li withdrew from his introspective state and casually picked up another vial of 10 refinement-level dragon-shaped ferocious beast gene liquid, tilting his head back to consume it. Since these gene liquids posed no side effects when taken below his own realm, they were akin to delectable supplements. He treated them as extravagant tonics. In one go, he consumed 8 vials, raising the summoning rate to 92, before downing 2 vials containing 4 each. In total, he had swallowed 11 vials of dragon-shaped ferocious beast gene liquid, feeling as if he had consumed a large cup of milk tea, somewhat overwhelming. However, the gene liquid was miraculous. Once ingested, it was absorbed by his cells almost instantaneously. The feeling of fullness dissipated within 3 seconds, replaced by a sudden hunger. Yi Li's focus remained unperturbed as he entered introspection once more. Inside his mind, the summoning rate of the undying dragon beast had reached 100, and it materialized into existence. The creature resembled the Eastern divine dragon, unfurling its body and meandering within the light sphere, its head rising as it emitted a series of dragon roars. It seemed to sense Yili's consciousness, lunging forward and coiling gracefully in the air. The scales of the undying dragon beast gleamed golden, shimmering with a unique luster. At a mere glance, Yili was left in awe, utterly captivated by its majestic presence. He was overjoyed, realizing he now possessed a trump card. When the undying dragon beast manifested, he could withstand even the thousand-stone realm, an undeniable display of might. This transaction had provided an abundance of dragon-shaped ferocious beast gene liquids, ample for Yi Li to indulge in. He pondered what might happen if he consumed even more. Would he summon another dragon beast? An exhilarating thought struck him. Without hesitation, he seized a vial with a 1 evolution rate and swallowed it whole. After all, it was merely a matter of 2 or 300,000. He considered it insignificant. Trivial money. Upon consumption and subsequent absorption of the gene liquid, Yili once again entered his introspective state. To his delight, another faint, nearly imperceptible shadow appeared within the light sphere. Although he could not discern the nature of this ferocious beast, its emergence thrilled him. The light sphere resembled a vessel, devoid of restrictions on quantity or type. Realizing this, Yili felt an overwhelming joy. This meant he could continuously accumulate numerous dragon beasts. If the duration of summoning was insufficient, it mattered not. He could always summon more at will. A single trump card? No, he possessed countless trump cards. Thus, regardless of the type of ferocious beast or evolver he faced, Yili was now empowered with the capability to contend. In due time, he could summon avian beasts for a swift escape if necessary. He realized he needed to acquire some avian ferocious beasts. The more he envisioned, the more exhilarated he became. This signified that his beastification would transcend species, allowing him to transform into various ferocious beasts at will. In confronting enemies, all he needed to do was identify their weaknesses, and he could easily outmaneuver them. One moment he could be an avian, the next a terrestrial beast, and at times even a dragon beast. Would that not astonish and surprise? Disregarding everything else, he resolved to summon the dragon beast first. Taming his excitement, Yili took the remaining dragon-shaped ferocious beast gene liquids and began consuming them with fervor. Upon reaching a 100 summoning rate, the second dragon beast within his mind took form. It was the azure dragon Mingyue beast, another formidable dragon beast. If memory served him right, the ferocious beast gene chain activated by Zhao Tianlei was indeed the azure dragon Mingyue beast. Was he not boastful? When the time came, Yili could easily transform into the azure dragon Mingyue beast through the summoning ability. This was remarkable. Yili erupted in laughter, continuing to consume the dragon-shaped ferocious beast gene liquids. The third beast materialized as the radiant dragon beast. The fourth was the dark dragon beast. The fifth was the sword-winged dragon beast, a creature resembling a pterosaur but far more imposing, covered in scales and with sharper claws. The sixth, the seventh. In one breath, Yili summoned 8 dragon beasts. With 8 summoning opportunities, he had no doubt that such a ferocious and versatile beastification ability would be unassailable. All 8 dragon beasts were confined within the light sphere, striving to break free yet firmly ensnared within. Finally, he had acquired some semblance of life-saving trump cards. As he gazed at the scattered glass vials, Yili laughed heartily, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Ding! A notification chimed from his personal intelligent terminal, indicating the reception of information. Yili nodded slightly as the message appeared before him in a luminous projection. The military has retrieved data on the aircraft, which may cause temporary data anomalies. Please remain calm. This will not affect the performance or operation of the aircraft. Upon reading this military announcement, Yili's expression instantly changed. Chapter 103, A False Alarm 9th Legion Command. There is little more I can do, sighed Qi-Shan. This notification was issued to every evolver in the 9th Legion. Jiang Jincheng's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, Commander, do you suspect that someone from our Legion is responsible for the death of Congressman Lu's son? It is a possibility we cannot dismiss, Qi-Shan replied. After all, This is the territory of the Ninth Legion, with over 10,000 battle squads active in this area. He shook his head, revealing a bitter smile. This is merely a concern of mine. It may be for the best, if it is indeed one of us. This notification at least provides the perpetrator with a little more time to escape. Jiang Jinqing struggled to comprehend. Commander, doesn't that mean you're allowing the murderer to flee? With a faint smile, He Qingshan stated, I am indeed facilitating their escape. Jiang Jinqing had intended to inquire further, but ultimately refrained, recognizing that the commander must have his reasons for such actions. At that moment, He Qingshan's personal terminal vibrated. Without needing to glance, he knew who it was. Upon answering, the furious voice of Lu Hang erupted. Commander He, what is the meaning of this? He Qingshan chuckled softly, his tone respectful. Congressman Lu, retrieving the data may lead to certain anomalies, hence the need to inform the Legion members of potential issues. The aircraft operates in the sky. Any error could result in loss of life. I must also be accountable for the soldiers of the Legion. Yili gasped for breath as they accessed the aircraft's data. In that moment, panic washed over him. Such meticulous oversight had its flaws. By analyzing the aircraft's data, one could ascertain its flight path, speed, and stopovers. With this method, Yili found himself with no avenue for escape. Damn it, Yili clenched his fists, his face pale, biting his lip as his eyes reddened. Should Lu Hang discover his identity, with his power and influence, it would be all too easy for him to eliminate Yi Li and his family too. Yi Li's mind raced, contemplating how to avert this disaster. Should he inform the commander of the truth? The Ninth Legion may not offer him protection. Even if they did, the cost would be substantial. Would the Ninth Legion be willing to bear it? Now was the time to flee. As long as he remained in the wilderness, no matter the congressman, it would be nearly impossible for them to track him down. If he avoided using his personal terminal or aircraft, they would not be able to locate him in the vast wilderness. Above all, Yili prioritized the safety of his family. He resolved to leave the Ninth Legion. With determination, Yili quickly packed his gear. Having consumed the dragon-shaped beast gene liquid, he had little remaining after selling the rest to Zhou Dei, and he took it all with him. Within minutes, he departed from the genius camp. There were no irregularities. He walked out as usual, drawing no suspicion. For Yili was known for his unconventional presence in the camp. He hurried to the city gate. Ding! His personal terminal vibrated again, signaling a new message. Yi Li's heart raced, his hands trembling as he feared the worst. Dear Mr. Yi Li, we are pleased that you are using our Silverlight Series S-600 aircraft. Your satellite connection has been established, and you are now connected to the federal database. Your data will be updated in real time. Wishing you a pleasant flight. Yi Li stared blankly at the message. It was a brief notification from the aircraft manufacturing company, confirming the satellite connection and activation of all functions. As he read the message, excitement surged within him. Ha! Unable to contain himself, Yi Li erupted into laughter, oblivious to the curious gazes of the other evolvers around him. The fact that the aircraft was only now connected to the federal database indicated that no prior records existed. It was akin to purchasing a car without registration. Even in the event of an accident, identifying the perpetrator would be exceedingly difficult without surveillance footage. Once he ventured into the wilderness, there would be no cameras to detect him. It's fine, it's fine. Yi Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. The data from the time he killed Lu Feng had not been recorded in the federal database. If they sought to investigate, they would find no trace linking back to him. In that instant, Yi Li experienced an overwhelming sense of liberation. Should he be discovered, he could escape. But what about his parents and grandfather? Fortunately, he had just acquired the aircraft, and it had not yet been registered. Yi Li found a nearby step to sit upon, allowing himself to regain composure. After several minutes, he managed to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. Glancing at the time, it was barely 10 o'clock in the morning. Nothing was more crucial than his own growth and strength. If he were at the Evolution realm or the Thousand Stone realm, he would have no reason to fear Lu Hang. Rising to his feet, Yi Li made his way to the aircraft center. Since the threat had dissipated, it was time to resume his hunt for ferocious beasts and enhance his abilities. He opened his personal terminal's communication directory and noted that the names of Zheng Yingguang and the others were highlighted in green. indicating they were currently in a secure area and available for communication. Without hesitation, Yili dialed Zheng Yingguang's number. Zheng Yingguang answered promptly. Yili? Captain, it's me. Where are the densest concentrations of beast-type evolvers? Yili inquired, having spent over 20 years navigating the 9th Legion's surroundings. Zheng Yingguang was intimately familiar with the area and its beasts. The Stone Mountain Range, and also Hangzhou. He responded almost instantly. Understood, thank you. Yili ended the call. A few minutes later, the aircraft soared into the sky, its destination set for the Stone Mountain Range. Researching the Stone Mountain Range, he discovered it was renowned for its breathtaking landscapes, having once been a popular resort area before the Evolution era. Countless lodgings built upon the cliffs had now become favored habitats for ferocious beasts. Yili aimed to prioritize his own evolution, targeting beast-type evolvers. He required a significant quantity of beast gene liquid to enhance his evolution rate. On October 1st, Yili's evolution rate reached 37. Now, on October 3rd, he had elevated it to 48 within just 2 days by consuming 5 and 6 evolution gene liquids. Beast-type evolvers were only at the 3rd tier, meaning he need not travel far. The range of 120 to 200 kilometers was where they thrived. Whoosh! In just 8 minutes, the aircraft arrived above the mountain range. After landing, Yili disembarked and activated the tracking function. The distant sounds of sniper fire indicated that hunting teams were engaged in battle with ferocious beasts. But it did not deter Yili. As he arrived, perhaps the aircraft had attracted the attention of the beasts, for suddenly, from a dilapidated cluster of buildings, dozens of ferocious creatures surged forth. Spider-Scorpion Beast, Realm, Beast Evolution Speed, 31 meters S Bite Force, 3 tons Claw Strength, 5 tons Height, 2m Length, 2m Note. A creature with a spider's 8-legged chassis and a scorpion's head and tail. It does not spit silk or venom, but possesses toxic liquid in its claws and tail. Injuries from it are difficult to treat, and during combat, it can spray venom. This is the data compiled by the federal government. Due to the venomous attacks, a mere encounter could lead to swift demise, and few evolutionaries dared to provoke them, opting instead to navigate around them from a safe distance. The most they would do is strike from afar with a sniper rifle. However, Yili's approach diverged significantly from that of other evolutionaries. The spider-scorpion beasts, which others feared to confront, were perfectly suited for Yili. Their abundance provided an uninterrupted opportunity for him to hunt. With a subtle raise of his brow, 12 throwing knives were unsheathed. Attack! The knives shot forth, transforming into streaks of light, piercing through the skull of one spider-scorpion beast. Amidst the splattering blood, they ricocheted towards another. In the blink of an eye, half of the spider-scorpion beasts had been felled by the 12 knives. Chapter 104. The exorbitant beast soul orbs. The 47 spider-scorpion beasts consumed merely 3 minutes of Yili's time, an astonishing efficiency. Although beasts of the beast transformation realm are not particularly formidable, an equally ranked evolver might require 20 minutes to subdue one. In just 3 minutes, the ground was strewn with corpses, their heads nearly exploded. The next task was to process the bodies, materials, and the genetic fluids of the ferocious beasts. The abundance of spider-scorpion beasts here was remarkable. After finishing this wave, Yili spotted another group several hundred meters away, 61 of them. The quantity was somewhat daunting. Yet Yili felt a surge of excitement. Buzz! The flying knives were deployed. Yili's hunting spree persisted until dusk, nearly emptying the spider-scorpion beasts within a radius of several kilometers. Upon careful calculation, he had dispatched over 1,000 beasts. As for the materials, the genetic fluids of the beast transformation spider-scorpion beasts amounted to 400 vials. However, he found no elite golden ring-level beasts. Yili glanced at the online marketplace, where the beast soul orbs were gradually appearing in the Asian region, though their numbers were not substantial. One thing remained unchanged: their prices were exorbitantly high. At present, being fresh on the market, such items naturally attracted a great deal of attention. Were the people in this world truly so affluent? The staggering prices left Yili astounded. He felt tempted to sell the beast soul orb in his possession. After some time, the prices would surely drop, the novelty would wear off, and people were not fools. With his newly acquired beast affinity ability, the significance of the beast soul orbs diminished greatly for him. The power of the dragon beasts surpassed that of these orbs. The current price of a single beast soul orb could easily purchase the genetic fluids needed to summon 4 or 5 dragon beasts. After some contemplation, Yili made his decision. He would sell. Once the sun had completely set, he returned to the 9th Legion, entrusting the processing of the materials to Zhou Dei. The purification and identification of 400 vials of ferocious beast genetic fluids astonished the personnel in the genetic department. Having worked there for so long, they rarely encountered such genetic fluids. Typically, finding 3 to 5 vials was already a significant achievement. Everyone knew that spider-scorpion beasts were notoriously difficult to deal with, leading few to hunt them. This, in turn, contributed to their increasing numbers. Being social creatures, they often moved in groups, sometimes comprising hundreds or even thousands, which was exceedingly frightening. To harvest 400 vials at once indicated that over 13 or 1400 spider-scorpion beasts had been slain. What kind of formidable team could accomplish such a feat? After the identification, Yili was pleasantly surprised by the results. One vial had an evolution rate of 18, another 16, and a third 13. 3 vials exceeded 10, while the remainder, though below 10, still had a commendable rate between 5 and 8, totaling about 10. Such a bounty was beyond imagination, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Many evolvers might not manage to obtain a single vial exceeding 10 in 2 months. After the identification, Yili retained the 3 vials exceeding 10, while the remaining 393 vials were processed by Zhou Dei, resulting in an income exceeding 40 million. Zhou Dei felt a mix of joy and anguish. Yili's efficiency left him astounded. Such frequent transactions involving tens of millions in cash placed immense pressure on him. It was utterly insane. Others might not understand Yili, but through their interactions, Zhou Dei grasped just how formidable he truly was. The efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts was utterly astonishing. Yili was undoubtedly a monster-level evolver. His rapid advancement left Zhou Dei in awe, and it was certain that Yili would become one of the super strong in the future. With such a powerful ally, he naturally wished to stay close. Upon returning to the genius camp, Yili finally set aside his anxieties. If the other party had truly traced him, he would have been monitored long before entering the city. It appeared that the data from the aircraft had indeed not been recorded. After a simple meal and refreshing himself with a shower, Yili opened the online marketplace. Searching for the beast soul orbs, he found fewer than 100 in the vast Asian region, and these were of low rank, the highest being only of the half-beast realm. Yili possessed 3 beast soul orbs, 1 from the wind-chasing beast, 1 from the iron-tail beast, and 1 from the black gold beast. He had no intention of selling the black gold beast, as its corpse could be a giveaway, making the sale of the black gold beast's orb risky. However, the wind-chasing beast and iron-tail beast posed no such issues. Without hesitation, Yili listed the 2 orbs from the wind-chasing beast and iron-tail beast on the online marketplace. Both were exceptional specimens of the beast form realm, exhibiting formidable strength. Asking for 150 million should pose no problem. A sly grin spread across Yili's face as he set the information and images for the beast soul orbs, marked the price, and clicked confirm. Instantly, the wind-chasing beast and iron-tail beast appeared among the few orbs available. Out of the mere 100, the addition of these 2, particularly from the beast form realm, was bound to attract attention. Many were watching. As a novel occurrence, countless eyes were fixated on this new development. Setting aside the evolvers, numerous speculators and traders were also monitoring the online marketplace. Should a low-price target emerge, they would pounce at once to profit from the price difference. Such individuals were referred to as marketplace predators. Upon seeing the 2 newly listed beast soul orbs, many were astounded. 150 million? Were they out of their minds? The sight of this price left many in disbelief. Had the person setting this price lost their sanity? While the beast form realm was not low, being merely the 5th tier, 150 million was exorbitantly high. This was not a permanent item, only offering half an hour of combat time. Was it worth such a price? Numerous observers scoffed, thinking the listed price was merely a joke. After setting the price, Yili paid no further attention to whether the beast soul orbs would sell. After all, at this price, he was simply capitalizing on the unsuspecting. The freedom to trade was his right, after all. Exhausted from the day, he fell into a deep slumber. The next day, upon awakening, Yili was astonished to find notifications confirming the sale of the 2 beast soul orbs. 2 orbs had fetched him 300 million. Yili felt as if he were in a dream. Were the wealthy so brazen now, treating 150 million as pocket change? Buying without hesitation? Checking the transaction time, he discovered it had occurred roughly 2 hours after he listed them. And shockingly, the buyer was the same individual. The world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension, he mused. Since the sale was completed, Yili wasted no time. After breakfast, he seized a moment to consume the 18 evolution rate genetic fluid from the spider-scorpion beast, raising his original 48 evolution rate to 66, bringing him closer to a breakthrough. After ingesting the ferocious beast genetic fluid, he carefully placed the 2 beast soul orbs into the genetic box, meticulously packaged them, and headed to the Legion's mailing center. For items valued in the hundreds of millions, he purchased insurance before sending them off. The shipping costs for such high-value items were not trivial, exceeding 1 million. With 300 million in his account, Yili certainly did not mind this minor expense. Chapter 105. Rapid advancement before departing from the Legion Fortress. Yili posted a request in the purchasing area for beast genes of the semi-beast realm, specifically seeking those with an evolution rate of 15 to 20. Such high-quality gene liquids were exorbitantly priced, yet for the sake of swift enhancement, Yili was indifferent to the costs. He was currently at the beast transformation stage, preparing in advance for the semi-beast realm. With only 34 evolution left to break through to the semi-beast realm, he anticipated achieving this within just a few days. Over the next 3 days, Yili planned to hunt the arachnid scorpions, as their abundance made them ideal targets for him to farm. After posting the request, Yili piloted his aircraft away. 8 minutes later, he landed amidst the stony mountains, a vast expanse of interconnected rocks forming the range. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 10 a.m. on October 4th. He intended to hunt until 6:30 p.m. After activating the aircraft's camouflage, it blended seamlessly with the dark hues of the rocks, resting on a flat stone surface. The area was largely devoid of gunfire, with few evolutionaries venturing here. Due to the overwhelming presence of arachnid scorpions, the evolutionaries referred to this locale as the Arachnid Scorpion Mountain Range. What others deemed a desolate place was, in Yili's eyes, a veritable treasure trove. Finding a spot that could accommodate only a limited number of beasts, Yili donned a satisfied smile. Here, only a dozen beasts could pass through simultaneously, preventing an overwhelming encirclement by the arachnid scorpions, perfectly suiting his strategy. Before achieving the beast transformation stage, every evolutionary needed to master the art of luring beasts, utilizing the terrain to gain an advantage over them. Yili retrieved several grenades from his backpack. These well-crafted devices were abundant in the equipment marketplace, reasonably priced at 500 each. Pulling the pin from the first grenade, he tossed it out. Boom. The explosion reverberated. Yili smiled calmly, unfazed as he activated a second grenade and threw it as well. Boom. The ground quaked slightly. The chaos erupted around him as numerous arachnid scorpions, roused by the blasts, emerged from their lairs, drawn to the noise. The air soon thickened with a foul stench, laced with a dizzying toxin released into the atmosphere. Before long, arachnid scorpions charged towards Yili. With a swift flick, the flying knife he controlled struck, instantly dispatching the first beast. The slaughter commenced. While Yili relentlessly hunted arachnid scorpions, a storm brewed within the 9th Legion. Lu Hong, with a grim expression, stood on the balcony of the Fortress Hotel, gazing at the 9th Legion fortress. Behind him stood 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, all trusted subordinates of Lu Hong. His refusal to relent only intensified the urgency surrounding the matter. Retracting his gaze, Lu Hong turned to his loyal aides, anguish etched across his face. Is it truly impossible to find any leads? He lamented. We have thoroughly investigated 3 times, and no aircraft appeared at the site of the young master's demise. Lin Shangyun replied. So, You mean to say that we cannot uncover the perpetrator behind my son's death? Lu Hong suppressed his fury, his facial muscles twitching slightly. I've made my statements public, yet we still cannot find the culprit. What will the outside world think of me, Lu Hong? Will they consider me my family, and the Double Gun Corporation utterly ineffectual? His 5 subordinates hesitated to respond, acutely aware that Lu Hong was akin to a volcano, and they could scarcely bear the brunt of his anger. There must be some trace left behind, Lin Shangyun said, forcing courage into her voice. It's merely a matter of time. I have mobilized 1,000 personnel and offered a substantial reward. I firmly believe we will soon uncover some leads. Lu Hong nodded resolutely. Whoever it may be, once we identify the adversary, I will ensure they suffer a fate worse than death to honor my son's spirit. Zhao Jinyuan hesitated before speaking. There is another method, sir. What method? Lu Hong inquired, turning his attention to Zhao Jinyuan. To apply for data from personal smart terminals, Zhao replied, his demeanor serious. The others exchanged surprised glances. They had considered this approach, but knew that accessing personal smart terminal data was an arduous task, even for someone of Lu Hong's standing as a legislator. Lu Hong furrowed his brow. After an aircraft is sold, there is generally a 3-day data vacuum, allowing for potential exploitation. However, personal smart terminals, akin to an individual's identification, do not share this same vulnerability. My suggestion is to meticulously investigate the aircraft sold within the 3 days leading up to the young Master's death in the 9th Legion in Binhai City. A dual approach may lead us to the murderer. But what if the perpetrator's aircraft was procured from another city or legion? Or if they anticipated this and removed their personal smart terminal in advance? Lin Shangyun raised her concerns. Zhao Jinyuan replied with resignation, that is indeed a possibility. Yet we must proceed. After ruling out these options, we can also seek clues among the legislator's enemies. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Lu Hong's eyes sharpened with resolve. Very well, we shall proceed with your method. Leave the application for the personal smart terminal data to me. Is it not merely a matter of sacrificing some political capital? Compared to the need to find the murderer of my son, such sacrifices are wholly justified. Unbeknownst to Yi Li, Lu Hong had not given up the search. By evening, Yi Li had slain a staggering 1,500 arachnid scorpions, saturating the mountainside with the scent of blood, finally clearing the area of these beasts. In total, he had dispatched nearly 3,000 arachnid scorpions. The materials aboard the aircraft were plentiful, yielding 422 vials of gene liquid, an impressive haul. Without hesitation, he returned to the fortress. As before, he sought out Zhou Dai to process the materials, purifying and assessing the evolution rates of the gene liquids. This time, the highest quality liquid contained only 8 evolution. With only this vial remaining, Yi Li handed over the rest to Zhou Dai, netting another 60 million. Earnings flowed in like a printing press, with daily revenues reaching tens of millions, comparable to the income of a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of their realm. After waiting through the night, past midnight, Yi Li consumed a vial of 16 evolution gene liquid, elevating his evolution rate to 82 within the beast transformation realm. He still possessed vials of 15 and 8 gene liquids, sufficient for a breakthrough, achievable within just 2 days. This pace was hardly slower than that of super geniuses endowed with vast resources. Chapter 106. My gene chain is remarkably powerful in the early hours of October 6th. As the clock ticked past midnight, Yi Li, brimming with excitement, retrieved the gene liquid of the beastification realm, boasting an 8 evolution rate. On the 5th, he had ingested a gene liquid with a 15 evolution rate, elevating his evolution to an impressive 97. With this new dose, he would break through to the 4th realm, the semi-beast realm. Just over 2 months had passed since he graduated high school and unlocked the fierce beast gene chain. Although his speed could not rival those with vast resources, it was still remarkably swift, securing him a position at the tail end of the first echelon. With a gulp, Yi Li swallowed the gene liquid. A warm sensation surged within him, quickly transforming into a tempest that ravaged every cell and gene chain in his body. A sharp pain clouded his vision, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. In mere moments, beads of sweat formed. soaking through his pajamas and dampening the bed beneath him. After an indeterminate time, a resounding roar echoed in his ears, emanating from within his very being. An overwhelming power surged forth, coursing through his limbs. This unparalleled strength instilled in Yi Li a sensation of being able to cleave stone and part mountains. The lightness of his body bestowed upon him an indescribable ease, as if he were about to take flight. He had fully transitioned into the semi-beast realm. Slowly standing, his eyes sharpened. He extended his arm, and without a sound, scales enveloped it, forming a robust dragon claw. Upon entering the semi-beast realm, the claw transformed, imbued with an ancient aura and adorned with faintly glowing runes. These runes exuded a formidable power, augmenting Yi Li's strength upon beastification. With a mere thought, his other arm entered the state of beastification as well. The term semi-beast signifies that evolvers can manifest a half-beast form. The type of fierce beast gene chain activated determines the shape one can assume. Strength can be compounded as an evolver ascends realms. Their personal strength combines with the strength of the fierce beast upon beastification. The more complete the beastification, the greater the power attained. This is why the semi-beast realm surpasses the beastification realm. Typically, one can only beastify a single part of a fierce beast in the beastification realm, while the semi-beast realm allows for a half-beast form, naturally rendering it more potent, essentially doubling its strength. The shift in power granted Yi Li a clear understanding. A smile broke across his face as his beastification expanded significantly. Yi Li had consistently exceeded the capabilities of ordinary evolvers. He could beastify both arms at the bone refinement level and both arms, chest, and back at the blood condensation level. Now, having reached the semi-beast form, theoretically, after ascending one more realm, he could achieve complete beastification, an ability of the beast form realm. With this thought, Yi Li concentrated once more, initiating beastification from his limbs, progressing to his torso and finally to his head. In an instant, he completed the transformation. Curiosity overwhelmed him. What fierce beast did his gene chain represent? The moment he morphed into the fierce beast, a torrent of power surged, making him feel as though he could demolish a building with a single punch. Such strength was exhilarating. This overwhelming force filled Yi Li with boundless confidence. His dormitory was nearly consumed by the form he had taken. When he glanced down, he was struck with confusion. His current beast form resembled a glossy, pitch-black insect, a long, serpentine creature adorned with dragon-like claws. Yi Li was incredulous. An insect-like fierce beast form? Impossible. How could this be? He had previously manifested a dragon form, which had led He Qingshan to elevate him to the genius camp. Yet now, the beastified form was that of an unknown, dark insect. At that moment, Yi Li felt on the brink of collapse. A creature with dragon claws? Such a form was nowhere to be found in the knowledge he had acquired. How could this insect gene chain surpass others in strength? What insect could possess such power? His mind raced, yet he found no useful information. Upon beastification, a portion of the fierce beast's abilities was inherited. Just then, Yi Li sensed a profound power stirring within him. He focused inward, delving into the glowing orb of light within his mind. Inside, 8 distinct dragon beasts became animated, swirling frantically as if yearning to break free. Upon sensing Yi Li's consciousness, they gazed at him with an almost sentient longing. Yi Li fixed his attention on the indomitable dragon beast, which let out a thunderous roar, shattering the confines of the light orb. Instantly, it transformed into myriad radiant sparks. In that moment, Yi Li felt his beast form undergo a radical transformation. He was no longer in the form of an insect, but had morphed into that of the indomitable dragon beast. The room sparkled with golden light as a majestic dragon materialized, hovering above the floor, nearly brushing the ceiling. Though the indomitable dragon beast could reach hundreds of meters in length, the limitations of his current realm confined it to a mere dozen meters. In the next moment, the indomitable dragon beast dissipated, only for Yi Li to transform into a Qinglong Mingyue beast, its azure form coiling gracefully in the air. In an instant, as he shifted, his beast form morphed into that of a dark dragon beast. Previously, he had attained 100 evolution with the lightning cat beast. As he willed it, the dark dragon beast vanished, replaced by the lightning cat beast, which now perched on the bed, wearing a mischievous feline grin. As the form of the lightning cat beast faded, Yi Li reverted to his original state, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Heavens! My fierce beast gene chain is astonishingly powerful, capable of simulating any fierce beast form, whether it flies in the sky, swims in the water, or runs on land. Incredible. Simply incredible. At last, Yi Li comprehended why his activated fierce beast gene chain was classified as divine. Only a being of godlike nature could manifest any form. It lacked a fixed beast body. It was entirely contingent upon Yi Li's desires. From the lowly insect-like fierce beast to the grand dragon form, it could mimic any beast form he wished. However, a prerequisite existed. The orb of light within Yi Li's consciousness had to contain models of those fierce beasts. The beasts within the orb could be solidified by ingesting gene liquids, acting as templates, while Yi Li's fierce beast gene chain could directly extract these templates for beastification. The form he could assume depended entirely on the variety and number of fierce beasts stored within him. The orb served as a genetic repository, while the fierce beast gene chain was the operational platform. Gradually, Yi Li unraveled the complexities of his transformation, gaining a profound understanding of his current state. Heavens! My fierce beast gene chain is indeed remarkably powerful. Chapter 107. Planetary-level equipment filled with excitement. Yi Li enjoyed a deep and refreshing slumber. Upon awakening, he realized it was already 9:30 in the morning. After freshening up, he headed to the cafeteria for breakfast and was about to leave the city when he received a call from He Qing-shan. "Come to my office." "Yes, Legion Commander." Yi Li felt a bit bewildered. As the esteemed Legion Commander, He Qing-shan held a position of great authority and rarely inquired about Yi Li's well-being. No matter how exceptional one might be, before substantial growth, they remained insignificant. Could it be? With a sense of apprehension, Yi Li arrived at the command center. With He Qing-shan's permission, he entered smoothly. In He Qing-shan's office, only he and Jiang Jincheng were present. Seeing their relaxed demeanor, Yi Li's anxious heart began to settle. Both Jiang Jincheng and He Qing-shan were taken aback upon seeing Yi Li. They sensed a remarkable change in him through his vitality. He had reached the half-beast realm. "How did you elevate so swiftly?" He Qing-shan struggled to maintain his composure. The daily supply of dragon-shaped beast gene fluid currently ranged from only 1 to 2. After reaching the beastification realm, even he could not provide a higher-grade beast gene fluid. By all accounts, Yi Li's advancement should have been exceedingly gradual. Typically, it would take at least 3 months to elevate a single realm under such circumstances. Yet, Yi Li had only reached the beastification realm half a month ago and had now suddenly ascended to the half-beast realm. It was no wonder He Qing-shan was astonished. Even Jiang Jincheng was at a loss. He had been intimately involved with Yi Li's dragon-shaped beast gene fluid and understood how difficult it was to acquire. How had Yi Li managed such rapid progress in silence? "I have my own channels for obtaining high-percentage evolution-grade dragon-shaped beast gene fluid," Yi Li offered a vague response. He Qing-shan and Jiang Jincheng exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend what extraordinary background Yi Li might possess that they were unaware of. "All right." He Qing-shan suddenly burst into laughter. "Regardless of how you advanced, you are still a member of the 9th Legion, correct?" He chose not to delve further, pouring Yi Li a cup of tea and continuing. "I wonder if you've heard, the Federation has decided to launch a ranking specifically for the new generation of evolvers to stimulate their spirit. You can think of it as a minor heroes list. Each individual on the heroes list is renowned across the land. However, only the top 100 will be ranked. Countless individuals have amassed their strength since the beginning of the Evolutionary era, making it exceedingly challenging for the younger generation to catch up. The Federation recognizes the pressure the heroes list exerts on the youth, hence they devised this new ranking to inspire the new generation of evolvers. Starting this year, any combat evolver who has activated the beast gene fluid will be included in the statistics and ranked. This new list will feature 10,000 slots, with only the top 10,000 in terms of strength and contribution making it to the public eye. Subsequently, the rankings from various continents will be consolidated into a global leaderboard. This will be a grand celebration for your new generation of evolvers." He Qing-shan chuckled, stating, Those who enter the ranking will earn hero points based on their rank each day. These hero points can be exchanged for various items and equipment. The significance of hero points surpasses that of the Federation's merit points. Do you know what this implies? Have you heard of planetary-level equipment? He Qingshan continued. If you accumulate sufficient hero points, you can exchange them for it. Jiang Jinqing interjected, planetary-level equipment is even more advanced, typically regarded as a tier above A1 equipment. Its durability is such that even a martial deity cannot easily destroy it in a short period. You should grasp its formidable nature. Yili inhaled sharply. He was currently using A3 equipment and understood its extraordinary capabilities. As long as one could withstand the impact, one could stand and endure missile strikes without the protective armor being torn apart. If A3 was already this formidable, what of A2 and the pinnacle A1? Now he was being told there was even more astonishing planetary-level equipment. The allure of this prospect was undeniably compelling. Jiang Jinqing continued, currently available equipment, whether a series or otherwise, has a critical flaw. It cannot be worn during beastification and must be removed beforehand. However, planetary-level equipment does not suffer from this issue. It is made of a shape-shifting metal that can conform to the beast form, enhancing defense. You should now understand its significance. Yili nodded vigorously. Planetary-level equipment's ability to transform eliminated the need for removal, allowing one to directly morph during beastification while providing enhanced protective capabilities. To harm someone, one would first need to breach the planetary-level equipment's defenses. Undoubtedly, this added another layer of protection. This equipment was indeed a revolutionary advancement, and the Federation had only recently achieved breakthroughs in its manufacturing. The metal elements required were exceedingly rare, making each piece incredibly precious. He Qingshan's expression turned serious. Only 10,000 will earn hero points, and the points vary by rank, ensuring that the competition for the leaderboard will be fierce. The stronger the new generation of evolvers, the more apparent their advantage, as the rankings are based on the number of beasts killed in their respective realms. The source of hero points is derived from safeguarding humanity's safety. Slaying beasts equates to protecting humanity and maintaining our survival, making this method of calculation entirely justifiable. In the entire Asian region, every year, 30 million evolvers activate their beast gene chains, yet only 10,000 will qualify for the competition, making them true super talents. Ordinary individuals will find it exceedingly difficult to ascend. At that moment, Yili was engulfed in overwhelming joy. The emergence of this leaderboard was incredibly advantageous for him. In terms of beast hunting, it was unlikely anyone else in his cohort could rival him. His mastery of mental control was now unparalleled. After reaching the half-beast realm, he had already tested his abilities the previous night, discovering that he could simultaneously manipulate 20 flying daggers. What a terrifying prospect. Once unleashed, the glimmering silver blades would render the beasts to mere carcasses. Controlling more daggers would amplify his explosive power and precision, turning him into a veritable meat grinder for beasts. With the ability to summon beasts and the versatility of the beast gene chain, planetary-level equipment would undoubtedly be mine. I declare it so. Chapter 108. Eruption. Such a decision is certainly not one that can be made overnight. Many are already aware of it. Those with a modicum of ability are well informed about the emergence of this ranking and its implementation timeline. A new wave of heroes is rising. Who will be the champions of this new generation? That very evening, the Federal News began to build anticipation, utilizing its news push feature to ensure that every evolutionist, be they combat or civilization evolutionists, would receive the update. The new ranking system? It is said that starting this year, newly graduated high school students will be included. This new generation ranking is updated once every decade, meaning that the evolutionists who make the list will reign supreme for 10 years. Planetary-grade equipment. What level of gear is that? Is it truly superior to A1 equipment? Rumor has it that planetary-grade equipment is forged from a metal element obtained by hunting a creature known as the Golden Armored Beast, requiring the combined strength of the 10 martial gods to bring it down. How unfortunate for us. We were merely born a few years too early, thus being excluded from the ranking. This time, major corporations and families will surely go into a frenzy, envious of the newly graduated evolutionists. Alas, with my qualifications, I cannot even hope to break into the top 10,000. Making it into the top 100,000 would already be a monumental achievement. The entire Federation was in a state of excitement. Ordinary evolutionists were merely spectators, while the super geniuses were ablaze with ambition. At the Martial God Company's main training base, a fierce clash unfolded. A beastly wind-chasing wolf was pinned to the ground by a massive dragon claw, and with a surge of power, the claw constricted, crushing the wolf's head. Amidst the splattering blood, a cerulean dragon roared. Surrounded by the corpses of over a dozen wind-chasing wolves, all of which had been utterly obliterated. Nearby, several instructors wore satisfied expressions, unable to restrain their applause, their faces alight with smiles. A dragon, stretching 17 or 18 meters in length, coiled gracefully in the air, its gaze sharp, revealing pearly fangs as it slightly parted its mouth. In the blink of an eye, the dragon twisted and shrank, transforming back into a youthful figure, Zhao Tianlei. He landed gracefully, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed the wolf corpses, exuding an air of pride. Tianlei, splendid work. Your training has proven exceptionally effective. You are ready to enter the wilderness for real hunts. The chief instructor nodded with a smile. Thank you, instructor, Zhao Tianlei replied, his face beaming with joy. The aura he now possessed marked him as the strongest of the new generation, a shining emblem of the Martial God Company and a celebrated star among evolutionists. After it was announced that he was the third fastest in history to attain beast form, he gained over 10 million fans overnight. Today, that number has soared to 50 million. With the launch of the new generation hero ranking, I am certain that the top spot is destined for Tianlei. Indeed, among the graduating high school students, Tianlei's talent is unparalleled. No other dragon-shaped beast can compare to the Azure Dragon Mingwei beast. The first place is undoubtedly reserved for him. The other instructors, while far more powerful than Zhao Tianlei, recognized that their current strength did not guarantee future superiority. With Chairman Wang Feng's support, Zhao Tianlei is destined to soar and become a formidable force. Flattered by a host of instructors, Zhao Tianlei chuckled. The chairman has already informed me. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the new generation ranking will be announced. A formidable combat team has been assembled to help me secure the top position. This first place is as good as mine. Zhao Tianlei erupted into laughter. In the northern city, the site of the most intense battles between the Federation and ferocious beasts. Within the First Legion fortress, a group of people surrounded a young man clad in dark armor, wielding a crystal-clear double-handed sword. He bore a faint smile, but his piercing gaze revealed a sense of superiority. Those discerning could easily recognize that his sword was A1 equipment, the pinnacle of weaponry in the Federation, valued at a staggering 10 billion. Little Commander, the top spot on the ranking is undoubtedly yours, boomed a robust man clad in A3 armor, wielding twin battle axes. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular frame was intimidating. Little Commander is a term of respect for Chun Bin, whose father is not only the commander of the First Legion but also Chen Lingheng, the second-ranked martial god in the Asia region, second only to Luo Zhangqiu. A tiger begets a tiger cub. Chun Bin's talent surpasses that of his father, harnessing the indomitable dragon beast gene chain. With the backing of the formidable Chen Lingheng and the resources of the First Legion, Chun Bin's rate of advancement has, in fact, exceeded that of Zhao Tianlei. However, the First Legion is not as ostentatious as the Martial God Company in boasting about their talents. At present, Chun Bin has reached 77 of beastification, and within half a month, he is poised to break through to the evolution stage. Such an impressive background and talent have fueled a confidence in Chun Bin that far exceeds that of Zhao Tianlei. Ha! Chun Bin laughed, his expression icy. That performer must be feeling quite proud. Once the ranking is released, I'll make sure to step on him, forcing him to taste despair. A so-called star evolutionist does not deserve to be called a hero. Indeed, what is Zhao Tianlei? How dare he compare himself to the Little Commander? He is no more than a performer, no different from a dog in the presence of the Little Commander. The group of fierce evolutionists following Chun Bin burst into laughter, openly deriding Zhao Tianlei. In a distant plain, A woman clad in deep purple armor swung her long sword, severing the neck of a beastly creature. Standing unfazed amidst the splattering blood, she waited until the beast lay still before using its pelt to wipe the blood from her blade. Su Rushiwei, the cherished daughter of Su Tian, the head of the Su family, had activated the gene chain of the Nine Heavens Firebird, rivaling even the indomitable dragon beast. Miss Water, a beautiful evolutionist approached, offering her a cup after she had dispatched the beast. Su Rushiwei nodded, removing her helmet to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful face. Taking a gentle sip, she gazed into the distance across the plain and softly murmured, "The hero ranking? Just a whisper." With that, she donned her helmet once more. "This first place belongs to no one but me." Chapter 109. The new generation rankings commence. The contest begins. On the morning of October 5th, Yili rose early, hastily consumed his breakfast, and made his way to the Aeronautics Center, swiftly departing aboard the Silver Light S-600. His destination was the city of Hushi, located 300 kilometers from the Ninth Legion. Although Yili lacked the profound backgrounds of the super geniuses, his strength surpassed theirs. As a being of the semi-beast realm, his prowess eclipsed that of the beast form. With the aid of his flying daggers, traversing the wilderness to the city 300 kilometers away posed no challenge. At the Ninth Legion, the morning buzzed with activity. The air was filled with the bustle of incoming and outgoing flying vessels. As numerous young evolvers with youthful faces excitedly departed alongside the more seasoned evolvers, it was evident they were heading into the wilderness, eager to sprint towards the new generation rankings. Many shared this ambition. The previous night, Yili had overheard the talented individuals from the genius camp, who were so exhilarated they could hardly sleep. After a month of rigorous training, they had met the requirements to enter the wilderness, albeit not freely, as they were required to join hunting squads. Nonetheless, their excitement was palpable, as they rose even earlier than Yili to leave the camp. As young individuals, who among them did not harbor dreams, achieving a place on the rankings could catapult them to instant fame. Securing a spot within the top 10,000 would render them akin to celebrities. Unperturbed, Yili piloted his vessel away from the Ninth Legion. Covering the 300 kilometers at the speed of his craft, he arrived in mere minutes. Fortunately, he encountered no aerial beasts, and his journey proceeded smoothly to his intended destination, Hushi City. With a buzz, the aircraft landed, and upon Yi Li's disembarkation, it automatically entered camouflage mode. Before the arrival of the Evolution era, Hushi City boasted a population exceeding 3 million, classifying it as a fourth-tier city. When compared to first- and second-tier cities, it was relatively modest in size. However, among fourth-tier cities, it was considered quite substantial. The city, shrouded in vegetation, was dotted with numerous high-rise buildings, while streets were almost entirely engulfed by plant life. Cracked concrete roads were adorned with towering trees, some reaching heights of over 10 stories. Upon arriving, Yili did not rush into hunting beasts. Instead, he sought refuge in a building, leaning against a window. At that same moment, countless evolvers awaited their chance, sharpening their weapons and preparing themselves. Those with powerful backgrounds had mobilized numerous evolvers to encircle and trap various beasts. 100 kilometers from Jiangnan City's 22nd Legion. In Taiping Town, a robust man with an honest demeanor expressed his concerns. "Young Master Ma, isn't this a bit unethical? This could be considered cheating." "Absolute nonsense. This is not cheating," young Master Ma scoffed, asserting there are no rules against this on the rankings. Before them, hundreds of evolvers had encircled dozens of semi-beast realm creatures. Should any attempt to break through, they would ruthlessly drive them back. Many beasts lay incapacitated, their limbs broken, rendered powerless like lambs awaiting slaughter. "Listen well. Should I secure a ranking, you shall all benefit," young Master Ma declared, reveling in his authority as he directed others. "Go capture more beasts, sever their limbs. When the rankings commence, I shall swiftly eliminate them." "Ha! Who fears not making the leaderboard? Young Master Ma, you truly are a genius for devising such a plan." Indeed, young Master Ma is exceedingly clever. The entourage of evolvers, all members of the Ma family, knew all too well of their family's vast wealth, which afforded young Master Ma the freedom to pursue his desires without constraint. "Enough, enough," As long as you recognize my brilliance, there's no need to voice it. Young Master Ma said, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Ma-san, go fetch some more capable hunters. These beasts are far too few. To ensure our ranking, we must slay at least 1,000 today. Inform them that all who come are friends. I shall not treat them poorly. Understood, young master, Ma-san responded promptly. The points awarded for hunting beasts varied according to species and realm, significantly influencing one's standing in the new generation rankings. Numerous powerful individuals had already recognized this loophole and begun preparations, with some aggressively planning to capture 2,000 beasts. Once the rankings commenced, they would swiftly eliminate these beasts, propelling their scores to unprecedented heights. The rankings updated in real time, with individual smart terminals recording the data of slain beasts and transmitting it to the federal server. Thus, every second was a fierce competition, with countless eyes fixated on the leaderboard. Each individual and Oppo's smart terminal could connect to the network, easily accessing the federal new generation rankings. At 9 o'clock sharp, an abrupt notification flashed across every smart terminal. The new generation rankings for the Asian region have commenced. The message was brief, yet it contained the long-awaited news that many had been anticipating. At last, the moment had arrived. This news had been eagerly awaited. Yili had only learned of it yesterday through whispers, and now it was here. Ha! My era has arrived. With the rankings unveiled, some disregarded everything else to hunt beasts, while others immediately opened the leaderboard. As the list was released, hundreds of names appeared within moments. First place, Beifong City, Zheng Xiaodian. Points, 5. Second place, Shiyu City, Zhang Xinyuo. Points, 5. Third place, Binhai City, Yang Yang. Points, 5. Fourth place, Jiangnan City, Qinming. Points, 5. The list continued with all names reflecting single-digit scores. No one took this leaderboard seriously. These individuals had likely just secured their points at the moment of release. Not one name was widely recognized. This leaderboard would undoubtedly be misleading for at least 3 days. It would take a month for the data to reveal who truly belonged to the strongest echelon. At that moment, Zhao Tianlei found himself in a forest, casting a disdainful glance at the rankings. A mere collection of clowns. Meanwhile, young Master Ma, well prepared, swiftly dispatched over a dozen beasts. When he checked the leaderboard, his name had already climbed to 3rd place. Bursting with laughter, he proclaimed, "My era has arrived." In just a matter of seconds, the top 10,000 spots on the leaderboard were completely filled. The contest of the new generation had officially begun. Chapter 110, Pinnacle of Achievement. Yili, naturally curious, glanced at the leaderboard. The names displayed were mostly unfamiliar. In this era of FA-AIDS, super genius evolvers were meticulously crafted into star-like figures, renowned across the land and recognized by all. This was the hallmark of star evolvers. The notable ones were not mere decorative figures, but truly exceptional talents. Without a modicum of aptitude, no family or corporation would invest substantial effort in nurturing and increasing their visibility. After a brief look, Yili closed the leaderboard, realizing its distorted nature rendered it of little use. Stretching his limbs, he leapt directly from the window to the street below. The sole criterion for entering the new generation leaderboard was the hunting of ferocious beasts, a task Yili found rather manageable. As he landed on the street, he sprinted forward. Crossing a road, he soon spotted a pack of ferocious beasts encircling several massive creatures, all in search of their morning meal. With a single glance, Yili identified the species of the beasts. Bloodshadow beast, realm, half-beast realm speed, 33 meters bite force, 6 tons claw strength, 5 tons height, 1. 5 m length, 2. 8 m. This gregarious beast prefers to hunt in groups, with a minimum of 10. Should one encounter fewer than 10, caution is advised, as some may be lurking, ready to strike lethally. Named for its blood-red fur, Yili estimated the pack to comprise over 40 individuals, an impressive number indeed. While the half-beast realm is not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers would pose a significant challenge to other evolvers. Yili mused that encountering over 40 bloodshadow beasts was relatively rare. Records indicated that there could be hundreds in a single pack, a truly terrifying prospect. Any evolver below the beast form realm would likely not escape such a scenario. Yet, Yi Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. He also recognized the three enormous beasts being targeted by the Blood Shadow beasts. One-eyed deer, realm, half-beast realm speed, 38 meters S bite force, 2 tons antler impact force, 6 tons height, 2, 5 meters length, 4, 8 meters. The one-eyed deer, a herbivorous beast, is not known for its ferocity. Although its speed surpasses that of the Blood Shadow beast, the three one-eyed deer were currently ensnared and unable to escape. Renowned for their succulent flesh, they are highly coveted by the wealthy, fetching prices starting at 300,000 in urban markets. Naturally, they are also a favored target for carnivorous beasts. The three one-eyed deer, wounded from the relentless assault of the 40-plus Blood Shadow beasts, found themselves unable to evade their attackers. Despite their superior speed, all of them are mine, Yi Li chuckled softly, charging forward. With a flurry of 20 flying daggers, a shimmering silver light enveloped the Blood Shadow beasts. Now at the half-beast realm, Yi Li's power utterly overwhelmed these creatures of the same realm. As the daggers struck, the heads of the Blood Shadow beasts were pierced cleanly. Guided by Yi Li's control, the daggers, now stained with blood and brain matter, ricocheted toward additional targets. In a mere 5 seconds, all 40-plus Blood Shadow beasts lay slain. The scoring for the leaderboard is as follows. Bone Refinement Realm yields 1 point, regardless of beast type. Blood Condensation Realm yields 2 points, and so forth. Hence, the Half-Beast Realm awards 4 points per beast. Yi Li smiled, calculating that after dispatching these 43 Blood Shadow beasts and 3 one-eyed deer, he had amassed a total of 46 kills, resulting in a score of 184 points. Surely, this would secure him a place on the leaderboard. As he opened the leaderboard, his personal smart terminal illuminated with his name, now ranked first with 184 points. The second place held a mere 65 points. Is this really the top? Yi Li pondered, bewildered by the disparity in scores among these supposed geniuses. The leaderboard, while somewhat inflated in previous days, now hinted at a reality that could not be ignored. Without exceptional strength, one could hardly hope to hunt so many beasts in under a minute. Just look at the third-place score, Zhao Tianlei from Zhengzhou City, with 64 points, and the fourth place, Qin Bin from Northern City, with 62 points. Their scores were tightly contested, indicating their formidable prowess, as they too had accumulated over 60 points in such a brief span, demonstrating their ability to eliminate beasts in just a few strikes. If such prowess were a form of cheating, it was beyond mere trickery. Yet, Yi Li couldn't shake the feeling that he was drawing too much attention. With the second-place holder barely at 65 points, his own score of 184 points in under a minute seemed astonishing. Yi Li's excitement waned, replaced by unease. The new generation leaderboard was a battleground for powerful families, corporations, and legions, vying for both profit and prestige. Suddenly, an unknown contender catapulted to first place, igniting curiosity and perhaps ire among the established elites. Would he be targeted upon stepping outside? In that moment, a chill ran down Yi Li's spine, as he sensed that he had become an object of scrutiny. His suspicions were confirmed. Countless eyes were fixated on the new generation leaderboard. Who is this Yi Li? I just checked, and in only 54 seconds, he scored 184 points. How is that possible? Heaven above, the top 10 were all renowned super genius evolvers, each famous in their own right, now seemingly overshadowed. Your perspectives are too narrow. It's not merely being overshadowed, but being buried deep in the earth. The magnitude of his achievement was staggering. Calculating with his milliseconds fast mind, it would require a powerhouse to slay 46 half-beast realm beasts in under 54 seconds. A feat beyond most. Yet, among the new generation, the highest realm at present was merely on the verge of breaking into the evolution realm. The question loomed, how had Yi Li achieved this? Many who were observing the new generation leaderboard were now in a frenzy of disbelief, their thoughts echoing a single exclamation, what on earth? Chapter 111. Beastly Combat. Zhao Tianlei gazed upon the ground strewn with the carcasses of ferocious beasts, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In this moment, he had transformed into the Qinglong Mingyue beast. employing a ruthless method of attack that swiftly annihilated the horde of monsters before him. Glancing at the leaderboard, he was taken aback. What the? Zhao Tianlei reverted to his human form, landing on the ground and vigorously rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Yili? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be seeing things. The individual occupying the top position was named Yili. An image of his fellow classmate, who had been in a different section, suddenly emerged in his mind. But how could this be? Hadn't Yili activated the insect-like beast gene chain? Having learned this news, Zhao Tianlei regarded Yi Li as insignificant, dismissing him entirely. For Yi Li had forfeited his right to compete with him. He was the moon in the sky. How could he concern himself with the flickering light of fireflies below? Surely, it must be a case of shared names. Finding comfort in this rationalization, Zhao Tianlei endeavored to convince himself. However, the mention of Binhai City made it evident that the likelihood of this Yi Li being the same person he knew was overwhelmingly high. No matter how you ascended, I shall soon bring you down and trample you underfoot. If it truly is you, I shall repay the humiliation I endured all those years ago. With anger etched on his face, Zhao Tianlei roared once more, transforming into the Qinglong Mingwei and soaring into the sky. With a flick of his head and a lash of his tail, he charged like a dragon towards a towering beast ahead. On a nearby plain, young Master Ma stared in astonishment at the leaderboard. What the hell? Is there truly someone more shameless than me? 184 points in a minute. Why don't you just go rob a bank? He surveyed the ground littered with the beasts he had slain. Realizing he had surged into the top 10, yet he was still leagues behind Yi Li. Good heavens! How on earth did this happen? Young Master Ma felt a surge of curiosity. He contemplated seeking out Yi Li for a discussion. In his view, both he and Yi Li were kindred spirits. Though Yi Li had been relatively unknown, his meteoric rise sparked an effect akin to achieving first place on a trending list, making it impossible to go unnoticed. Instantaneously, billions of hearts bore witness to Yi Li's name. Countless prestigious families and corporations felt a twinge of envy. The publicity Yi Li garnered in a mere minute far surpassed the effect they could achieve by spending hundreds of millions on advertisements. In their quest to elevate the profiles of their own star evolvers, these companies had prepared extensively. Yet, the result? They couldn't even secure a spot in the top 100. The leaderboard saw countless nameless evolvers emerge. With heightened investment, they mobilized more evolvers to assist, systematically eliminating the limbs of captured beasts and delegating the kills to newcomers. Executives from various companies clamored in excitement. Stimulated by Yi Li and his peers, everyone seemed to have gone mad. Numerous seasoned evolvers surged into the wilderness, dispatching any beasts they encountered, severing their limbs and tossing them to the new generation of evolvers trailing behind. Across major cities and military fortresses, countless evolvers formed mercenary groups, ready to aid any aspiring newcomers willing to pay. This model quickly gained traction, spawning numerous mercenary bands. The federal government turned a blind eye to it all, failing even to issue any regulations. As a result, the populace grew increasingly frenzied. Yi Li calmly closed the leaderboard, opting not to hunt beasts immediately but to deal with the blood shadow beasts instead. The half-beast realm gene liquid was precisely what he required. Hunting beasts was not solely for the leaderboard. Patience would unveil the true merit of this ranking over time. In Hushi City, only a handful of hunting teams were present, resulting in a significant population of beasts. Before he could finish processing the carcasses of the blood shadow beasts, massive beasts appeared, drawn in by the scent of blood. Yi Li looked up. Tiger-headed beast, realm, beastly form speed, 40 meters second bite force, 12 tons claw strength, 8 tons height, 2 meters length, 8 meters. This creature possessed the head of a tiger, yet its body resembled that of a hippopotamus, with limbs akin to the thick legs of an elephant rather than tiger paws. Covered in scales, its long tail dragged behind like a steel whip. Beasts of the beastly realm were not to be underestimated. Though they lacked claws, their enormous mouths boasted an astonishing bite force. In their jaws, steel was as fragile as tofu. Within the fifth realm of the beastly form, for beasts yielded 20 points. Yi Li grinned. His own godly genes granted him strength beyond his current realm. Defeating beasts of the fifth realm posed no challenge. Without needing to transform, Yili stood tall, waving his hand as 20 flying knives whistled through the air. There was no need for intricate tactics. He met them head-on. Under his precise control, the 4 tiger-headed beasts that had come sniffing met their demise, joining the ranks of the fallen blood shadow beasts. Only one of the 4 tiger-headed beasts possessed the gene liquid, a rare occurrence indeed. Swiftly extracting it, he stored the liquid in the gene box within his backpack. The true value of ferocious beasts lay in their keratinous materials, horns, bones, scales, rich in extraterrestrial metallic elements, making them far more valuable than their fur, which was of little worth. Materials that could not be employed by technology were nearly worthless. The beasts he encountered posed little challenge to him. Yili continued his journey. Hushy City indeed harbored a plethora of beasts. Just around a corner, he stumbled upon a group of wind-chasing beasts frolicking before a tall building. This appeared to be their lair, as he observed some entering and exiting. As he turned the corner, he found himself face to face with the pack of wind-chasing beasts. They, too, had spotted him and, without a hint of hesitation, charged towards him like a gust of wind. Their beastly forms allowed for astonishing speed, which was precisely why they bore such a name. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him. With a swift motion, a dazzling flash of silver greeted them, swiftly severing their necks. 3 flying knives dispatched each wind-chasing beast in an instant. The charging beasts let out mournful cries, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, as swarms of wind-chasing beasts poured forth from the building. This is quite overwhelming, Yili mused to himself. However, he refused to squander such a splendid opportunity. He removed his backpack, discarding his shield and weapons, his gaze sharpening as he activated his beastly transformation, becoming the immortal dragon beast in the blink of an eye. He aimed to test the true might of fighting in beast form and to see just how devastating his flying knives could become. Chapter 112. Iron-winged beast. The beast transformed into an indomitable dragon beast, its body shimmering with golden light. The golden scales, reminiscent of a swimming dragon, exuded an absolute aura of dominance and ferocity. In its beastly form, the physique of the half-beast realm paled in comparison. Yet it still measured around 15 to 16 meters in length, rendering the wind chaser beast considerably smaller before Yili. With a roar that resonated from deep within, Yili felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. The wind chaser beast was swift, but after his transformation, Yili surpassed it in speed entirely. He lunged forward, the dragon's form propelling him into the midst of the wind chaser beasts. His dragon claws danced with lethal grace, weaving through the throng with a serpentine fluidity. In an instant, 2 wind chaser beasts met their demise, their skulls crushed under the force of his strike. Moreover, Yili adeptly commanded 20 flying daggers, which pierced through the ranks of the beasts, each strike resulting in a fatal blow. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. This seamless and exhilarating combat felt as effortless as slicing vegetables. In mere moments, the ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of the wind chaser beasts. Though Yili's realm was classified as half-beast, his inherent prowess transcended boundaries, and this enhancement rendered him nearly as powerful as a being in the 6th realm of evolution. For the wind chaser beasts, this disparity in power was overwhelming. In the wake of his rampage, those beasts of mere beastly form were either crushed beneath his dragon claws or impaled by his flying daggers. The indomitable dragon beast shimmered in golden light, adorned with flecks of silver that cascaded down like a shimmering veil, as several wind chaser beasts fell from the skies. In just 2.5 minutes, Yili eradicated a group of over 60 wind chaser beasts, leaving no survivors to emerge from the building, thereby confirming the complete annihilation of their clan. The transformation not only enhanced his speed and agility, but also sharpened his senses and fortified his mental prowess. Yili felt invigorated, reveling in the novel combination of his beastly form and the mental control of his daggers. The beastly form naturally possessed an ability to soar through the air. With the slightest movement, Yili ascended like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he found himself soaring several dozen meters above the ground. This was his first experience of flight, and it expanded his perspective dramatically. From this vantage point, he beheld the desolate cityscape, its towering structures crumbling and overrun with verdant foliage, resembling a forest of green skyscrapers. The roars of beasts echoed around him, amplified by the structures, allowing Yi Li to hear the furious cries of the evolutionaries battling the ferocious beasts below. This sensation ignited a thrill within him. Unable to contain himself, Yi Li unleashed a resounding roar, the dragon's roar reverberating throughout the city. This sound, the authentic voice of the indomitable dragon beast, was a clarion call that commanded attention. As his roar resonated, the entire city fell silent, as if all life bowed in deference to his draconic majesty. Disregarding the corpses of the wind chaser beasts below, Yi Li controlled his beastly form to glide gracefully through the air, reveling in the freedom of movement. After a satisfying 10 minutes of aerial exploration, he descended to the ground. The magnificent body of the indomitable dragon beast shimmered and dissipated, returning Yi Li to his original form as he retrieved and donned his discarded gear. In total, he had slain 65 wind chaser beasts. Based on the scoring system, each beast was worth 5 points, allowing him to effortlessly accumulate 325 points. This achievement elevated his score to 509 points. The process of handling the remains of the beasts took him an hour and a half, even while only extracting the vital genetic fluids and a small quantity of materials. Yi Li felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. It was evident that establishing a dedicated logistics team to assist him was now a pressing priority. Rising to his feet, he washed his hands with fresh water from his backpack. The time-consuming task of processing materials severely hampered his hunting efficiency, which otherwise could have been completed in mere minutes. The disparity in time spent processing was disheartening. He tossed the materials into the cargo hold of the aerial vehicle, which was set to follow him, and instructed it to ascend, hovering near the higher levels of the abandoned skyscrapers. Camouflaged in shades of gray and green, it blended seamlessly with the dilapidated structures. The sky had become somewhat overcast. Suddenly, Yi Li inhaled sharply and dashed into a nearby derelict building. A cacophony of piercing roars filled the sky as hundreds of avian beasts descended, their formidable forms spanning several meters with wingspans to match. The sheer number of these creatures was enough to instill fear in anyone who encountered them. Yi Li concealed himself within the building, gazing upwards as they soared overhead. In an instant, they dove toward the ground, targeting the very spot where he had just hunted the wind chaser beasts. True to the city's nature, not only were there numerous ground-dwelling beasts, but flocks of avian predators also thrived here. Yi Li pondered what horrors might await him in the deeper wilderness. Extending hundreds of kilometers away, the ocean, too, remained a treacherous domain, home to dreadful marine predators whose might was legendary. From what he had learned in textbooks, marine beasts were among the most fearsome. Their colossal sizes and unparalleled strength left one questioning the limits of their power. The appearance of these hundreds of avian beasts silenced the once lively sounds of hunting, leaving only an eerie stillness. The few hunting teams present dared not make a sound. To attract the attention of this formidable flock would spell certain doom. Yi Li quickly discerned the identity of these avian predators. Iron-winged beast, realm, beastly form, flight speed, 440 meters, second height, 1.2 meters wingspan, 15 meters claw strength, 12 tons. This formidable avian predator boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities and unparalleled speed, utilizing its diving prowess to strike down prey. They preferred to appear in overwhelming numbers, obscuring the sky. The thought of their speed was staggering. Should these creatures target a flying vehicle, escape would be nearly impossible. Yi Li took a deep breath, contemplating the implications of their ability to achieve 440 meters per second, supersonic flight, surpassing the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. Encountering such beasts, whether in the air or on the ground, was an encounter best avoided. Imagining hundreds of them diving at supersonic speeds to attack was a harrowing thought. Even an evolutionary being one realm above them would likely struggle to endure such an onslaught. The cacophony of their cries echoed chaotically as they squabbled over the carcasses of the wind chaser beasts Yi Li had slain. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The genetic fluid of the iron-winged beast was invaluable, second only to that of dragon-like beasts. While hunting them in the air proved difficult, their presence on the ground presented an opportunity. Without hesitation, Yili shifted into the form of a nimble lightning cat beast. His genetic chain allowed him to morph into any beast for which he had achieved a 100 summoning rate. In a flash, the lightning cat beast surged from the building, landing gracefully and silently on the ground. Chapter 113. Mass Slaughter. This wave is profitable. Arriving in the city undoubtedly presents dangers. How long has Yili been in Hushi City? The ferocious beasts he encounters not only possess formidable realms, but also travel in packs, with rarely any stragglers. It is common to encounter beasts of the fifth realm. Those whose evolution stages are below the beast form truly dare not venture into the city to hunt. Transformed into a lightning cat beast, Yili weaves silently between the buildings, drawing closer unnoticed. Mere seconds later, he appears at a window of a structure. The street below is cloaked in darkness, filled with the silhouettes of iron-winged birds, which have folded their wings to tear apart the corpses of the wind-chasing beasts, voraciously consuming the flesh. Their low, guttural calls reverberate through the street, creating a cacophony. Occasionally, two iron-winged birds collide in a frenzy over food, resulting in a chaotic scene. With over 60 wind-chasing beast corpses, there is ample sustenance for this group of iron-winged birds. The noise effectively conceals the sounds of their demise. A fortunate circumstance for Yili, who begins to formulate a plan. Above him, 20 flying knives lie in wait, ready to strike. With a mere thought, Yili sends the 20 knives hurtling forth under his mental control, gliding down the walls until they hover just 10 centimeters above the ground, seamlessly integrating into the fray of the feeding iron-winged birds. Some of the birds notice the glimmering silver knives, but merely regard them with curiosity. Lacking human intellect, they cannot discern the nature of these knives. With no life signatures detected, they remain blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Yili is internally amused. Each of the 20 knives is aimed precisely at the bellies of the unsuspecting iron-winged birds. With a command, the knives unleash a tempest of fury, shooting forth at supersonic speeds. Thud! The necks of 20 iron-winged birds erupt in crimson as they plummet, twitching and emitting faint cries. But the surrounding clamor drowns out their distress. Seizing the moment, Yili does not pause. The knives continue to dart, leaping from one iron-winged bird to another under his meticulous control. To maximize his hunt, a luminous orb in his mind bursts forth with billions of rays, propelling his brain into a hyperactive state, elevating his mental prowess. This, however, comes at the cost of accelerated energy depletion. With the knives now enhanced, each leap results in the piercing of an iron-winged bird's skull. Though iron-winged birds are formidable, their wings, composed of an extraterrestrial metallic element, are impervious even to heavy sniper fire, allowing them to attack at supersonic speeds without injury. Thus, the wings of these birds become exceedingly valuable materials. The scarcity of iron-winged birds in the hunt keeps the market price of their wings on an upward trajectory. However, the A3 level knives far surpass the hardness of the bird's wings. Their skulls, lacking the same level of protection, are easily penetrated. One by one, the iron-winged birds fall. Among the hundreds present, most remain oblivious to the chaos, still engrossed in their feast of the beast corpses. A few, sensing something amiss, momentarily freeze before frantically flapping their wings to take flight. Yili ignores them, fixating on the throng of iron-winged birds as the knives relentlessly continue their assault. The sounds of punctures and slashes persist, each strike either shattering skulls or slitting throats. Countless iron-winged birds succumb, some dying instantly, while others thrash and struggle, their wings flapping wildly. Yet none can escape the finality of death. After decimating nearly half the flock, the remaining iron-winged birds finally recognize the peril. The sight of their fallen kin ignites a sense of danger. With a cacophony of flapping, the remaining birds take to the skies, following their leader in a frantic escape. Yili chuckles. Even if they flee, he is determined to strike again. The 20 knives shimmer like streaks of silver, pursuing the fleeing iron-winged birds and severing their necks. Another wave of anguished cries fills the air as more birds crash to the ground. It is only when the remaining iron-winged birds soar above 100 meters that Yili ceases his assault. Among the hundreds of iron-winged birds, over 200 corpses litter the ground. The survivors, terrified, dare not linger, fleeing for their lives. This has proved immensely profitable. The wings alone from the 200 iron-winged bird corpses hold considerable value. Yi leaps from the window, landing amidst the carnage on the street. Blood stains the ground. And while a few faint cries linger, silence soon envelopes the area, marking the end of life. This underscores the formidable strength and terrifying precision of Yi Li's knives, almost always delivering a fatal blow. Fortune smiles upon Yi Li as he spots two elite iron-winged birds. Their necks adorned with golden halos, blending in with the crowd. In the chaos of his onslaught, he dispatches them as well. The soul orbs of beasts in their form realm command a price that starts at 200 million, making the two orbs he has collected worth a staggering 400 million. This is indeed a lucrative venture. Yi Li bursts into laughter, promptly attending to the bountiful spoils. By the time he finishes processing the materials of over 200 iron-winged birds, night has fallen. What is this? A staggering 1744 points? The leaderboard, watched by many, displays Yi Li at the top, his points surging alarmingly. A ferocious beast at the bone refining level yields only 1 point, while one at the beast form level offers merely 5 points. To equate this, one would need to slay 1744 bone refining beasts or nearly 800 beast form beasts. And the second place contender? A mere 202 points. Previously a threefold gap, it has now widened to almost 9 times. Who is this Yi Li? Does such a figure exist in Binhai City? Even with rampant cheating, amassing such a staggering number of kills in half a day is inconceivable. How could he have accrued 1744 points? It is implausible, absolutely impossible. The Evolutionary website, a colossal semi-virtual community, hosts millions of active users. Upon logging in, users can create semi-virtual avatars for boundless interaction. At this moment, their eyes bulge in disbelief, each exclaiming in shock. Yi Li is simply too extraordinary. His points surpass even the top 50, leading many to wonder if he is indeed human. There must be foul play, a blatant manipulation of data. A plea for the federal government to investigate Yi Li's meteoric rise is fervently voiced. His records indicate that Binhai City harbors 11 individuals named Yi Li, with only 3 fitting the criteria of the new generation, all of whom possess mediocre potential. One bears the gene chain of an insect-like beast, another of a whirlwind wolf, and the last, slightly better, possesses the gene chain of a swordback tiger. A plethora of articles has emerged, nearly stripping bare the information of 3 individuals named Yi Li. Chapter 114. His points are authentic Yi Li, with unparalleled speed, shown brilliantly, as if countless invisible hands were propelling the matter to a climax. It had merely been 4 hours since the leaderboard was announced, and the gap between the first and second places had widened to nearly 9-fold. If Yi Li were a figure backed by a prominent corporation or a distinguished family, it might be understandable. However, even the great families and companies were perplexed by Yi Li's sudden emergence. Since he belonged to no one, how could an unknown individual ascend to the top? While they dared not act overtly, subtle manipulations behind the scenes were certainly feasible. The articles circulating were primarily authored by various powerful families and corporations, and the online hype, driven by hired voices, quickly ignited interest. The chasm between Yi Li and the second place was so vast that anyone observing would suspect foul play. Otherwise, it defied explanation. Ordinary evolutionists, blind to the intricacies, readily accepted these analyses as evidence of cheating. With their influence, the Asian region was abuzz. And even other global zones were caught in the whirlwind of controversy. In truth, Yi Li's achievements were unparalleled on a global scale. Those from other regions, unwilling to acknowledge the supremacy of the Asian zone, exerted their own pressures. In this context, the federal government took notice. While handling the iron-winged beasts, Yi Li discerned the rising chatter on the Evolutionist website, a chorus of envy and malice. He chuckled to himself. He had not cheated, and he knew it well. All of his hunting data was verifiable through video evidence. Cheating? An impossibility. Yi Li had no cause for concern. He merely smiled and continued processing his quarry. With over 200 beasts, he had plenty of work ahead. Amidst the clamor of skepticism, the federal government's data center promptly issued an announcement. Yi Li had not engaged in any cheating. The leaderboard data was beyond reproach, and no entity could tamper with its integrity. Humanity required heroes, and the ultimate goal was to triumph over the ferocious beasts. The announcement was brief, yet it stirred a considerable uproar. If it were not cheating, then Yi Li's accomplishments were indeed extraordinary. The survival of humanity was the highest principle, and under this tenet, no one was permitted to undermine human solidarity and progress. Thus, I choose to trust the results released by the federal government. If Yi Li maintained this pace, he would undoubtedly be the strongest of the new generation. The leaderboard required 3 days to eliminate any discrepancies, yet it was undeniable that Yi Li had already gained fame. How many superstars among evolutionists, meticulously packaged and promoted by countless corporations, would feel embarrassed when compared to Yi Li? The evolutionists remained largely convinced by the federal government. Following the announcement, the voices of dissent against Yi Li abruptly vanished, as though nothing had ever transpired. Humanity faced immense survival pressures, and countless individuals fought for existence, with the majority remaining united. Many powerful families and companies recognized this reality and swiftly retracted their critical articles. Yet, they immediately altered their strategy. Seeking to win Yi Li over to their side, they sought to turn adversaries into allies. Numerous prominent families and corporations promptly took action, flying directly to the coastal city in search of the 3 individuals named Yi Li. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Li continued with his tasks. By evening, he had processed all the materials, filling the cargo hold of his aircraft entirely with iron wing feathers. They resembled metallic shards, clattering as they filled the compartment. With a swift motion, the aircraft ascended, and Yi Li returned to the 9th Legion. Covering 300 kilometers, he arrived in just over 10 minutes. At the city gates, on the 5th day of the October Beast descent, material buyers were at their most active, their presence ubiquitous. As the aircraft landed and they recognized Yi Li, their enthusiasm waned. Only Zhou Dai wore a fiery smile. He had nearly monopolized Yi Li's materials, raising his costs yet still profiting handsomely. Just handle it, Yi Li smiled. Knowing the materials were valuable, yet the true profit lay elsewhere. Zhou Dai, now familiar with Yi Li, nodded to his staff to open the cargo doors. Zhou Dai gasped upon seeing the cargo hold's contents, iron-winged beast feathers. The hold was nearly filled with these feathers. How many iron-winged beasts had been slaughtered to amass such a bounty? Ordinary evolutionists struggled to hunt even one of these avian beasts. Yet Yi Li seemed to have decimated an entire flock. Zhou Dai's mind raced with astonishment as he stared at Yi Li, unable to fathom that this time Yi Li had brought in feathers. Yi Li smiled and said nothing as he departed. He sensed that his life had become somewhat routine, rising early, returning late, selling materials, and analyzing beast gene fluids. This time, the majority of his gains came from the beast gene fluids of the beast form realm. The half-beasts were fewer, but Yi Li was unconcerned. As long as quality beast gene fluids emerged, wouldn't he be able to utilize them next month? Yi Li was confident he could reach the 5th realm of the beast form within a month. He placed hundreds of beast gene fluids on the counter, and the attendant serving Yi Li appeared numb. Just days prior, this young man had brought only 10 to 100 fluids. The next steps involved purification and identification. By the time Yi Li exited the beast gene department, he wore a smile. This time, he had made considerable gains. The Wind Chaser beast yielded 2 fluids at a 10 evolution rate, while the Ironwing beast produced 1 at 20, plus 3 at 13. The magnitude of his harvest was such that many evolutionists might not encounter such high evolution rates even once a year. Some evolutionists only managed to secure 1 or 2 fluids with around 10 evolution rates throughout the year, rendering Yi Li incomparable. Anything below 5 was discarded. These low evolution rate fluids no longer held any value in Yi Li's eyes. The beast gene fluids from avian beasts were quite valuable, and Yi Li had nearly 100 to sell, representing a significant income. Upon returning to the genius camp and finishing dinner, He Qingshan's call came through. Yi Li? He Qingshan's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Yi Li smiled, aware of the purpose behind the commander's call. It should be noted that this response was far slower than he had anticipated. After all, The uproar surrounding the new generation leaderboard had been quite pronounced, and He Qingshan's contact felt belated. "Commander, do you not recognize my voice?" Yili replied playfully. "Is the Yi Li on the leaderboard you?" He Qingshan inquired. Chapter 115. Is it really you, Yili? He Qingshan's slow reaction was entirely due to the 9th Legion's ranking, which failed to even make the top 100 in the Asia region. The prodigies within the genius camp were indeed exceptionally gifted evolvers, yet in comparison to whom? Compared to the ordinary evolvers of the 9th Legion, they seemed like geniuses. However, when juxtaposed with the prominent families, large corporations, and higher-ranked legions, these so-called geniuses were merely average. The number of evolvers worthy of the title top genius easily exceeds 10,000. The talented evolvers of the 9th Legion scarcely had any opportunity to contend for rankings. Even if they did, they would likely find themselves thousands of places behind. Given such standings, He Qingshan could hardly afford to waste time monitoring the rankings, knowing full well that it was unlikely anyone from their ranks would be listed. Who would still keep an eye on the leaderboard? The dazzling super geniuses would undoubtedly evoke mixed feelings in He Qingshan, prompting him to simply avert his gaze. Thus, the leaders of the 9th Legion shared similar sentiments. With the higher-ups adopting such an attitude, the various ranks of officers below them naturally did not pay much attention either. However, in the afternoon, as the cheating scandal unfolded, it became nearly impossible for the evolvers of the 9th Legion to ignore the situation. Who was Yili? The members of the 9th Legion certainly recalled his name. It had been in the spotlight when he eliminated heretics. Now, upon encountering Yi Li from Binhai City, their first thought was whether this Yi Li was indeed the one from their 9th Legion. The information verification naturally led them to inquire with their superiors. When the matter reached He Qingshan, he was utterly bewildered. Yi Li? Ranked first? His initial reaction was one of disbelief. His second thought was that this individual could not possibly be the Yi Li from the 9th Legion. How could that be? Nevertheless, with a glimmer of hope, He Qingshan sought confirmation. What if it were true? The 9th Legion would then be truly remarkable. At this moment, He Qingshan felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, fearing that Yi Li would affirm the claim while also dreading a denial. If it were true, he would worry whether the 9th Legion could accommodate such a super genius, given the limited resources at their disposal. "Commander, what are you thinking?" Yi Li inquired, chuckling. "Oh, it's not you?" He Qingshan's tone was a blend of disappointment and relief. "It's no matter. At least your name is the same, Yi Li. So I suppose that counts as being connected to him." He Qingshan couldn't resist a jest. "Commander, I haven't finished my sentence. What I meant was, of course, this Yi Li is me. Is there another?" Yi Li declared earnestly. "Ah," He Qingshan exclaimed, abruptly standing up in his office. Disregarding the tea he spilled from his cup. "The Yi Li on the leaderboard is really you? You're not deceiving me." The Yi Li from the genius camp was retrieving his nightwear from the wardrobe when he heard He Qingshan's uncharacteristic outburst. He shook his head, wondering why such a significant figure like a Legion commander would react so dramatically over a mere leaderboard position. He promptly replied, "Yes, it's me. I wouldn't joke about something like this with you, Commander." After contemplating, Yi Li decided to send He Qingshan a screenshot of his personal ranking and score. The personal smart terminal offered such convenient features. "Wow," He Qingshan gasped, staring intently at the image Yi Li had sent. It was confirmed. The Yi Li from the 9th Legion was indeed the one ranked first. The evidence was irrefutable. "Ah!" He Qingshan shouted in excitement, momentarily forgetting his stature as a Legion commander, startling Jiang Jincheng and others waiting for news. He burst into laughter. "I can finally hold my head high. The top-ranked individual is from the 9th Legion. All right, calm down. This first place is only temporary. Who knows, after a night's sleep, it might not still be mine. As a commander, you could stand to be a bit more composed," Yi Li remarked, feeling exasperated by He Qingshan's lack of restraint. "I'm just excited," He Qingshan replied, regaining his composure. "Even if it's only for a moment, it still counts, doesn't it? You have no idea how the 9th Legion is perceived. It's like a small, invisible entity, overlooked and neglected. Now that we finally have you, a prodigy, shouldn't I be allowed to enjoy this moment?" Hearing He Qingshan's words, Yi Li nodded in agreement. "Commander, I suspect many are currently scrutinizing my information and will undoubtedly come seeking me. You should consider how to handle these individuals." Upon hearing this, He Qing-shan's expression turned solemn as he grasped the gravity of the situation. If Yili is that formidable, won't these large corporations and prominent families throw substantial offers at him that would be hard to refuse? Providing comprehensive resources is merely the norm. Some companies might even promise executive positions. Executives from super corporations are undeniably influential figures, recognized by the Federation, wielding power akin to officials, with control over vast numbers of evolvers, each standing above countless others. Faced with a super evolver like Yili, these megacorporations would certainly be willing to bid high. He Qing-shan felt a surge of anger. Yili belonged to the 9th Legion, and that was non-negotiable. Anyone daring to poach him would face his wrath. Yet, a wave of helplessness washed over him. What if those coming were super strong individuals at the martial god level? He was merely at the 1,000-stone level. What could he do to refuse them? He couldn't defeat them in battle, nor could he match their standing or wealth. He would be easily crushed by a martial god powerhouse. The 9th Legion? It was a mere inconsequential entity, failing to even rank among the top 100. How could it possibly compete with super corporations? He Qing-shan felt utterly defeated, withdrawing into himself as he pondered the situation with Yili. No wonder so many small companies struggled to retain talent. How could they compete with the conditions offered by these large corporations? Water flows downwards, and people seek higher ground. This was a troubling dilemma. "Commander, take your time to think it over. I'm going to take a shower," Yili chuckled, casually hanging up the phone. He genuinely had no intention of putting He Qing-shan in a difficult position. It was a reality he must face. Yili was quite at ease, as joining any faction held little significance for him. Each had its merits, but none were crucial, as long as He Qing-shan could withstand the pressure. His continued presence in the 9th Legion was inconsequential. With this thought, Yili smiled and shook his head as he entered the bathroom. Chapter 116. Brazen cheating. As Yili had anticipated, that evening, a multitude of friend requests and various communication requests flooded in. Yili promptly rejected them all. The current market price for beast soul orbs was exceedingly abnormal, inflated to an outrageous degree. After hunting the iron-winged beast today, he had acquired 2 beast soul orbs, which, by Yili's estimation, could easily fetch 200 million each. Avian beasts were notoriously difficult to hunt, making the acquisition of their orbs even more commendable. When the orb was thrown during battle, summoning the iron-winged beast would provide a tremendous advantage. So what if it was pricey? There were virtually no avian beast soul orbs available in the market. He was merely filling a gap. Yili had little need for the orbs. Hence he decided to seize the opportunity while the prices were inflated. He listed the 2 iron-winged beast soul orbs on the online marketplace for 200 million each. In the entire market, these 2 orbs were unique entities. After completing the listing, he left the rest to market dynamics. He planned to wait 2 or 3 days to see if any buyers emerged. If not, he would lower the price. With the online store closed, Yili consumed a vial of 15 evolved beast gene liquid and drifted into a peaceful slumber. His aspirations to elevate his rank could wait. Having just ingested the liquid, his evolution level was now at 15. While Yili slept, many discovered the newly listed beast soul orbs. The 200 million price tag deterred most, yet some gazed at them with eager eyes. Young Master Ma, the beast form realm iron-winged beast soul orb. A middle-aged steward promptly notified the fatigued young Master Ma, who was preparing for rest. "What's the price?" After a grueling day of hunting, despite having over 100 evolvers aiding him, he could only maintain his position at 5th. After a long day, his arms ached and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. 200 million each, the steward promptly replied. Young Master Ma widened his eyes in disbelief. Who the hell set this price? Is he a fool? A beast soul orb that can only fight for half an hour dares to command 200 million? Why doesn't he just rob a bank? Burning 200 million in half an hour? That would be absurd. Even mountains of gold wouldn't suffice. Then, young master, should we proceed with the purchase? The steward inquired. Of course. Why not? Young Master Ma's eyes twinkled with mischief. For the sake of staying on the leaderboard, I must exert myself. This beast soul orb is splendid. The beasts it slays will count towards my score. It's akin to brazenly cheating. Though 200 million seemed steep, was he really in need of that sum? Steward, acquire both orbs. Once we have them, gather several hundred more evolvers to assist me in encircling thousands of bone refining and blood condensation realm beasts. I'll toss the orb, and within half an hour, it will be a done deal. Haha, thousands of points await. What can they possibly do against that? My financial prowess is unparalleled, isn't it? The steward, filled with admiration, replied, Young master, I shall arrange it immediately. Yet internally he pondered. Had the young master not just called those who would buy foolish? Now he himself was buying. Didn't that make him foolish too? To young Master Ma, several million was hardly substantial. It was merely pocket change, likely less than what old Master Ma casually gifted him. He swiftly executed the purchase, and in the blink of an eye, acquired the 2 iron-winged beast soul orbs that had just been listed. Goodness, how outrageous. The soul orb from the beast form realm sold for 200 million and was snatched up by a tycoon. In the realm of the wealthy, we truly cannot comprehend their ways. It seemed one individual had purchased both, splurging 400 million. Such extravagance was beyond reason. Many had initially speculated that the 200 million price was set by a desperate pauper, only to be swiftly proved wrong as the orbs vanished in an instant. The true fools were they. The events unfolding in the online marketplace were trivial, and only a few astute observers noted the implications for the leaderboard. Wait, we can play this way too? Quick, let us stock up on beast soul orbs. Perhaps we can leverage them to climb the rankings. Soon, the beast soul orbs were vanishing from the marketplace at an alarming rate. Hours later, they became a rare commodity. Yili remained blissfully unaware, lost in his peaceful slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Yili received 2 notifications. Goodness, I still underestimated this market. Both messages informed him of successful sales, unmistakably the beast soul orbs. Are people truly this affluent now? Yili's spirits lifted as he hummed a tune while preparing the orbs for dispatch. After a quick breakfast, he hurried to the courier service. Following a series of operations, he finally managed to ship off the exorbitantly priced orbs. Half an hour later, he arrived in Linlang City, situated 350 kilometers from the 9th Legion. Before the era of evolution, Linlang City was considered a third-tier city, boasting a significant area and a population in the millions. The once thriving urban landscape now lay in ruins. Only those of at least the 5th realm dared to venture into Linlang City. Even in the early hours, the roars of beasts and the shouts of human evolvers echoed through the air, as they had already begun their hunt. Once disembarked from his aircraft, Yili activated the cloaking system and the tracking feature before stepping into Linlang City. The streets were adorned with a type of vegetation with tiny leaves, offering a pleasant sensation underfoot. Yili carried only a tiger thorn blade and a shield, opting not to don any protective armor, as it would hinder his transformation should the need arise. He had no concerns about being targeted by beasts. Encountering him would be their misfortune. October's weather was somewhat warm. As he ventured deeper into the city, he heard the low growls of beasts. Suddenly, a sizable creature burst from a dilapidated building onto the street, charging straight at Yili. It appeared particularly impatient, as if it had not eaten all day. Yili regarded the beast with indifference. He had slain countless similar creatures before. This was merely a solitary wind chaser beast, and it would serve as an appetizer for the day. Instead of using his flying knives, he swiftly transformed his arm into a dragon claw, ready to confront the wind chaser beast. As it leapt towards him, Yili executed a sliding maneuver, channeling force through his strike as he slashed the claw across its abdomen. The sound of blood splattering accompanied the spilling of its innards. Chapter 117. Have they all rolled up? The wind chaser beast fell, yet under such a fatal blow, it would not perish swiftly. It struggled to rise, heedless of the long gash across its abdomen, emitting a roar as it recklessly lunged at Yili once more. This is the nature of ferocious beasts, unyieldingly brutal. In the face of humanity, they fight to the bitter end. Yili shook his head slightly. He admired this fearless tenacity, yet he felt no compassion. The grievous wound did affect its speed to some extent. Yili deftly sidestepped, then swung his dragon claw, slicing through its neck. 3 gory wounds appeared, causing it to stagger. Nevertheless, the wind chaser beast remained ferocious, turning back and charging at him once more, dragging its innards behind it. Bang! Yili swung his dragon claw again, sending it crashing away. This time, after falling, it seemed to have expended all its strength, unable to rise again. After twitching a few times, it succumbed. Yili extended his dragon claw, reverting it to an arm. The flying knives, under the control of his mental energy, were indeed powerful, yet he was uncertain if they would maintain such efficacy in the future. Refining his combat skills was essential. Upon reaching a higher realm, one would almost rely on their beast form for battle. Familiarity with one's beast form was crucial to unleash greater combat prowess. However, without a precise strike to vital areas, ferocious beasts could indeed prove troublesome. Having attained the semi-beast realm, my speed reached 45 meters per second without beast transformation, and once transformed, it would soar to 50 meters per second, faster than the wind chaser beast. As one progresses through realms, speed and strength require combat techniques to form a cohesive power. Speed and agility, strength and combat skills, along with personal experience in battling ferocious beasts, all contribute to one's strength. By amalgamating these elements, slaying ferocious beasts becomes a simpler task. This was the first. Yili smiled, feeling invigorated. In Linlang City, the lowest tier of ferocious beasts dwells in the semi-beast realm. Here, semi-beast realm creatures serve merely as fodder for their more powerful counterparts. The beast form realm is not the pinnacle here. It is not uncommon to encounter evolved beasts, and even those of the Thousand Stone realm may appear. Yet, the abundance of ferocious beasts is undeniable. After slaying a semi-beast realm creature, Yili required no materials, only the genetic fluid, which would aid in his evolution progress. A beast form creature, purely as material, is valued at no less than 500,000. Moving up to the evolution realm, the material's price exceeds 1.5 million. The higher the tier, the greater the increase in value, and the more challenging the hunt becomes. This is just for materials. If one possesses ferocious beast genetic fluid, even a mere one evolution from a beast form creature is priced at 100,000. Should fortune smile upon them, a 20 evolution fluid could start at 5 million. Encountering an elite-level ferocious beast, according to current market prices, could easily reach tens of millions or nearly a billion. Yili continued his relentless slaughter, dispatching nearly every ferocious beast he encountered. This unyielding advance not only demonstrated high combat efficiency, but also rendered an astonishing profit, effectively a natural money-making machine. By evening, Yili halted his rampage, opting not to return home. The distance of 350 kilometers was not too far. At high speed, a flight would take about 20 minutes. Since he did not require materials from semi-beast realm creatures, despite the numerous beasts he dispatched throughout the day, he did not fill the cargo hold of his aircraft. By day's end, Yili felt fatigue creeping in. The physical exertion was one aspect, but the drain on his mental energy was the more exhausting factor. Yili's combat style, combining flying knives and beast form, proved highly efficient. Even when facing evolved beasts, he merely took a little extra time to resolve the encounters. As dusk fell, Yili landed his aircraft on the rooftop of a tall building. He chose not to seek shelter within a building, but instead opted to sleep aboard the aircraft. Activating the camouflage system, the exterior of the craft melded into the darkness, making it nearly undetectable. Having hunted for so long, he had barely covered a single block. The quantity of ferocious beasts was indeed overwhelming. Yili mused that it was still too early to sleep, unable to find rest. The sheer number of ferocious beasts in Linlang City satisfied him greatly. His harvest today was substantial. Though he did not calculate precisely, he had a rough estimate. The materials alone amounted to no less than 30 million. And with the genetic fluid, it exceeded 60 million within a day's time. Many evolutionists would struggle to earn even 20 to 30 million over a month. Yet Yili, in just one day, had amassed 60 million. However, his expression revealed no surprise. Compared to the 2 elite iron-wing birds he had slain yesterday, today's gains seemed trivial. Today marked the second day since the leaderboard was initiated. Yili accessed his personal smart terminal to check the rankings. He remained in first place. Although the number of beasts slain today was not as high as yesterday, his points had increased significantly due to his higher realm. He had accrued 268 points. How remarkable! The second place was Zhao Tianlei, who had reached 2,055 points. Yili rubbed his nose. Zhao Tianlei was indeed relentless, as evidenced by his points, indicating he had not rested and had hunted day and night. The third place belonged to Qin Bin with 1,988 points. The previous second place had plummeted to 17th on the second day. Indeed, those who relied on deceit and cunning would soon reveal their true selves. The leaderboard generates hero points upon daily settlement. If one's position fluctuates, the accumulation of hero points will be minimal. Consistent presence at the top ensures greater hero point rewards over time. To aim for planetary-level realms, one could surmise the required hero points would be considerable. Thus, contention for temporary supremacy on the leaderboard was unnecessary. After a brief glance, Yili closed the leaderboard, calming himself and drifting into slumber. In the wilderness of Zhongzhou City, Zhao Tianlei's eyes were bloodshot, his body weary, yet he refused to relent. The ferocious beasts grew increasingly frenzied at night, making hunting more difficult. But he chose to forego rest, for he was inching ever closer to first place. Yili, after tonight, the title shall be mine. Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth. He turned to his companions and solemnly stated, "Everyone, let us endure for one more day. Come tomorrow night, we shall rest well, and I assure you, the rewards will be plentiful." Following Zhao Tianlei was a hunting squad of 10, each exuding a fierce aura. "Fear not, Tianlei, with our cooperation. You shall surpass Yili in points tonight," the captain guaranteed, thumping his chest. He waved his hand, rallying his comrades. "Brothers, stay sharp. Let us draw in another batch of ferocious beasts." The other 9 responded in unison, swiftly disappearing into the night. Chapter 118. The walking 400 million. After a night of fierce battles, Zhao Tianlei continued his relentless pursuit until dawn. The gap between him and Yili was merely 213 points. By hunting down 43 ferocious beasts of the beast form realm, he could surpass Yili and claim the top position. As he watched the sunrise, Zhao Tianlei felt invigorated, exhilarated by the knowledge that he had hunted at least 50 beasts of the beast form realm over the course of the night, definitely enough to exceed Yili's score. Not to mention, he had also dealt with several other beasts of different realms. From his overnight efforts, he had amassed at least 300 points. "Yili, this time I will surely trample you underfoot. You filthy insect, why do you occupy the first place? I am a noble dragon, not a mere bug like you." Zhao Tianlei exclaimed, his fist clenched as he roared to the heavens. He quickly opened the leaderboard, eagerly anticipating the sight of his name at the top. Countless admirers would surely cast envious gazes upon him, and this was the honor he rightfully deserved. Through his personal smart terminal, he accessed the rankings. First, Yili, Binhai City, 2,511 points. Second, Zhao Tianlei, Zhongzhou City, 2,361 points. Gasp! Upon seeing this ranking, Zhao Tianlei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? Despite his relentless efforts, why was he still unable to catch up to Yili? "I haven't rested, and neither has he. It must be like that." Zhao Tianlei's eyes blazed with madness. "It's just a competition. Let's see who can outdo whom." With the backing of the martial god company and the strength of teamwork, he was confident he could exhaust his rival. In this frenzy, Zhao Tianlei had no intention of resting. Meanwhile, far away in Linlang City, Yili had indeed not slept well the previous night. A pack of wind-chasing beasts had appeared near his residence, howling throughout the night, either feeding or darting about. With a flick of his wrist, Yili swiftly dispatched the pack with his flying knives. It took him less than 10 minutes. Feeling too lazy to deal with the materials at such an hour, he returned to sleep. Others could not even imagine that their entire night's efforts paled in comparison to Yili's mere 10 minutes of work. Many talented individuals had gone without rest for 2 days and nights, striving to ensure they did not fall behind in the rankings or allow others to catch up. To them, the top 100 on the leaderboard were like machines, all engaged in relentless slaughter. Who would have thought that Yili merely enjoyed a restful sleep? When he awoke in the morning, Yili felt revitalized. Perched atop a high building, he nibbled on his rations while gazing at the desolate cityscape, savoring the unusual tranquility of the morning. Oh, a colossal creature approaches. Yili squinted for a clearer view and quickly grabbed his binoculars. Through the lenses, he spotted a massive beast slowly traversing a street, standing about 5 meters tall and measuring over 12 to 13 meters in length, its body covered in dark, impenetrable scales. It bore a magnificent, multicolored horn atop its head, its mouth slightly ajar to reveal sharp teeth, with copious liquid dripping from its maw. Its limbs were powerful, with long, sharp claws that effortlessly tore through the old concrete pavement, demonstrating their terrifying strength. Yili noted the golden ring encircling its neck. An elite-level beast. His extensive knowledge of beasts allowed him to identify it instantly. Rainbow Unicorn, Realm. Evolution Realm Speed. 50 meters per second height. 5 meters length. 13. 5 meters bite force. 15 tons claw strength. 12 tons. This beast was swift and capable of releasing electrical currents from its horn. Caution was advised around its horn. With so many types of beasts, Yili could not remember them all, and detailed information on some was elusive, leaving him with only a general understanding. The rainbow unicorn was among the most formidable beasts within the evolution realm, particularly due to its horn, which could unleash electrical attacks, causing considerable distress to countless evolutionaries. What good were protective shells against electricity? Both electricity and poison posed considerable threats. Generally speaking, few would dare to provoke a rainbow unicorn. Currently, the price of beast soul orbs from the beast form realm was around 150 million, while those from avian species were even more expensive, reaching 200 million each. The soul orbs from the evolution realm were not priced below 250 million, and the orb from the rainbow unicorn would cost no less than 400 million. One could only imagine the immense value of this creature. However, the rainbow unicorn was indeed a formidable opponent. A single shock could incapacitate even the strongest. Once paralyzed before a rainbow unicorn, one might as well accept their fate. Yili had once watched a video of a battle against a rainbow unicorn, where a squad of over 30 fighters, half of whom were evolutionaries, had attempted to subdue it. Logically, they should have been able to take down the beast. Yet, the outcome was grim. The squad suffered heavy casualties due to misjudging the rainbow unicorn's combat style and ultimately had to retreat. This battle illustrated the unicorn's terrifying prowess. A whopping 400 million. Yili licked his lips, feeling tempted. The rainbow unicorn was undeniably dangerous. Yet the allure of 400 million made it hard for him to simply walk away. Who knew when he might next encounter an elite beast from the evolution realm? I shall seize this opportunity. Yili made up his mind. If he could take on a beast of the thousand-stone realm, tackling one of the evolution realm should pose no issue, provided he exercised caution. With his mental prowess, he was confident in his ability to subdue the rainbow unicorn. His mental energy not only allowed him to control flying knives, but also to influence the beast itself, and even enhance his own speed. The versatility of his mental power was remarkable, enabling him to engage from both a distance and up close. The rainbow unicorn was swift, but Yili, with his explosive speed and mental assistance, could match it. The prospect of 400 million was not something Yili could afford to let slip away. Having resolved to capture it, he could not allow the creature to escape. Without hesitation, he charged forward a few steps, leaping from the high building into the air. Whoosh! As the force of his leap dissipated, Yili rapidly descended, transforming into the indomitable dragon beast mid-fall. The instant his beast form materialized, a peculiar magnetic field formed around him, astonishingly halting his descent. Bathed in the morning sun, the body of the indomitable dragon beast shimmered with golden light. A sound akin to a bleating lamb echoed from below as the rainbow unicorn noticed Yili. "Here's an appetizer for you." Yili grinned, his dragon claws swiping through the air. The 20 flying knives that had trailed him swiftly transformed into streaks of light, raining down upon the rainbow unicorn. Chapter 119. A difficult battle. The vibrant unicorn faced 20 flying daggers. Its first instinct was to unleash a dazzling electric shimmer. With a resounding hum, A powerful surge of electricity erupted towards the daggers. However, it miscalculated. The daggers, forged from metal, were conductive, but metal lacks life. To them, electricity was merely a gentle breeze, utterly ineffective. The 20 daggers continued to hurtle towards the colorful unicorn as per Yi Li's command. The unicorn reacted swiftly. It halted, and a faint halo emanated from its scales as it reinforced their strength. This was a defensive maneuver typical of high-tier beasts, and Yi Li was not overly surprised. The evolved unicorn possessed formidable defensive capabilities, and now, with its scales enhanced, the daggers might not penetrate its armor. Yet, Yi Li's intent was not to assault its body. The unicorn's electric attack was remarkably potent and rapid, leaving little room for evasion. As the daggers approached, Yi Li smiled. A diversion, a hidden strike. Suddenly, the 20 daggers split into 3 groups. One group maintained its trajectory towards the unicorn's limbs and body, while the other 2 groups were smaller, with one containing merely 3 daggers. If they were concealed weapons, they would be nearly unchangeable. Yet, Yi Li's daggers were far more than simple concealed weapons. They resembled drones, capable of being maneuvered. Under Yi Li's control, the 2 smaller groups of daggers veered close to the unicorn, executing a swift change of direction. The alteration was slight, but the dagger's velocity was astounding, targeting the unicorn's neck and transforming into strikes aimed at its eyes. Just how swift were the daggers? Yi Li had tested them, achieving speeds 5 times that of sound. Within a meter of the unicorn, the change in trajectory was terrifying. In less than a millisecond, the daggers struck the unicorn's eyes. In that fleeting moment, no matter how rapid its neural reflexes, the unicorn could not respond. Furthermore, 14 other daggers had captured its complete attention. In such a brief span, the unicorn was utterly unprepared. It sensed something amiss. Evolved beasts indeed possessed extraordinary reflexes, and it had already begun to evade. Yet, the transmission of signals from its nerves to its muscles was insufficient to instigate a significant change. Its eyelids barely beginning to close. With a piercing sound, the daggers, propelled by Yi Li's mental energy, pierced through the unicorn's eyes. Almost simultaneously, the daggers targeting its neck arrived. The daggers embedded into the unicorn's scales with a thud, failing to penetrate as anticipated, stopping just short of the hilt. Numerous daggers lodged within the unicorn's armor, and blood quickly seeped from several wounds. Yi Li marveled at the resilience of the evolved beast. Had it been a beast of a lesser tier, the daggers would have easily penetrated its body. Yet, against the evolved unicorn, they merely lodged without further advancement, a testament to its formidable defense. In pain, the unicorn emitted a roar, a far cry from its earlier bleeding. Its eyes destroyed, it became frenzied, unleashing torrents of electricity. Any nearby vegetation was instantly scorched and ignited, the terrifying voltage overwhelming even the mightiest of flora. The surrounding area transformed into a hellish inferno, engulfed in flames. Yi Li stood aghast, refraining from approaching. Blinding its eyes had proven to be a wise strategy. Had it retained its vision, who could withstand such electric onslaught? As it spiraled into madness, Yi Li withdrew the daggers previously embedded in its body, using his mental prowess. This action instilled a sense of unease within the unicorn. Maintaining a safe distance, Yi Li commanded the daggers. They shot forth, moving at several times the speed of sound, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Deprived of its sight, the unicorn relied solely on its instincts to sense danger. Yet, against the daggers traveling at such incredible speed, its instincts were rendered futile, making it akin to a marionette, incapable of evading as the daggers carved through its flesh. With relentless cutting sounds echoing, the unicorn's agonized roars filled the air. In mere moments, it was riddled with wounds, blood cascading down its form, staining it a dark crimson, a grotesque sight. Though the unicorn's massive stature meant that attacks to other areas might not be fatal, Yi Li focused on its neck. 1 dagger, 2 daggers, 3 daggers. The daggers, akin to fearless warriors, relentlessly sliced at the unicorn's throat. The unicorn released another burst of electricity, wildly and indiscriminately. Then, after a prolonged silence, it ceased its electric discharge, prompting Yi Li to erupt in laughter. Did it truly believe such energy could be sustained indefinitely? No matter how potent, after such prolonged release, could it still possess sufficient energy? Without electricity, the unicorn was akin to a toothless tiger. Moreover, with its eyes destroyed and its throat repeatedly sliced, it felt the specter of death drawing near. "Ha ha, now it's my turn," Yili remarked with a calm smile. Transforming into the indomitable dragon beast, he lashed out, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the unicorn, unhesitatingly striking it fiercely on the head with his dragon claw. This blow harnessed all of Yi Li's strength, sending the unicorn crashing to the ground, shattering the pavement. The unicorn struggled to rise, but a barrage of daggers surged towards it, creating a mist of blood at its neck. One dagger sliced through its throat, the immense pressure forcing blood to spurt several meters away. A severed throat constituted a fatal wound. No matter how powerful the unicorn, it could only emit a mournful howl in its final moments. In a desperate attempt, it raised its head, unleashing more electric discharges, but alas, none found their mark on Yi Li. As if the last vestiges of its life force had been drained, the unicorn convulsed before succumbing to death. With a sigh of relief, Yi Li returned to his original form. This battle, though not perilous, was undoubtedly the most arduous he had faced since venturing into the wilderness. Chapter 120. Do you wish to steal? As Yi Li concluded his battle with the radiant unicorn, merely a street away, a six-member combat team seemed to have caught wind of the commotion. The sound of the struggle indicated the presence of an elite-level radiant unicorn. The leader, a middle-aged man with a somewhat somber expression, exuded an aura of calculated finesse. Named Zhao Song, he held a modest reputation in Binhai City. Upon realizing that the beast was indeed an elite variant, the eyes of his 5 companions sparkled with anticipation. The prospect of obtaining the beast's genetic fluid and soul orb was tantalizing. Given the current market value, slaying this creature could yield profits equivalent to a month's wages. Let us proceed to investigate, Zhao commanded, his eyes gleaming with intent as he gestured forward. They swiftly advanced towards the site of the battle, recognized by the local evolutionists. This formidable hunting squad, known as the Tianhua team under the auspices of the Dual Guns Company, was not the strongest, but was undeniably the most proficient at their level of beast mastery. Having formed their team from the bone refinement stage, they had traversed through years of combat to reach their current prowess in beast form, developing an unspoken synergy among them. With not one of them yet reaching 40, they were in the prime of their vigor, efficiently gathering the materials from the radiant unicorn. Its horn was undoubtedly the most valuable component, followed closely by its scales. However, the true prizes were the genetic fluid and the soul orb. Upon extracting the orb, it was found pristine, untouched by blood. Within the orb, the radiant unicorn lay in slumber. Simply casting the orb to the ground would activate the spirit of the unicorn, granting its wielder 30 minutes of unparalleled power. For 100 million for half an hour? Such a treasure was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Many would spend a lifetime without affording a single soul orb of this caliber. The allure of an evolutionary-level soul orb was immense, particularly when it could mean the difference between life and death, especially in a more sinister context. Unconcerned with the intentions of others, Yi Li promptly listed the soul orb on the online marketplace. Seizing the opportunity while its value remained stable, he intended to sell it before any potential price drop. After the sale, he could wait until he returned to the 9th Legion to dispatch it. Such a precious item required extensive verification to ensure its authenticity, for which Yi Li also had to pay a substantial deposit. Once all was completed, he opened the leaderboard. The elite-level beast grants tenfold points? Yi Li mused as his score surged by 60 points from vanquishing the elite golden-ringed radiant unicorn. In the 6th realm of evolution, a typical beast would yield 6 points. Thus, defeating an elite-level radiant unicorn was tantamount to slaying 10 ordinary ones of the same realm. The apparent disparity in points underscored the advantages of targeting elite beasts. However, elite beasts were not as common as cabbages. Yi Li had been fortunate to encounter 4. Many evolutionists had gone 5 or 6 days without encountering even one, illustrating the rarity of such formidable creatures. Yi Li noted that Zhao Tianlei, the second-ranked contender, had also seen a significant increase in points. With a faint smile, he glanced at the top 10 before closing the leaderboard. Yili held little concern for such rankings. He preferred the simplicity of hunting, resting when needed, and letting fate dictate the outcomes, unlike others who pursued ranks with fervor. Casting a glance at the fallen radiant unicorn, Yili acknowledged that the beast's meat held some value, though evolutionists often dismissed it. Selling such a large carcass could easily fetch tens of thousands. The meat of higher-tier beasts was particularly delectable. In a civilization constrained by towering walls, livestock farming was virtually non-existent, compelling humanity to rely on hunting to procure meat. Typically, only large teams would seek beast meat. Combat squads rarely transported it due to logistical challenges, often settling for a small portion for personal consumption. With a grin, Yili sliced off a chunk of hind leg meat, realizing he had never tasted the flesh of an evolutionary-level beast. On the market, it could fetch hundreds per pound, a luxury his modest family rarely indulged. However, as he cut the meat, a frown creased Yili's brow. Someone was approaching? Turning, he noticed a well-equipped combat team emerging from the street corner, their movements seamless and coordinated. Upon spotting the deceased radiant unicorn, their faces lit up with ecstatic greed. For this elite beast represented a fortune. Yi Li's expression darkened, though he maintained a facade of calm as he stowed the meat in a bag. With the materials and soul orb secured, he intended to act as if he had not noticed the approaching team. Zhao Song, the team leader, immediately recognized the processed radiant unicorn, clearly aware that the materials and soul orb had already been claimed. When he saw Yili attempting to depart, a fierce glint crossed his features. "Stop," Zhao commanded. Almost instantaneously, his 5 comrades encircled Yili. "Are we truly that fearsome, boy?" A robust man with numerous freckles laughed derisively. Yili halted, his brow furrowing at their menacing intent. "Hand over the soul orb and the beast's genetic fluid," Zhao demanded, gesturing toward the radiant unicorn. "You may take the materials, but the items I mentioned must remain with us." "What? You wish to steal?" Yili raised an eyebrow, casting a scrutinizing glance at the 6 surrounding him. "Do you not fear the federal government's wrath? It is a capital offense to kill in the wilderness. Do you not fear death?" "Haha, you are correct. Murder is indeed punishable by death. However, it requires the government to know, does it not? If they are unaware, is a death in the wilderness truly abnormal? When has the wilderness ever been devoid of death?" A slender middle-aged man quipped. Zhao Song chuckled lightly. "We have already jammed the signals here. Those who are sensible might preserve their lives." Yili observed the portable signal jammer they carried, a device no larger than a fist, yet powerful enough to obliterate all signals within a kilometer, an essential tool for their dark intentions. The group erupted in laughter. Yili joined them. "So, the signals are jammed? Excellent, very excellent." Zhao and his team seemed to sense the peculiarity in Yili's demeanor. A person capable of slaying a beast of the evolutionary realm surely possessed considerable strength. Had they underestimated him due to his youth? Without further ado, Yili took action. Chapter 121. Counterattack. These individuals were clearly seasoned criminals. Equipped with jammers, their motives were inherently nefarious. The impassive expressions on their faces revealed that their hands were undoubtedly stained with blood from their exploits in this desolate area. Dealing with such people required no civility. One could take them down individually or in groups. Moreover, they had provoked their own demise. Simply surrendering the beast soul orbs and the beast gene liquid would result in one inevitable outcome: death. Their insistence on negotiation was merely a tactic to prevent the use of the beast soul orbs. Once the orbs were relinquished, their true nature would be revealed. Believing the signal was jammed, they were confident that Yili could not escape their grasp. Yet, in Yili's eyes, they had severed their own escape routes. Buzz. 20 flying knives emitted a resonant hum, propelled by psychic energy, soaring forth at astonishing speeds. In an instant, they reached the front of their adversaries. Humans differ from ferocious beasts. Even if of the same realm, a human's strength may rival that of a beast, and their speed could surpass it. But the density of their muscles could never compare. The hide and scales of ferocious beasts were far superior to those of evolved humans. An evolved human of the beast form realm might only have muscle defenses comparable to a beast of the beast transformation realm. Even in the face of heavy sniper rifles, muscle defenses alone could lead to demise. This is why evolved beings rarely relied solely on their physical capabilities. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. Once an evolved being transformed into their beast form, they would gain the formidable defenses of the beasts. However, the 7 before him, perhaps overconfident, merely donned protective armor without undergoing transformation. Zhao Song and his companions were already on high alert, appearing relaxed but in a state of heightened vigilance. Yet, Yili's flying knives caught them completely off guard. Ah! 2 agonizing screams pierced the air. Within the squad, 2 individuals were caught off guard, the flying knives piercing through their necks. They discarded their weapons, clutching their throats in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood, which quickly stained their hands crimson. Their eyes widened in terror, contorted by excruciating pain. Their mouths opened to scream, but blood choked their cries. There were still gaps between their armor and helmets. The flying knives had struck through these openings. The remaining 5 were not faring any better. Their reactions were swift, yet the knives were relentless and swift. No matter how they dodged, they were still struck. The knives pierced through their armor, leaving gaping, horrifying wounds from which blood flowed freely, saturating the ground beneath them. Damn! Zhao Song and his companions were taken aback by the ferocity of the attack. Old 6. Old 4. They cried out in despair as they witnessed their fallen comrades. Whoosh! In that instant, Yili directed the flying knives once more. Another 3 screams echoed. The speed of the knives was overwhelming. One individual was impaled through the eye, the knife nearly penetrating his skull, and he died without uttering a sound. Quick, transform! Zhao Song shouted, immediately entering his beast form. The equipment of evolved beings would automatically detach upon reaching the beast transformation realm, triggered by internal pressure. With Zhao Song's command, even those severely wounded immediately followed suit. Upon transformation, Zhao Song became a massive armored beast. Bang! Almost immediately after his transformation, a tremendous force struck his head, slamming it into the ground. The impact sent debris flying, creating a crater with 3 deep gashes visible down to the bone. Zhao Song was left disoriented, his consciousness fading due to the overwhelming blow, his head ringing with a dull roar. Meanwhile, Yili paid no mind to Zhao Song, having transformed into the immortal dragon beast. The beast forms of the remaining individuals were sizable, but compared to the immense form of the immortal dragon beast, they appeared minuscule. With dragon claws and a sweeping tail, Yili, despite being of a lower realm, effortlessly dispatched them. As Yili attacked, the flying knives remained active under his mental control, shooting forth like meteors. Apart from a few that remained embedded, over a dozen flew towards their targets. In their beast forms, they could not withstand the assault and were pierced through the head. The battle concluded in less than 3 minutes. Zhao Song and his team were all slain, unable to inflict any significant harm on Yili. The wind-chasing beast horde, numbering 50 or 60, was of the beast form realm, yet Yili could eliminate them within 10 minutes. How much easier was it to dispatch a mere 6? Having slain 6, Yili felt no remorse. After reverting from his beast form, he surveyed the disfigured corpses, silent for a moment before collecting their equipment and backpacks. Their gear was not insignificant, belonging to the A9 series, each set worth several million. 6 sets amounted to a fortune. The backpacks contained the beast gene liquid they had acquired during their hunts, now rightfully belonging to Yili. The materials were scarce. They likely did not wish to carry such heavy loads while hunting, a common choice among evolved beings. After destroying their personal terminals, Yili switched off the jamming device, briefly tidied the scene, and departed. Their bodies, along with that of the colorful unicorn, would soon be consumed by other beasts, leaving no trace behind, a true fate of the wilderness. Perhaps this area was once frequented by Zhao Song and his team, now devoid of prey. It was only after traversing 2 blocks that Yili encountered another beast. Thundertooth Serpent, Realm, Beast Form Speed, 50 meters per second length, 8 meters poison spray range, 20 meters constricting force, 12 tons a serpentine beast capable of releasing a toxic breath. adorned with hard scales and remarkable speed. Yet another venomous creature, a source of considerable headache for evolved beings. Yili initially thought he faced only one, but before he could launch his attack, a hissing sound echoed, and from the surrounding structures emerged several thunder-toothed serpents, quickly populating the street with dozens of these serpents. Chapter 122. The beast's soul pearl is snatched again by the heavens. Yili exclaimed in astonishment. The Thunderfang serpents were rather treacherous. Initially, he thought there was but one, only to be confronted by dozens when he approached to strike. They exhibited no sense of martial ethics. Upon emerging, they unleashed toxic mists from their mouths. In the blink of an eye, the area was shrouded in a green haze. A toxic mist formation? Yili smiled faintly. While other evolutionists might prudently retreat, to Yili, it posed no real threat. The 20 glistening flying knives he wielded rose once more. Go, Yili commanded, and the knives shot forth. The slaughter commenced. In the monitoring room of the Double Gun Corporation in Binhai City, a staff member observed the signals from Zhao Song's squad vanish. Unperturbed, he sipped his coffee, a hint of indifference in his demeanor. Indeed, there was no cause for alarm. Many combat teams from Double Gun Corporation were equipped with signal jammers, and once activated, it was known to the corporation. Thus, their disappearance was hardly surprising. It seemed Captain Zhao had once again identified a target. One could only wonder which unfortunate soul was destined to become the prey of the ferocious beasts. The staff member shook his head and sighed softly, a smile gracing his lips. To him, human life was merely a symbol. Had Zhao Song's squad not taken many lives themselves? Not only Zhao Song's team, but many combat squads within Double Gun Corporation operated similarly. Minutes passed, yet the signal had not returned. 10 minutes slipped by unnoticed. What is happening? Is this battle particularly fierce? The staff member muttered. Typically, one would choose opponents with a fair chance of victory, who would risk their life against a foe of superior strength. Generally, battles concluded within 3 to 5 minutes. Yet, this time, 10 minutes had elapsed without resolution. Suddenly, an alarming siren blared, causing the staff member's expression to shift. 6 death reports popped up on the screen. It was Zhao Song and his team. Staring at the death notifications, the staff member sprang to his feet. Zhao Song's team had activated the jammer, only to be ambushed in return. He hesitated to make a decision and promptly reported to his superior. Simultaneously, on the online marketplace, certain scalpers were the first to notice the beast soul pearls of the evolution realm. Good heavens, are evolution realm beast soul pearls being sold? They wondered. How peculiar. Were these not intended as trump cards? It was worth noting that one particular ID had sold 4 beast soul pearls in just a few days, ranging from the half-beast to the evolution realm. Selling a beast soul pearl for 400 million was indeed a remarkable price. A beast soul pearl of the evolution realm could only be hunted by at least a novice powerhouse of the Thousand Stone realm. Such pearls were scarce resources, and it seemed implausible they would be sold for mere money. For 100 million? I wouldn't dare to take that risk. Scalpers had their own circles, equipped with professional teams monitoring the online marketplace. They aimed to seize items listed at unusually low prices, quickly purchasing them. Some evolutionists listed rare items at meager prices, which also became their targets. They possessed first-hand pricing information, enabling them to buy low and sell high for profit. The adept scalpers had extensive connections, ensuring they need not worry about unsold items. Shall we join forces? I believe there's room for profit at this price. A few powerful scalpers were already eager to act. New events often presented lucrative opportunities. However, before they could finalize their decision, the image of the evolution realm beast soul pearl suddenly dimmed, displaying the words transaction complete. Good heavens, who is this extravagant tycoon who snatched it up so quickly? They lamented. Who could be so audacious as to disregard the value of money? From listing to transaction, it took less than 10 minutes. Cursed luck. They had missed yet another golden opportunity to profit. Outside the wilderness zone of the 22nd Legion in Jiangnan City, young Master Ma brimmed with enthusiasm. Butler. Was the item secured? The butler nodded, though internally he was in agony. Spending 400 million for a mere half-hour was an extravagant folly. Reflecting on how young Master Ma had squandered nearly 1 billion in just a few days, the butler felt a pang of distress. He wondered if the master would be furious upon learning of young Master Ma's extravagance. Yet, young Master Ma felt no remorse. He laughed heartily. "Butler, why the long face? It's not your money being spent." He gestured to the beast soul pearl of the iron-winged bird, purchased for 300 million, declaring it a worthwhile investment. Before him lay the corpses of over 1,000 ferocious beasts. Although their realm was merely the blood condensation stage, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Each beast yielded 2 points, contributing over 1,500 points in total. In a short span, the massacre was primarily attributed to the 2 iron-winged bird beast soul pearls he commanded. Since he released them, the kills were credited to him. This was a clever exploitation of the rules, yielding excellent results. In half an hour, he had dispatched 1,000 blood condensation beasts, as the iron-winged birds dove from the skies, their impact shattering the beasts below. While spending 300 million in half an hour was extravagant, the outcome was undeniably satisfying. What pleased young Master Ma even more was that his points now surpassed Zhao Tianlei's, placing him second on the leaderboard, 2 beast soul pearls ahead. "No matter how talented you are, you remain beneath me," he boasted with a hearty laugh. Yet, he was vexed by the considerable gap that still existed between him and the first-place Yi Li, despite deploying such formidable resources. How did Yi Li hunt these ferocious beasts? Or was he employing an even more extravagant method? Standing in second place, young Master Ma was in high spirits, and thus, when he heard about the beast soul pearl of the evolution realm, he wasted no time in purchasing it. To him, this sum was trivial. His father was one of the wealthiest tycoons in the Federation, earning billions in a single day. Now that he had secured second place, even if his father learned of it, he would likely commend him rather than scold him for extravagance. "Gather the ferocious beasts. Once my colorful unicorn beast soul pearl arrives, we shall make a grand play and ascend to first place," young Master Ma declared boldly, brimming with ambition. Chapter 123. Captain's Call. Zhao Tianlei was on the verge of madness. For 3 consecutive days, he had relentlessly hunted ferocious beasts without a moment's rest. Supported by several combat teams, yet he found himself continuously outpaced by Yi Li in terms of points. This already left him in a state of discontent. But the situation worsened as he was overtaken, slipping to third place. "Who was this Ma Tianxiao?" Zhao Tianlei inquired, his voice laced with menace. A nearby combat team leader paused for a moment before responding. "He is the son of the martial god, one of the top 10 currency manipulators in the Federation." The murderous intent that had surged within Zhao Tianlei dissipated instantly. A superpower at the martial god level was not something he could contend with at present. Being one of the top 10 currency manipulators implied not only immense strength, but also substantial wealth, rivaling that of the martial god corporation. What could he possibly say? "Let us continue. I'm curious to see how much he can burn through." However, this only ignited a fiercer battle spirit within Zhao Tianlei, prompting him to laugh heartily. "Now this is interesting. If the first place were easily attainable, or if there were no one ahead of me to spur my ambition, the leaderboard would be utterly meaningless." A group of Thunderfang serpents had contributed 366 points to Yi Li's score, bringing his total to an impressive 2937, allowing him to tower over the leaderboard. The second position had shifted to Ma Tianxiao. Who was this individual, and why had he not heard much about him? Zhao Tianlei had now slid to third place. This amused Yi Li. Could Zhao Tianlei be driven to madness? He had toiled day and night hunting fierce beasts, only to find himself regressing. Anyone else would surely be driven insane by this turn of events. Yi Li merely chuckled, choosing to disregard the leaderboard. The skin of the Thunderfang serpent was remarkably resilient yet light, making it a highly sought-after material for armor manufacturing. When applied as a thin layer over top-tier armor, it provided an additional layer of protection, resulting in what was known as dual-layer armor. The defensive capabilities of this dual-layer armor were astounding, allowing for a remarkable enhancement to any equipment. Consequently, the value of the serpent skin increased with the rank of the beast. Unencumbered by space, Yi Li diligently skinned each serpent, a task that was no small feat even with swift hands. It took him 2 hours to finish with 61 Thunderfang serpents. "This is unacceptable. My efficiency is far too low," Yi Li lamented. He resolved to return home and, by the next day, devise a plan to form a team. As the morning passed, the cargo bay of his aircraft was nearly full. He estimated he could return by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The abundance of ferocious beasts in Linlang City was undeniable, given that it was situated 350 kilometers away from the nearest human activity zone. Few dared to venture into this territory without a beastly form of evolution, making high-level beasts frequently encountered in the depths of the wild. The ferocity of these beasts was perilous. They would attack humans on sight, posing significant danger. The Ninth Legion was but a weak faction, with few evolved beings beyond the beastly form, which accounted for the sparse population in the area. During his break, Yili lifted the communication ban. Those on his contact list would see that the communication feature had been reactivated. Upon entering the wilderness, the communication function was automatically disabled, only to be reactivated by the individual owner of the smart terminal. During his leisure, Yili had no qualms about lifting the restriction. He scrolled through his contacts, which numbered only a few. His parents were certainly reachable, as were the Legion commander and deputy commander. However, Zhang Yingguang and the others remained in a restricted state. Shaking his head, Yili closed the contact list and began to eat a self-heating rice meal. As he finished, his personal smart terminal buzzed. There was an incoming call. Yili? It was Zhang Yingguang's voice. Yili was taken aback. Captain? Zhang Yingguang's hearty laughter echoed through the line, but it quickly faded as he spoke seriously. Yili, we have discovered an elite-level evolved beast. Are you confident in handling it? Zhang Yingguang and his team were merely at the half-beast level, making the evolved beasts a level they dared not confront, let alone an elite one. They sought out Yili primarily due to his impressive combat prowess exhibited during their previous encounter with the heretical beings, where he had decisively slain an evolved adversary. That should be manageable. Where is it? Yili's face lit up with excitement. An evolved beast was akin to a walking fortune of 400 million. Upon hearing Yili's affirmative response, Zhang Yingguang gasped in astonishment. He had merely been testing the waters, not expecting Yili to respond without hesitation, indicating that Yili's strength exceeded their expectations. In Hongfeng Valley, right at the canyon entrance. I will send you the coordinates. Without delay, Zhang Yingguang transmitted the location. The value of an elite evolved beast was immense, and it was crucial to capture it before anyone else took notice. Once others became aware, the situation would become complicated. After receiving the coordinates, Yili nodded. Wait for me. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. After hanging up, Yili rose and swiftly made his way to the adjacent aircraft. Inputting the coordinates, the aircraft navigated automatically, soaring into the sky towards Hongfeng Valley. 20 minutes later, Yili arrived at the entrance of Hongfeng Valley. As the aircraft landed, he spotted Zhang Yingguang waving. Camouflaging the aircraft, it blended seamlessly with the rocky terrain, its surface changing to match the color of the rocks, making it nearly undetectable at a glance. Captain, Yili exclaimed with a smile, stepping forward to embrace Zhang Yingguang. Although it had only been about a month since they last saw each other, it felt like an eternity. Yili was genuinely delighted to reunite with Zhang Yingguang and the others. Zhang Yingguang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter and giving Yili a hearty bear hug. Look at you. In just a month, you've bulked up quite a bit and grown taller too. Good job. Tang Tian, Feng Majuan, Wang Shan, and Yang Jiani were all present. Their changes were not as pronounced as Yili's, but he could sense that they were on the verge of advancing their levels. Currently at the half-beast level, once they improved, they would reach the beastly form, significantly enhancing their strength. Is that you on the leaderboard? After the pleasantries, Feng Majuan, with his lively personality, could not contain his curiosity and asked. Zhang Yingguang and the others turned their gazes towards Yili, their interest piqued. This question had lingered in their minds for far too long. The new generation leaderboard did not concern them much. Yet this newly released ranking had captured the attention of these seasoned, evolved beings. The first place holder, Yili, had undoubtedly left Zhang Yingguang and the others in astonishment, as they were all too familiar with him. However, they could not be certain, even with the leaderboard indicating it was from Binhai City. The leaderboard encompassed the entire Asian region, including many countries, and anyone who could claim the top position was undoubtedly exceptional. They believed in the prodigies from prominent families and major corporations, but they found it hard to believe that Yi Li from the Ninth Legion could achieve such a feat. The Ninth Legion had never even ranked within the top 100, lacking the prestige to attract such super talents. This skepticism was the reason for their doubts. Now, seeing Yi Li in person, their curiosity was impossible to suppress. Chapter 124. Elite Hellhound. Yi Li had long anticipated that Captain Zheng Yingguang and the others would pose such inquiries, and he responded with a broad smile and an affirmative nod. "Wow!" exclaimed Feng Majuan and the others, their astonishment palpable. Being ranked first on the new generation leaderboard is nothing short of extraordinary. It is evident that those who occupy such positions on the leaderboard are destined to become the future of the Federation, one of its superlative powerhouses. For ordinary individuals, these figures could easily be regarded as deities. Yet, to behold such a person standing before them, Zheng Yingguang and his companions, all of whom were moderately talented combat evolvers, would likely never have any dealings with true powerhouses in their lifetimes, barring unforeseen circumstances. In the eyes of the strong, they were but insignificant ants, hardly worth notice. But the fact that Yi Li, the leader of the leaderboard, had once been one of their own team members? Can you believe it? Ha. This alone is something I can brag about for a lifetime. Yi Li was once on my team. I wonder if I could live off this experience by writing a book? Exclaimed Tang Tian, their faces alight with excitement. Yi Li merely smiled in a subdued manner. His rise to prominence was predictable, yet difficult for many to fathom. It is only natural for one to harbor disbelief in such circumstances. Yi Li gestured for silence and pointed towards the gorge. Now is not the time for astonishment. Let us gather properly once we return to the fortress. Zheng Yingguang and the others nodded in agreement. The distance to the military fortress was 240 kilometers, not too far, yet not too near, and numerous active evolvers roamed the area. Thus, it was prudent to engage swiftly. How did you discover this? Yi Li inquired curiously. At this distance, elite-level beasts rarely appeared, let alone those of the elite hellhound classification. We arrived here just yesterday. We had been here once before. The beasts are quite fond of this gorge. However, upon entering, we sensed something was amiss. There were remarkably few beasts present. Initially, we assumed other evolvers had arrived first, but the absence of sounds of battle or roars indicated that these beasts had not been slain by evolvers. There is only one possibility. A highly formidable beast is lurking here, Zheng Yingguang explained slowly, a look of trepidation crossing his face. Fortunately, we were astute enough to notice the anomaly and refrained from advancing, opting instead to secure higher ground for observation, which indeed allowed us to spot a colossal creature. Tang Tian and the others nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the captain's vast experience and keen intuition, they would have plunged headlong into danger. While they could manage to confront a beast of the beast here, anything beyond 3 would spell their doom, not to mention a beast of elite evolution. Do you know what kind of beast it is? Asked Yi Li. Zheng Yingguang's expression turned grave. It is a hellhound. Upon hearing this name, Yi Li's gaze narrowed slightly. The mere mention of such a beast indicated its formidable nature. He recalled the descriptions from his studies vividly. Hellhound, level, evolutionary tier speed, 60 meters per second bite force, 20 tons claw strength, 12 tons height, 2, 5 meters length, 4, 3 meters. The information presented to Yi Li made it clear that the hellhound was a formidable adversary. Its speed and bite force far surpassed the capabilities typical of its evolution tier. A speed of 60 meters per second is exceedingly rapid. Moreover, its bite force could reduce steel and clay to mere dust. Only its claw strength remained somewhat normal. However, this was merely the standard hellhound data. The elite version would exhibit an increase in strength by at least 20, which is indeed alarming. This implies that its speed could reach an astonishing 72 meters per second, truly lightning fast. Both the hellhound and the 7-colored unicorn possess their unique attributes. Speed, when juxtaposed with sheer force and defense, can be utterly disheartening. So, do you feel confident? Zheng Yingguang asked anxiously, as all eyes turned toward Yi Li. He nodded slowly. It should be manageable. With Yi Li's assurance, Zheng Yingguang and the others displayed expressions akin to that of spectators watching a spectacle. An elite hellhound of the evolutionary tier should pose no significant challenge? Yi Li's response seemed to carry an air of ease. Gasp. Zheng Yingguang and the others inhaled sharply. Is he still human? They were acutely aware that Yi Li had only recently joined the team from the blood coagulation tier. Now, merely a month later, how much stronger could he have become? The reason they had called upon Yi Li was due to Zheng Yingguang's recollection of his extraordinary capabilities. Isn't this too risky? Tang Tian queried. I will first assess the hellhound. If I believe I can contend with it, I shall engage. If not, I will retreat quietly, Yi Li decided, opting for caution. Zheng Yingguang's demeanor turned serious. Yi Li, what should we do? Perhaps we should position ourselves around the gorge, and if necessary, use sniper rifles to divert its attention? Yi Li, you are aware of my marksmanship. No matter how swift it is, I can hit my target and at least help share the burden of fire, spoke Wang Li, whose sharpshooting skills were indeed commendable, a fact Yi Li could attest to. And we too, added Feng Majuan with a grin. You may provide cover from the gorge's periphery, but there is no need to engage. Once the hellhound is alerted, its speed is such that you would not be able to escape. Yi Li firmly rejected their proposal. With a smile, Yi Li withdrew a throwing knife from his thigh. You all know my capabilities. I can dispatch even aberrations of the evolutionary tier. This hellhound should not pose a challenge for me. Zheng Yingguang and the others remained perplexed as to how Yi Li had managed to manifest a beastly form, especially one as formidable as the dark dragon beast. This matter had remained a closely guarded secret among them. We shall heed your guidance, Yi Li. Confronting an evolutionary tier opponent would yield little benefit. Our efforts would likely be futile, and our involvement might only serve as a hindrance, distracting you from the battle. Zheng Yingguang declared resolutely. He turned to Yi Li. Act within your means. Yi Li nodded, offering them a reassuring smile. Let us maintain communication within the team. With that, he turned and sprinted into the Red Maple Gorge, while Zheng Yingguang and the others dispersed. They were well acquainted with the area and quickly ascended the gorge's periphery from the crevices of the rocks. The name Red Maple Gorge aptly reflects its characteristics, as it is filled with vibrant red maple trees. In October, the fiery red foliage creates the illusion of stepping into a crimson world. Yi Li advanced cautiously, ensuring not to make a sound. The presence of the hellhound, preying on other beasts, had caused the latter to flee, leaving behind a desolate landscape. Yi Li encountered not a single beast along his path. Before long, he arrived at the location described by Zheng Yingguang, at the gorge's deepest point. This area, once a human resort a century ago, featured a modest yet expansive array of buildings. Here, Yi Li discovered traces of the hellhound. Chapter 125, Utterly Arrogant, the Hellhound Beast, though not colossal in data, exudes an imposing presence upon sight. Its form is enveloped in a crimson, bony exoskeleton, rendering it a fearsome spectacle. These bony structures appear to have spiraled out of control, chaotically adorning the hellhound's body, as if it were festooned with bone spikes. When Yi Li first beheld it, the creature was indulging in a meal, blood and viscera dripping from its jaws to the ground. Its auditory perception is remarkably acute. Yi Li recalled numerous details about the hellhound, particularly its keen sense of hearing, compelling him to observe from a distance through binoculars, wary of drawing too near lest he be detected. Gazing upon this terrifying beast, Yi Li felt a shiver run down his spine. Slaying such a creature would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. The bony appendages it bore provided formidable defensive capabilities. With a sigh, Yi Li contemplated the prospect of confronting this walking fortune of 400 million. He took a moment to assess his own strength. Yi Li's status: realm, half-beast, 37 evolution, speed, 48 meters per second, strength, 5 tons, beastification strength, 15 tons, equipment, silver wolf armor, tiger thornblade, black dragon scale boots, azure beast leggings, 5-tailed fox beast skin helmet, 20A3 series flying knives, available beast spirits, indomitable dragon beast, azure dragon moon beast, radiant dragon beast, dark dragon beast, swordwing dragon beast, tyrannosaurus beast, flame dragon beast, two-headed dragon beast, lightning cat beast, beast gene chain, template forms available distinct from other evolvers. Yili possessed the unique ability to summon beast spirits through his consciousness sphere. Each of the 8 dragon beasts represented the pinnacle of ferocity. Numerous other summonable beasts existed, such as the Wind Chaser beast with a 72 summoning rate, yet they remained unobtainable without reaching full summoning capacity. Confronting the Hellhound beast with mere flying knives or his beast form would likely be futile. It was time to invoke a beast spirit. Yili scrutinized the 8 dragon beasts within his consciousness, realizing he must select one that could counter the Hellhound effectively, ideally one with superior speed. Many of the dragon beasts could soar through the skies, achieving supersonic speeds, making it impossible for the Hellhound to escape. Deploying a dragon beast against a single Hellhound would undoubtedly be a dimensional strike. While it seemed unwarranted, the dragon beasts could be conjured with the dragon gene liquid at the bone refinement realm, costing a maximum of 30 million each. The current market price for a Hellhound Soul Pearl stood at 400 million. A 13-fold return was too enticing to ignore. Yili resolved to summon the Azure Dragon Moon Beast, known for its exceptional speed. How about it? Zheng Yingguang inquired through the team communication channel. It can be taken down, Yili replied succinctly. His affirmative response invigorated Tang Tian and the others. Even without direct involvement, they anticipated a share of the spoils, knowing that even a fraction of the Hellhound Soul Pearl could surpass their earnings from a month of arduous hunts. The Hellhound is a formidable foe. Do your best to remain silent and keep your distance, Yili advised earnestly. Zheng Yingguang and the others nodded in understanding. Cautiously, Yili advanced towards the Hellhound. But as he took a few steps, the creature abruptly lifted its head. At that moment, Zheng Yingguang spoke up on the communication channel. Yili, there are people approaching. Yili halted abruptly. How many? Over 30. Their equipment appears sophisticated, and their strength should be considerable. They are from Tianxin Company in Binhai City, Zheng Yingguang replied swiftly, urgency evident in his tone. What should we do, Yili? Should we hold them off? Tianxin Company? Yili furrowed his brow. Familiar with the company known for its modest reputation in Binhai City. Growing up there, he was aware of the more prominent firms. What is their strength? Zheng Yingguang elaborated. This combat squad has been active within the 9th Legion's territory. I recognize the leader, Zhang Hai, who is at the Beast Shape Realm. The squad comprises about 8 at the Beast Shape Realm, while the rest are at the Half-Beast Realm. Upon hearing this, Yili nodded. The 30-member squad possessed substantial strength. Do not act recklessly. Let them enter, he decided. Zheng Yingguang was uncertain of Yili's intentions, but complied. Their group remained concealed atop the canyon, allowing the Tianxin Company squad to proceed unhindered. It was evident that the squad was aware of the elite Hellhound's presence as they made their way directly to its location. Unperturbed by noise, even engaging in boisterous shouts. Impressive, Yili muttered, shaking his head at their audacity, seemingly disregarding the evolutionary prowess of the Hellhound. What emboldened them so? The advancing squad soon spotted Yili. However, he had no intention of engaging with them. He merely smiled and turned to depart. Such a bold team seemed to believe they could effortlessly conquer the Hellhound. Let them proceed. Yili was keen to observe how they would confront an elite evolutionary beast. Good riddance, one evolver scoffed, witnessing Yili's retreat, dismissing him entirely. Stay focused. Let's take down this elite Hellhound together, and we'll all reap the rewards. Zhang Hai rallied the team. Yes, Captain, the evolvers exclaimed, their expressions greedily illuminating. With acute hearing, the Hellhound locked onto the intruders, abandoning its meal to charge at the squad. Its speed was astonishing, darting through the vegetation like a fleeting shadow. Everyone be cautious, it's coming, Zhang Hai shouted. The 30-member squad quickly transformed into their beast forms. Among them, 8, including Zhang Hai, were at the beast shape realm, capable of fully utilizing their beast bodies. The remaining 22 were in half-beast forms. A myriad of beastly shapes filled the area, resembling a mix of wolves, tigers, and leopards. Upon completing their transformation, they raised massive shields, forming a circular formation reminiscent of ancient battle tactics. Observing this arrangement, Zhang Hai let out a triumphant roar, directing the team to advance. In an instant, the Hellhound charged forward, leaping high into the air, aimed directly at their formation. Chapter 126. The arrogance of man determines the swiftness of his demise. How ferocious is the elite hellhound? It lunged forward, disregarding the formidable battle shields. Its tremendous force sending two half-beast evolvers hurtling through the air, their arms, which bore the shields, shattering upon impact, causing them to crash to the ground, spitting blood. The air was soon filled with anguished cries. In that moment, the colossal body of the hellhound surged through the formation with reckless abandon. With its jaws agape, it utilized its immense biting power to sever anyone caught in its grasp into two. Once bitten, survival was nearly impossible. In its ferocity, it could even crush and warp battle shields. Captain, something's amiss. How is it so strong? Those engaged directly with the hellhound finally grasped the severity of their miscalculation. This creature was unlike any they had previously encountered. It was significantly more powerful. This is bad. It is far stronger than a typical hellhound. Our assumption that it was just another ordinary hellhound was a grave error. Captain Zhang Hai came to the same realization. Recalling their earlier reckless confidence as they charged in, believing they could easily subdue this elite hellhound. Who could have anticipated such a stark contrast from their expectations? Elite hellhounds were exponentially more formidable than their ordinary counterparts. With this understanding, Zhang Hai's expression darkened. Upon hearing of elite beasts, they had rushed in with excitement, anticipating their first encounter with such a creature. Their lack of experience in battling elite beasts, compounded by the federal government's failure to provide timely information, led Zhang Hai to erroneously equate elite beasts with ordinary ones, merely differing by the presence of collectible beast soul orbs. This misguided belief had ensnared them in a dire predicament. Their previous triumph over a lower-tier hellhound had inflated their confidence. As the realization dawned upon Zhang Hai, he felt a surge of despair. Not far away, Yili observed with an amused smile, noting the bewilderment on their faces. It was clear they had grossly underestimated the hellhound's prowess. Did they truly believe that an elite hellhound could be so easily dispatched? This was a creature of evolutionary prowess, immensely powerful. While Zhang Hai and his team were left in shock, the hellhound continued its relentless assault. In the blink of an eye, half of the group had been felled by its lethal bites. The entire combat team found themselves utterly outmatched by the elite hellhound. It boasted a 20% increase in strength over ordinary hellhounds, a leap that represented a qualitative transformation rather than a mere accumulation of power. With speeds exceeding 72 meters per second, the hellhound darted about like the wind, catching many off guard and bringing them down with a swift bite, accompanied by the sickening crunch of bones and the wails of its victims. One evolver, transformed into his beast form, found himself unable to locate the hellhound as it circled him, only to be caught by its jaws on the neck. The sound of bone crunching echoed as his head rolled to the ground. In the presence of the elite hellhound, those in beast form stood no chance of resistance. Observing from the cliffs with binoculars, Zheng Yingguang and his companions trembled in fear. Even such a formidable group as Zhang Hai's was being utterly decimated. Thankfully, they had not overestimated their own abilities. Otherwise, they would have met an unceremonious end. Witnessing the gruesome spectacle, they swallowed hard, gripped by terror. Retreat. Zhang Hai, a man of fierce resolve, recognized their inability to contend with the elite hellhound. Remaining any longer would only seal their fates, turning them into the creature's next meal. However, their attempts to withdraw were thwarted. The speed of the elite hellhound far surpassed theirs. As they turned to flee, the hellhound relentlessly pursued from behind. In mere moments, the ground was littered with corpses. The hellhound's biting ferocity was merciless. Once captured, its victims were often severed in two. Realizing escape was futile, Zhang Hai resolved to fight back. The remaining few, all in beast form, rallied their strength and turned to confront the beast. Yet, this skirmish was short-lived. Within only 2 or 3 minutes, none remained alive, all having fallen to the hellhound's jaws. Though the creature sustained some injuries, they were minor. The desperate struggle inflicted a few wounds upon it, yet the brutality of the wilderness left no room for dignity in death. Many might be devoured by other beasts. Surviving today did not guarantee freedom from the missing persons list tomorrow. Eventually, one would find their name on the death roster. For Zhang Hai and his comrades, Their demise here would go unnoticed unless Yi Li spoke of it. Not even Tianxin Corporation would inquire into their deaths, as the loss of evolvers was all too commonplace. Elite evolvers were not so easily vanquished. Yi Li shook his head, recognizing a semblance of coldness within himself. Otherwise, he could have intervened to save them. They were not of his concern. He sighed softly, aware that he was no savior. Without personal stakes, he had no inclination to assist. Ironically, their confrontation with the Hellhound allowed Yi Li to observe its combat style. The elite Hellhound, with an insatiable appetite, consumed the remains of the fallen evolvers, replenishing its energy after the arduous battle. As Yi Li stepped forward, he immediately caught the creature's attention. It lifted its head, letting out a low, rumbling growl. Yi Li, however, raised his hand. With a hum, a flying knife transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the Hellhound. Simultaneously, Yi Li shuddered, as the luminous entity of the Azure Dragon Moon Beast seemed to respond to his call, breaking free from its light cocoon and dispersing into countless motes that permeated Yi Li's being, instantly transforming him into his beast form. His arms morphed into dragon claws. His physique elongated, and he was enveloped in azure dragon scales. In an instant, Yi Li had become a magnificent azure dragon, measuring nearly 17 or 18 meters in length. With a powerful roar, he released a sound akin to dragon's song, the sheer force threatening to burst from within him. This spectacle left Zheng Yinguang and his companions wide-eyed, unable to blink. This is the transcendental beast transformation. Zheng Yinguang's heart raced. Yet, confusion lingered. The last transformation had birthed a dark dragon beast. And this one was the Azure Dragon Moon Beast. Why were the two beast forms so disparate? As Zheng Yinguang and his companions grappled with their bewilderment, Yi Li's tail lashed out, the Azure Dragon maneuvering effortlessly through the trees, swiftly closing the distance to the elite Hellhound. Chapter 127. The Windfall beastification is distinct from the summoning of beasts. They represent two disparate forms. Beastification is the manifestation of the ferocious beast gene chain awakened within Yi Li, while the summoning allows the dragon beast to attach itself, fighting on his behalf. The former harnesses Yi Li's strength, while the latter channels the power of the dragon beast. In the presence of the dragon beast, even the elite-level Hellhound felt the oppressive might of its aura. As the Azure Dragon Mingwei beast approached, it let out a resonant roar, swiftly passing over the Hellhound, its claws extending. With a swift motion, the dragon's claws tore through the Hellhound's back, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. The Hellhound howled in agony. Its primal instincts ignited, and it pivoted to leap, snapping its jaws towards Yi Li's tail. Yet, it was met with the ferocious lash of the dragon's tail. The sound of impact echoed as the Hellhound was struck, and the ensuing crash reverberated as it was driven into the earth, creating a crater. Yi Li turned, his beastly form reappearing before the Hellhound, and lunged forward with his maw agape, coiling around the Hellhound like a serpent, rendering it immobile. In an instant, his jaws and claws inflicted numerous wounds upon the creature, blood gushing forth amidst the scattering of flesh. With a crunch, the massive dragon jaws crushed the Hellhound's skull, and Yi Li expelled the remnants of its shattered form. With the dragon's grip released, the lifeless Hellhound collapsed. The entire battle transpired within mere minutes. The combat style of the Azure Dragon Mingwei beast resembled that of a brutal dragon, exhibiting an exceptionally fierce approach. Yi Li let out a triumphant roar, the summoning power dissipating, and he returned to his human form. The absence of the beast's power left him feeling somewhat hollow. Compared to the terrifying might of the Azure Dragon Mingwei beast, Yi Li's current strength felt pitifully inadequate. Surveying the chaotic battlefield, he summoned Zheng Yinguang and the others. There was not only the Hellhound to be dealt with, but also the equipment of Zhang Hai and the others, a considerable bounty for 30 individuals. Zheng Yinguang and his companions, still in a state of shock, snapped back to reality upon receiving Yi Li's message and hurried over. In that moment, they gained a clear understanding of Yi Li's formidable strength, quickly followed by excitement and exhilaration. Gather all the equipment. I will handle the Hellhound, Yi Li instructed. He then knelt to begin his task. An elite-level ferocious beast would certainly possess both ferocious beast gene liquid and soul orbs. These were the true treasures. While the bone material of the hellhound held value, it paled in comparison to these two items. Zheng Yingguang and the others had no objections and promptly took action. The equipment of the evolved individuals would automatically detach during beastification, resulting in intact gear. As they beheld the scattered equipment, their faces broke into broad smiles. This Tiantian company is incredibly wealthy. Look, they even have a complete A9 series set. One exclaimed, "This battle blade is impressive, far superior to mine. Perfect for a swap." Another chimed in, "Check this out. A backpack of ferocious beast gene liquid. I feel like I'm picking up money." Tang Tian and the others had never experienced such exhilaration before. Although scavenging equipment from a corpse felt somewhat unnatural, the value of the gear quickly overshadowed any discomfort, filling them with a sense of empowerment. In no time, all 30 sets of equipment were collected, and Yili concluded his processing of the hellhound's materials. The bone materials lay discarded at his feet as he stored the ferocious beast gene liquid in a gene box, then turned his attention to the soul orb. Under the sunlight, it revealed a miniature version of the hellhound awakening within. "Yili, can we have a look?" Feng Majuan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Yili nodded, handing the soul orb to Feng Majuan. "As long as you don't throw it or let it fall, it won't deactivate." "Ha. This feeling is truly exhilarating. 400 million is in my hands." Feng Majuan laughed triumphantly, examining the miniature hellhound with keen interest. The others gathered around, passing the orb cautiously, each fearful of dropping it, knowing that activating it would mean losing a fortune. "This is my first encounter with a soul orb," Zheng Yingguang reflected. "This anomaly from the interstellar portal is worth an unimaginable sum, yet it is undeniably justified. Who would dare claim they haven't faced danger? Moreover, elite ferocious beasts are exceedingly rare." Eventually, the soul orb returned to Yi Li's possession. Although they were envious of the orb, they understood it was beyond their reach. 400 million was a sum none had ever earned in their lifetime. "Now, let us divide the spoils," Yi Li suggested with a smile. "Since you discovered the hellhound, you shall take 1/3. Is that acceptable?" Zheng Yingguang and the others eagerly nodded, having profited immensely from merely spotting the hellhound. Yi Li smiled again, stating, "The current market value of the hellhound's soul orb is approximately 400 million. We will use that figure. Each percentage of the gene liquid is valued at over 500,000, so at 3%, that amounts to 1,500,000. The materials will be estimated at 1 million. The initial assessment of the equipment is no less than 150 million. The value of the ferocious beast gene liquid they hunted is around 20 million. The equipment alone equates to the soul orb and gene liquid. I will take the soul orb and gene liquid, while the equipment and hellhound materials remain yours. Is that agreeable? I will only take the half-beast level gene liquid. The rest is yours." In no time, Yili had allocated everything. Zheng Yingguang and the others certainly had no objections under this arrangement. They were still gaining from Yi Li's generosity. Processing the equipment was straightforward, as there were no identity verifications, and the Legion stronghold was abundant with equipment recovery options. So no one would inquire about their origins. Once the equipment and materials were dealt with, each of them received at least 30 million. 30 million, ordinarily. They wouldn't earn such a sum in a month, yet now, they had achieved it in less than an hour. Even printing money wouldn't be this swift. Chapter 128. The abundance of wealth. The beast soul pearl of the hellhound is highly beneficial to many. However, in Yi Li's eyes, its value is rather limited. Upon confirming the allocation, he promptly listed the beast soul pearl on the online marketplace. Observing Yi Li's actions, Zheng Yingguang and the others exchanged glances. "Yi Li, this beast soul pearl is immensely helpful. Why not keep it for yourself?" They had read several analytical articles suggesting that the beast soul pearl serves as a rare trump card. At a critical moment, it could not only vanquish foes, but also safeguard one's life. None could guarantee safety in the wilderness, and possessing a beast soul pearl would provide an additional layer of security. "This trinket holds little significance for me," Yi Li remarked with a smile as he clicked to confirm the listing. Zheng Yingguang and the others fell silent, realizing he had a point. Given Yi Li's ability to slay elite hellhound beasts, he was indeed superior to it. Hence, his dismissal of the beast soul pearl's utility was not without merit. Nevertheless, an extra bit of assistance can often prove advantageous. Suddenly, Tang Tian exclaimed in astonishment, "You sold so many beast soul pearls?" The sales record on Yi Li's opened online store displayed that 4 pearls had already been sold. The staggering prices, calculated in billions, left Zheng Yingguang and the others feeling somewhat despondent. Yi Li merely chuckled, offering no further explanation as he closed the marketplace. "Shall we return together?" It was now afternoon, and lingering any longer would yield little reward. Yi Li's aircraft was laden with materials that required his attention. Additionally, the 2 beast soul pearls in his possession needed to be dispatched promptly. Zheng Yingguang and the others, having achieved considerable gains, readily agreed. "All right, let's head back." Yi Li's aircraft was not a single-occupancy vehicle. It could accommodate them all. As they boarded, Zheng Yingguang and the others felt a twinge of envy. They had yet to procure their own aircraft, while the rising star Yi Li was already utilizing one. "Captain, shall we also acquire an aircraft?" Tang Tian chuckled. With today's earnings, purchasing one posed no issue. Even a more affordable model would only cost around 20 to 30 million, which they could manage. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Yingguang nodded. "Yes, let's get one." In the wilderness, aircraft are easily targeted by avian beasts. Without caution, one could be shot down. Therefore, an aircraft costing at least 100 million is necessary to ensure sufficient functionality for detecting such threats and evading them with speed. Models in the 20 to 30 million range are quite ordinary. Zheng Yingguang had already made up his mind to fly at lower altitudes, ready to jump from the aircraft should any mishap occur, confident that their strength would keep them unharmed. Meanwhile, in Taiping Town, young Master Ma, another evolved beast soul pearl has appeared. It's a hellhound. Hiss, it's still being sold by the same individual. Should we purchase it? The steward diligently informed young Master Ma at the first opportunity. While resting, young Master Ma immediately opened the online marketplace and quickly located the beast soul pearl listed by Yi Li. This time, even he furrowed his brow. The same person had sold 5 beast soul pearls in such a short span. Was he surrounded by elite beasts, or had he intruded upon their lair? The explanation eluded him. Many were still unaware of what elite beasts looked like, yet this individual had managed to sell 5. Furthermore, the quality of the beast soul pearls was notably high. This could not help but draw young Master Ma's attention. He accessed the seller's profile, noting the 2-star symbols beside the name, rendering the identity unrecognizable. Who could it be? This was undoubtedly a formidable individual. Otherwise, one could not so effortlessly hunt elite evolved beasts. Additionally, this person likely had considerable backing, as encountering such a multitude of beasts in a short time was no small feat. Young Master Ma swiftly formed his conclusions. Of course, being able to locate elite beasts was a testament to the seller's prowess, and young Master Ma felt no envy. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to acquire the beast soul pearl. However, just as he was about to make the purchase, the hellhound beast soul pearl was snatched away. The audacity to seize a pearl from under young Master Ma's nose was infuriating. He felt blood rush to his head. A mere moment of hesitation had cost him dearly. If he discovered who the culprit was, he would not hesitate to throw money at them until they conceded. How dare they compete with him? Upon returning to the 9th Legion stronghold, Yi Li received a notification of the transaction. There are indeed many wealthy individuals, he mused, reflecting on how effortlessly the billions-worth beast soul pearls were selling. Each sale transpired within mere minutes, often within 10 to 20. While it seemed Yi Li was amassing wealth as effortlessly as drinking water, in reality, the earning capacity of ordinary evolved beings barely sufficed for their needs. Expenses for beast gene serums, equipment, supplies, and medical treatment for injuries mounted significantly. One should not assume that combat-evolved beings found it easy to earn money. In the wilderness, every step was taken with utmost caution. Their advances were slow, and they would only engage in hunting when fully prepared to ensure their safety. Under such circumstances, their efficiency was low, with only a few beasts hunted in a day. No one wished for death. Individuals as reckless as Yi Li, charging through cities, would soon find themselves buried beneath the grass. After addressing the materials, Yi Li entrusted the task to Zhou Dai, relieving himself of concern. Following the purification and identification of the beast gene serum, he dispatched the 2 beast soul pearls. Such high-value items incurred hefty insurance costs, totaling $8 million for the 2 pearls. The courier company would deploy armed aircraft and a formidable team for protection. Once the insurance fees were settled, the responsibility shifted away from Yi Li. Should they be lost, the insurance company would bear the cost, leaving Yi Li with minimal loss. Once everything was in order, Yi Li chose not to return to the genius camp. Instead, he sought a way to contact the Legion commander. For a modest sum, he purchased a small villa within the stronghold, not overly expensive, around $7 million, fully furnished and ready for occupancy. The process was remarkably straightforward. Upon payment and identity registration, the villa became Yi Li's. He moved in immediately. Yi Li did not collect the dragon-shaped beast gene serum from the genius camp, finding the 1 evolution rate too trivial. That night, he settled into his new villa. Gulp. Yi Li tilted his head back and swallowed a vial of half-beast gene serum. His evolution rate rose from 37 to 42. The serum derived from the Bloodshadow beast was notably difficult to acquire. Yi Li's luck seemed to have run dry, as the day's beast gene serums had yielded a maximum of only 4, with none surpassing 5. Having used the Bloodshadow beast serum several times, the summoning rate within his consciousness sphere reached 56, exceeding half. The Bloodshadow beast, while not particularly powerful, was of little consequence to Yi Li. He regarded it with indifference. With a 58 evolution rate, a breakthrough within half a month appeared promising. Yi Li smiled slightly before taking a shower and retiring for the night. He planned to take a day of rest tomorrow, hoping to find some time to reunite with his parents. It had been nearly 2 months since he last returned home. Chapter 129. The Land of Beasts. The following day, Yi Li rose early, donned a casual outfit, and piloted his aircraft back to Binhai City. He flew along the suspended train tracks, trailing a swiftly moving train. The sensation was quite novel. Just 2 months prior, Yi Li was still a passenger on the suspended train, but now he was operating an aircraft. Such significant change had occurred within a mere 2 months. The flight to Binhai City took less than 10 minutes. As he gazed at the familiar cityscape, a gentle smile graced his lips. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Upon entering Binhai City, Yi Li's passage was verified through his personal smart terminal, allowing him to proceed unimpeded. Once the aircraft entered the city, the intelligent transportation system took control, ensuring a coordinated flow of all flying vehicles, thus eliminating concerns about aerial accidents. With the destination set, the system efficiently planned the flight path and synchronized the speeds of all aircraft along that route. Yi Li marveled at the prowess of the civilizational pioneers. Compared to the planetary technology of a century ago, the advancement in technology today was astounding. Humanity had long since developed the initial spacecraft, granting them the ability to traverse space and return to their home planet. However, deep space travel remained unachievable at the current speed of flight. The vast distances of light years rendered any journey insignificant. Given the existing technological capabilities, humanity could not hope to venture beyond the solar system, let alone reach other celestial realms. This reality only intensified the reverence for the alien teleportation portals situated between the planet and the moon. The sheer magnitude of technological power required to create such portals, capable of transporting objects and life across star systems, was unfathomable. The energy demand alone for these portals was staggering at humanity's current consumption rates. Even 100 billion years would not suffice to deplete their energy reserves, illustrating the enormity of their power. The combat evolutionaries were tasked with protecting humanity and safeguarding their habitat, while the civilizational evolutionaries focused on advancing technology and enhancing the scientific prowess of humankind. Striving to break free from the technological oppression imposed by the alien portals and unravel the mystery that had lingered over humanity for a century. However, the financial disparity between the two factions was considerable. The federal government was preparing to enhance the compensation for civilizational evolutionaries. with even the lowest-paid researchers earning a base salary exceeding 20,000. In contrast, combat evolutionaries often earned hundreds of thousands a month. This was commonplace. But they risked their lives to earn such wages, and their expenses were substantial, making it only reasonable for them to seek greater compensation. This societal structure posed no issues. Under the guidance of the Intelligent Transportation System, the aircraft swiftly arrived above the villa assigned to Yi Li by the Legion. The entire villa complex was designated by the Ninth Legion as a reward for those who had contributed to the military efforts, thus ensuring a sense of security for its residents, primarily the families of the Ninth Legion. Yu Minghui was engrossed in the day's news while Zhou Ningjing busied herself in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for her husband. When the sleek aircraft appeared overhead and began its descent, they were momentarily taken aback. Among their relatives, none could afford an aircraft. Who could it possibly be? As the aircraft landed and the hatch opened, Yi Li emerged, prompting both Yu Minghui and Zhou Ningjing to cover their mouths in astonishment. It was their son. "Mom, Dad," Yi Li exclaimed, his heart swelling with emotion after a 2-month separation, especially after facing peril in the wilderness. Zhou Ningjing, unlike Yu Minghui, rushed forward to embrace him. God knows how worried she had been during this time. "You're back. Thank goodness you're back." Yu Minghui joined in, wrapping both of them in his arms. "You rascal, why didn't you give us a heads up before your surprise visit?" His father, as always, sought to maintain a semblance of paternal authority. Even while expressing his joy, Zhou Ningjing playfully pinched Yu Minghui's waist, eliciting a yelp of pain from him. Laughter erupted from Yi Li as he felt transported back to his school days. After the emotional reunion, Zhou Ningjing directed, "Old Yi, take a day off from work. It's rare for our son to come home." Yi Minghui nodded, and after securing the day off, Zhou Ningjing busied herself preparing a feast for Yi Li. This time, he returned bearing precious beast meat from the market. The father and son settled on the sofa to chat leisurely, just as they had in the past. "Is that you on the leaderboard?" Yi Minghui inquired. Though he was a civilizational evolutionary, he was well aware of the public fascination with the rankings. Upon seeing Yi Li, he found it hard to believe that his son was the one in first place in the Asia region, a feat that even super geniuses struggled to achieve. Yet, deep down, he hoped it was indeed his son. Who wouldn't he want their child to excel? Yi Li did not shy away from the truth, nodding with a smile. "Yes, that's me." "What?" Yi Minghui exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Zhou Ningjing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her son. "Is our son truly that remarkable?" In a world before the beasts descended upon Blue Star, ranking first in Asia was akin to being the top scholar nationally. What a source of pride. Heaven bless. Our son is destined for greatness. If your grandfather were alive, he would be so proud of you, she mused, envisioning his joy. In the heart of the wilderness, 1,000 kilometers north of the city lay the land of beasts. Hundreds of armed aircraft roared through the skies, unleashing laser cannons that painted the air with brilliant azure beams. The avian beasts struck by the blasts emitted horrifying cries. Some plummeted, while others merely swayed before ferociously charging forward. These avian creatures were remarkably swift, closing in on the aircraft in the blink of an eye. Some could breathe fire, while others unleashed electric attacks. A direct hit would obliterate the aircraft mid-flight. The skies were thick with these avian beasts, their numbers increasing exponentially. On the ground, colossal creatures capable of launching electric projectiles posed a formidable threat as well. A volley of electric blasts shot skyward. Should they strike an aircraft, it would be utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, a torrent of laser tanks surged forward, firing relentlessly at the oncoming beasts. Some were annihilated by the laser blasts, while others brazenly charged through the fire. The ground trembled as these massive beasts, some towering over 10 meters, barreled through the ranks of laser tanks, reducing the metal machines to mere toys as they smashed and ripped them apart. The battlefield was littered with the wreckage of tanks and the carcasses of beasts. Human evolutionaries, akin to ants, transformed into their beastly forms to confront the onslaught. A chaotic melee ensued, with lives lost and beasts slain with each passing moment. In the distance, a relentless tide of beasts surged forth, seemingly boundless and of formidable rank. Yichengda leaned against the wreckage of a tank, gasping for breath. His gaze fixed on the horizon. His face had taken on a gray pallor, yet fear flickered in his eyes. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, truly a den of predators. "Old friend, it seems this battle may be our last," remarked an old companion, delivering the grim news with an unexpected chuckle. Yi Qingde burst into laughter, declaring, "If death is our fate, so be it. We have engaged with the ferocious beasts for nearly 2 months now. We should be content to have survived until this moment. Alas, I still do not know whether my grandson is a combat evolver or a civilization evolver. I sincerely hope that the Federal Army can lift the signal jamming. Given the current circumstances, should we still be concerned about the beasts discovering our encampment? Before I meet my end, it would be nice to make a phone call." Chapter 130. Proactive exposure. The battle to eradicate the ferocious beasts in Northern City has not proceeded smoothly. Initially, it was anticipated that this war would conclude in approximately a month. However, 2 months have elapsed, and the desired results remain elusive. The number of troops deployed has steadily increased, and they have only just advanced into the territory of the beasts. Yi Qingde leaned against an abandoned tank, lighting a cigarette for himself. Peering ahead, he shook his head with a wry smile. "For us, a mere brush with the beast spells our doom." An elderly companion nodded in agreement. Although they were seasoned veterans, their rank was merely at the half-beast level. In this context, they were little more than fodder. The ferocious beasts they faced included those of the 10,000 June rank, capable of obliterating them with the slightest tremor. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the ground to quake and eliciting alarm among many. A formidable beast was surely approaching. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air filled the skies as several dark figures appeared, traversing the air with human forms. "Our mighty warriors have arrived," the evolutionary soldiers cheered. Boom! One of the warriors clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful punch into the void. The force of the blow, palpable as substance, tore through the air and struck the ground. The terrifying power swept across the area, sending waves of earth splashing hundreds of meters away. While hundreds of beasts in the epicenter of this force were annihilated, their remains splattered across the landscape. A massive crater formed. In mere moments, several warriors transformed into their beastly forms, one of whom morphed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Due to communication restrictions, Yi Li and his companions were temporarily unaware of Yi Qingde's condition. Nonetheless, the military had yet to send any casualty lists, which was a positive sign. No news was, after all, the best news. Upon returning, Yi Li could not resist boasting to the neighbors. He was, after all, ranked first on the leaderboard, unbothered by external opinions. Yi Li embraced his status, for he had rightfully earned it. His recognition included a mark of distinction from Binhai City, making any attempt to conceal it futile. This open acknowledgement would also bestow honor upon his parents, earning them respect in the community. The benefits were numerous. For instance, his parents would receive special treatment from the Federation, a privilege granted to those of notable contribution, significantly elevating their social standing. When the residents of the military community learned that Yi Li was indeed the top contender, a wave of excitement swept through. Those in the know flocked to witness this prodigy, a true marvel among billions. Even being within the top 10 was an impressive feat, but to claim the first position? In no time, a plethora of short videos surfaced online, heralding Asia's new generation champion in the first of the 9th Legion, capturing the attention of countless viewers. Thus, Yi Li's identity was thoroughly unveiled. Yi Li understood that concealment was impossible. In recent days, many had visited the 9th Legion, seeking to connect with him. Unable to reach Yi Li directly, they approached Legion Commander He Qingshan, presenting irresistible offers to entice Yi Li into joining their companies or families. Some propositions even stirred He Qingshan's interest. In Zhongzhou City, after 4 days of relentless combat, Zhao Tianlei could no longer endure. Upon waking from a hard-won nap, he stumbled upon the videos. "It's him. How could it be him?" Zhao Tianlei bellowed, crushing a chair underfoot, his chest heaving with rage. While he had suspected it might be Yi Li, he had clung to a glimmer of hope that this Yi Li was not the one from his school. When Yi Li awakened his beast gene chain, he had manifested an insect-type gene, and thereafter, Zhao Tianlei had ceased to track Yi Li's progress. An insect-type evolver was destined to be mere cannon fodder, fading into obscurity. In contrast, Zhao Tianlei, with his dragon-type gene chain and the favor of the martial god Wang Feng, soared to prominence. Who could have predicted that the bug he once scorned would rise to the top of the leaderboard? Consumed by indignation, he seethed, "Yili, wait until we meet. I will tear you apart. How dare you claim the first position? It is rightfully mine." As Yili's fame spread, many discovered the truth behind his ascendance. Upon confirmation, more information about Yili's awakened beast gene chain surfaced. Is it possible? The first place holder awakened an insect-type gene chain? How did he achieve this rank? Speculation arose regarding potential foul play, as it seemed implausible for an insect type to surpass the numerous dragon-type prodigies. Anticipation built among onlookers, eager for the day Yili's true nature would be revealed. They mused that his recent bravado would soon be eclipsed by others, relegating him from even the top 10. Yili's name became a hot topic across Asia. He observed the chatter with a wry smile, choosing not to engage in debate. After spending a day with his parents, Yili departed the following morning, piloting his aircraft early. Remaining longer would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Having rested a day, Yili's points had hardly increased, indirectly affirming his identity as the top contender. Everyone knew he had returned home for a family reunion, assuring that his score would not rise. The top 10 new generation evolvers, upon hearing the news, were invigorated, fervently hunting beasts in hopes of surpassing Yili during his respite. Yet, the gap in points was insurmountable. Even with his rest, they could not catch up. Now 5 days into the leaderboard's release, the majority of the pretense had been stripped away. Those in the top 10,000 were indeed the true geniuses. Yili was an anomaly. Despite a full day and night of rest, his pursuers remained unable to close the distance. Reports suggested that some major corporations had shifted their focus, no longer attempting to chase Yili, but instead aiming for the top 10, as Yili's prowess overshadowed many prominent families and businesses, leaving them unable to lift their heads. It seemed the Ninth Legion was poised to reap significant rewards this time. Chapter 131. The Thumb Drone. On October 8th, Yili departed from Binhai City, not heading towards the Ninth Legion fortress, but instead appearing 400 kilometers to the west, in a place marked on the map as Zhoujia Town. This time, Yili came prepared, equipping his aircraft with 100 thumb drones, which would serve as reconnaissance units to locate ferocious beasts or survey unknown areas. The civilizational evolvers had dedicated themselves to technological research, ultimately benefiting the combat evolvers. Various advanced technologies were developed specifically for combating these ferocious creatures. Some reconnaissance drones were as small as bees, allowing for the deployment of hundreds to thousands at once, capable of detecting even the slightest disturbances within a 10-kilometer radius, thus proving exceedingly convenient. During his journey, Yili consulted ancient records and discovered that Zhoujia Town was an economic stronghold with a resident population exceeding 1.5 million. Although referred to as a town, it could easily be classified as a city. The ancient texts contained comprehensive maps detailing the distribution of buildings and streets. Upon comparing these with contemporary satellite images, it became evident that after a century of abandonment, vegetation had overrun the area, leading to many skyscrapers falling into disrepair. Cracked concrete and exposed steel, subjected to oxidation and corrosion from rainwater, resulted in the collapse of numerous structures. This was the enchantment of time, transforming Zhoujia Town into a desolate relic. The journey was relatively smooth, devoid of any encounters with avian beasts. Upon arriving in Zhoujia Town, Yili activated the camouflage function of his aircraft, which would follow him seamlessly. The absence of the evolvers and oppos roars indicated a scarcity of them in this region. Having distanced himself 300 kilometers from the wilderness, the activity of evolvers diminished. Yili contemplated upgrading his flying knives to A2 or even A1 levels. With a faint smile, he released 20 flying knives, which circled around him under his control. Due to the minimal use of metal in their construction, the cost of these knives was merely a fraction, about 1/10, of other equipment. With his considerable wealth, amassed from 5B soul orbs totaling 12 billion, Along with profits from selling ferocious beast gene liquids, he found himself in a favorable financial position. Checking his funds, Yili noted he had over 2 billion. However, the A1 level equipment typically began at 100 billion, leaving him feeling rather impoverished. Although he believed himself affluent, the thought of A1 series equipment quickly dashed that notion, as he could not even afford a single item from that series. The misconception that combat evolvers were wealthy stemmed from their ability to earn, yet their expenditures could be devastating. The revered A1 series equipment, starting in the hundreds of billions, left many evolvers feeling despondent, believing they would never possess such items. Regaining his focus, Yili tapped a few commands on his personal smart terminal. A hatch of the aircraft opened, revealing a honeycomb-like compartment, the nest of the thumb drones. With a soft hum, he released 20 drones, which swiftly dispersed under his command, vanishing in an instant like a swarm of large wasps. Certainly an unwelcome sight for any ferocious beast. The thumb drones were inexpensive. A reconnaissance system cost merely 50,000, while each drone was priced at 500. For Yili, this was a trifling expense, and any losses incurred could easily be replenished. The presence of these drones significantly aided him. Upon accessing his smart terminal, a virtual display revealed 20 simultaneous feeds, designed for reconnaissance against ferocious beasts. The system would emit alerts upon detecting any threats. Within moments, 6 or 7 screens flickered to life, indicating the discovery of ferocious beasts. Yili selected the most populated feed, which displayed a group of wild boar-like creatures adorned with thick, fiery scales and long tusks. Flame Tusk Beast, Realm, Semi-Beast Realm Speed, 40 meters per second height, 1, 3 meters length, 2, 5 meters impact force, 8 tons with the assistance of the thumb drones. Yili need not memorize this information. The drones would scan and relay the data, automatically correlating with the system's database of ferocious beasts. Moreover, the drones provided a count of the flame tusk beasts, 33 in total. Having grown accustomed to large-scale confrontations, Yili felt no trepidation towards these semi-beast realm creatures. With a smile, he began to run. Surrounded by the vigilant thumb drones, Yili felt no need for caution in the absence of beasts. Within a matter of seconds, he soared into the midst of the flame-tusked beasts, unleashing a whirlwind of flying knives combined with his dragon claws, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The highest-ranking beasts in Zhojia Town were merely at the beast form realm, posing little challenge for Yili. Thanks to the thumb drones, which scoured the entirety of Zhojia Town, he could swiftly locate ferocious beasts without expending effort in search of them, thereby doubling his efficiency in hunting. By the end of the day, Yili had slain over 600 beasts, accumulating an impressive 1944 points. The individuals who once dominated the leaderboard, feeling secure in their positions, were now left aghast as Yili's score surged by nearly 2,000 points in a single day, leaving them utterly speechless and their mental states fraying at the edges. The news of Yili's feats spread, igniting new waves of skepticism regarding his abilities. Yet, Yili remained unfazed. As dusk settled, he piloted his aircraft back to the 9th Legion. Upon processing the materials, the aircraft landed at the central hub. Exiting, he was greeted by Deputy Legion Commander Jiang Jinqing and a group of individuals standing at the entrance, one of whom, a middle-aged man, was clearly of exceptional status. Upon seeing Yili emerge, the man smiled. Yili? It was evident they had been waiting for him. Chapter 132. Encountering him and killing him instantly. Yili furrowed his brows. How did they know I had returned? Yili pondered silently, though his face betrayed no emotion. Are you looking for me? He paused in his steps. Jiang Jinqing laughed immediately, introducing, Yili, allow me to introduce you to Li Xuanqiang, the owner of Xuanqiang Company. Xuanqiang Company stands as one of the titans in Binhai City, its influence surpassing even that of the 9th Legion. One might wonder how a company's power could exceed that of a legion. After all, the legion boasts a greater number of soldiers, yet their strength is often lacking. A formidable evolver possesses terrifying power, which cannot simply be countered by sheer numbers. Although Xuanqiang Company comprises roughly 30,000 personnel, its overall strength eclipses that of the 9th Legion. 30,000 against 100,000 could easily result in a one-sided massacre. Such is the terrifying nature of a powerful company. Jiang Jinsheng, the vice commander, held only a slight standing before Li Shuangqiang, and even He Qingshan ranked half a level lower in comparison. Li Shuangqiang's prowess surpassed that of He Qingshan, whether in personal cultivation or the might of his influence. However, they operated within entirely different systems, rendering any notions of fear moot. Yi Li had little knowledge of Li Shuangqiang's appearance until now. Nonetheless, he maintained a rather indifferent demeanor, uttering, so you are Mr. Li. This rather lukewarm acknowledgement caused Li Shuangqiang's brows to knit slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Yi Li, is it? He adeptly concealed his irritation, smiling as he continued. Let us be brief, for my time is precious. I have come to invite you to join Shuangqiang Company. You need not worry. Upon your joining, all company resources will be tailored to your needs. We shall invest substantial funds to procure the highest grade beast gene serum to ensure your strength surpasses the beast form within 3 months. Your evolution shall be unparalleled. Furthermore, we will enlist elite evolver instructors to provide specialized combat training, enhancing your battle skills exponentially. Our company has a strategic partnership with the Liu family. Are you familiar with Counselor Liu Hang? You will be able to leverage his connections to gain both fame and fortune, securing an exalted social standing. Other benefits will be nothing short of top tier. Before Yi Li could respond, Li Shuangqiang continued to expound upon the advantages, evidently assuming Yi Li would eagerly accept his offer. After all, Shuangqiang Company ranks 78th in the Asia-Pacific region, and no other company in Binhai City could rival it. The entourage accompanying him, mostly from Shuangqiang Company, nodded in envy, envisioning a meteoric rise for this young man. Only Jiang Jinsheng's expression darkened. He had anticipated that after Li Shuangqiang met Yi Li and exchanged contact information, they would privately discuss such matters, not expecting a direct attempt to poach talent in his presence. This concession by the 9th Legion stemmed from pressure exerted by Counselor Liu Hang. A weaker legion could hardly afford to be obstinate. Such is the lamentable reality of lesser powers. Can we take a moment? Yi Li interjected, furrowing his brow and interrupting Li Shuangqiang's monologue. Li Shuangqiang, somewhat displeased, nodded. What is it you wish to ask? What if I were to decline joining Shuangqiang Company? Yi Li's words were startling. I mean to say, I refuse. Li Shuangqiang was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implications. A rejection of Shuangqiang Company's invitation, especially one personally extended, was beyond his expectations. On what grounds do you refuse? After a long pause, Li Shuangqiang managed to utter, his tone somewhat foolish and unbecoming of his stature. Yi Li smiled. On what grounds can I not refuse? Are you suggesting that just because you desire something, others must oblige your wishes? He shook his head. As the renowned owner of Shuangqiang Company, should you not comprehend such simple logic? You, Li Shuangqiang, incensed, fixed his gaze on Yi Li. Are you implying you will reject Shuangqiang Company? Do you understand what that signifies? I need not comprehend, Yi Li replied coolly, then simply bypassed Li Shuangqiang, departing the aircraft center. The members of Shuangqiang Company were immediately infuriated. Were it not for the military stronghold and federal laws, they would have ensured this arrogant youth understood the consequences of his insolent words. Did he not realize the repercussions of offending Shuangqiang Company in Binhai City? Jiang Jinsheng, inwardly feeling a sense of vindication, thought, you think being Li Shuangqiang makes you exceptional? Yet Yi Li seems utterly unimpressed. However, Jiang Jinsheng dared not reveal his satisfaction, instead hastily offering a conciliatory smile. Chairman Li, Yi Li is merely a child, still immature in understanding. Being the top-ranked, he may feel the world belongs to him, which explains his brash tone. You possess great magnanimity. Do not stoop to the level of a child. A cold laugh escaped Li Shuangqiang. Observing Yi Li's retreating figure, he snorted disdainfully and departed in silence. Though Jiang Jinsheng was the vice commander, he was not obligated to show him any deference. The members of Shuangqiang Company promptly followed in Li Shuangqiang's wake. Minutes later, a massive armed aircraft ascended into the sky, vanishing into the clouds in an instant. Boss, should I find someone to teach that arrogant brat a lesson? One member proposed. Indeed, boss, That kid is far too presumptuous. Does he think being ranked first renders him untouchable? He is but a mere insect, pretending to be lofty. Merely a newcomer ranking, not the federal hero list. Does he believe himself invincible? In my eyes, he is merely a pest to be crushed at will. This young man appears to be only at the beast half stage. How insignificant. Who grants him such confidence? The aircraft's occupants continued to berate Yi Li. Li Xuanxiang stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing through the vast glass window of the aircraft, revealing a cold smile. In Benhai City, no one dares to reject me, Li Xuanxiang. Relay my orders. If we encounter Yi Li in the wilderness, give him a beating. Should he persist in refusing Xuanxiang company, eliminate him. A genius? Chapter 133. Our agreement, with a hint of anger etched upon his face. Jiang Jincheng, the vice commander of a legion, soon suppressed his discontent and pursued Yi Li. Yi Li, wait for me. Jiang Jincheng was not lacking in strength. With just a few strides, he caught up to the distance Yi Li had covered. Yi Li, have you acted too impulsively? Even if you refuse, you needn't be so blunt. You didn't spare even a shred of courtesy for Li Xuanxiang. Aren't you just inviting enemies for yourself? The strength of the double gun company surpassed that of our legion, and they were quite active in the coastal city, so encounters with them were frequent. Within the confines of the legion's fortress, federal laws and our legion's presence provided some protection, but once in the wilderness. Jiang Jincheng unleashed a torrent of words as he caught up with Yi Li. Yi Li, appearing rather nonchalant, replied, "Let them be. Are you not afraid?" Jiang Jincheng, alarmed, understood that Yi Li was a rare prodigy. If anything were to happen to him, it would be a significant loss for humanity. Yi Li smiled lightly. What use is fear? I will be cautious. If I encounter them, I can simply avoid them. Yet deep within, Yi Li sneered. Avoid? If they dared to act, he would not hesitate to serve them as a delightful snack for the ferocious beasts. From the moment he had killed Lu Feng and clashed with 2 squads from the double gun company, it had become clear to Yi Li that there could be no camaraderie between him and the double gun company. Even if they were unaware of his involvement in Lu Feng's demise, Yi Li had no desire to join their ranks. Thus, a straightforward refusal seemed appropriate. This was a matter of mutual consent. Had it been a more magnanimous company, they would not have resorted to harsh words. However, Li Xuanxiang's reputation left much to be desired, which further deterred Yi Li from considering the double gun company. Besides, was he not already a member of the 9th Legion? I say, Vice Commander Jiang, they are poaching right before your eyes, and yet you greet them with a smile. Do you wish to send me off to them? Yi Li shifted the focus onto Jiang Jincheng. With an eye roll, Jiang Jincheng replied, Enough already, kid. You can't provoke me. Do you think I want this? It's merely that we are too weak and easily manipulated. They exert pressure from the Federal Council, and what can we do but introduce them to you? This will test your loyalty. Now, I officially inform you that your loyalty has withstood the test. Of course, if you truly agreed to their offer, we would understand. Water flows downwards, and people ascend to higher grounds. Yi Li mimicked Jiang Jincheng's gesture, rolling his eyes in disinterest, and made his way toward his villa. Jiang Jincheng did not follow but walked away with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. As Yi Li approached the villa, he overheard numerous discussions, nearly all concerning him. It was no surprise. The 9th Legion, previously inconspicuous, had suddenly made a remarkable revelation by producing a top-ranked individual. Yi Li's profile had long been exposed, giving the impression that the 9th Legion had struck gold. Naturally, the astonishing prowess of Yi Li, with his insect-type beast gene liquid, raised questions about how he triumphed over so many dragon-type beast gene chains among the super geniuses. The fervor ignited by Yi Li drew attention to numerous insect-type beast gene chain evolvers. Upon returning to the villa and after a refreshing bath, Yi Li noticed that Zheng Yingguang was available for contact. After a moment's thought, he decided to reach out to him. To establish a team, it was essential to know one another well and not overly expose oneself. Undoubtedly, Zheng Yingguang and his companions were the most suitable candidates. Yi Li? Zheng Yingguang's laughter resonated as he answered the call. I've just returned to the fortress. Shall I invite Tian Gu and a few others for a gathering? Yi Li chuckled. Sure, just send me your location. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Yingguang replied, All right, just give us a spot. Ha ha. How could we possibly decline an invitation from the first among the new generation? After hanging up, Yili changed his clothes and headed out. The Legion fortress resembled a city, equipped with every amenity. He chose a restaurant that exuded a certain level of elegance and sent Zheng Yingguang the location. The fortress's standout feature was its variety of beast meats. He ordered 7 signature dishes, and within 10 minutes, Zheng Yingguang and his team arrived, all 5 members present. "Captain, come and sit." Yili beckoned. "Ha ha ha. Yili, you are now a renowned figure." Feng Majuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "The entire internet is abuzz about you. So many people are envious, making snide comments." "Bah, what are they even?" Wang Shan chimed in. As they settled down, the dishes were served. "Let's eat first," Yili said, feeling a pang of hunger. Zheng Yingguang and his companions wasted no time, devouring the meal with gusto. Once they had satisfied their appetites and were sipping tea, Yili finally spoke. "The primary reason I called you here is to invite you to join my team. My preliminary vision is for you to play supportive roles. I will handle the hunting of ferocious beasts, while you will manage the processing of their materials. As for your compensation, your team will receive 1/10 of the earnings from each hunt." After stating this, Yili fell silent, allowing the proposition to linger in the air as he sipped his tea. Zheng Yingguang and the others were initially taken aback, their brows furrowing slightly. Logically, given Yi Li's current strength, he was only at the half-beast realm, while their evolutionary levels surpassed his. However, the notion of them receiving merely 1/10 seemed profoundly inequitable. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have walked away in indignation. Yet, Zheng Yingguang and his companions were well aware of Yi Li's extraordinary capabilities, his mastery over mental control and flying daggers, as well as his ability to slay even elite-level ferocious beasts. This level of power was truly terrifying, leaving them puzzled as to how Yi Li could transcend 2 realms to achieve such feats. Should Yi Li continue to rise, would he not possess the strength to slay beasts at the Thousand-Stone realm? The outside world perpetually labeled Yi Li as belonging to the insect-type beast gene chain. However, Zheng Yingguang and his companions knew full well that he was not of that lineage, but rather of the dragon-type gene chain. Moreover, Yi Li currently held the top position on the rankings. One should not underestimate the new generation's leaderboard. It could very well be viewed as a junior version of the hero board, with these individuals destined to become true powerhouses. Aligning oneself with such a figure was an opportunity not to be missed, though 1/10 may seem meager, especially when split among 5. Zheng Yingguang and his companions had witnessed firsthand the ferocity with which Yi Li hunted ferocious beasts. In reality, they were still at an advantage. After a brief deliberation, Zheng Yingguang exchanged glances with Tang Tian and the others, and they all nodded in agreement. "We accept,"